Yishio found himself transported back to his high school days, only to discover that reality had melded with the enchanting world of Pokemon. In this realm, every individual awakens their own unique Pokemon upon reaching the age of 16. With the activation of the Pokemon Dungeon System, he awakened a Darkrai, swiftly becoming an unstoppable force. Beep! Congratulations, host, for clearing the Nibby Gym. Reward. Tyranitar. Beep! Congratulations, host, for clearing the Hualan Gym. Reward. Milotic. Beep! Host utilizes a random legendary Pokemon lottery ticket, obtaining a level 1 deity. Rayquaza. Beep! Congratulations, host, for clearing the Kanto League. Reward. Ice-type Elite 4-member Lorelei. Beep! Congratulations, host, for clearing the Sinnoh League. Reward. Sinnoh champion Cynthia. Yishio. Thus, as Yishio continued to conquer dungeons, he became invincible. Chapter 1. The Awakening. Activation of the Dungeon System. Long Kingdom. August 8, 2021. Magic City Pokemon High School, Class 1-2. A remarkably handsome youth, with sharp brows and starry eyes, reminiscent of the striking readers before the screen, sat bewildered in the last row by the window, his face awash with confusion. What was happening? His name was Yishio, and just moments ago, he had been peacefully asleep in his bed. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he awoke to find his blanket gone, his bed vanished, and even his room nowhere in sight. Surrounded by desks and unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar youthful faces, he pondered. High school classmates? Could it be that I've crossed over? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion jolted Yishio from his thoughts. It's just a video, what a fright. The classroom projector displayed a Pokemon battle video, the source of the earlier commotion. Wait, this is a classroom. Why is such a video being shown here? Despite his perplexity, Yishio followed the gaze of his classmates, captivated by the footage. In the video, a massive explosion sent dust billowing into the air. As the smoke gradually cleared, a colossal Dragonite stood triumphantly in the center of the arena, clearly the victor. Not far away lay a battered Charizard, incapacitated and unable to continue the fight. The scene fell into a hushed silence for several seconds. When the audience regained their senses, the host erupted with excitement, announcing, "Congratulations to Mr. Adu for winning the National Pokemon League Championship. After a year, a new champion has arisen in the Long Kingdom Pokemon League." The host's fervent voice ignited the crowd, who began to chant, "Adu, champion! Adu, champion!" Returning to the classroom, the recently graduated middle schoolers gazed at the champion Adu on screen, holding his trophy and delivering an acceptance speech, their eyes filled with excitement and longing. As the video concluded, a middle-aged female teacher approached the podium, her face adorned with a warm smile as she regarded her class. She clapped her hands on the desk and said, "Students, please pay attention. I am your homeroom teacher for Class 1-2. This year, my name is Fan Hui, but you may call me Teacher Fan. I will guide and accompany you through the coming 3 years. Now, remember my words. They are of utmost importance. Today is Pokemon Awakening Day, and shortly, the school will notify you to awaken your very first Pokemon. I hope you will treat them with respect, regardless of their strength, appearance, or personality. This is the responsibility of every trainer." Listening to the teacher, Yishio felt even more bewildered. What was going on? Awakening a Pokemon? A trainer high school? He couldn't grasp a single word of what the teacher said. Was he dreaming? Suddenly, Yishio pressed his hand to his forehead, a sharp pain coursing through his mind, his expression contorted in discomfort. In an instant, a flood of memories belonging to him surged forth. His face reflected a mix of shock, disbelief, and excitement. He muttered softly, "So that's it. I truly have crossed over, back to my high school days, and this world has integrated with Pokemon." Yishio's memories revealed that the original Pokemon series had completely vanished from this world. It was replaced by even more astonishing phenomena. Over a century ago, the Pokemon world suddenly fused with Blue Star, giving rise to a plethora of beings referred to as Pokemon, each possessing extraordinary powers. As time passed, Pokemon became an integral part of human society, coexisting harmoniously. Under the influence of the Pokemon era, numerous professions emerged, such as Pokemon researchers, breeders, and doctors. However, the profession of Pokemon trainer was the most prevalent, with formidable trainers shining like stars, adored by countless individuals. Elite trainers and champions enjoyed exceptional treatment, yet they were called upon to serve their nation in times of need. For instance, participating in various international Pokemon competitions or suppressing many Pokemon relics and mysteries. Trainers were categorized as novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leader, champion. Pokemon were classified as beginner, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym, quasi-elite, elite, champion. Above the champion level, no human Pokemon had yet surpassed this pinnacle, as if the world had tacitly acknowledged that champion-level strength was the apex of Pokemon prowess. Perhaps only within the enigmatic realms would one find entities surpassing this threshold. Various schools aspired to cultivate their students into outstanding trainers, with curricula primarily revolving around the Pokemon universe. Upon entering high school, regardless of one's affinity for Pokemon, every student would awaken an initial Pokemon on the nationally standardized Pokemon Awakening Day. You could disdain it, discard it, sell it, or even forget it within its Pokeball, but it would never betray you. Faced with such intelligent and unwavering companions, few could resist their charm. Before his crossing, Yishio was already quite the heartthrob, and upon returning to his high school days, nothing about his identity changed. He remained an orphan, still, strikingly handsome. Having sorted through his memories, Yishio felt a surge of anticipation for the days ahead. After all, this world promised to be 1,000 times more intriguing than his previous one. With the memories of the Pokemon series I had before my crossing, I'm certain I can make a living in this world with my knowledge of various Pokemon. The question now is, what will my initial Pokemon be during the upcoming awakening? While no one would ever disdain their first Pokemon, who wouldn't wish for a powerful one? As he pondered, Yishio grew increasingly eager for the forthcoming Pokemon awakening. Just as Teacher Fan concluded her introductory remarks on coexisting with Pokemon, the school's announcement system chimed in. All first-year students are requested to gather immediately at the gymnasium for the awakening ceremony. With the announcement reverberating through the air, Mr. Fan led the students out of the classroom. That we're about to awaken our Pokemon. Oh heavens! Since fate has granted me a rebirth in this realm, it surely would not bestow upon me a feeble creature. As he followed his classmates towards the gymnasium, Yishio felt his heart racing with anticipation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on activating the Pokemon Dungeon System. At the moment of Yishio's excitement, a synthesized electronic voice resonated within his mind. Initially startled, Yishio quickly regained his composure. Indeed, I have a system as well. As a representative of the new generation, Yishio had been steeped in countless web novels, rendering the notion of system rather trivial to him. The Pokemon Dungeon System? What manner of system is this? What capabilities does it possess? Yishio pondered internally. The Pokemon Dungeon System provides the host with an array of dungeons featuring innumerable Pokemon. By challenging and conquering these dungeons, the host can reap substantial rewards. Nodding and understanding, Yishio instinctively accessed the system interface with his thoughts, revealing a multitude of dungeons. However, only one dungeon was currently illuminated, titled the Fiery Sparrow Incident. As if anticipating the confusion in Yishio's mind, the system promptly elucidated. The Fiery Sparrow Incident is the host's inaugural dungeon. The host must successfully complete this first dungeon to unlock subsequent ones. Yishio nodded once more, comprehending the analogy likened to a level in a video game. One must conquer a stage before progressing to the next. Ding. The host has received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Upon hearing of his beginner's gift pack, Yishio felt a surge of joy. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, on opening the beginner's gift pack, acquiring the token of awakening for Darkrai and the Eye of Data. Token of awakening for Darkrai can be used during the awakening of the initial Pokemon to summon the mythical creature, Nightmare God, Darkrai. Eye of Data grants the ability to view various data pertaining to any Pokemon. Chapter 2. The mysterious awakening device. The sweltering August weather in the bustling metropolis is rather stifling, prompting most individuals to prefer the comfort of their homes. However, the gymnasium at Magic City First High School is teeming with people. This outdoor arena is an architectural marvel, its exterior adorned with red and white tiles, unmistakably inspired by the colors of a Pokeball. Upon entering the gymnasium, one is greeted by a sprawling plaza, encircled by tiered seating capable of accommodating thousands. Such venues for Pokemon battles are not only prevalent in schools, but also scattered throughout the streets and city centers, designed to prevent trainers from engaging in battles that might damage public facilities. Today, the open-air gym is filled to capacity, with some spectators left standing. Among the crowd are the school principal and teachers, representatives from the Dragon Kingdom Alliance, the heads of the Magic City Pokemon Association, various brand sponsors, and parents of the students. The significance placed on the awakening of first-year students' Pokémon is palpable, reflecting society's keen interest. As this new cohort embarks on their journey of awakening, one wonders how many rare Pokémon they will unveil. The definition of rarity varies. I once regarded the Pidgey I awakened in my youth as mundane, yet over the years, I have come to view it as a unique treasure, the rarest Pokémon in the world. Indeed, every Pokémon possesses immense potential, and their rarity should not be solely determined by species. Consider the Magikarp, an ostensibly defenseless creature that, when it eventually leaps over the Dragon Gate, evolves into a formidable force. Then there is the Milotic, a breathtaking Pokémon that evolves from the rather unappealing Phoeba. Perhaps this is the allure of Pokémon. I yearn for the emergence of novel Pokémon this year. There is every reason to believe that each annual awakening brings forth an array of unregistered species. After all, the greater the diversity of Pokémon, the more vibrant and fascinating our world becomes. Parents and teachers in the audience chatter eagerly, anticipating the unveiling of new Pokémon by this year's students. Meanwhile, the dignitaries in the VIP section are even more hopeful that students will awaken powerful Pokémon. After all, the emergence of a formidable Pokémon reflects positively on the school's leadership, allowing them to boast about producing exceptional talent. It is hoped that this year's students will awaken strong Pokémon, akin to the starter trio or other non-evolving types, enabling them to excel in the National High School Pokémon Championship and bring glory to Magic City First High. Indeed, Magic City First High School is regarded as a prominent institution in the Dragon Kingdom, yet last year, we only reached the top 16 in the National Championship, our worst performance in a decade. Alas, it was a pity to face the favored team from Imperial Capital First High School so early in the competition. The school's higher-ups nodded in agreement, lamenting the outcome. Just then, a surge of energetic first-year students flooded into the gymnasium. Most of these 16-year-olds donned crisp uniforms, clutching Pokeballs in their hands, exuding a youthful innocence. However, the blend of the Pokemon world with reality has rendered people remarkably precocious, both in appearance and disposition. As the students poured in, the atmosphere became electric. In the center of the venue stood a colossal device, housing a mysterious stone tablet, purported to be the core of the awakening mechanism. Its origins remain shrouded in secrecy, known perhaps only to the upper echelons of various Pokemon leagues. Is this the wondrous stone tablet used for awakening Pokemon? It emanates an aura of enigma. I hope to awaken a Pokemon of high aptitude, if not one worthy of a champion, then at least one of Gym Leader caliber. As the classmates gazed at the stone tablet, they exchanged hopeful sentiments. A Pokemon's aptitude is of paramount importance, they remarked. It influences the speed at which their strength develops, their mastery of skills, and ultimately, their peak capabilities. Pokemon of lower aptitude experience sluggish growth and are capped in potential, while those of higher aptitude gain experience more rapidly through training and battles. Thus, no one desires anything less than a Pokemon with the potential of a champion or even a king. The students of Class 1 stepped forward, gathering around the awakening apparatus, eager for the process to commence. Students, during the awakening, it is crucial to immerse yourselves in the experience, their teacher emphasized. Suddenly, the awakening ceremony began. The entire venue fell silent, all eyes fixated on the students who had closed their eyes in concentration. Yishio stood quietly among the crowd, observing. Rays of various colors emanated from the stone tablet, transforming into beams of light that cascaded onto the Pokeballs held by the students. Class 1's members instinctively shut their eyes, attuning themselves to the light within. Moments later, a delightful girl with long hair opened her eyes, gazing at her Pokeball, sensing an inseparable bond with the Pokemon contained within. With a trembling hand, she pressed the button to release her Pokemon. With a pop, the Pokeball opened, releasing a flash of white light that coalesced on the ground into a Pokemon. An Eevee appeared before her. Its adorable head tilted slightly as it let out a charming call. Its fur was predominantly a warm brown, with cream-colored tips at the tail and neck. Short, slender legs with 3 toes and pink pads, brown eyes, long ears reminiscent of a rabbit, and a small black nose. Indeed, this was Eevee, a highly coveted and irresistibly cute Pokemon, particularly adored by females. The girl swallowed hard, incredulous as she asked, "Eevee, are you truly my Pokemon?" "Eevee." It responded cheerfully. "Yay, my starter Pokemon is an Eevee." The girl was overwhelmed with joy and excitement, immediately scooping Eevee into her arms and showering it with affection. Eevee, recognizing its trainer's affection, the Pokemon delightedly nuzzled into her embrace. The other girls in the venue were filled with envy. "Oh my goodness. She is so lucky to have awakened an Eevee. Ah, I'm dying. Eevee is simply too adorable." I want one too. It is nearly impossible for any girl to resist the charm of an EV. Not only is it cute and affectionate, but it is also formidable, boasting multiple evolution paths. In summary, it is a Pokemon loved by people all over the world. Yishio glanced at the EV, activating his data vision. Name, EV type, normal, ability, runaway, strength, level 3, initial stage, aptitude, gym leader skills, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, evaluation, an unremarkable EV. When Yishio finally beheld this remarkable array of data, he couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of the data eye. It not only revealed the characteristics, strength, and potential of the Pokemon, but also disclosed the skills possessed by each creature. This feature proved invaluable in Pokemon battles. Chapter 3, Awakening. Darkrai. Is this the first student to awaken a Pokemon this year? EV is a rather rare Pokemon. If I had an EV, I would persuade my father to buy a Fire Stone to evolve it into a Flareon. I would acquire a Thunderstone. Thunder Flareon is the strongest and the most striking. Are you jesting? A Thunder Flareon with its fur all frizzed out is attractive? Everyone has their own perspective. Enough of this bickering. Use your brains for a moment. You don't even have an EV. Ouch, that hits hard. Look, the second student to awaken a Pokemon. Unfortunately, it's just a Rattata. Indeed, Rattata is a rather mediocre Pokemon. All the classmates were fixated on Class 1, wishing to replace them immediately and awaken their own Pokemon first. Soon, over 30 students from Class 1 of the first year had awakened their initial Pokemon, releasing them to foster their bonds. Among them, only a few were considered rare, namely Eevee, Piplup, Vulpix, and Houndour. However, this was merely the opinion of the indigenous inhabitants of this world. They hardly caught Yishio's eye. He examined the over 40 Pokemon that had awakened within the group. The highest potential among them barely reached the champion level, which certainly did not impress him. As someone with a system, how could his standards be so low? At the very least, he expected them to possess champion-level potential. Although the absence of new Pokemon evoked a slight disappointment among the parents and teachers in the audience, they sincerely congratulated these first-year students, applauding heartily. After all, from today onward, these children would officially embark on their journey as novice trainers. After a while, the teacher of Class 1 led them to the audience area. Teacher Fan addressed Yishio's group, saying, "Students, it's our turn. Prepare yourselves." The students of Class 2 of the first year stepped forward, standing before the awakening device. As the announcement echoed through the air, Yishio's classmates suddenly grew tense. What should I do? I'm about to go. Is my outfit and hairstyle still intact? You're worrying about your clothes and that ridiculous hairstyle? You should be praying instead, hoping to awaken a formidable Pokemon. Indeed, if I were to awaken a Magikarp, that would be terribly unfortunate. Magikarp requires an extensive nurturing period and possesses little battle capability at first. It may not even evolve after years of care. Yishio, if I end up with a weak Pokemon, could you help me with tutoring and battles in the future? Yes, with Yishio's assistance. I would have confidence even in raising the weakest Pokemon. As Yishio's classmates chatted, a few female students approached him for assistance. Yishio merely smirked slightly, opting to ignore them and uphold his aloof image at school. These girls were likely not just seeking help. They might be after something more. Indeed, boys must protect themselves in such situations. Furthermore, while these classmates were no different from those he knew before crossing over, Yishio felt quite unfamiliar with them. He had only attended half a year of high school before dropping out to work, thus his relationships with these classmates were not particularly close. Despite his popularity among the girls, many boys were envious of Yishio's attention from them. At the back of the line, a trio of miscreants with dyed hair directed sarcastic remarks at Yishio. Yishio, you're the heartthrob of our school. What will you do if you awaken a weak Pokemon? Indeed, after awakening a Pokemon, our school also has a newcomer competition. We hope you won't embarrass us too much. Competing before the entire school and losing spectacularly would be utterly humiliating. Yishio cast a cold glance their way, devoid of the anger they anticipated, and replied nonchalantly, "Stop barking. Honestly, regardless of what Pokemon you have, it would be a waste in your hands. And with that green hair of yours, I bet you'll awaken the weakest Pokemon, or perhaps one meant for villains." Upon hearing Yishio's words, the trio became infuriated. "What did you say? Yishio, don't think you're impressive just because you're handsome. Once I awaken my Pokemon, you'll be the first I take down." The leader of the troublemakers pointed an accusatory finger at Yishio, shouting arrogantly, "Dare to battle me after you awaken your Pokemon? The loser has to call the other daddy in front of the whole school. I'm sorry, but if I must call you daddy under duress, I must express my disappointment in having such a son." Yishio maintained his indifferent demeanor, disregarding them, which only served to escalate the trio's frustration. Yet, They could do nothing in front of so many witnesses. Their greatest hope was for Yishio to awaken a weak Pokemon. Everyone, quiet down, especially you three. Do you still want to awaken your Pokemon? Hurry to the awakening ceremony and remember to truly connect with your Pokemon, Teacher Fan emphasized repeatedly. Subsequently, Class 2 of the first year marched orderly to the Pokemon awakening apparatus. The announcement resounded once more. Class 2 of the first year is ready. Close your eyes. Hearing the announcement, Yishio shut his eyes and silently recited in his heart. System, utilize the token of Darkrai. Ding. Host successfully used the token of Darkrai. With the system's prompt resonating in his ears, Yishio felt a surge of nervousness. After all, this was his first experience with such a momentous awakening. Suddenly, a black radiance appeared in his mind. No, rather than a black light, it was more akin to a profound darkness. Within this abyss, a flicker of red glimmered. As Yishio yearned to approach this spark of red, a black, shadowy humanoid Pokemon slowly emerged from the black mist. It turned out that the shimmering red was the creature SI. Without any need for speculation, Yishio already knew which Pokemon he was awakening. Darkrai. At that moment, Darkrai's form fully materialized in Yishio's mind, its crimson eyes reverting to their original azure hue. Yishio then opened his eyes and pressed the button on the Pokeball. Come forth, Darkrai. Boom. A thunderous sound echoed across the sky. The entire expanse dimmed instantaneously. A powerful wave of Dark-type energy surged outward. Before Yishio stood a striking, pitch-black Pokemon, hovering in the air like a sovereign of darkness. Name, Darkrai. Type, Dark. Ability, Bad Dreams. Level, 50, Early Champion level. Potential, Divine Beast. Skills, Dark Void, Dream Eater, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Psychic, Trick, Disable, Ice Beam, Thunderbolt, Shadow Claw, Thunder. Affection, 100, maximum affection value is 100. Review, Darkrai, possessing the qualities of a mythical beast, is the sole entity of its kind in the world. Upon maturation, it can be deemed an invincible existence, having honed a plethora of diverse moves to perfection. Upon glimpsing the data on Darkrai, Yishio was filled with exhilaration. The fact that Darkrai's potential is classified as mythical, awakening with the prowess of a quasi-champion, is indeed astounding. Furthermore, it wields a myriad of formidable techniques. Suppressing his excitement, Yishio extended his fist and, with a serious demeanor, declared, Darkrai, it is a pleasure to meet you. I hope we can strive together and reach the pinnacle of this world. Darkrai reciprocated by extending its fist, colliding with Yishio's. This moment elicited gasps and murmurs from the crowd. What on earth? Why did it suddenly turn dark in broad daylight? This Pokemon's entrance is so striking. What a handsome creature. What kind of Pokemon has awakened? I've never seen one like it before. It must be a new type. This Pokemon is undoubtedly among this year's newly emerged species. Such an impressive Pokemon, it exudes an air of aloofness. Not only is it strikingly handsome, but its presence is unlike anything I've encountered. Even my father's gym-level Pokemon pales in comparison. Just judging by its entrance, it's undoubtedly a rare Pokemon. Many were captivated by the Pokemon's allure, and indeed, Darkrai is a strikingly handsome creature. Its flowing, mist-like white mane obscured much of its face, revealing only a singular, luminous light blue eye, coupled with an aura of coldness that emanated continuously. This indifferently handsome appearance certainly captured the admiration of many. Chapter 4, The Interview. World Champion? As time passed, all the first-year students had completed their awakenings. Since Yishio had awakened this unrecorded new type of Pokemon, he was retained to document its name and other pertinent information. This cool and striking Pokemon was even filmed and uploaded online, causing a massive sensation. Wow, I've never seen a Pokemon like this. A mysterious and powerful creature. It seems that this is the only one in our entire Dragon Country. Is that true? Yes. Because each year, the Pokemon Alliance officially records new types, and this Pokemon is the only one in the entire Dragon Country. Whether there are any abroad remains unknown. But soon foreign statistics on all newly awakened Pokemon will be released, then we shall see. Netizens fervently discussed, praising the image of this new type of Pokemon, Darkrai. The officials, noticing the immense popularity of this new type, wasted no time in arranging for reporters to interview Yishio and his Pokemon, Darkrai. The Pokemon's charm and presence captivated 99% of the online audience, leaving all Pokemon trainers in the Dragon Country yearning to possess one. However, that was an unattainable dream. Mythical beasts are far rarer in this Pokemon world than in the Pokemon series. They may even be deemed unique entities. In this realm, individuals had never awakened a mythical beast among their initial Pokemon. The highest potential observed was merely champion level. Yishio's awakening was facilitated through the Darkrai insignia included in the system's novice gift package. This was not mere luck, it was akin to having an advantage. Thus, those wishing to acquire a similar Darkrai could only be said to be dreaming. Such an opportunity would elude them for a lifetime. As time wore on, the new type Pokemon Darkrai became a sensation across the internet. Details such as which high school and who had awakened it were almost instantly disclosed. Reporters had already arrived at the school Yishio attended, Magic City Pokemon High School, eagerly awaiting the interview. The moment Yishio stepped out of the school gates, he found himself surrounded by a dozen reporters. What is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Yishio's confusion, a tall female reporter replied, "Yishio, your newly awakened Pokemon is a new type that has never been seen before in the world. We wish to conduct an interview with you." "Very well." Yishio responded calmly. "May I ask, what is the name of this Pokemon?" The naming rights belong solely to the first individual to awaken a new type. Without hesitation, Yishio looked up and replied, "Its name is Darkrai." "Darkrai, you say? What a peculiar name," the reporters remarked with smiles. Proceeding to inquire about various questions that piqued the interest of netizens, such as Darkrai's attributes. They also inquired about Yishio's romantic status and plans for marriage. Yishio, disinterested in addressing such questions, remained silent. Finally, the female reporter asked Yishio about his future aspirations. With the awakening of such a seemingly mysterious and powerful Pokemon, his ambitions must surely differ from the ordinary. To this, Yishio simply stated 4 words, "World Champion." Those 4 words left the reporters momentarily stunned, followed by a wave of contemplation. After all, Yishio's goal was not merely to become the champion of the Dragon Country, but rather a world champion. In the eyes of these reporters, this was an impossibility, akin to this year's Dragon Country champion, Adu, who was only a champion within the nation. The World Championship is a global competition where champions from each country face off, featuring the most elite competitors. Now, Yishio, having just become a novice trainer, aspired to achieve the World Championship. To others, this was perceived as arrogance. This young man truly dares to dream. A fledgling unafraid of the tiger. Does he truly believe that the World Championship is easily won? Unfortunately, his audacity, stemming from awakening a new type of Pokemon, would likely lead him nowhere. In terms of the Dragon Country, the competition for the championship is considerably more challenging than in other nations. Indeed, the sheer population of the Dragon Country presents an unparalleled level of competitive pressure each year. Not to mention the World Championship. This youth is quite ambitious. Although the reporters were not particularly optimistic about Yishio, they still offered some words of encouragement. However, once this interview was uploaded online, a torrent of ridicule ensued. This kid truly knows no bounds. Does he think becoming a champion is simple? How arrogant. Does he understand the challenges and resources required to attain the championship? I am curious to know what he will think of his youthful declarations once he becomes a professional trainer. So naive. Exactly. Perhaps this fellow won't even make it to the finals in the school's new student Pokemon battles. Amidst the cacophony of derision, this year's Dragon Country champion, Adu, stepped forward to voice his opinion. "I believe he has a chance at becoming the world champion. As a champion, Adu's prowess is unquestionable. His insight is far from ordinary." Upon viewing the video of Darkrai, he recognized its exceptional nature, possessing at least the strength of a gym leader right from its inception. What a formidable prospect. Typically, newly awakened Pokemon only exhibit gym-level potential, let alone those of inferior elite status. Many of these creatures may never reach a strength greater than Darkrai's nascent power, as gym leader level is considered the pinnacle for 99 trainers. Adu's endorsement as this year's champion shifted the tide of public opinion online. The narrative flipped, with Adu's affirmation, stating that Yishio possesses the potential to become a champion, suddenly made it conceivable. Yes, I share the same sentiment. The strength of the youth signifies the strength of the nation. Ambition begets a promising future. Indeed, Yishio is destined to become the champion. I have believed in him since my childhood. To the one above, if I am not mistaken, you previously mocked him. Following this incident, Yishio and Darkrai, as novice trainers, have captured the attention of the masses, emerging as highly anticipated superstars. Just a single word from the champion guarantees that henceforth, regardless of the competitions he enters, he will attract considerable attention. On the other hand, Yishio's audacity to utter such bold statements is undoubtedly rooted in his confidence, which derives from Darkrai and the system. If one possesses a golden finger yet fails to reach the pinnacle of the world, it would truly be an embarrassment for all those who traverse worlds. The national awakening of novice trainers has reached a conclusion. Many newcomers have emerged from the awakening ceremony, acquiring what they deem to be commendable Pokemon. such as the likes of Tepig and Trico among the starter trio, as well as Ralts. Besides these Pokemon, several new species have come into existence. In the Dragon Kingdom, new Pokemon such as Wood Owl, Good and Evil Star, and Call Dog have appeared. While these are considered novel species in the eyes of the world, to Yishio, they seem all too familiar. Perhaps only he understands that these Pokemon ought to be the new species typically found in this world, and that his Darkrai exists solely due to his system's augmentation. It is inconceivable for anyone in this world to awaken a mythical beast akin to Darkrai. Chapter 5. The First Instance, An Encounter with Ash. At this moment, Yishio has no time to concern himself with the online comments about him. Not just Yishio, but all students are too preoccupied to engage in idle chatter. As they prepare for tomorrow's novice Pokemon tournament, those from affluent families purchase skill machines to teach their Pokemon powerful techniques, aiming for a commendable rank in the tournament. Conversely, those unable to afford such luxuries may find themselves languishing in mediocrity, placing their hopes solely on their Pokemon, yearning for them to grow stronger. This world is indeed harsh. It is difficult for commoners to rise. However, it is not impossible. Over a decade ago, there was a champion from the Dragon Kingdom named Inshio. He was a trainer of humble origins who awakened a powerful fossil pterodactyl, securing first place in both the school novice tournament and the national high school Pokemon competition, subsequently gaining sponsorships and extensive support from the Dragon Kingdom, leading to many opportunities. With these resources and serendipities, 5 years later, Inshio claimed the championship as a commoner. If asked, Yishio would say that this individual epitomizes the protagonist archetype, with advantages continuously falling into his lap. Nonetheless, Yishio need not fret over the novice Pokemon competition. He is engrossed in studying his system. He summoned the system interface and directly selected to enter the first instance. The Fire Sparrow Incident. Ding. Does the host wish to enter the Fire Sparrow Incident instance? Enter. Ding. Successfully entered. Instance mission. Defeat the Fire Sparrow Swarm. A flash of white light enveloped Yishio. In an instant, he found himself transported to a dense forest. As he surveyed his surroundings, he spotted Pokemon like Caterpie and Weedle inhabiting the lush trees. Where's this place? Aren't there usually maps for game instances? The mission is to defeat the Fire Sparrow Swarm, yet without a map, how am I to locate them? Just as Yishio pondered this, a youthful voice resonated in the distance. Stop, Fire Sparrow. Pikachu, are you alright? Hang in there, we will soon reach Pewter City. Upon seeing a boy sprinting with a Pikachu in his arms, pursued by dozens of Fire Sparrows, Yishio remarked to himself, Name, Fire Sparrow. Type, normal flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Level, 3, early stage. Potential, intermediate. Moves, Peck, Growl, Leer. Evaluation, weak among the weak. Isn't that the foolish creature and the divine Pikachu? Should I intervene? I recall Pikachu ultimately dispatching that horde of Fire Sparrows. However, if Pikachu takes care of them, does that count as my mission being accomplished? While contemplating, Ash was already nearing Yishio. Run. There's danger behind. Ash, of course, noticed Yishio and shouted toward him. Seeing Ash and Pikachu in such a predicament, Yishio resolved to assist. As the swarm of Fire Sparrows approached, Yishio calmly retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. Come forth, Darkrai. Dark. The moment Darkrai emerged, a formidable aura surged forth toward the Fire Sparrow swarm, causing them to freeze midair, their expressions betraying fear as they beheld Darkrai. Feeling the pressure emanating from Darkrai, none dared pursue Ash any longer. This was the imposing presence of a legendary Pokemon, a palpable aura. Though Darkrai's power was only at the initial stage of the champion level, its legendary status endowed it with an aura that these Pokemon lacked. Furthermore, these Fire Sparrows were merely at the early stages of their evolution, far too weak. Seeing the Fire Sparrow swarm hesitate, a smirk graced Yishio's lips as he commanded. Darkrai, use Psychic to resolve them. Dark. At the sound of Yishio's command, Darkrai's expression hardened, its eyes turning blood red. In the next moment, a mysterious psychic force emanated from Darkrai, surging toward the swarm of Fire Sparrows. In an instant, all the Fire Sparrows' eyes glazed over, rendering them unconscious. Thud. Thud, thud. The sound of incapacitated Fire Sparrows plummeting to the ground left Ash utterly astonished. What a powerful Pokemon. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the Fire Sparrow Incident instance. Reward, Qualification Enhancement Potion, Champion. As the system's voice echoed, Yishio momentarily disregarded the reward and turned around, only to find a dirty Ash gaping at him and Darkrai in awe. Name, Pikachu. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Level 1. 15, unknown. Potential. Moves, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Volt Tackle. Evaluation, A Pikachu imbued with mysterious powers. Truly, it is the divine Pikachu, capable of standing toe-to-toe with legendary Pokémon, yet its potential remains obscured even to the data eye, as it is still far too weak. Contemplating Pikachu's data, Yishio couldn't help but marvel inwardly. As Yishio was lost in thought, Ash quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Thank you. I am Ash from Pallet Town, and I am immensely grateful for your rescue of me and Pikachu. However, Pikachu is gravely injured. I must hurry to the Pokemon Center in Pewter City for treatment. I truly appreciate your help." With that, he swiftly cradled Pikachu and dashed toward Pewter City. Observing Ash's retreating figure, Yishio said nothing, summoning the system to check the rewards he had obtained. Having cleared the first level, he was eager to see what rewards awaited him. Qualification Enhancer, King capable of elevating the qualifications of Pokemon below the King level to King level. As he beheld the reward, Yishio furrowed his brow. What good is this King Qualification Enhancer to me now, when I possess no Pokemon to utilize it on? To capture Pokemon, one must venture into the secret realms. In this world, the only avenue to capture Pokemon is through these enigmatic domains. The secret realms have existed for a century, manifesting in various corners of the world, each housing a brand new and unknown world within. These realms naturally generate across the globe, classified into E, D, C, B, A, and S levels, each teeming with diverse Pokemon species and a plethora of tantalizing exotic items. For instance, fruits that can craft energy cubes, exceptional medicinal herbs, costly evolution stones, and even treasures that can augment a Pokemon's prowess. However, the secret realms are fraught with peril. The wild Pokemon within are predominantly aggressive, and casualties are not uncommon. To recklessly enter without adequate strength is tantamount to courting death. Many trainers have met their demise in pursuit of fortune within these realms, and it is advisable to avoid even the lowest E-level secret realms until one's Pokemon have achieved higher ranks. E-level secret realm Pokemon generally range from novice to intermediate levels. The secret realms are further divided into large and small categories, distinguishing them by their spatial expanse. Small secret realms typically feature a single entrance, while large ones boast multiple accesses. There are some lower-level realms I could explore at any time. My Darkrai would sweep through them effortlessly. Yet, it seems unnecessary. The rewards from my system's dungeons are quite enticing. The first level granted me a qualification enhancer, a remarkable item capable of changing a Pokemon's fate. What treasures might lie ahead in subsequent dungeons? Yishio mused that an item as valuable as a qualification enhancer would likely require an expedition to an S-level realm in reality. But are such realms easily accessible? Firstly, S-level secret realms are exceedingly rare, with only 3 existing in the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. Furthermore, even Pokemon of the King Champion level would struggle to gain anything substantial within an S-level realm, often forced to flee upon encountering Pokemon clans. Speaking of which, system, can I capture Pokemon within the dungeon? Affirmative. The host may capture all wild Pokemon within the dungeon by defeating them and utilizing Pokeballs. That's reassuring. But I think I'll pass on those wild Pidgey. Yishio glanced at the unconscious Pidgey, his intention to capture them evaporating. When Yishio returned to reality from the dungeon, it was already quite late. He had lingered within the dungeon in search of any rare Pokemon. Unfortunately, the outcome was disappointing. The wild Pokemon encountered were mostly weak and of low qualification, leaving Yishio somewhat dissatisfied. Alas, it was past 11, time to sleep. For tomorrow the school would host a new student Pokemon competition. Lying in bed, Yishio found himself wide awake, his mind racing with myriad thoughts. An orphan. He had never known his parents. For years, he had persevered and struggled on his own. Before his transmigration, at the age of 25, he had run a small convenience store, barely scraping by. To his astonishment, he had found himself transported back to his 16-year-old self, in a world that had undergone significant changes. Everything about this world filled him with both longing and unfamiliarity. If this were merely a dream, he wished it would last forever. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 6. A scene overflowing with passion. Morning dawned. The sky over Magic City was a breathtaking azure, captivating to the soul. Outside, the thrumming of traffic and bustling crowds showcased the city's vibrant energy and dynamism. Oh, what a delightful first sleep after my transmigration. Yishio lazily propped himself up. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. This familiar single room confirmed that it was indeed not a dream. Thus, today's new student competition would be my stage to shine. Darkrai, you will stand with me atop this world, won't you? Yishio spoke with a smile directed at the Pokeball by his pillow. Darkrai seemed to hear Yishio's words, as the Pokeball wobbled gently in response. After stepping outside and grabbing a quick breakfast, Yishio arrived at school, joining his classmates in the classroom as they awaited the new student competition. The homeroom teacher had been explaining the competition's procedures and various precautions. Just as Teacher Fan was concluding, the school intercom blared. All first-year students, please assemble at the school gymnasium for the new student Pokemon competition. Let us go, everyone. We VE covered everything. I hope you all achieve great standings, Teacher Fan encouraged, hoping her class would excel, as it would benefit her as well. All 12 first-year classes gathered at the stadium. The arena was as electrifying as the previous day's Pokemon awakening ceremony, filled to capacity, with numerous king-level trainers in attendance, including this year's champion, Adu. This event sparked a frenzy across various live streaming platforms. Wow, Champion Adu is actually attending the new student competition? Magic City no. One high school is quite impressive to have invited the champion. Are you foolish? There's no way the school invited him. He must be here to watch that young man, Yishio, compete. The new student Pokemon competition was being broadcast live across the internet, with Magic City no. One high school receiving the highest attention, not only because of the champion's presence, but also due to Yishio, who was recognized by the champion. Almost no one wished to miss Yishio's performance today. While some were eager to witness his triumph, others were keen to see him falter. This included the notorious trio from Yishio's class, who had initially planned to confront him after awakening their Pokemon, but upon seeing Yishio's formidable Pokemon, they immediately backed down. With a rumble, a host platform rose at the edge of the competition area, where a male host stood. Welcome, everyone, to the new student competition at Magic City No. 1 High School. Today, we have a special guest in attendance. Let us warmly welcome this year's champion of the Dragon Kingdom, Adu. The camera shifted to the guest seating, focusing on Adu, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the crowd, with students joining in the chant. Champion! Champion! Adu! Adu! Having recently claimed victory, Adu's popularity was immense. Acknowledging the cheers with a slight nod, he greeted the crowd. While everyone called out his name, Yishio calmly observed Adu from the center of the guest seating, his heart ablaze. Is this the privilege of a champion? To stand above the masses. But I shall surpass him in the future. Yishio was not one to shy away from ambition. In his previous life, he had been mediocre, but now, having been reborn and activated a system, he was determined to rise above the ordinary, to stand at the pinnacle of this world. Alright, perhaps I'm getting a little too dramatic. Back to the present, Adu, sensing Yishio's gaze, turned slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment, the host continued. Alright, everyone, let us take a moment to calm down. Although Mr. Ado is exceedingly popular, today we are here for the newcomer Pokemon tournament, and the spotlight should now be on these young contestants. The rules for the newcomer competition are as follows. The names of all students from the 12 classes will be shuffled together, and the system will randomly select 10 students to engage in a chaotic battle. Only the last standing victor will advance to the subsequent one-on-one matches. Now, let us commence the random grouping by the system. Before long, the large screen in the center of the arena displayed the photos of 400 to 500 students, being shuffled into groups of 10. Alright, everyone can see the large screen. The groupings have been completed. Now, let us invite the 10 students from Group 1 to take the stage. The newcomers assigned to the first group were generally elated. After all, being the first to appear often garners greater attention, and they all wish to showcase their abilities. Soon, the first chaotic battle commenced. Once on stage, the 10 contestants seemed to have a tacit agreement, splitting into pairs for one-on-one confrontations, swiftly finding their opponents, and entering battle mode, all while exchanging banter. Li Chong, let us settle our grudges from elementary school once and for all. Zhang San, I truly couldn't have asked for more. My strength is unrivaled. We shall see if my Monferno agrees with that. Monferno, let him feel your might. Strength, your power is the strongest. Go. Li Chong and Zhang San appeared to have unresolved issues dating back to their elementary school days, lingering even into high school, embodying a tale of love and rivalry. Coincidentally, one awakened a Monferno while the other had a Machoke, both adept at close combat. Under the commands of their respective trainers, the two Pokemon charged at one another. Machoke, use low kick. Monferno, don't hold back. Use low kick against him. Bang. The two Pokemon's legs collided fiercely. The standoff lasted for a minute. Both Pokemon gritting their teeth and sweating profusely. Machoke, Monferno. Yet, they were acutely aware of their trainers' rivalries and were unwilling to yield, eager to vindicate their trainers. Perhaps this is the allure of Pokemon battles. Suddenly, Monferno collapsed, its eyes swirling, rendered unable to continue fighting. After all, they were merely novice trainers, lacking any tactical acumen, relying solely on brute strength. How could a Monferno compete in stamina against a Machoke? Observing the battle from the sidelines, Yishio shook his head in disapproval. Indeed, Monferno had a speed advantage against Machoke, yet choosing to engage in a battle of endurance was folly. Witnessing Monferno's defeat, Zhang San seethed with frustration, his head lowered, teeth clenched, fists tightened, exuding a palpable sense of resentment. Damn it, how could I lose? He recalled his defeated Monferno into its Pokeball and stormed off the stage. Surprisingly, Li Chong, who should have been celebrating his victory, found himself unable to rejoice. Upon seeing Zhang San rush out, his heart unexpectedly trembled. He hurriedly recalled Machoke and dashed after Zhang San. Machoke, you've done well, come back. Zhang San, wait for me. Noticing Li Chong's intent to leave the arena, the host shouted, Li Chong, your match is not yet over. Are you certain you wish to exit? This will result in an automatic loss. To everyone's astonishment, Li Chong called back, I voluntarily forfeit. Zhang San, wait for me. Perhaps this is what brotherhood truly means. Until the final moment, one may never fully grasp another's significance. Both the audience present and those watching the live stream were profoundly touched by this poignant scene, evoking memories of their childhood companions and their initial dreams. Chapter 7. The overwhelming presence of Darkrai. As the first group's competition concluded, the second group was set to commence. Yishio, you must give it your all. Yes, Yishio, you're the best. Don't be nervous, Yishio. Go for it. The female classmates in the class, noticing that Yishio was in the second group, began to cheer him on. The green-haired member of the notorious trio witnessed this scene and clenched his fists in frustration. He too was in the second group. Yet no girls were there to encourage him, only his two lackeys fawning over him. Boss, you're definitely the strongest. That Yishio merely awakened a new type of Pokemon, and that's why he is popular. We are yet to ascertain the true strength of that Pokemon. Right. Perhaps he only appears strong, but is truly lacking in power? Sure enough, the words of his lackeys rekindled his confidence. You're right. He is merely riding on the coattails of a newly awakened Pokemon. Yesterday, I had my father buy a move tutor for Nidoran. Just wait and see how I'll embarrass him later. If Yishio were to hear their words, he would likely laugh aloud. The students stood on the stage, vigilantly observing those around them, awaiting the host's command. All right, the 10 newcomers from the first group are now all in position. Let the battle begin. As the host declared the start, the students immediately released their Pokemon. Come forth, Rattata. Arbok, I choose you. Lotad, Magikarp, I believe in you. Witnessing his classmates release their Pokemon, the green-haired boy also summoned his. Come forth, Nidoran. Name, Nidoran type, poison ability, poison point level. 6, intermediate, qualification, elite skills, poison sting. Glare, night slash evaluation. Weak among the 9 Pokemon, 8 were level 5, while only Nidoran was level 6 and had learned night slash. Such a move tutor is not easily obtained for less than several 100,000. It seems this little green-haired boy indeed comes from a wealthy family. However, in the face of my Darkrai, all of this is futile, Yishio pondered. The green-haired boy, seeing Yishio yet to release a Pokemon, assumed he was intimidated and began to taunt. Oh, isn't this the campus heartthrob, Yi? We're in the same group after all. What's the matter? Why aren't you releasing your Pokemon? Are you scared? Hey, you 8. Want to team up to take him out first? He has been such a show-off at school. You must feel annoyed too, right? This plan to overwhelm with numbers found agreement among some, as they too had grown weary of Yishio's popularity, which had soared even higher since he awakened a new type of Pokemon. A few who initially intended to refuse exchanged glances and ultimately chose to side with the majority. Moving to stand by the green-haired boy. The green-haired boy was notorious for being a bully at school. Ordinary students dared not provoke him for fear of future retribution. Thus, the arena transformed into a scenario of Yishio against 9 others. The competition rules stated that the last standing victor would advance to the next one-on-one matches, but it did not specify that one could not use numbers to one's advantage. Typically, such actions would invite animosity. This maneuver undoubtedly drew the ire of both the audience and the online viewers. How outrageous. Is this not an affront to the honest? Why is it 9 against 1? Report, report, report. Why has the match not been halted? This reeks of foul play. Is it that handsome boys attract such enmity? This young man is in peril now. Even with his newly awakened Pokemon, it is inconceivable that he could prevail against such a coalition of adversaries. Observing this, the green-haired youth cast a malevolent grin at Yishio. What's the matter, Yi, the campus heartthrob? Why the silence? Are you contemplating surrender? Remember to call me daddy if you lose. The school officials, the Magic City Pokemon Association, sponsors, and those professional trainers in the guest seats began to murmur among themselves. What is happening? How could our school harbor such shameless students? They lack martial ethics. The principal thundered. Indeed, today as students are utterly unreasonable. Please do not be upset. Principal, I will impose penalties on these students later. Principal, should we not cancel this match? At this moment, the champion Adu interjected. Fear not, everyone. Yishio's newly awakened Pokemon is not as simple as it appears. Even if 10 freshmen were pitted against him, they would likely be no match. Hearing Adu's words, although they still harbored some doubts, they refrained from voicing them. After all, the words of the champion carry weight. It appears Mr. Adu has high hopes for this lad. Let us wager, should this young man manage to triumph against 9, I shall offer my own reputation as a guarantee. I will sponsor him an unknown Pokemon egg obtained from a C-class realm. This egg was recently discovered by our association's members in a C-class realm. The vice president of the Magic City Pokemon Association announced. Judging by his demeanor, he was clearly not optimistic about Yishio's chances. After all, no one has ever managed to take on 9 adversaries with a Pokemon that has only just awakened. Regardless of strategy, the others could simply wear him down. Given this, almost no one, whether watching the live stream or present at the venue, believed Yishio stood a chance. They regarded this as a certain defeat. Yet, Yishio in the arena did not share this sentiment. He displayed no hint of anxiety. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. Alas, why must one subject oneself to such humiliation? Even a Magikarp devoid of combat prowess has made an appearance. It seems you can only huddle together for warmth. However, even if you 9 unite, I shall show no mercy. Yishio's tone dripped with derision, eliciting laughter from those around him. Of course, he merely mocked them, not condemning their blatant teaming up. After all, it is precisely this 1 versus 9 scenario that highlights Darkrai's might. Yishio's unparalleled confidence was infectious, rendering his arrogance seemingly justified. These words pierced the hearts of the 9 adversaries, inciting them to retaliate fiercely. You braggart! Who do you think you are? How dare you act so brazenly at a time like this? Yishio, I shall relish the moment of your embarrassment. Do not think that your newly awakened Pokemon makes you extraordinary. Yishio, when you lose, I shall relish your humiliation. The green-haired youth ground his teeth in fury, then immediately commanded his Nidoran. Nidoran, go forth. Tear him apart. At this juncture, how can you still be so arrogant? Seeing this, others also urged their Pokemon to attack. Yishio, observing their rapid descent into panic, found the situation rather dull and retrieved a Pokeball. Go, Darkrai. I trust you can easily handle these fledgling Pokemon. Feel free to dispatch them at your leisure. Yishio could not be bothered to give commands. After all, pitting a Pokemon of near-legendary caliber against novice Pokemon hardly warranted serious tactics. Is this not a form of bullying? Darkrai, akin to a sovereign of shadows, exuded a formidable aura upon its emergence, immediately imposing an overwhelming pressure upon the 9 Pokemon. Faced with Darkrai's oppressive presence, the 9 Pokemon cowered, retreating to their trainer's legs in fear, too intimidated to meet Darkrai's gaze. In an instant, silence enveloped the arena. Adu, seated at the center of the VIP section, widened his eyes in astonishment. How is it possible that a Pokemon, merely awakened for a day, possesses such formidable presence and overwhelming pressure? The other Pokemon, contemporaneously awakened, lack even the courage to confront Darkrai. What could be the reason? At this moment, even Yishio felt a twinge of confusion. However, considering that the opposing Pokemon had only just awakened, he found solace in understanding their fear. Newly awakened Pokemon are akin to newborns, unacquainted with the world. It is only natural for them to be frightened when faced with an opponent of such overwhelming strength, especially one as extraordinary as Darkrai. Meanwhile, the 9 adversaries witnessed their Pokemon trembling at their feet, their expressions betraying discomfort. This cowardly display was a disgrace to them. The green-haired youth could no longer contain himself and shouted, Nidoran, what is the matter with you? What happened to the Shadow Claw I had you practice yesterday? Hurry and demonstrate it for everyone. But Nidoran appeared deaf to the green-haired youth's words, clinging tightly to his leg. This scene darkened the green-haired youth's countenance. With a flick of his leg, he cast Nidoran before him. Nidoran, what are you afraid of? Do you not recall last night's training? Attack that dark Pokemon. Now, the green-haired youth incessantly urged Nidoran, pointing at Darkrai, yet Nidoran remained rooted in place, trembling with fear. In a fit of impatience, the green-haired youth bellowed at Nidoran. If you continue like this, I will abandon you. Nidoran? Upon hearing this, Nidoran turned weakly to face its trainer, who glared at it with fierce eyes. Finally, stealing its resolve, it cast aside its fear and turned to confront the daunting black figure before it. Nidoran. With a mighty cry, Nidoran charged at Darkrai with all its might. Darkrai regarded the feeble creature rushing toward it. With a casual motion, it sent Nidoran flying. Although this was merely a flick of Darkrai's hand, lacking any formal technique, it was beyond what these newly awakened Pokémon could withstand. Darkrai intended to swiftly defeat the remaining 8 Pokémon, yet to its surprise, the Nidoran it had casually dispatched rose valiantly, gritting its teeth, and charged once more at Darkrai without regard for its own safety. This scene struck Yishio as reminiscent of certain narratives. Goodness! Could this Nidoran be a template for a protagonist? Yet reality offers no such archetypes. In the face of fear and injury, Pokémon fear abandonment by their trainers even more. This is the essence of newly awakened Pokémon, who harbor only their trainers in their hearts. This Nidoran exemplified such loyalty. Compelled to suppress its fear and unleash its potential upon hearing its trainer's threat of abandonment. Yet no amount of unleashed potential could bridge the vast chasm of strength between it and Darkrai. Darkrai chose not to deliver a casual strike this time. Instead, it infused its right hand with ghostly energy, forming a sharp, obsidian claw. Shadow Claw. Whoosh. Nidoking. In an instant, Nidoran was sent flying by the vicious swipe, emitting a heart-wrenching cry before losing consciousness, utterly incapacitated. Its face was mangled and bloodied, marking it with a scar that would endure a lifetime. Remarkably, its trainer, green-haired, exhibited no trace of concern. Rather, he muttered under his breath, "What a worthless creature. You can use Shadow Claw just like that newfangled Pokémon. Why can't you defeat it?" The spectators, both present and in the live stream, began to voice their disapproval. What is this green-haired kid thinking? Does he even deserve to be a trainer? Such a person is utterly intolerable. Poor Nidoran, to be burdened with such a trainer. Alas, perhaps this is the fate of awakened Pokémon. They will never betray their trainers, even if those trainers are scoundrels. Amidst the crowd, upon hearing the cacophony of accusations, green-haired, perhaps feeling embarrassed or realizing his fault, hastily withdrew Nidoran into its Pokeball and, with a grim expression, exited the arena. Following this incident, Green-haired's journey as a trainer was effectively over. After all, no one would respect someone who treated their Pokemon with such disdain. Chapter 8. An Effortless Victory. The Might of Darkrai. After this occurrence, Green-haired never returned to school, and no one knew his whereabouts. Yet, no one cared. Who would concern themselves with someone who fails to cherish their Pokemon? The competition continued, and Darkrai regarded the 8 trembling Pokemon with exasperation, thus tempering its aura. The opposing 8 Pokemon quickly regained their composure. Their trainers, witnessing their Pokemon's diminishing fear, reached a consensus. The new Pokemon named Darkrai must have employed some unknown skill that instilled such terror. Undoubtedly, the effect of that skill had worn off. Indeed, even if Darkrai were formidable, it was still just a Pokemon born a day ago. Our 8 Pokemon should certainly prevail. Rattata. Use Quick Attack on Darkrai. Arbok. Employ Poison Sting. Wooper. Execute Mud Shot. Tadbulb. Unleash Water Gun. The 8 trainers commanded their Pokemon to assault Darkrai. Yishio observed this scene, a slight smile curving his lips. How utterly presumptuous. After witnessing Nidoran's fate, they still dared to attack Darkrai? Very well, Darkrai, finish them all at once. Use Psychic. Dark. Darkrai let out a resounding roar, its eyes turning crimson, as a powerful, invisible force radiated from it and surged towards the 8 Pokemon. In but a moment, the 8 Pokemon were rendered dazed, their eyes glazing over as they simultaneously lost their ability to fight. The arena fell into silence. What on earth is happening? Someone finally broke the stillness. Am I dreaming? Just one glance at my Pokemon, and it loses its fighting capability? What kind of sorcery is this? Is this a psychic-type skill, capable of incapacitating our Pokemon in an instant? Wooper, are you alright? This is a Pokemon that has only just awakened. How could it possess such strength? It must be cheating. The 8 students stood agape, stunned into silence. The audience in the stands initially stared in disbelief, before an uproar ensued. Whether in person or in the live stream, all were left utterly astonished by Darkrai's overwhelming display. Is this truly the prowess of a Pokemon that has just awakened? Darkrai, splendidly executed, Yishio remarked with a faint smile. Darkrai, in turn, dismissively flicked its hand. For it, dispatching these fledgling Pokemon with a single skill was a trivial affair. However, for the other spectators, this was nothing short of astonishing. Yishio is so cool. What was that technique Darkrai just used? It effortlessly incapacitated all 8 opposing Pokemon in an instant. It seemed to be psychic, an exceptionally powerful psychic-type move. Who would have thought Darkrai would possess such tremendous strength? Go, Yishio. I admire you. How infuriating, being overshadowed by Yi Xiu again. Darkrai is truly terrifying. Not only the students and spectators, but even the school leaders and members of the Magic Capital Pokemon Association seated in the VIP area bore expressions of astonishment. Clearly, no one anticipated the formidable strength of Yi Xiu's Darkrai. The principal exclaimed in awe, "This Pokemon called Darkrai surpasses all my expectations. What is its origin?" Indeed, I once believed that Fossil Aerodactyl and Scyther were unrivaled among initial Pokemon, yet I never imagined there would be one even more powerful. What kind of Pokemon is this? Moreover, if it is a Dark-type Pokemon, how does it possess such potent Psychic-type abilities? To what level does this Pokemon's strength ascend? Advanced? Elite? Or perhaps Gym Leader? Listening to the discussions, the champion, Edu, seated at the center of the guest area, shook his head and declared, "No. This Pokemon possesses strength akin to that of a quasi-champion." At this pronouncement, those around initially thought Edu was jesting, but upon reflection, they realized he had no reason to deceive them. Just one day post-awakening, it already exhibited quasi-champion strength. What an extraordinary being. The vice president of the Magic Capital Pokemon Association also chuckled ruefully. "It seems I have lost this bet. Having awakened such a powerful Pokemon, the championship is undoubtedly his. I shall not go back on my word. I will present him the unknown Pokemon egg I retrieved from the sea-level secret realm once he triumphs in the freshman tournament." His words already designated Yi Xiu as the champion of this new competition. If Yi Xiu were to learn of this, he might very well dismiss the so-called reward. An egg retrieved from a sea-level secret realm likely possesses little potential. Seeing the 8 opponents now silent, lost in contemplation, Yi Xiu spoke calmly. "It appears you are struggling to accept the outcome of being vanquished in an instant? Fear not. It is entirely normal for your Pokemon to be defeated by Darkrai. After all, the disparity in our strengths is indeed vast. Darkrai's power far exceeds that of your Pokemon." As Yi Xiu spoke, he returned Darkrai to its Pokeball. His nonchalant demeanor and striking appearance elicited a chorus of admiration from countless young women in the audience. "Yi Xiu is so handsome. Mom, I am completely in love." If I heard correctly, Yi Xiu just claimed that Darkrai is a quasi-champion Pokemon. How can that be? I too find it hard to believe, considering it is merely a Pokemon that has awakened just a day ago. Surely, this is an exaggeration. Regardless, even as a man, I think Yi Xiu is incredibly handsome. Hearing the crowd's adulation, Yi Xiu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After the host announced the exit of these 9 freshmen, he stepped into the center of the arena to declare the results of the competition. Congratulations to classmate Yi Xiu and his Pokemon, Darkrai, for winning the second round of the knockout stage and securing a place in the main event. Yi Xiu smiled at the audience cheering for him, as if this victory held little significance for him. He then prepared to leave the arena. At that moment, the host approached him for an interview at the behest of the organizers. Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, as the victor of the first round had not been interviewed. Yet he was to be. After some contemplation, he decided to comply. Why was he being interviewed? Was it not because of his remarkable feat of defeating 9 opponents single-handedly? Following the interview, the name Darkrai quickly began to trend across the internet, with an array of headlines emerging. New Pokemon Darkrai sweeps the freshman competition. An analysis of the Dark-type Pokemon Darkrai's formidable Psychic-type moves. A single strike that decimates 8 Pokemon. A Pokemon that embodies both beauty and power. After the interview, Yi Xiu chose not to remain for the subsequent knockout rounds, opting instead to return home. Which was more important, the dungeon or the competition? Many students stayed behind to observe the future victors, hoping to devise strategies for the main event the following day, thus increasing their chances of success. Yet, Yi Xiu evidently felt no need to study any opponents. Regardless of who they were, his Darkrai could handle them all. Chapter 9, Nibby Gym. Brock. Dragon Kingdom, Magic City. In the conference room of the Pokemon Alliance building, several distinguished individuals, exuding an air of authority, were seated. These were the upper echelons of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Alliance. A man clad in military attire knelt on one knee to report, "Commander, a genius has emerged from Magic City Pokemon Academy, with an awakened initial Pokemon that appears to possess near champion-level strength. Here is his dossier." "Very well, we are aware. You may leave," responded an elderly man with white, curly hair as he accepted the documents. "Yes," the military man acknowledged before rising to depart. Once he had exited, the elderly man with white hair immediately spoke. "What are your thoughts? A newly awakened Pokemon with such strength cannot be allowed to spread beyond the Dragon Kingdom." He continued, "Such a phenomenon has never occurred since the founding of the Dragon Kingdom. It is uncertain whether this is a boon or a bane." A frail, bald elder sighed. contemplating the gravity of the situation. Shall we discreetly provide protection? The elderly man with white hair suggested. Upon hearing this, a robust man in his 60s, towering at nearly 2 meters, responded sternly, "Humph. A flower nurtured in a greenhouse cannot withstand the storm. Only those that grow in solitude can truly thrive amidst adversity." Despite his age, his face was marked by determination, and his physique was powerful. Enough. This matter will likely spread beyond the Dragon Kingdom soon. At that moment, an elderly man at the center, weathered and leaning on a cane, began to speak slowly. He paused before continuing. "We need only dispatch individuals to eliminate any foreign threats. As for the domestic organizations, I trust that young man can manage them himself. Moreover, in Magic City, these organizations dare not act too arrogantly. Such a talent requires both pressure and a degree of honing." With that, the elderly man turned away. Agreed. 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 At this time, Yishio had already returned home from school. After taking a brief rest, he summoned the system to check the next dungeon. The second dungeon was named Nibby Gym. Recommended strength, advanced. Nibby Gym is it? System, enter the dungeon Nibby Gym. With a flash of white light, Yishio found himself at the entrance of Nibby Gym. The majority of the gym structure was crafted from stone. Ding. Entry successful. Dungeon task, obtain the gray badge. Based on the anime, Yishio mused that the gym leader would undoubtedly be Brock. With that thought, he pushed open the doors of Nibby Gym with determination. Upon entering, the lights of the gym illuminated the space, revealing a young man with a spiky hairstyle and squinting eyes, seated cross-legged on a stone mat. "Hello, I am Brock, the gym leader of Nibby Gym. Are you here to challenge the gym?" Brock inquired. "Yes, I am Yishio, here to challenge the Nibby Gym. I accept your challenge. The rules are as follows. Each side may use 2 Pokemon, and the first to have both Pokemon incapacitated loses the match." Yishio nodded in acknowledgement. Brock then snapped his fingers. Boom, boom, boom. The iron roller shutters on either side rose, revealing 2 rock platforms that quickly converged to form a standard small rock battle arena. "Now, let the match begin. My first Pokemon is Geodude, go." Brock tossed out a Pokeball. A flash of white light erupted as Geodude was released. Name, Geodude type, rock ground ability, rock head level, 11, early intermediate, qualification, gym moves, tackle, defense curl evaluation and unremarkable Geodude. Geodude's head resembled a gray spherical stone, with muscular stone arms clenched into fists, giving it an appearance of considerable strength. Glancing at Geodude's data, Yishio took out the Pokeball from his waist. "Go, Darkrai. Dark." Upon entering the battlefield, Darkrai emanated an invisible aura directed at Geodude. The moment Geodude laid eyes on Darkrai, it felt the oppressive pressure of Darkrai's presence. Instinctively taking a step back, though it quickly regained its composure, not succumbing to fear. Truly, as expected of the gym leader's Pokemon, it was not comparable to those newly awakened Pokemon at the school. Observing that Darkrai's aura had not phased Geodude, Yishio pondered. Although Geodude was ultimately unaffected, Brock keenly noticed a slight disturbance in Geodude's state. "Geodude, what's wrong? What is happening? And this Pokemon, I've never seen it before." Brock immediately pulled out his Pokédex to scan Darkrai. An electronic female voice emanated from the device. Darkrai, the dark mythical Pokemon, capable of inducing nightmares in those around it, is a legendary Pokemon. "What? A legendary Pokemon?" Brock's face displayed astonishment, disbelief evident in his expression. How could a legendary Pokemon belong to a human? The Pokédex is remarkably comprehensive. It seems that Brock's device has been upgraded to a national Pokédex. Regardless, let us expedite this dungeon and move on to the next challenge. Hearing the voice from Brock's Pokédex, Yishio thought to himself. With the enticing rewards of the dungeon in mind, Yishio commanded Darkrai, "Darkrai, eliminate Geodude," with a critical hit. No sooner had he spoken than Darkrai's figure vanished in an instant. Whoosh. The speed of Darkrai was such that even its afterimage was undetectable. What transpired with Darkrai? Brock felt an unsettling premonition. "Geodude, use defense curl. Stay vigilant and be aware of your surroundings." As Brock noticed Darkrai's figure vanish, he urgently commanded Geodude. Just as Geodude began to curl up and its body was enveloped in a radiant light, Darkrai suddenly materialized behind it, raising its shadowy claw and delivering a ferocious punch. Bang! With a resounding thud, Geodude was sent flying by Darkrai's strike, crashing heavily onto the rocky terrain, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Geodude, how could this happen? It was defeated in a single blow? Brock, shaken by Darkrai's overwhelming power, furrowed his brow, adopting a serious demeanor. After regaining his composure, he released his second Pokemon, Onix. "Onix, you can do this. Have faith in yourself." A brilliant light flickered, revealing a colossal serpentine figure on the rocky field. Composed of massive boulders, Onix resembled a serpent. While it might terrify an average Pokemon, it was merely child's play in the face of Darkrai. Name: Onix. Type: Rock Ground. Ability: Rock Head. Level: 15, mid-tier. Potential: Near Champion. Skills: Tackle, Harden, Rock Slide, Bind. Evaluation: An Onix with notable aptitude. Onix. First, relax and don't panic. Use Harden to bolster your defenses. Observing Onix's cautious demeanor towards Darkrai, Brock, having learned from the earlier encounter, sought to enhance Onix's defenses before attempting a counterattack. Roar. Onix let out a thunderous cry, its massive form glowing with a white light, reinforcing its defenses. Leaf Shiyu, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. Regardless of the skills and strategies employed, all would be futile against Darkrai. Darkrai unleashed Dark Pulse on Onix. Dark. Upon hearing Leaf Shiyu's command, Darkrai hovered in midair, radiating a potent aura of dark energy. Subsequently, several blade-like streaks of shadowy energy erupted from Darkrai's form, swiftly targeting Onix. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed as Onix was directly struck by the dark pulses, crashing into the ground and causing an explosion that engulfed the area in thick smoke. Darkrai, seemingly aware that Onix had lost consciousness, glided over to Leaf Shiyu's side. Ding. Darkrai has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 51. The sudden electronic voice reverberated in Leaf Shiyu's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. It appeared that the legendary Pokemon's potential was indeed formidable. After awakening, these battles provided no challenge for a Pokemon of Darkrai's caliber, yet it had remarkably leveled up. As the smoke dissipated from the rocky arena, it revealed Onix, now entirely incapacitated, with several dark scorch marks from the explosions. Truly, it lives up to its legendary status. So powerful it's almost unbelievable, Brock remarked, astonished. Onix, you've done well. Return. Seeing his Onix easily subdued like Geodude, Brock felt a sense of relief and recalled Onix. Congratulations, Leaf Shiyu, you have bested me. I am particularly grateful for the opportunity to witness the prowess of a legendary Pokemon. This great badge is well-deserved. He approached Leaf Shiyu, conveying his admiration. Chapter 10, Acquiring Bangelis. Continuing the challenge. Leaf Shiyu received the gray badge and casually responded to Brock before exiting the dungeon and returning to his room. Successfully exited the dungeon. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing the Nibby Gym dungeon. Reward, Gray Badge, Rock-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Gray Badge, awarded for successfully challenging Nibby Gym. Collect 8 badges to unlock the hidden large dungeon Quartz Conference. Rock-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. This ticket allows the host to randomly obtain one of all Rock-type Pokemon in the system lottery. Ding. Detected that the host has obtained their first official gym badge. Reward, Pokemon Mini World. Pokemon Mini World, a realm belonging solely to the host, allowing all of the host's Pokemon to reside within. Pokemon can gradually recover from injuries and slowly increase their strength, and the host can also enter. Pokemon Mini World? This is splendid. Not only can it help Pokemon recover from injuries, but it can also enhance their strength, and I can enter as well. Leaf Shiyu exclaimed, clearly delighted with the acquisition of the Pokemon Mini World. Just the ability to gradually enhance the Pokemon's strength alone makes it one of the most coveted treasures in existence. And this Rock-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket? How intriguing. I wonder what Rock-type Pokemon I will draw. By the way, system, can I draw a Rock-type legendary Pokemon? Yes, this lottery ticket can yield all Rock-type Pokemon, including legendary ones. Then let us proceed with the draw. As soon as Leaf Shiyu finished speaking, a virtual Pokemon capsule machine with a predominant brown hue appeared before him, filled with Pokeballs. The machine began to shake as the Pokeballs tumbled within. Finally, one Pokeball emerged from the exit. Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Bangelis. Bangelis? Am I truly this fortunate? And it's the final evolution, no less. This means I won't need excessive training. Leaf Shiyu joyfully picked up the Pokeball, preparing to release the Pokemon. Wait. Let us have it enter my Pokemon Mini World instead. Noticing that his room could not accommodate Bangelis' massive size, he commanded, System, enter Pokemon Mini World. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Leaf Shiyu found himself in a separate realm where he felt like a deity, able to alter the landscape, weather, and more at will. With a wave of his right hand, he effortlessly created a patch of greenery and then laid down upon the grass. Oh. Leaf Shiyu took a deep breath, savoring the refreshing air, which felt as though it had been purified. The atmosphere in this mini world was pristine, devoid of any impurities. and not a speck of dust could be seen under the sunlight. The air is truly refreshing, he remarked, before retrieving 2 Pokeballs. Come forth, Darkrai and Bangelis. Dark. Roar. Darkrai remained expressionless, observing the colossal Bangelis beside it, while Bangelis eyed Darkrai warily. It seemed they were both awaiting Leaf Shiu's command to engage. Darkrai. This is Bangelis. It will be our partner from now on. You both must learn to coexist harmoniously. Leaf Shiu explained gently, noticing the battle-ready stance of Darkrai and Bangelis. Dark. Darkrai nodded slightly, but its aloof demeanor suggested it would not engage in much interaction with Bangelis. Leaf Shiu then focused his gaze intently on Bangelis. Behold, the creature before me stands at least 3 meters tall. Its colossal form and robust, elongated tail are adorned with a green, armor-like exoskeleton, exuding an aura of immense power. Name: Tyranitar. Type: Rock Dark. Ability: Sandstream. Strength: 49, peak gym level. Potential: Champion. Moves: Rock Slide, Dark Pulse, Crunch, Earthquake, Stone Edge, Hyper Beam, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong. Fire Fong, Dig, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Beam, Flamethrower. Friendship: 100. Evaluation: a Tyranitar possessing champion potential, truly a rarity, towering over its kin, and having mastered an array of moves to perfection. As Yishio beheld Tyranitar's attributes, his satisfaction grew. With champion-level potential and being at the pinnacle of gym strength, it stood just a step away from the Elite Four, having learned formidable moves such as the Farmer's Triple Punch, Flamethrower, and Ice Beam, making it a worthy addition to Yishio's current main team, rather than a mere filler Pokemon. As for Earthquake and Stomp, while powerful in the realm of games, in the real world, such moves could be evaded by any Pokemon capable of flight, including many legendary creatures that, despite lacking the flying type, possess the ability to soar. After reviewing Tyranitar's data, Yishio conjured a collection of rock-type energy cubes along with a mountain, designating this mountain and energy cubes as sustenance for Tyranitar, whose appetite was considerable. In this world, Pokemon do not require specialized food, they consume what humans eat. However, it was evident that certain Pokemon, like Tyranitar, with their substantial appetites, fall outside this norm, rendering them costly to maintain for an average household. Subsequently, Yishio created several Dark-type energy cubes and placed them beside Darkrai. With ample time remaining, he decided to proceed to the next dungeon, eagerly anticipating the rewards it would yield. System: take me to the next dungeon. Ding. Would the host like to enter the Hualan Gym dungeon? Strength recommendation: advanced. Enter. In an instant, Yishio found himself within a splendid aquarium. Ding. Successfully entered. Dungeon task: acquire the blue badge. Who are you? Are you here to challenge our Hualan Gym? Emerged a voice from a massive open-air swimming pool, where a girl clad in a one-piece swimsuit surfaced, addressing Yishio. Indeed, he replied with a nod. Upon hearing this, the swimsuit-clad girl promptly exited the water, retrieving a Pokeball as she declared, "Our Hualan Gym is not a place for just anyone to challenge. If you wish to face our gym leader, you must first overcome me." Very well, Yishio replied with a serene smile, undeterred by her disdain. To him, this swimsuit-clad girl was merely a minor opponent. In fact, he regarded the entire Hualan Gym as inconsequential, given its reputation as the weakest gym. Go, my little Pokemon. Stereo. The girl sent forth her Pokemon, a golden-brown star-shaped creature which appeared on the floating mat in the aquatic battlefield. The entire arena was a vast swimming pool, featuring large floating mats on either side for trainers and their Pokemon to stand upon. Name: Stereo. Type: Water. Ability: Natural Cure. Strength: 12, Early Intermediate. Potential: Elite. Moves: Tackle. Harden, Water Gun. Evaluation: Weak. Yishio glanced at Stereo's data and smirked inwardly. It was utterly feeble. Go, Darkrai. Dark. Darkrai emerged, hovering above the pool, regarding its impending adversary with a sense of disinterest. Initially, Yishio had intended for Tyranitar to take the stage, but this arena was clearly unsuitable for such a hefty, flightless creature, as it would inevitably sink into the depths. Although Tyranitar could not fly, it was not a legendary Pokemon. Surely, all legendary Pokemon could soar, right? A jest. Stereo. Upon seeing Darkrai, Stereo sensed an ominous presence and grew wary. Fear not, Stereo. This Pokemon is surely no match for you. Although the girl had never encountered Darkrai before, she could sense its formidable aura, stirring a hint of trepidation within her. Darkrai, use Shadow Strike to defeat Stereo. Yishio commanded with a calm demeanor. Dark. Darkrai responded, its form vanishing in an instant. As the girl witnessed Darkrai's sudden disappearance, Her anxiety intensified. Where is it? Both she and Stereo widened their eyes, scanning their surroundings. Whoosh. In an instant, Darkrai reappeared behind Stereo, swiftly raising its right hand to deliver a crushing blow. Bang! Stereo. Stereo shrieked in agony as it was plunged into the water, its central red core dimming, signaling its loss of combat ability as it sank rapidly to the depths. Stereo. What happened to you? The girl exclaimed, hastily retrieving her Stereo into its pokeball, questioning Yishio with urgency. Yishio merely smiled subtly, responding, "What could I possibly do to your Pokemon? Your Stereo was so weak that it fell to a single strike from my Darkrai. What sort of trainers do you have at the Hualan Gym?" You. The girl was on the verge of losing her composure upon hearing Yishio's words. Yet she found herself at a loss for retort. Defeat was defeat, especially after she had initially dismissed her opponent. After triumphing over the first NPC, Yishio continued deeper into the gym. Chapter 11. Hualan Gym. Acquire Milotic. Yishio arrived at an even grander and more opulent swimming pool arena, where three elegant figures clad in bikinis stood atop a high platform across the pool. Their silhouettes alone suggested they were of considerable beauty. Turning to face him, the woman with long, golden hair spoke, "Greetings, handsome trainer. We are the Hualan sisters, the leaders of the Hualan Gym. I am their elder sister, Sakura." The blue-haired woman continued, "I am Iris, and this pink-haired beauty is our younger sister, Peony." "I am Yishio," he replied instinctively. Pondering internally, it seems that in this Hualan Gym dungeon storyline, Misty is absent from the gym. I wonder if this occurs before or after her journey with Ash and Brock. Sakura observed Yishio's distracted demeanor and frowned slightly. This handsome young man is rather impolite. However, with a smile on her face, she remarked, "Yishio, congratulations on defeating the previous trainers and making it here. Next, we shall commence the formal gym challenge, a 3v3 battle. Is that agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Yishio raised an eyebrow. A 3v3? This was clearly a ploy aimed at him. How could a gym challenge possibly entail a 3-on-1 battle? It implied that he would have to command 3 Pokemon simultaneously. Although Yishio sensed that he was being targeted, he did not refuse. After all, sheer numbers could not possibly defeat Darkrai. "Very well. I shall use but one Pokemon to face all 3 of you." Sakura's expression faltered. She had anticipated that Yishio might back down, providing her an opportunity to ease the situation, yet he truly intended to take on 3? "Sisters, he is exceedingly arrogant. Let us go. Go forth, Seal. Shelter. Show him our prowess. And you too, Goldeen. Name, Seal. Type, Water. Ability, Thick Fat. Level, 19, Intermediate Peak. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Tackle, Growl, Water Gun, Icy Wind, Ice Shard. Evaluation, an unremarkable Seal. Name, Shelter. Type, Water. Ability, Shell Armor. Level, 17, Intermediate Late Stage. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Tackle, Leer, Water Gun, Withdraw, Ice Shard. Evaluation, an unremarkable Shelter. Name, Goldeen. Type, Water. Ability, Swift Swim. Level, 18, Intermediate Late Stage. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Peck, Tail Whip, Supersonic, Water Pulse, Horn Attack. Evaluation, an unremarkable Goldeen. Glancing at their data panels, Yishio couldn't help but smirk. He had come to understand the mechanics of the system's dungeons. They were not mere animated narratives, but progressively challenging, much like a game. "Let us proceed, Darkrai." Dark. Yishio summoned Darkrai once more, not to mention 3 Pokemon. Even dozens of this caliber would stand no chance against Darkrai. The battle commenced. "Go, Seal, use Water Gun." Sakura initiated the attack, and the Seal, previously submerged, emerged, puffing its cheeks and unleashing a jet of water towards Darkrai. The speed and force of Seal's Water Gun were impressive, clearly the result of professional training and nurturing, as she was indeed a gym leader. However, the vast disparity in power was undeniable. Yishio observed the torrent of water and calmly instructed, "Darkrai. Evade and follow up with Shadow Ball to conclude the battle." Darkrai, hovering above the water's surface, effortlessly dodged the oncoming Water Gun. Immediately, it conjured dark purple orbs of ghostly energy at its hands and chest, then hurled them toward the 3 Pokemon. Could Shadow Ball be used 3 times at once? The 3 sisters stared in astonishment as the 3 simultaneous Shadow Balls left them utterly dumbfounded. As a mythical Pokemon, Darkrai possessed the qualifications of a legendary beast, with its skills honed to perfection. Dividing the energy of 1 Shadow Ball into 3 was certainly no challenge, though the power would be diminished. Nevertheless, for these weaker Pokemon, even a fraction of that energy could be lethal. "Watch out. Seal. Shelter. Goldeen. Swim downwards to evade the attack." Sakura was the first to react, urgently issuing commands to her Pokémon. Yet, did she truly believe that simply instructing them to dive would suffice? A weaker Shadow Ball might indeed be impeded by the water, exploding upon the surface. But what kind of Pokémon was Darkrai? The moves it unleashed were far beyond what ordinary Pokémon could contend with. The 3 dark purple energy spheres surged towards the depths, obliterating any water barriers in their path, as if droplets met fierce flames, vanishing instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 shadow balls struck true. The cacophony echoed throughout the pool. The immense body of water was left pockmarked from the explosions, while the 3 Pokémon were rendered unable to battle. Seal, Goldeen, Shelter. The sisters cried out in despair at the sight of their Pokémon being annihilated in one fell swoop. Just witnessing the devastation wrought upon the arena made it abundantly clear how formidable Darkrai's attack was, let alone the damage inflicted upon their Pokémon. Yishio, observing the sisters' tearful reactions, was momentarily at a loss. What is this? Are they crying from defeat? Sakura wiped her tears and shouted at Yishio. How could you let your Pokémon strike so harshly? Look at what you've done to the gym. Exactly, Aster chimed in. Yishio, taken aback, could only respond with a bemused expression, pondering who had instigated this unequal contest. Yet, the wails of Peony did not persist long. She recalled her Pokémon and approached Yishio. Yishio, congratulations. Though my sister sought to challenge you, you truly possess the strength to defeat all 3 of us simultaneously. This is the blue badge of the Hualan Gym. It is yours. With that, she placed the blue badge into Yishio's hand. Thank you. Yishio received the badge, nodding slightly to Peony. He then recalled Darkrai and activated the system to return to the real world. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully clearing the Hualan Gym dungeon. Reward, blue badge, water-type Pokemon lottery ticket. Blue badge, obtained by successfully challenging the Hualan Gym. Collect all 8 badges to unlock the hidden large dungeon quartz conference. Water-type Pokemon lottery ticket. This ticket can be used in the system lottery to randomly obtain 1 water-type Pokemon. Defeating the rock-type gym yielded a rock-type Pokemon lottery ticket, while vanquishing the water-type gym granted a water-type lottery. I now comprehend the reward mechanism of the dungeon system. System, initiate the lottery. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual gacha machine with a blue color scheme materialized before Yishio. It began to tremble, and the Pokeballs within started to roll. Ultimately, a Pokeball emerged from the exit. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Milotic. Milotic. Is this truly my luck? How splendid. Yishio murmured in delight. Subsequently, with a single thought, he traversed into his Pokemon world. Vagon was basking in the sun on the grass, while Darkrai rested beneath a massive tree. Upon seeing his master arrive, Vagon clumsily stood up and excitedly scampered toward Yishio. Yishio had little time to indulge him. With a wave of his hand, he created an ocean on one side of the plain. This would provide a habitat for the water-type Pokemon. He retrieved the Pokeball containing Milotic and released it. Come forth, Milotic. Minus was released from its Pokeball, revealing a serpentine Pokemon with long, pink eyebrows and flowing hair, adorned with red and blue scales at its tail. The 4 large scales at the end of its tail resembled a fan. While most serpentine Pokemon might evoke fear, Minus, with its smooth skin and exquisite appearance, inspired affection instead. Name, Minus. Type, Water. Ability, Marvel Scale. Strength, 49 Gym Peak. Potential, Champion. Skills, Water Pulse, Attract, Recover, Aqua Ring, Dragon Tail, Surf, Hydro Pump, Dragon Tail, Protect, Water Tail, Scald, Dragon Pulse. Affinity, 100. Evaluation, a minus with champion potential. A rarity among its kind, its mastery of various skills is unparalleled. Observing the data of the Pokemon before him, Yishio's lips curled into a subtle smile as he remarked, indeed, it is no wonder that it is hailed by the official as the most beautiful Pokemon. The initial strength of this Pokemon obtained through the system also reached the peak of the gym, possessing an impressive array of skills. Products from the system are invariably of superior quality. Upon noticing Yishio's unwavering gaze, Minus promptly leaped onto him, affectionately rubbing its face against his. The Pokemon acquired from the system held maximum values for both favorability and intimacy towards Yishio. Minus, I shall rely on you from now on, Yishio said while gently stroking Minus. And you too. Remember to take good care of Minus. Dake, the Darkrai, displayed little emotion, merely acknowledging with a casual response before returning to its rest beneath a tree. However, Bangilas voiced its discontent, protesting why it had not received similar treatment upon its arrival. Understanding Bangilas' sentiments, Yishio explained, Minus is more beautiful and charming than you. In response, Bangilas turned away, sulking on the ground and drawing circles in the dirt. Observing Bangila's sorrow, Minus slithered over to offer comfort, and soon the two were happily playing together. Witnessing this harmonious scene between the two Pokemon brought Yishio great comfort. Meanwhile, Dake had already returned to its resting spot under the large tree, closing its eyes once more. Sigh, one cannot force Dake to socialize with others. Chapter 12, The Frog at the Bottom of the Well. Dragon Kingdom. Magical City Pokemon High School No. 1. The gymnasium was as bustling as ever, with the host introducing the day's schedule at the center of the arena. Welcome to Magical City No. 1. Today marks the second day of the Freshman Pokemon Tournament. Following the competitions of the previous day, the preliminary round had concluded, ushering in the main event. A total of 32 new students had successfully advanced to participate in today's competition. However, the name of the champion was virtually predetermined to be Yishio's. This was not due to any underhanded scheme, but rather evident from the disparities observed during the elimination round. The gap between Yishio and the other advancing freshmen was akin to that between heaven and earth. Nevertheless, the competition must continue. It would be rather absurd to directly award the championship to Yishio. As the audience patiently awaited the proceedings, the 32 contestants for the main event had gathered. The large screen at the center of the gym began to randomly draw lots for groupings, dividing the participants into 4 groups of 8. Each group would engage in one-on-one battles, with the victors advancing to determine the strongest in their respective groups. According to the results displayed on the screen, Yishio was placed in the final group, Group D. The competitors in Yishio's group immediately let out a lament, feeling as though they had entered a death match. Those eliminated the previous day erupted in gleeful laughter. Those who are grouped with Yishio are truly unfortunate. Indeed, with Dake's ability to eliminate 9 opponents in a single blow, what else needed to be said regarding one-on-one matches? It was suggested that those paired with Yishio should simply concede. I hope Yishio participates in the National Intercollegiate League, although those competitors are mostly seniors. Their Pokemon will undoubtedly be stronger than us freshmen, yet Yishio is no ordinary newcomer. Exactly. Let's show the nation just how formidable Yishio from our school truly is. It was rumored that at the neighboring Magical City No. 2, there was a student named Su-Hao who had awakened a fossil pterosaur, which was also quite remarkable. Awakened a fossil pterosaur? While this Pokemon lacks any evolutionary forms, it poses a considerable threat to these newly awakened Pokemon. It appears that Su-Hao will be a strong contender in this year's Freshman Pokemon Tournament at Magical City No. 2. The fossil pterosaur does have an evolutionary form. Have you forgotten about our champion from a decade ago in Dragon Kingdom? I heard that Champion and Shio obtained a magical stone in an S-rank secret realm that allowed the fossil pterosaur to mega evolve. I was still young then, but the moment of that mega evolution remains vividly etched in my memory. I've never heard of a mega evolution for a fossil pterosaur. What do you know? After becoming a champion, and Shio retired from the limelight, and being a trainer from humble beginnings, he never boasted about his achievements. However, as it stands, the world is only aware of one fossil pterosaur mega evolution stone, which belongs to Shio. I don't believe that Su-Hao from next door is the second Shio. I agree. Why are you all so concerned about other schools? Shouldn't we focus on our own? Our school has little to discuss. The championship is certainly Yishio's. Listening to the discussions and exclamations of others, Yishio secretly smiled to himself. In his view, securing the championship in this freshman tournament was a foregone conclusion. The progress of the freshman Pokemon tournament was remarkably swift, with the goal of determining the top 4 from the 32 contestants by the end of the day, thereby identifying the strongest competitor from each group. The semifinals and finals would take place on the 3rd day. Therefore, if Pokemon sustained significant injuries during battles, there would be no time for healing. Only brief rest to regain stamina. The Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Alliance believed that such intense competitions would help these newly enrolled students understand the harsh realities of Pokemon battles. The 8 contestants in Group A had already determined the final 2, who would take a short break and resume to decide the strongest in Group A after 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and the school broadcast announced, the final battle of the freshman tournament in Group A will feature Class 1's Shangguan Yun against Class 4's Chen Kuan. Please take your positions. The 2 named individuals immediately exited the resting area. Shangguan Yun was the belle of Magical City Pokemon High School No. 1. Her beauty was undeniable, earning her the title of School Beauty upon her arrival. Despite her stunning appearance, few dared to pursue her, as her aloof demeanor discouraged most from approaching. Furthermore, her background was formidable, with both parents being top-tier trainers, causing many to think twice before attempting to engage with her. As both competitors entered the arena, the battle was about to commence. Shangguan Yun maintained her icy demeanor, her exquisite features fixated on her opponent, Chen Kuan, exuding confidence. Chen Kuan, sensing her gaze, confidently remarked, "What's wrong, school beauty? Why do you keep staring at me? I know you're powerful, but I won't back down. Today, I intend to experience firsthand what sets the daughter of a top trainer apart from other novice trainers. Is that so? Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess." Shangwan Yun, maintaining her aloof demeanor, replied succinctly before refraining from further chatter. She retrieved a Pokeball and released her Pokemon. "Go, Dugong! Dugong!" the creature exclaimed proudly, standing confidently with its hands on its hips. On the sidelines, Chen Kuan observed the school belle unleashing her Pokemon, his expression growing pensive as he contemplated the implications. Shangwan Yun's Dugong appeared significantly more robust than it had just 2 days prior upon awakening, brimming with vitality, a clear indication of extensive training and resource investment. Suppressing his unease, he threw his own Pokeball into the fray. "Go, Ponida! Ponida!" Name: Ponida. Type: Dark Steel. Ability: Tenacity. Level 6, Mid-Stage. Talent: Near Champion. Skills: Scratch, Glare. Fury Cutter. Evaluation: A Ponida with modest talent, exhibiting considerable determination. Name: Dugong. Type: Water. Ability: Torrent. Level 8, Late Stage. Talent: Champion. Skills: Tackle, Tail Whip, Water Gun. Water Pulse. Evaluation: A Dugong with champion potential, exceedingly rare, possessing a profound understanding of special attack techniques. It appears the school belle possesses a modicum of strength, undoubtedly guided by her parents, who are elite trainers. Within a mere 2 days, her Dugong has reached level 8, an achievement not easily met by ordinary novice trainers. Conversely, Chen Kuan, though promising, is at a disadvantage, having parents who are formidable trainers himself. One cannot compete against such lineage. Not only does Shangwan Yun's Dugong surpass Ponida in both level and potential, but it also wields Water Pulse, while Ponida has already expended considerable stamina in previous battles, leaving little room for doubt regarding the outcome. Yi Xiao, observing from the sidelines, contemplated the unfolding match. Returning to the battlefield, Shangwan Yun fixed her gaze upon her opponent's humanoid Pokemon, Ponida, her expression now serious. Ponida's limbs were adorned with sharp blades, making it a formidable adversary. Dugong and Ponida locked eyes, both waiting for their trainers to issue commands to launch their attacks. "Let the battle commence." The referee's voice resonated, and instantly, Dugong opened its mouth wide. Dugong. In the next moment, a torrent of water erupted from Dugong's mouth, forming a spiraling wave that sped towards Ponida. This was evidently a tactical maneuver prearranged between Shangwan Yun and Dugong, allowing for a swift offensive without awaiting commands. Indeed, this rapid assault caught Chen Kuan off guard, leaving him little time to react. "Ponida, use Fury Cutter to break through its attack," he shouted in haste, just as the Water Pulse was about to strike. Ponida swung its blade-like limbs, dispersing the water wave. "Dugong, use Water Pulse again." "Dugong." Once more, Dugong opened its mouth, gathering water before unleashing a barrage of water pulses at Ponida. Chen Kuan's face reflected shock. He had not anticipated such relentless aggression from Dugong. After 2 prior battles, it was remarkable that Dugong could continue to unleash Water Pulse, although successive uses diminish in potency. This was an extraordinary feat for a Pokemon that had only awakened 2 days prior. "Ponida, use Fury Cutter to break through those water streams." With no other option, Chen Kuan had to trust in his Pokemon's capabilities. "Ponida." Ponida raised its limbs again, attempting to slice through the oncoming water pulses. Splutter. Alas, reality proved harsh. Ponida's current stamina was insufficient to withstand the barrage of water attacks. "Ponida!" it cried out, being swept away by the force of the water, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to defeat. After engaging in 2 earlier battles, Ponida's stamina was severely depleted, unable to withstand Dugong's fierce onslaught. Dugong, too, was panting, having exerted itself in the match. "I concede." Chen Kuan lowered his head in dismay upon witnessing his Ponida's incapacitation. He promptly recalled his Pokemon, preparing to seek treatment for it. Congratulations to Shangwan Yun and her Dugong for securing victory in this battle and becoming the strongest in Group A, advancing to the semifinals. The announcer proclaimed triumphantly. The audience erupted in applause. As the announcement concluded, both competitors exited the stage in an orderly fashion, while Group B prepared for their matches. Before leaving, Shangwan Yun deliberately paused to cast a provocative glance towards Yi Xiao in the waiting area. In recent days, both the school and online platforms had been extolling Yi Xiao's virtues, as though he were the inevitable champion of this tournament, leaving her, a girl of notable lineage, feeling somewhat overshadowed. Under the combined training of herself and her parents, Dugong had notably surpassed its contemporaries, instilling in her a profound sense of confidence. Yixiao, of course, noticed the challenging gaze from Shangwan Yun, but merely smirked, choosing not to respond. While he acknowledged her beauty, his experiences across 2 lifetimes had rendered him impervious to such distractions. Moreover, given her lineage as a descendant of elite trainers, coupled with her haughty demeanor, he found little interest in her. Ultimately, no matter how one might leverage parental connections or impressive backgrounds, no Pokemon could rival his Darkrai. Chapter 13. The Invincible Yixiao. In the blink of an eye, the matches proceeded with remarkable speed. As all competitors were novice trainers with but a single Pokemon, the pace was naturally swift. Competitors like Shangwan Yun, with affluent backgrounds and the means to acquire skill machines, often progressed further. However, there were also gifted commoners who, through unexpected tactics, achieved victory and ascended in rank. Thus, the battles of the first 3 groups concluded, and it was time for Group D, featuring Yixiao. Congratulations to Incursion for becoming the strongest in Group C and advancing to the semifinals. Now, we commence Group D's matches, with the first battle between Yixiao from Class 1 to 2 and Zhonglu from Class 1 to 6. Contestants, please take your positions. As the announcer called Yixiao to the stage, the audience erupted into excitement, both in the arena and online. Oh my, we finally reached Yixiao's match. Yes, indeed. Having been assigned to the final group, the wait has been excruciating. I came to this tournament solely to witness Yixiao's prowess. At last, we shall see the enigmatic and powerful Darkrai in action. Yixiao is so handsome. Swoon. Go, Yixiao and Darkrai. We're rooting for you. Hope you don't crush your opponent too mercilessly, huh? In both the live streaming room and among the audience present, there was an overwhelming wave of support for Yixiao, with nearly 2/3 of the spectators gathered solely to witness his match. After a brief interlude, both competitors stepped onto the battlefield. The moment Yixiao made his entrance, the cheers from the crowd intensified. Meanwhile, his opponent, Zhonglu, felt an immense pressure upon hearing the fervent applause for Yixiao, his expression betraying his unease. Yet, what could he do? He could not quell the enthusiasm of the crowd. He was left with only one option: to demonstrate his prowess through strength. Defeating Yixiao would mean that all the adulation and cheers would belong to him. With this thought, Zhonglu gritted his teeth. After all, who wasn't he a prodigious youth? Those who made it to the top 32 of the tournament were all elite students from their respective schools. Who was to fear whom? It was time to fight. Go, Kecleon. Kecleon. Name, Kecleon. Type, normal. Ability, color change. Level, 6, mid-stage. Potential, gym leader. Skills, teleport, Psyshock. Evaluation, an unremarkable Kecleon. Upon witnessing Kecleon being summoned, Yixiao released his Darkrai. Darkrai, as always, exuded an invisible aura of intimidation towards the opposing Pokemon, causing Kecleon to immediately use teleport and vanish to a position behind Zhonglu. Observing this, Zhonglu felt the flicker of victory dim considerably. Indeed, this Pokemon was still formidable, merely its presence had sent Kecleon fleeing. Although Zhonglu felt the odds of victory slipping away, he still wished to give it a try. Turning around, he gently stroked Kecleon's head and spoke softly. Kecleon, do not be afraid. Do you not remember our training over the past 2 days? You have mastered teleport with great proficiency. Even if you cannot defeat your opponent, your teleport will ensure that they cannot hit you. I believe in you. Kecleon. Feeling the unwavering faith of its trainer and recalling the moments spent training together, Kecleon cast aside its fear and once again utilized teleport, reappearing 1 meter in front of its trainer, ready for battle. The referee, noticing both sides were prepared, promptly announced, the first match of Group D. Begin. The battle commenced officially. Yixiao did not rush to issue commands to Darkrai. After all, once Darkrai struck, it would be a swift defeat. What would be the point? He chose to grant his opponent the opportunity to attack first. Zhonglu, too, refrained from giving commands, opting instead to wait for Darkrai to make a move, revealing a gap, after which Kecleon would evade the damage with teleport and retaliate with Psyshock. Thus, the 2 trainers and their Pokemon remained in a stalemate, while the audience engaged in hushed discussions. Why are they not moving? What is going on? Shoo, don't rush them. They must have their own strategies. What strategy could there be? Yixiao is sure to win. Yixiao will undoubtedly prevail. His Darkrai is a Dark-type Pokemon, while Kecleon is a normal type. We all learned in textbooks that Dark types have an advantage over normal types. Returning to the arena, as time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Zhang Li's forehead. The inaction of Yixiao and Darkrai heightened his anxiety, compounded by the audience's unwavering support for Yixiao, a double blow to his confidence. Yixiao, noticing his opponent's hesitance to attack, was equally perplexed. You're given a chance, yet you squander it. Any strategy you possess is futile against Darkrai. It would be more prudent to strike first and showcase your capabilities. Very well, Darkrai, execute a surprise attack to swiftly eliminate this Kecleon. Dark. In an instant, Darkrai vanished from the battlefield. Zhang Lu and Kecleon quickly recognized Darkrai's sudden disappearance, causing them to panic. Without a moment to lose, he urgently shouted, Kecleon, keep using teleport. Do not stop. Zhang Lu attempted to evade Darkrai's attack by having Kecleon continuously use teleport. But was this feasible? As Kecleon activated teleport, its entire form transformed into a flash of white light, disappearing from its original spot, only to reappear 5 meters away. However, the moment Kecleon materialized, it felt an icy chill creeping up from behind. Anxiously, it turned its head. Kecleon. Thud. In that instant, the audience heard a faint sound as Kecleon collapsed to the ground. It turned out that, at the very moment Kecleon used teleport, Darkrai had anticipated its landing spot, waiting for its arrival. As Kecleon spun around, it found Darkrai's imposing figure looming before it, its piercing gaze fixed intently upon it. Darkrai had yet to launch an attack, but the overwhelming pressure caused Kecleon to faint from sheer fright. Victorious. From Class 12 of the first year, Yishio, as the referee announced the outcome. Declaring Kecleon incapable of continuing the battle, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Following this match, the online buzz surrounding Yishio and Darkrai intensified. Although everyone understood that Yishio and Darkrai were destined for victory, no one anticipated that the match would conclude in such a dramatic fashion, without any attack. Simply by frightening the opponent's Pokemon into submission. Yishio now awaited the results of the remaining 6 matches in Group D from the resting area. This was merely his first contest, and anticipation grew ever higher for the surprises Yishio would unveil in subsequent matches. Chapter 14, the mightiest of Group D. Time flew, and the tournament progressed to the final match of Group D. Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the last contest of the newcomer Pokemon tournament for Group D. Representing Class 12 of the first year, we have Yishio facing off against Chun Gang from Class 15. This match will determine the strongest contender in Group D. Who will advance to the semifinals and finals tomorrow? Who will emerge victorious? Let us eagerly await. The host announced with palpable excitement as the audience responded with enthusiastic cheers. Yet, it was evident to all who the likely victor would be. Yishio's opponent was a robust, muscular figure named Chun Gang, leaving many to wonder how this freshman had developed such impressive physique in just his first year of high school. Upon taking the stage, Chun Gang addressed Yishio with utmost seriousness. Yishio, I acknowledge your strength, but I will battle with all my might alongside my Pokemon. Having said this, he produced a Pokeball and pressed the button. Go, Teddy Ursa. Roar. Teddy Ursa resembled a plush, light brown bear, adorned with a white crescent moon pattern on its head. Though it appeared to be an utterly innocuous and adorable Pokemon, it would become extraordinarily fierce upon evolution. Name, Teddy Ursa. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Level, 6, mid-stage. Potential, semi-champion. Skills, scratch, lick, fury swipes, circle throw. Evaluation, a Teddy Ursa with a touch of potential. Yishio glanced at the data of his opponent's Pokemon, then silently retrieved his own Pokeball, releasing Darkrai. Dark. Upon its appearance, Darkrai surveyed its opponent and let out a low growl, devoid of any fighting spirit. From the expression of Darkrai, it is evident that it feels utterly bored and uninterested. So far, the Pokemon that have battled against Darkrai have been unable to withstand even a single move from it. As a mythical creature and a legendary Pokemon, it is rather disheartening that it spends its days contending with such insignificant foes. Yishio also sensed Darkrai's disenchantment. He gently patted its shoulder and comfortingly said, Do not fret, Darkrai. Once the new Pokemon tournament concludes, we shall explore some secret realms, where we are bound to encounter opponents worthy of your prowess. In truth, Yishio was reluctant to have Darkrai battle these students, especially since Bangilas and Manas had yet to step into the fray. However, if he were to reveal Bangilas and Manas to the world, how could he explain their origins? As an orphan, it was implausible that their lineage stemmed from any family heritage. Furthermore, he had become a figure of immense interest throughout the Dragon Kingdom, attracting attention not only from the common folk, but also from the Pokémon League and even nefarious organizations. In every world, there exists a duality. With the good comes the bad. This world is rife with villainous factions, though only a few are truly formidable. Notably, the infamous Galaxy Knights, notorious for their malevolent deeds, and the Skull Hunters, known for their prowess in capturing Pokemon. Were it not for the Pokemon League's oversight, These villainous organizations would likely have sought Yi Xiu out long ago, as the Pokemon he awakened were undeniably powerful, an enticing prospect for many. Fortunately, Magic City, being a major metropolis within the Dragon Kingdom, houses the headquarters of the Pokémon League, which deters these organizations from surfacing easily. Any attempt to act would likely result in considerable losses. Returning to the arena, the referee announced the commencement of the match, with Chen Gang promptly commanding Bear Baby to initiate an attack. Bear Baby, use round eyes on Darkrai. At Chen Gang's command, Bear Baby's round pupils gleamed brightly as it fixed its gaze upon Darkrai. This was Chen Gang's strategy. Thus far, all of Yi Xiu's opponent's Pokemon had been annihilated by a single strike from Darkrai. Hence, Chen Gang aimed to have Bear Baby employ round eyes to diminish Darkrai's offensive power. However, reality rarely aligns with one's expectations. Just as Bear Baby was using round eyes to stare at Darkrai, the latter vanished in an instant. Bear Baby, be cautious of what lies behind you. Evade Darkrai's attack. Upon witnessing Darkrai's disappearance, Chen Gang urgently called out to Bear Baby. Indeed, Yi Xiu's Darkrai's move had been thoroughly deciphered by everyone. The surprise attack had been utilized so frequently that all were aware it would result in Darkrai vanishing and reappearing behind its adversary to launch an assault. Yet, understanding the move did not render it ineffective. As the saying goes, a single technique can conquer the heavens. Although everyone was cognizant of Darkrai's strategy, avoiding it proved to be another matter entirely. Ignorance might have been a more advantageous state. As expected, on the battlefield, just as Bear Baby turned to brace itself against the impending attack, Darkrai materialized before it in an instant. With a swift motion, Darkrai raised its right hand and struck. Bang! Arc! Bear Baby let out a pained cry as it was sent flying 2 meters by Darkrai's punch, collapsing to the ground. Unable to move and rendered incapable of battle. Alas, it was as anticipated. Upon witnessing the outcome, Chen Gang felt no astonishment, merely a sigh of resignation. Darkrai's previous opponents had all met a similar fate, and he was no exception. With Bear Baby incapacitated, the referee announced loudly, Bear Baby is unable to continue. Darkrai is the victor. The host on stage quickly followed up. The winner is Yi Xiu from Class 12 of Year 1. His Darkrai has once again obliterated its opponent. The entire tournament has now concluded. The top 4 have been decided among groups A, B, C, and D. They are Shengwan Yun from Class 11, Yang Ji from Class 7, and Kursin from Class 10, and Yi Xiu from Class 12. The 4 of them will bring us even more thrilling and intense matches tomorrow. Thunderous applause and lively discussions erupted from the audience. Yi Xiu will surely prevail. Yi Xiu will surely prevail. Though I support the schoolflower, it is merely for her beauty. In terms of strength, she is no match for Yi Xiu. Indeed, only Yi Xiu's Darkrai can effortlessly defeat opponents without expending any energy. Let us place a bet, but not on the champion, for Yi Xiu is certain to win. Let us wager on the 2nd and 3rd places. Who dares to join? For 2nd place, I believe Yang Ji has the best chance. His armored bird is truly formidable. Judging by strength, I feel Yang Ji is indeed the strongest among the other 3. However, what if he faces Yi Xiu in the first round? That is indeed a concern. He can only hope to avoid encountering Yi Xiu early on. Shangwan Yun from Class 11 is also quite strong, while that girl named Kursin, apart from her adorable appearance, seems lacking in tactical prowess. Her advancement to the top 4 is likely due to sheer luck, as her opponents appear to have been relatively weak, and it almost seems as if they were deliberately letting her win. It does seem peculiar. I also find it strange. Regardless, let us cheer for these competitors. They represent the future of our Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 15. The Trait Converter? Sigh, how exhausting. That night, Yi Xiu returned home, groaning as he lay on his bed. The competition itself was not tiring. Rather, it was the aftermath that proved burdensome. Yi Xiu had become a sought-after figure, with everyone eager to draw near to him. It was a trivial matter for classmates to request his contact information. Some even went so far as to write love letters and confess their feelings, all of which he struggled to decline. Moreover, outside of school, reporters and streamers camped daily, clamoring for interviews. For Yi Xiu, tolerating this for a day or 2 was manageable, but when it became a daily occurrence, who could withstand such pressure? Let it be. Tonight's goal is simply to clear the next dungeon. Yi Xiu summoned the system to check the name of the 4th dungeon. Pokemon Arena. Recommended level, Advanced. Pokemon Arena? What manner of dungeon is this? Yi Xiu gazed at the dungeon in confusion, pondering its nature. Regardless, he decided to enter and investigate. Ding. Does the host wish to enter the Pokemon Arena dungeon? Enter. Ding. Entry successful. Dungeon task. Defeat Xiao Ming. In an instant, Yi Xiu found himself in a forest, facing a tightly constructed wooden enclosure. At the entrance stood a large sign reading Pokémon League Unofficial Gym, currently on a winning streak of 98 matches. What is this place? He stared at it in bewilderment. In his memory, Yishio could not recall any such location from the anime or games. Without further thought, he pushed open the wooden gate and stepped inside. All he needed to do was defeat the individual named Xiao Ming as per the dungeon task. Once inside, he saw a small square arena and a large tent resembling a yurt. Outside the tent, a man with deep green hair wielded a whip, training several Pokémon. Upon catching sight of the man's hair color, Yishio instantly recognized him. This was none other than the green-haired character encountered by Ash in the anime. The man adorned in green simultaneously caught sight of Yishio and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "From whence do you hail, trainer? Have you come here to challenge me?" Yishio replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "If your name happens to be Xiaoming, then indeed, I am here to vanquish you." How audacious! I am not so easily defeated. Upon hearing Yishio's words, Xiaoming's heart swelled with indignation. Who did he think he was? He was a master of Pokemon with an impressive record of 98 consecutive victories. Surely, he could not be bested by some nameless trainer who appeared out of nowhere. Humph, it seems you have heard tales of my prowess from local trainers. Indeed, I am the trainer known as the Beast, Xiaoming. I commend your courage in challenging me. Let us establish the rules. Only one Pokemon may be used, and we shall engage in a 1v1 battle. I shall deploy my Sandshrew, Yishio casually acknowledged, making his way to the square arena while contemplating which Pokemon he should send into battle. Xiaoming, feeling slighted by Yishio's apparent disregard, muttered under his breath, "How infuriating." He then stepped onto the arena with his Sandshrew. Name, Sandshrew type, ground ability, Sandveil, level, 21, high beginner, potential. Champion skills, scratch, rollout, sand attack, rapid spin, dig. Evaluation, a Sandshrew with champion potential, it possesses remarkable capabilities, with claws sharper than those of its kin. Despite the man's lush green hair, his Sandshrew held considerable potential, boasting champion-level talent. After all, in the original narrative, it had effortlessly defeated opponents of lesser caliber, and its mastery of dig made it a formidable asset even in championship-level contests. Thoughtfully stroking his chin, Yishio scrutinized the data on the Sandshrew, pondering his approach. Meanwhile, Xiaoming observed Yishio's contemplative silence and, misinterpreting it as fear, taunted, "What is the matter? Why have you not released your Pokemon? Are you afraid? I suspect you have come solely to assist me in achieving my 99th consecutive victory." In response, Yishio remained silent, regarding Xiaoming with the expression one might reserve for a misguided child. He then withdrew a Pokeball, declaring, "Arise, Tyranitar. This shall be your first opponent." Roaring in response, the massive Tyranitar emerged, instantly stirring up a sandstorm on the battlefield. Yishio, however, was not pleased. Tyranitar's ability was Sandstream, which would enhance the evasiveness of Xiaoming's Sandshrew due to its Sandveil ability. Was he inadvertently granting his opponent an advantage? Nevertheless, Yishio remained unfazed. For even with the slight edge afforded to the Sandshrew, it was no match for Tyranitar's overwhelming might. What kind of Pokemon is this? How can it be so colossal? Xiaoming's voice trembled upon witnessing Tyranitar's emergence. Clearly flustered, he was a country bumpkin who had never encountered such a gigantic creature before. The system-generated Tyranitar was indeed a paragon of excellence, towering at a remarkable height of 3 to 4 meters and weighing over 350 kilograms. The Sandshrew also retreated a few steps, intimidated by the sheer size of its opponent. Typically, it faced adversaries such as Caterpie, Rattata, and Awakens. Now, confronted with a 3 to 4 meter behemoth, it was only natural for the Sandshrew to feel fear. Do not be afraid, Sandshrew. Its size is of no consequence. It is surely sluggish. Just attack as I have trained you. Xiaoming attempted to bolster his resolve, mentally assuring himself to remain fearless. Chirp. The Sandshrew snapped back to attention, emitting a crisp sound in response. With a swift motion, Xiaoming cracked his whip against the ground, prompting the Sandshrew to spin rapidly towards Tyranitar in an assault. In the midst of the sandstorm, the Sandshrew's movements appeared remarkably agile. Rapid spin. Tyranitar, use Rock Slide. Yishio commanded, gesturing for Tyranitar to launch its counterattack. With a mighty roar, Tyranitar summoned a multitude of boulders around it and sent them crashing down upon the Sandshrew. Smack! Xiaoming struck the ground again with his whip, causing the Sandshrew to cease its rotation and burrow into the earth. Boom, boom, boom. Tyranitar's Rock Slide attack went awry as several massive rocks plummeted to the ground, sending dust swirling into the air and causing cracks to mar the arena's surface. Normally, A stage constructed of steel would not permit the Sandshrew to utilize its dig ability. However, this particular arena had been specially crafted from dirt and rock for the Sandshrew by Xiaoming. Watching his arena suffer damage from the barrage of rocks, Xiaoming began to sweat profusely. Why is the power so immense? The arena is being destroyed. If the Sandshrew is struck, will it not be rendered incapable of battling? Yishio observed Xiaoming's reaction with a slight smirk, denying him any opportunity for respite as he commanded Tyranitar, "Tyranitar, unleash Earthquake." With a thunderous roar, Tyranitar gathered formidable ground energy beneath its feet and then stomped down with great force. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated. The ground quaked violently, fracturing the arena into several pieces and affecting even the terrain beyond its borders. Chirp! Sandshrew, what has happened to you? The arena had crumbled, and the Sandshrew was unceremoniously ejected from the ground, emitting a wretched cry, having lost its ability to fight. Without a few months of proper healing, it would not recover. Curse it! Who are you? What manner of Pokemon is this that possesses such power? Xiaoming seethed through gritted teeth as he directed his ire towards Yishio. Your perspective is far too narrow. Remaining in such a locale will stifle your growth. Even if you achieve 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 consecutive victories in this insignificant place, you shall never defeat my Tyranitar. With that, Yishio disregarded Xiaoming entirely, summoning the system to exit the instance. Exit successful. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the Pokemon Arena instance. Reward, Ability Modifier. Ability Modifier? Could this be a substance that alters a Pokemon's ability? If I could bestow the abilities of Huge Power and Wonder Guard upon my Pokemon, would that not render them invincible? If Huge Power were granted to a Pokemon like Conkeldurr, even legendaries would stand no chance against it, let alone the Wonder Guard ability. Yishio felt a surge of joy regarding the rewards from this instance. After all, the ability to directly modify a Pokemon's ability was rarer than even potential enhancement items. However, in the next moment, the system doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his hopes. Ability Modifier, capable of altering a Pokemon's ability, can only change to abilities that the Pokemon can possess. Yishio, if that is the case, then the ability modifier loses much of its allure. Nevertheless, it could still be useful for transforming a common ability into a dream ability. Chapter 16, The Ability of Darkrai. Captain, the target resides within this building. 3 masked men clad in black stood atop a tall building, their eyes cold and resolute. The actions must be executed with precision. First eliminate Yishio, then seize his Darkrai. In due course, even if this Pokemon does not heed our commands, we shall employ technology to exert control. Captain, he is merely a newcomer. The leader is overreacting by involving you personally. Upon hearing this, the man in charge cast a sidelong glance at him. The leader had remarked that this newcomer named Yishio possessed an awakened Pokemon of extraordinary caliber, and he feared that the two of them might not be sufficient to handle the situation. Hence, it was prudent to ensure caution. Remember, move swiftly, strike to kill, secure the Pokeball, and retreat. We are in Magic City. Do not alert the Pokemon Alliance. Understood. Understood. The 3 individuals were all members of a nefarious organization known as the Dark Team. True to their name, they often operated under the cover of darkness. They set forth. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. In an instant, a shadow appeared behind the 3 men. Swish! Swish! Without any understanding of what transpired, 2 members of the Dark Team collapsed, rendered unconscious. Who? The leader swiftly turned around, unease etched on his face. He then beheld the sight of his 2 subordinates incapacitated, terror flooding his expression as his right hand instinctively reached for the Pokeball at his waist. Whoosh! The shadow struck with blinding speed, targeting the man's right arm. Ah! The man screamed instinctively, clutching his injured arm in agony. Blood gushed forth, staining the ground crimson. The overwhelming loss of blood blurred his vision, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. At that moment, the true visage of the shadow began to materialize before him. Ice-cold, blood-red eyes fixed intently upon him. Darkrai. Fear and resentment filled the man's eyes as he succumbed to darkness, his fate sealed. Following the elimination of the 3, Darkrai melted back into the shadows. Returning to Yishio's room, Yishio lay in bed, his cold, piercing eyes opening with a glimmer of lethal intent. It was difficult to fathom that such a frigid gaze could emanate from a 16-year-old boy. The events of the day had unveiled many truths to Yishio. This world was not as idyllic as he had once imagined. Had it not been for Darkrai's formidable strength, he might have faced dire consequences today. A nefarious organization? I shall remember you, but the time is not yet ripe. Darkrai was still in a phase of strengthening. It had yet to attain the power of a champion, and he possessed no leverage to topple those villainous groups. The following day, at Magic City Pokemon High School, the gymnasium was packed to the brim, with cameras set up around the arena for live broadcasting and recording. It was evident that among all the freshman competitions in Dragon Country this year, Magic City High Schools was generating the most excitement. The buzz in the venue was palpable as everyone eagerly anticipated the semifinals and finals of the day. I am truly looking forward to today's matches. Indeed, after all, the top 4 from Magic City High School are competing, which carries significant weight. Shangwan Yun is the daughter of a champion trainer, so she stands a chance at the championship. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The champion can only be Yi Xiao. Amidst the fervent discussions, the host stage rose in the center of the arena, and the host enthusiastically proclaimed, after 2 days of intense competition, we are finally nearing the conclusion of the freshman Pokemon tournament at Magic City High School. Now, let us welcome the 4 most outstanding newcomers to the stage. As the words fell, Yi Xiao and the other 3 stepped onto the competition field amidst the cheers of the audience. Once the 4 were on stage, the host continued, they are Shangwan Yun from Class 1, Yi Xiao from Class 2, Yang Ji from Class 7, and Incursion from Class 10. Now, please direct your attention to our big screen, which will display the match pairings. The screen flickered as the 4 names were shuffled, and the results emerged, Yi Xiao versus Yang Ji, Incursion versus Shangwan Yun. Upon witnessing the matchups, the host announced, the draw results are in. Today's first match features Yi Xiao battling Yang Ji. The other 2 contestants, please return to the waiting area. The competition was on the verge of beginning. Yi Xiao and Yang Ji positioned themselves at opposite ends of the arena, exchanging glances. Yang Ji arrogantly declared, I can't believe my first match is against the one person I least wanted to face. Well, today I shall see if you are as impressive as others claim. I refuse to believe you are that formidable. In response, Yi Xiao remained composed, replying calmly, then you should watch closely. Their exchange ignited palpable tension in the air. Once the host announced the start of the match, Yang Ji released his Pokemon first. Come forth, Armored Bird. With a resounding cry, a bird-like Pokemon emerged onto the battlefield, its body gleaming like armor in silver, with red hues within its wings. Name, Armored Bird. Type, Steel Flying. Ability, Keen Eye. Level, 8, Late Stage. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Peck, Leer, Sand Attack, Fury Attack, Steel Wing. Evaluation, a slightly promising Armored Bird. Indeed, Yang Ji's Pokemon was an Armored Bird, although it had no evolutionary forms. Its excellent base stats allowed it to dominate among these freshmen. Yi Xiao was aware that Yang Ji's Pokemon was an Armored Bird, but what did that matter? An Armored Bird of merely level 8 could learn Steel Wing? Another wealthy heir purchasing move sets. Arise, Darkrai. Darkrai emerged with an aura of overwhelming power. The Armored Bird was immediately affected by Darkrai's presence, becoming unsettled. Yang Ji felt the shift in the Armored Bird's state and sensed impending danger. This is bad. The Armored Bird's condition is compromised. We must end this swiftly. Armored Bird, take to the skies and use Steel Wing to attack. The Armored Bird let out a low cry, soaring upward, its wings glowing with metallic silver energy as it dove toward Darkrai. Watching the Armored Bird rush toward Darkrai, Yi Xiao felt an inexplicable sense of mischief rise within him. Darkrai, have some fun with it. Test out your other moves. Use Dark Hole. As Yi Xiao's command echoed, a massive black sphere, resembling a black hole, coalesced in the palm of Darkrai's right hand. Dark. With a gentle cry, Darkrai hurled the black sphere toward the descending Armored Bird. Watch out, Armored Bird. Dodge. Upon witnessing Darkrai utilize an untested skill, Yang Ji's expression shifted dramatically. Everyone knew that the only moves Yi Xiao's Darkrai had previously exhibited were Psychic and Surprise Attack. Now, with the emergence of a new skill, no one knew its effects or how to prepare for it. The Armored Bird, responding to its trainer's command, instinctively attempted to evade the impending strike. Yet, the black sphere was moving too swiftly, so fast that it could not react in time. A black orb of light struck the Armored Bird, and as it was enveloped by the dark sphere, it swiftly became obscured from view. Gradually, the black orb faded away, leaving the Armored Bird with its eyes shut, plummeting vertically towards the ground. Thud! The hefty Armored Bird, weighing a full 50 kilograms, crashed down from the sky, yet despite the immense impact, it remained soundly asleep, showing no signs of awakening. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless Armored Bird erupted into a shrill cry. Armored Bird, what has happened to you? Yi Xiao, what on earth did you make your Pokemon do to the Armored Bird? Yang Ji, observing the creature that appeared to be in excruciating pain, began to voice his concerns, directing his inquiries toward Yishio. All eyes in the vicinity turned to Yishio, eager for his explanation. After all, none had witnessed such a skill before, nor did they comprehend its effects. Yishio merely smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. It's just asleep. It cannot simply be asleep. If it were, how could the armored bird be in such a state?" Yang Ji quickly countered, unable to accept Yishio's dismissal. Yishio chose to disregard him. This was merely the ability of Darkrai. Darkrai's unique trait, known as Nightmare, induces nightmares in sleeping Pokemon, simultaneously sapping their vitality, HP. Forget it, Darkrai. This is becoming tedious. Let us scare them a little more. Use Dream Eater and finish it off. With a command, Yishio issued the order. Dark. At the sound of Yishio's directive, Darkrai's eyes transformed into a vivid crimson, radiating a transparent red glow. Immediately, a black shadow, akin to a soul escaping its vessel, emerged from Darkrai and surged toward the tormented armored bird. Whoosh! Armored. None could fathom the events unfolding. The armored bird, after receiving this blow, opened its eyes, revealing bloodshot orbs that betrayed its immense suffering, before ultimately succumbing to defeat. A hush fell over the crowd. In the resting area, the school beauty Shangwan Yun, who was watching the match, turned pale, murmuring to herself, "How could this be such an overwhelming defeat? Is this truly an opponent that Shui the otter and I can conquer?" Doubt began to creep into her mind, especially after witnessing Yang Ji, a fellow contender in the top 4, being dispatched with such ease by Yishio. What fate awaited her own Shui the otter? Meanwhile, another girl in the resting area, and Kursin, gazed at Yishio with admiration and infatuation. Chapter 17. A dramatic incident in the cafeteria. What on earth is happening? What kind of skill is this? The second skill should be Dream Eater, yet this ability eludes many Psychic-type Pokemon. Why can Darkrai master it? This cannot possibly be a novice Pokemon. How could a novice possess such formidable moves? This is utterly terrifying. This cannot be a Pokemon of purely Dark type. Could it be a dual-type Dark and Psychic Pokemon? Even if Darkrai's power is overwhelming, Yang Ji, a fellow contender in the top 4, appears woefully weak, having been swiftly defeated without a chance to retaliate. I fear that even if the other two faced Yishio, they would meet the same fate. Darkrai is simply too powerful. Indeed, throughout these recent battles, Darkrai seems to have sustained no injuries. The audience erupted into fervent discussions upon witnessing Darkrai's triumph over the armored bird. No, this cannot be real. It must be an illusion. How could my armored bird be so utterly crushed? Yang Ji's expression darkened as he stood on the battlefield. At this moment, his hearing seemed to amplify, capturing the whispers of the audience. He could hardly believe, nor accept, the reality that his armored bird, capable of effortlessly defeating 99 of novice Pokemon, was so vulnerable before Yishio's Darkrai. The armored bird has lost its ability to battle. Congratulations to Yishio from Class 12 for securing victory in the first match of the top 4, advancing to the finals. Next, we shall commence the second match of the day, featuring Shangwan Yun from Class 11 against Kursin from Class 10. The host announced Yishio's victory while also introducing the competitors for the second match. Subsequently, Yishio and Yang Ji exited the battlefield, while the two girls made their way from the resting area to the arena. Name, Shui the otter. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Level, 9, peak beginner. Talent, champion. Moves, tackle, tail whip, water gun, water pulse. Evaluation, a Shui the otter with champion potential, a rarity among its kind, demonstrating a strong understanding of special attack moves. Name, Little Snorlax. Type, normal. Ability, pickup. Level, 6, late beginner. Talent, near champion. Moves, tackle, roll, lick, thrash. Evaluation, a slightly promising Little Snorlax. Shui the otter. Use water pulse. Shangwan Yun commanded as Shui opened its mouth, unleashing a circular wave of water towards Little Snorlax. Little Snorlax. Use roll. Facing the impending attack. And Kursin felt a twinge of anxiety. Snorlax. A white light enveloped Little Snorlax, enhancing its defenses. Puff. Snorlax. Snorlax. Water pulse struck Little Snorlax with ease, causing it to wail in pain. Seeing her Snorlax hit, and Kursin's delicate and charming face was filled with panic. Meanwhile, Yishio, observing the battle from the resting area, felt a tinge of admiration. The move roll is meant to bolster a Pokemon's physical defense, not its special defense. Why would she use it against Water Pulse? The inherent level advantage of Shui the otter over Little Snorlax was already significant, and her poor battle instincts only widened the gap. This girl is truly foolish. I can't fathom how she made it to the top 4. Moreover, how could a level 6 Pokemon reach the top 4? It's utterly perplexing. Yishio found himself at a loss, questioning how a level 6 Pokemon could attain such a status in the school's top ranks. Little Snorlax has lost its ability to battle. Congratulations to Shangwan Yun from Class 11 for winning the second match of the top 4, advancing to the finals. 2 hours later, the final battle of the Novice Pokemon Tournament commenced, the grand finale. Yishio from Class 12 faced off against Shangwan Yun from Class 11. The host announced the results of the match. The audience began to disperse, heading for meals in anticipation of the 2 p.m. finals. Yishio exited the gym, intending to dine in the cafeteria. As he made his way there, classmates cast their glances in his direction, filled with envy, jealousy, and adoration. Male classmates shot Yishio envious and jealous looks, while the girls gazed at him with fervent admiration, akin to fans adoring their idol, wishing to rush forward. The students unabashedly stared at him, and even after living for over 20 years in his past life, Yishio felt a twinge of discomfort. Were it not for the aloof persona he cultivated at school as the cold, handsome figure, most girls would likely have overwhelmed him with attention by now. I already have someone I like. Please refrain from pursuing me further. Upon entering the dining hall, Yishio was immediately struck by the sound of a girl softly weeping from the right side, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Intrigued, he approached and blended into the crowd to observe the unfolding situation. And Xin, I have done so much for you. Why do you still not understand? If you stay with me, I can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and luxury. You will no longer have to toil daily washing dishes and wiping tables. Do you truly believe that your abilities alone can propel you into the top 4 of this newcomer spirit competition? It was I who secretly bribed your opponents to let you win. Haven't I treated you well enough? Why do you continue to reject me? A man with shifty eyes was shouting at a girl. She possessed an exquisite face, her delicate features framed by large, glistening eyes that were slightly reddened, betraying traces of tears. Such a melodramatic scene exists in reality. The rich heir pursuing a poor girl. How amusing. Isn't this the opponent Yang Ji I just defeated? Yishio thought, settling in to watch the spectacle. He had no intention of playing the hero. After all, he was not well acquainted with this in Xin and merely wished to observe the commotion. Suppressing his fury, Yang Ji continued, and Xin. Why are you so fixated on that person named Yishio? I have gathered information on him. He is merely an orphan. What can he possibly offer you? Aligning yourself with me is the right choice. Yishio, who had been observing from the crowd, was taken aback, his expression shifting from casual amusement to bewilderment. How did I become involved in this? They are even collecting information about me? Unable to contain his curiosity, he stepped into the throng and gazed at the girl who sat with her head lowered. As if sensing his presence, and Xin lifted her gaze, her crystalline eyes meeting his. In that fleeting moment, she was startled and hastily averted her eyes, her heart racing. Yishio found the situation amusing and shifted his focus to the scheming Yang Ji. Seeing Yishio approaching, Yang Ji hastily exclaimed, Yishio, what do you want? Just because you defeated me does not mean you can meddle in my affairs. Do not think you are impressive simply because you awakened a powerful spirit. My father is a gym-level trainer. If you provoke me, you will regret it. Yishio chuckled, unfazed. He retrieved a pokeball from his belt, a faint smile gracing his lips. You see, I cannot abide threats. Do you truly believe your background can intimidate me? And you have the audacity to investigate me? How presumptuous. Come forth, Darkrai. With a flourish, Darkrai emerged, its chilling gaze fixed coldly on Yang Ji. The oppressive aura it exuded caused Yang Ji to involuntarily retreat several steps. Yishio, what are you planning? Do you dare to act in school? I warn you. Though your Darkrai is formidable, it is merely a newly awakened initial spirit. You, an orphan without resources for training, believe you can hold your ground for long? At these words, the smile vanished from Yishio's face. Despite being 25 years old, he was particularly sensitive to the term orphan. His expression darkened as he glared at Yang Ji and commanded Darkrai, silence him. Darkrai, let him sleep for a few days and close that mouth of his. Understanding Yishio's intent, Darkrai gathered dark energy in its right hand, forming a black hole that rapidly hurtled toward Yang Ji. You dare. How could you? The black sphere moved with incredible speed, and Yang Ji, caught off guard and attempting to flee, was struck. The malevolent energy enveloped him, and as the darkness dissipated, he lay motionless on the ground. No. Moments later, the unconscious Yang Ji curled into a ball, writhing in agony. Observing his distress, Yishio's demeanor lightened, and a smirk began to form. He scoffed. He had finally recognized what he craved. He relished this unrestrained sensation, this empowering feeling of dominion overall. The assassination attempt the previous night had altered his perspective on the world significantly. Without power, one is merely at the mercy of others. Yet, with sufficient strength, no one can influence you. You become the sole truth. Yi Xiu chose not to kill Yang Ji outright. First, it was a school setting, and such an act would be impractical. Besides, to eliminate him would only grant Yang Ji a twisted victory. Yi Xiu intended for him to live in perpetual fear, to suffer torment in his dreams, which Darkrai was more than capable of delivering. The title of Nightmare God was not one to be taken lightly. Run. Go tell the teachers. Yi Xiu unleashed his spirit to attack a fellow student. We should leave. It seems a serious incident is about to unfold. As Yi Xiu took action, a significant portion of the onlookers fled, some fearful of being implicated, others rushing to inform the authorities. Yet none attended to the writhing Yang Ji. Who would dare approach with Darkrai exuding such a chilling presence? Once the crowd had thinned, Yi Xiu turned his gaze to Nku Xin, finding her reaction amusing. He had never encountered a girl so shy. Nku Xin exchanged a disbelieving glance with Yi Xiu before lowering her head, murmuring, Yi Xiu, please, just let him go. In response, Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow, coolly countering, let him go? Why should I? Yi Xiu, thank you for standing up for me. But if this continues, he will retaliate against you. His father is a gym-level trainer. He is not someone we can afford to provoke, Nku Xin spoke, her eyes quivering slightly. My motivation for intervening was solely due to his covert investigation of me. Besides, do you think I fear him? Yi Xiu replied, his expression unchanging. But forget about him for now. Why do you avoid looking me in the eye? I heard him say that you pay attention to me every day. Could it be that you have feelings for me? Yi Xiu teased. Upon hearing this, Nku Xion's face turned as red as an apple, her hands clutching her clothing tightly, clearly flustered and uncertain of how to respond. In the end, she could not maintain eye contact and hastily lowered her gaze. Too shy to speak. Noting her demeanor, Yi Xiu's smile widened. Well, the matter is settled. I shall take my leave now. Do not be so bashful, be confident. As he spoke, he gently brushed away the tears from her eyes before departing the dining hall. Nku Xin remained seated on the bench, feeling a tumultuous mix of joy and anxiety. Yi Xiu actually touched me. Once outside the dining hall, Yi Xiu's thoughts were far from the light-hearted banter with the girl. Though he and Darkrai were not intimidated by a so-called gym-level trainer, he had indeed acted within a school environment, and such actions would undoubtedly cause a stir among the students. Now, it remained to be seen which side the school would take. However, as an individual without connections, expulsion was a very real possibility. With a sigh, Yi Xiu felt a ripple of unease within him. Enough, even if I were to drop out, it matters not. For I possess a copy system, what is there to fear? After the commotion in the cafeteria, Yi Xiu found himself devoid of appetite and chose to leave the campus, grabbing a casual bite before returning to await the afternoon's competition. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was 2 o'clock. The auditorium was already teeming with spectators, all eagerly anticipating this final showdown. In the VIP section, amidst a few additional sponsors, even the champion Adu had graced the event with his presence, seated at the center. As the host's platform ascended in the arena, the host enthusiastically proclaimed, after 2 intense matches this morning, we have finally arrived at the finals of the freshman Pokemon tournament at Magic City Spirit Academy. Now, let us welcome the 2 contestants who have advanced to the finals. Class 1, Tu Shangguanyun and Yi Xiu. No sooner had the words left the host's lips than 2 figures emerged from either side of the auditorium. On one side was the tall, strikingly handsome youth with sharp brows and bright eyes, Yi Xiu. Opposite him stood the elegantly dressed, cold-faced young lady, Shangguanyun. The 2 exchanged distant gazes before making their way to the competition arena. From the look in Shangguanyun's eyes, it was evident that her former confidence had dissipated. Despite being the daughter of a champion, she felt inferior to Yi Xiu. Nonetheless, the match must proceed, for only through combat could the strength of each be determined. The competitors took their positions, and the match commenced. Go, Swampert. You can do it. Shangguanyun offered Swampert a look filled with hope. Swampert nodded confidently in response. Go, Darkrai. Defeat her swiftly, and we shall claim victory in this newcomer tournament. Afterwards, we can explore the secret realm, where I am certain you will encounter worthy adversaries. Yi Xiu calmly instructed Darkrai. Darkrai, gazing at its opponent Swampert, lazily blinked, showing no regard for the creature before it. In turn, Swampert, incensed by Darkrai's disdainful expression, shook its small hands in frustration. Swampert, remain calm. Simply attack as you usually would. Use water pulse. Swampert roared in defiance, gathering water to unleash the attack at Darkrai. incensed by the latter's arrogance. Whoosh! A gust of wind sliced through the air. Bang! Swampert! Just as Swampert was about to launch Water Pulse at Darkrai, the latter instantaneously appeared before it, delivering a crushing blow to Swampert's face, sending it flying several meters and rendering it unconscious on the ground, instantly incapacitated. How could this be? Witnessing Swampert's effortless defeat, Shangwan Yun's complexion paled. Was this truly a Pokemon that had only awakened 2 days prior? How could it be so powerful? Even before the match, she had sensed her impending loss and had envisioned various scenarios of Swampert's defeat. Yet she had not anticipated such a swift and effortless blow to bring about its downfall. The audience was left agape, astonished, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. The host, momentarily stunned, finally regained his wits and passionately announced, "Swampert has lost its ability to battle. I hereby declare the champion of the Magic City Spirit Academy Freshman Tournament to be Yishio from Class 1 to 2. Yishio, Yishio, Yishio." As the host's fervent declaration resonated, the audience and fellow students united in a chorus of admiration for Yishio. Upon hearing the enthusiastic chants of his name, Yishio found his lips curling into an involuntary smile. Chapter 19. Defeating the young to conquer the old. So dashing. Without a doubt, he has emerged victorious. Incredible. Darkrai defeated the school belle Swampert in a single strike. I never imagined the gap between these students and Yishio could be so vast. I expected to witness an enthralling match, yet it concluded in mere seconds. Truly a hidden gem. Yishio, I adore you. Yishio is mine. I declare Yishio my idol from now on. The champion Adu's presence is of no consequence. Brother, be cautious. Champion Adu is present today. Following the conclusion of the match and amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yishio approached the podium to accept his award. First, he received a small golden trophy for winning the freshman tournament, albeit it was merely a commemorative piece, not pure gold. After the ceremony, the principal kindly remarked to Yishio, "Your performance in the newcomer tournament has indeed broadened our horizons. Given your current near-champion prowess, we anticipate your participation in this year's National High School Pokemon Tournament, and we eagerly await your future endeavors." Just as Yishio prepared to respond, a furious voice echoed from the sky, "What have you done to my son?" All eyes were drawn upwards. A 2-meter-tall raven, clad in a suit of armor like blue feathers, soared through the air. Upon its back sat an enraged middle-aged man, who was vociferously directing his ire at Yishio. The principal's expression shifted upon recognizing the newcomer. This man was Yang Shu, the father of Yang Ji. Through the grapevine, the school staff had learned of the incident involving Yishio's Pokemon harming others, yet they opted to refrain from taking action for the time being. First, Yishio was a prized asset of the school, garnering attention nationwide. Thus, handling the situation delicately was paramount. Secondly, Yang Ji had been caught engaging in vile conduct, bribing some competitors to throw matches, an act of tremendous impropriety. Consequently, the school not only refrained from reprimanding Yishio, but also sought to penalize Yang Ji. However, Yang Shu, being a gym-level trainer, was not someone to be trifled with. While the Magic City Spirit Academy could withstand him, it was preferable to avoid animosity. In Longhua, the annual National Pokemon Tournament determines 1 champion and 4 top trainers. Merely possessing the strength of a champion or top trainer does not confer those titles. The titles of champion and top trainer are lifelong honors, awarded sparingly each year. As for trainers below the level of champion and top trainer, they can ascend through the Pokémon League's official assessments. Thus, the distribution of strength among gym-level trainers beneath the champion and top trainer ranks is highly uneven. 2 hours prior, the school had initially approached Yang Shu to address the matter of Yang Ji's ordeal, and Yang Shu had reluctantly complied, recognizing the impracticality of antagonizing the Magic City Spirit Academy. As for Yang Ji's persistent cries of agony, the school's response was that he had merely experienced a nightmare and would recover upon awakening. Yet, Yang Ji had been carried away around noon, and now, after 2 hours, he continued to wail in distress. As a father, Yang Shu could no longer stand idly by, and thus he stormed into the school, demanding an explanation. The immense, deep blue-armored Corviknight descended gracefully upon the podium, as the furious Yang Shu leapt off its back to confront the principal. Meanwhile, Yishio stood aside, observing the armored avian with keen interest. Name: Corviknight. Type: Steel Flying. Ability: Pressure. Level: 49, Gym Leader Peak. Potential: Gym Leader. Moves: Steel Wing, Swords Dance, Iron Defense. Body Slam, Beak Drill, Brave Bird. Evaluation: An unremarkable Corviknight, its prowess having reached a bottleneck, unable to advance further. If memory serves, Corviknight is indeed part of the Sword and Shield series, a Pokemon from the 8th generation. Regrettably, this specimen possesses gym leader potential, its capabilities having peaked, destined to remain stagnant unless a serendipitous encounter alters its fate. Observing the statistics of the Corviknight before him, Yishio shook his head, contemplating the implications. After a cordial exchange with the principal, Yangshu learned of Yishio's identity. He then turned to Yishio, shouting, "What have you done to my son? Your son merely took a nap and had a nightmare. What is the matter? Did you send the young to confront the old?" Yishio, perceiving Yangshu's demeanor, offered no kindness in return, for it was indeed his son who had initially provoked him. You truly fear nothing, do you? Corviknight, show this brat what you're made of. Mr. Yang, please remain calm. The principal endeavored to intervene, yet he was powerless to halt Corviknight, which charged directly at Yishio. This action sent shockwaves through the audience of parents and students alike. Darkrai, use Dark Void. Dark. With a swift motion, a shadowy figure emerged instantaneously from Yishio's shadow. It turned out that Darkrai had never returned to its Pokeball, remaining concealed within Yishio's shadow. Upon its emergence, Darkrai immediately conjured a pitch-black void, hurling it towards Corviknight with ferocity. Bang! Corviknight, caught off guard and unable to evade, was struck squarely on the head and enveloped by the dark energy. Gradually, the black energy dissipated and Corviknight succumbed to slumber. Yishio had not commanded Darkrai to attack, as the confines of the podium offered insufficient space for battle. Considering Darkrai's formidable moves, a single powerful strike could potentially devastate the entire podium. Damn! Yangshu exclaimed, witnessing Corviknight fall asleep due to the attack, and quickly retrieved a second Pokeball. Just as he was about to release another Pokemon, Adu approached, addressing him sternly. Yishio is under my protection. Should you continue to cause a ruckus at the school, then I regret to inform you that the one you will battle is me. Cursed be it. Seeing Champion Adu intervene on Yishio's behalf, Yangshu cursed under his breath, fixating his furious gaze upon Yishio, as if to say he wouldn't let him escape after school. Casting one last glance at Adu, he begrudgingly suppressed his anger, recalled Corviknight, and left the podium in defeat. Yangshu understood that provoking a champion was a grave error. Following his departure, the award ceremony resumed, with Yishio receiving a Champion-S reward of 500,000 Alliance coins and a mysterious egg, purportedly retrieved from a C-rank secret realm by the Magical City Association. Alliance coins, the universal currency across all nations on Blue Star. Adu, recognizing Yishio's exceptional talent, sought to take him as an apprentice, but his offer was met with refusal. Yishio merely laughed off Adu's request. With the aid of a system, Yishio aspired to surpass Adu, viewing it merely as a matter of time. He could never become someone else's disciple. However, this incident gradually escalated into a trending topic across the internet. Shocking. Yishio rejects the champion's request. Champion Adu suffers rejection. What is the morality behind this? Champion Adu's attempt to take on an apprentice fails. Who possesses such audacity? Champion Adu stands by Yishio. Could they be related? This was the champion. To be sought as an apprentice by a champion is an immense honor. Yet Yishio astonishingly turned it down. Many online criticized Yishio, calling him ungrateful and arrogant. However, these voices soon faded, for even Adu, after being rejected, merely expressed a tinge of regret. What right did keyboard warriors have to denounce Yishio? Chapter 20. The Withered Leaf Gym, Majiji. After the award ceremony concluded, Yishio exited the school gates, initially intending to explore the outskirts of the Magical City's secret realm. However, the scene before him darkened his previously joyful expression. A throng of reporters congested the entrance, clamoring for answers to myriad questions. Congratulations, Yishio, on winning the championship. What are your thoughts on this victory? Yishio, why did you refuse Champion Adu's offer to take you as an apprentice? Yishio, how did your Darkrai become so powerful? Yishio, will you participate in the National Pokemon College Tournament? Yishio, what type of girl do you like? Yishio numbly answered the barrage of questions from the journalists. May this world be obliterated. Surrounded by so many reporters, his plan to visit the secret realm had to be postponed until tomorrow. Unsurprisingly, the upcoming headlines and trending topics would undoubtedly be dominated by Yishio and Darkrai. After the interviews, Yishio headed to a nearby restaurant, craving a hearty meal. He typically refrained from dining out, being frugal by nature. After all, the cost of living in the magical city was quite steep. However, now that he had come into wealth and just claimed victory, treating himself to a sumptuous meal seemed reasonable. Upon entering the restaurant, Yishio was surprised to find a girl standing there. To his astonishment, it was Kursin, who was working as a waitress at this establishment. With a wave of his hand, He promptly reserved a private room and ordered an extravagant feast. What a coincidence. And Curson, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Come join me, it's my treat. Seeing their serendipitous encounter, Yishio took the initiative to invite her. No, it's all right. I'm still on duty, and Curson replied bashfully, her cheeks flushed. But if I've ordered all this food, wouldn't it be a waste? Sit down and eat. With me here, what could your boss possibly say? Well, if you insist. Seeing her reluctance, Yishio couldn't help but chuckle. The girl remained as adorably shy as ever. At that moment, and Curson felt a flutter in her heart, excitement coursing through her veins. Perhaps due to their contrasting personalities. Their conversation during the meal was sparse. Yishio had no idea that Incurson's shyness prevented her from speaking freely. After finishing their meal, they exchanged contact information, and Incurson returned to her duties at the restaurant. Yishio then went shopping at the mall, procuring Pokeballs and various clothing items. Initially, his plan had been to visit the secret realm, but due to the interviews, time was insufficient. Yishio decided to set off early the next morning. As for attending classes at school, it had become inconsequential. Even the principal had remarked that Yishio could come and go as he pleased. After all, given Yishio's performance in the freshman Pokemon tournament, what could the school offer him besides a venue for ostentation? Before long, Yishio returned home, summoned the system, and selected to enter the 5th instance. The instance was titled Withered Leaf Gym. Strength recommendation, advanced. Withered Leaf Gym? This should be the electric-type gym from the Kanto region. Since it is an electric-type gym, let us allow Bangilas to showcase its prowess. No sooner had he thought this than Yishio was instantaneously transported to the entrance of the Withered Leaf Gym. Instance task, obtain the orange badge. Little Rada, muster your spirits. I shall take you to the Pokemon Center for treatment shortly. Just as Yishio was about to step inside, he heard a boy's cries emanating from within the gym. The boy rushed out, cradling a small Rada that looked as if it had been scorched to the color of charcoal. Upon inspecting the injuries on little Rada, Yishio raised an eyebrow and strode directly into the gym. Gym leader, we have another casualty. A lowly minion exclaimed upon seeing Yishio's entrance, hastily alerting their leader. Oh, let me see. A towering figure, muscular and imposing, emerged. Upon seeing Yishio, he burst into hearty laughter. Another little baby? I am Majishir, the gym leader of Withered Leaf Gym. I hope you can endure longer than the last little one in my hands. Ha ha ha. Standing at over 2 meters tall, Majishir looked down upon Yishio, who, at 1.75 meters, truly appeared to be but a child in comparison. Yishio remained silent, gazing coldly at Majishir. It seems you possess a bit of courage to stare me down so boldly. Come, follow me. I accept your challenge, little one. Majishir felt a twinge of discomfort under Yishio's steady gaze, which held not a trace of a child's innocence, but rather a calm and mature demeanor. Yishio was led by Majishir to the gym's expansive battlefield. All right, kid. I must admit you are unlike those previous little ones. Let us commence the battle. I can hardly contain my excitement. Majishir positioned himself on one side of the battlefield, his eyes gleaming with fervor as he looked at Yishio, then tossed a Pokeball forward. Go, Raichu. Raichu appeared, tilting its head arrogantly as it glared at Yishio. Name, Raichu. Type, electric. Ability, static. Strength, level 25, advanced mid-stage. Potential, near champion. Skills, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Volt Tackle, Growl, Thunder Punch. Evaluation, a Raichu with slight potential, having undergone rigorous training, significantly more competitive than its peers. Level 25? Advanced mid-stage? It seems rather unimpressive. Go, Bangilas, let us play with it leisurely. Roaring, Yishio disdainfully regarded Raichu's statistics, releasing Bangilas, which instantly summoned a sandstorm across the arena. What? Your Pokemon is actually Bangilas? Majishir stared incredulously at the towering Bangilas, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Yishio chuckled lightly at Majishir's flustered expression. How could I be afraid? I am Majishir, the gym leader of Withered Leaf Gym. Raichu, launch an attack. Use Thunder Punch. Raichu let out a loud cry, channeling electric energy into its right hand. Sparks crackled as it charged fearlessly towards the monstrous figure before it. Meanwhile, Bangilas seemed oblivious to the incoming Raichu, making no attempt to evade or retaliate, and instead let out a yawn. As Raichu reached Bangilas, it unleashed its Thunder Punch, striking violently against Bangilas' abdomen. The sound echoed with a sizzling impact. Though Raichu's Thunder Punch made contact, Bangilas stood firm as a mountain, exhibiting no reaction, with only a slight scorch marking the area struck, accompanied by a trace of electricity. Roar. Little buddy, have you forgotten to eat? Roar. Let me teach you how to properly use Thunder Punch. Vangelis fixed its gaze upon the panicked Raichu, channeling a substantial amount of electric energy into its left hand before delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The forceful strike landed squarely on Raichu. Raichu! It cried out in agony, sent flying several meters before crashing heavily to the ground, dazed and utterly incapacitated. How could this be? My Raichu was defeated with a single blow? Ma Zhisher stood in stunned silence, swallowing hard. Not only was Raichu defeated in one hit, but Vangelis had even allowed it a momentary advantage. The disparity in strength was so vast that Raichu stood no chance. Vangelis slowly approached Yishio, eager for praise. Roar! Vangelis, you did excellently. Return now and eat some earth, Yishio said, affectionately patting the large creature's belly before recalling it. Ah ha ha, I've lost. There's nothing I can do. I never anticipated that a child could be so formidable. At that moment, Ma Zhisher approached Yishio, addressing him. Though not of the highest character, Ma Zhisher exhibited a certain gallantry. He accepted his defeat without bitterness and retrieved an orange badge resembling a sunflower from his pocket. Here. This is the orange badge, a token of your triumph over my withered leaf gym. After receiving the badge, Yishio summoned the system and returned to the real world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the withered leaf gym instance. Reward, orange badge, electric-type Pokemon lottery ticket. Orange badge, awarded for successfully challenging the withered leaf gym. Collect all 8 badges to unlock the hidden large instance quartz conference. Electric-type Pokemon lottery ticket. This ticket allows the user to randomly obtain 1 electric-type Pokemon from the system lottery. Indeed, defeating these gyms grants corresponding attribute lottery tickets. System, initiate the lottery. Upon uttering these words, a virtual Pokemon gacha machine in vibrant yellow materialized before Yishio. The machine began to shake, and the Pokeballs within started to roll. Finally, a Pokeball emerged from the exit. Chapter 21. Entering the Secret Realm. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mareep. Mareep? It seems my luck has met its match. I've drawn a non-final form Pokemon. Yishio picked up the Pokeball and casually remarked, then transported it to the Pokemon realm, placing the egg awarded for today's victory on the ground. Name, Egg Wooper. Potential, Gym level. Remaining hatching time, 14 days. The Wooper egg has only Gym level potential, as it was retrieved from a sea-level secret realm. I cannot expect much from it. I shall address that later. I possess potential enhancers that can directly elevate a Pokemon's potential to champion level. Yishio gazed at the data on the egg, murmuring to himself. However, for now, let us first see the Pokemon I drew. Come forth, Mareep. Mareep. Name, Mareep. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Strength, Level 5, Early Mid-Stage. Potential, Champion. Skills, Impact, Cry, Electromagnetic Waves. Electric Shock, Flash, Shadow Clone, Iron Tail, Affinity, 100. Evaluation. A Mareep possessing the potential of a champion. With proper nurturing, it holds great promise. Although this Mareep is merely at level 5, it is, after all, a product of the system and has mastered numerous techniques that it should not yet possess. It turns out to be just a little you. Yishio gently caressed the soft fleece of the Mareep, smiling faintly. Bah! The Mareep relished Yishio's touch, letting out a joyful bleat. By the way, you 3, take good care of the Mareep. Its strength is far inferior to yours, so do not bully it. And this Pokemon egg, do not mistake it for food. I'm talking to you. Vangelis, did you hear me? Yishio called over Darkrai, Vangelis, and Milotic, imparting his instructions. He then casually conjured food required for the Pokemon before retreating to the reality world to rest. Meanwhile, within a luxurious villa community in the magical city. Dad, I can't take it anymore. Every time I close my eyes, I am plagued by nightmares. I never want to experience that terrifying feeling again. You must bring Yishio here. A man, already on the brink of collapse, writhed in agony on the ground, his complexion pale. Heavy dark circles beneath his eyes indicating he had not slept in ages. This man was Yangji. Slap. Unfilial son. Enraged, Yangshu extended his right hand and struck Yangji hard, berating him, "You ungrateful wretch. Why did you provoke that Yishio? His backing is the champion Edu. How am I supposed to capture him? Champion Edu? Yishio. I loathe him." Yangji screamed in anguish, collapsing into unconsciousness from his mental breakdown, only to awaken shortly after due to nightmares. He would ultimately live his life overshadowed by Yishio. Observing his son lying unconscious, Yangshu shook his head in disappointment, gradually suppressing his fury, contemplating a solution. Although Yishio was backed by Champion Edu, a figure he could not provoke, he could not simply disregard Yangji, for he was his own flesh and blood. Someone, investigate Yishio's whereabouts in secret. I want to see if Champion Adu is truly by his side at all times. Yang Shu declared menacingly to the outside. The next day, Yi Xiu rose early, donned his newly purchased attire, and placed the Pokeballs he had acquired into the system's storage. He prepared to head to the local secret realm in the magical city. First, he downloaded an app called Secret Realm Assistant on his phone, officially released by the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Alliance. Since it was managed by the official alliance, the likelihood of encountering fraud was virtually non-existent. Those who attempted to deceive would face severe penalties. This application provided clear coordinates for every secret realm in the Dragon Kingdom, along with pertinent information about each realm and a trading market where various Pokemon-related items obtained from the secret realms could be sold and purchased. To Yi Xiu's surprise, the trading market offered Mega Rings and Z Rings, with a substantial stock available, typically priced around 5 million. Although this seemed exorbitant to professional trainers, such prices were considered remarkably reasonable. After all, the world would never lack in the mass production of rings. What was scarce were the Mega Evolution Stones and Z Crystals, particularly the latter, which were exceedingly rare. Without these mystical stones, who would bother purchasing the rings? Moreover, 5 million was beyond the means of an average family. Would one merely buy them for show? Yi Xiu observed that this world featured both Mega Evolution and Z moves, yet there was no information regarding Dynamax. Perhaps due to the absence of entities like Ultra Necrozma. Through the Secret Realm Assistant, Yi Xiu gleaned comprehensive intelligence about all secret realms. E-grade secret realms were classified as novice realms, inhabited by exceedingly weak Pokemon. As long as one did not delve too deeply, they would encounter only beginner and intermediate level Pokemon. Even at the deepest points, the strength barely reached advanced levels. D-grade realms generally housed wild Pokemon of advanced to elite strength. C-grade realms contained elite to gym-level Pokemon. B-grade realms hosted gym leaders to quasi-champions. A-grade realms were for quasi-champions to champions, while S-grade realms comprised champions to the elite. However, these classifications were not absolute, as some realms concealed dangers unknown to humanity, leading many to their demise. Yi Xiu casually selected the nearest C-grade secret realm, a small-sized realm located 2 kilometers from his residence, easily accessible by taxi. C-grade secret realm, ID 23. Have I arrived? Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Yi Xiu murmured as he gazed at the colossal portal before him. It resembled a smooth, reflective door to another realm, its surface radiating with a brilliant white light, obscuring any view of the interior, making it impossible to ascertain whether it was safe or perilous. Nevertheless, throngs of individuals ventured into this unknown realm. For although dangers lurked within, the fortunes to be found could alter one's destiny. Risk and reward were intrinsically linked. The treasures within secret realms predominantly consisted of mushrooms and berries, Pokemon foods. The higher the grade of the realm, the rarer the treasures, including various potions, advanced Pokeballs, rare items, Pokemon-held items, evolution stones, and Mega Evolution Stones. Especially coveted were the Mega Evolution Stones, magical artifacts that allowed Pokemon to undergo Mega Evolution. Acquiring even one could incite a frenzy among trainers worldwide, turning one into a millionaire overnight. Consequently, various teams emerged, including adventure groups dedicated to procuring Pokemon items from secret realms and Pokemon hunters capturing Pokemon to sell, alongside numerous nefarious organizations. In such secret realms, individuals typically opted to enter in groups, as having companions mitigated danger. However, Yi Xiu chose to embark alone, confident in his abilities and unwilling to share the spoils with anyone else. He fixated on the enchanting portal to the secret realm, holding his breath as he approached. His excitement was palpable, for this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. It was hard to fathom that crossing this radiant threshold would transport him to another wondrous world. With his left foot stepping through, Yi Xiu felt an indescribable wave envelop him, followed by his right foot crossing the threshold, revealing an entirely new world. Is this the interior of the secret realm? Everything had transformed. The entire atmosphere had shifted. The previously stifling heat outside instantly transformed into a refreshing coolness upon entering the secret realm. Hey, kid, judging by your appearance, is this your first time in a secret realm? A group of people within the realm regarded Yi Xiu, one tall, burly man inquiring. Yi Xiu glanced over and casually replied, "Doesn't it feel incredible? When I was young, I was equally astonished on my first visit. Hey, kid, why are you here alone? You should team up with others. Secret realms can be dangerous. You should head home," the tall man advised upon noticing Yi Xiu's solitary presence. "Captain, he seems to be that Yi Xiu." "Which Yi Xiu?" "It is indeed the champion of the Magical City Pokemon Academy's freshman tournament, who has gained considerable fame online. particularly due to his formidable Pokemon. This year's victor, Edu, even wishes to take him as his apprentice. One of the younger members of the group spoke to the tall man. Wow, I didn't realize this kid was from the Magical City Pokemon Academy. He is sure to make a name for himself in the future, unlike us, who can only scavenge for items to sell in the secret realms, the tall man sighed. Lost in thought. Youngster, do not let your victory in the freshman competition inflate your ambitions. This is a C-level secret realm, not a place for students like you. You should first venture into an E-level secret realm to hone your skills, the man admonished. In response, Yishio replied coolly, thank you. But I believe I possess the strength to enter the C-level secret realm. Chapter 22, Crisis? After conversing with this group for a while, Yishio ventured deeper into the secret realm. Through their discussions, he learned that this group was an adventurer's team, surviving by scavenging for Pokemon items within the secret realms. Their Pokemon characterized by their collecting abilities and keen sense of smell. The secret realm unfolded as a forested world, with robust trees growing in dense clusters, their thick foliage nearly obscuring all sunlight. Numerous bug-type Pokemon thrived here, yet Yishio felt no interest in these feeble creatures. The further he strayed from the entrance, the denser the trees became, their trunks towering and imposing, casting an eerie atmosphere. Yishio couldn't shake the unsettling feeling of being watched, though each time he turned, he found nothing amiss. Hopefully, it was merely a figment of his imagination. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Yishio arrived at a grove of fruit-bearing trees, the predominant fruit being the orange fruit. Name, orange fruit. Effect, restores a small amount of stamina when consumed by a Pokemon. This blue, oval-shaped fruit is one of nature's gifts, bursting with various flavors when bitten into. It aids Pokemon in regaining a portion of their stamina and can be found in various fruit shops at an inexpensive price, making it a common item among Pokemon tree fruits. What delighted Yishio the most was that his data vision not only displayed Pokemon data, but also revealed information about their food and items. Suddenly, a swarm of Pokemon buzzed toward Yishio, appearing displeased with his presence in their territory, eager to launch an attack. Name, Electric Firefly. Type, Bug. Ability, Illumination. Level, 35, Mid-Elite. Tier, Gym. Skills, Shadow Clone, Strange Light, Quick Attack, Moonlight, Psychic Hammer. Evaluation, Unremarkable. Name, Sweet Firefly. Type, Bug. Ability, Dull. Level, 32, Early Elite. Tier, Elite. Skills, Sweet Aroma, Quick Attack, Bug Resistance, Psychic Hammer, Bug Buzz. Evaluation, Weak. The electric fireflies and sweet fireflies resembled fireflies clad in heavy garments. There were a total of 8 Pokemon, their levels ranging from early to mid-elite. Indeed, as the intel suggested, most Pokemon in the secret realm will proactively attack intruders. Go, Darkrai, these Pokemon should provide a suitable challenge for you. Seeing the swarm advance, Yishio swiftly produced a Pokeball, releasing Darkrai. Darkrai, use Psychic to eliminate them. Darkrai growled, its eyes turning a blood-red hue as an immense, invisible force emanated from it, surging toward the electric fireflies and sweet fireflies. Boom, boom, boom. The Pokemon were struck by the overwhelming psychic force, their eyes glazing over as they instantaneously lost their combat capabilities, falling to the ground one by one. Darkrai, having executed this skill effortlessly, seemed to find these Pokemon rather feeble. Indeed, a group of elite Pokemon could not escape being taken down in a single strike by Darkrai. It appeared that one would need to venture into a B-level secret realm to encounter Pokemon capable of matching Darkrai in battle. Suddenly, Darkrai seemed to sense something, quickly conjuring a Shadow Ball and hurling it toward a towering tree behind Yishio. Boom! The Shadow Ball struck the tree with precision, causing a violent explosion and engulfing the area in thick smoke. Darkrai, what is it? As Yishio turned to the spot where Darkrai had attacked, a figure slowly emerged from the cloud of smoke. Clap, clap, clap. Applause. Yishio, I must admit, you are indeed a genius. A Pokemon that has only awakened for a few days can defeat a group of Pokemon in a C-level secret realm. However, your greatest folly was provoking the Yang family and leaving my son in such a wretched state. A middle-aged man's magnetic voice accompanied his applause as he approached, seething with anger. Yangshu. The sound alone reminded Yishio of this man, who was none other than Yang Ji's father, Yangshu. Indeed, it is I. I am curious to see how you will escape my grasp today without your champion, Edu, to protect you. Killing you in the secret realm will ensure that no one ever discovers my involvement. They will simply think you encountered dangers and succumb to a natural death. I offer you 2 choices. First, reveal the means to restore my son, and I will leave you with a complete corpse. Second, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Yang Shu glared menacingly at Yi Xiao, as though he were already within his grasp. So it was you who was stalking me. No wonder I felt as if I were being watched. Yet, have you overestimated your own worth? Why do you believe you can threaten me? Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Yang Shu with mockery. Humph, youngster. Spare me your pretentiousness. I have experienced more than you can fathom. Your Darkrai has likely exhausted its energy after dispatching those electric fireflies and sweet fireflies. I truly do not believe that a Pokemon, which has only awakened for a few days, can possess such formidable strength. Yang Shu's irritation was palpable as he glared at Yi Xiao, who wore an expression of amusement. Come forth, Steel Wing, Nidoking, Toad King. These are my 3 strongest Pokemon. No matter how powerful your Darkrai may be, it will stand no chance against them. Name, Steel Wing. Type, Flying Steel. Ability, Intimidation. Level, 49, Peak Gym. Tier, Gym. Skills, Steel Wing, Scratch, Iron Defense, Fury Attack, Pecking Drill, Brave Bird. Evaluation, an unremarkable Steel Wing, whose strength has reached a bottleneck, unable to break through. Name, Nidoking. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Poison Point. Level, 49, Peak Gym. Tier, Gym. Skills, Poison Sting, Double Kick, Toxic, Poison Jab, Earth Power. Evaluation, an unremarkable Nidoking, whose strength has reached a bottleneck, unable to break through. Name, Toad King. Type, Water, Ground. Ability, Poison Touch. Strength, 54, Mid-Level Pseudo King. Qualification, Pseudo King. Skills, Absorb Punch, Dissolution Liquid, Mud Shot, Turbid Flow, Water Bubble. Evaluation, a slightly promising Toad King. Deck. Yi Xiao silently observed the data of the opposing Pokemon, while Darkrai beside him had already ignited a fervent fighting spirit. Since the day Darkrai awakened, it had either been dominating weak opponents or on the path to doing so, as the strength of its foes never matched its own. Now it finally encountered someone slightly stronger. Witnessing Yi Xiao's Darkrai not only undeterred but also brimming with a desire to battle, Yang Shu was thrown off balance. On what grounds do you dare to continue fighting? Steel Wing, launch a Brave Bird attack. Nidoking, use Double Kick. Toad King, employ Absorb Punch. Go. Eliminate it. Yeah. Nido. Toad. Chapter 23. Don't kill me? Yeah. Nido. Toad. As 3 Pokemon charged towards him, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, calmly retrieving 2 Pokeballs. Go. Tyranitar and Milotic, assist Darkrai. Roar. Gur. The collapse of an adult often occurs in an instant. Upon the appearance of the 2 Pokemon, Yang Shu's eyes widened in disbelief. His expression twisted into a grotesque visage as he bellowed. How is this possible? You, an orphan, possess other Pokemon? Ignoring Yang Shu's impotent rage, Yi Xiao coolly commanded his Pokemon. Darkrai, use Dark Hole on Toad King. Tyranitar, unleash Earth Power on Nidoking. Milotic, employ Hydro Pump against Steel Wing. Deck. Darkrai gazed at the hideous Toad King, conjuring a black hole in its right hand and hurling it forward. Toad King, quickly evade. Yang Shu had experienced Darkrai's move at school, when Dark Hole had struck Steel Wing, instantly putting it to sleep. However, if a flying Steel Wing could not evade the attack, how could the cumbersome Toad King hope to escape? Unsurprisingly, Toad King was hit by Dark Hole, succumbing to slumber and entering a nightmarish state. Simultaneously, Tyranitar concentrated ground energy in its right foot and stomped fiercely on the ground. Boom. As Nidoking charged towards Tyranitar, the ground beneath it began to tremble violently. Nido. The earth shattered, ensnaring Nidoking's feet, while enormous rocky spikes erupted, piercing it with excruciating pain and eliciting a wretched howl. Darkrai, use Shadow Ball to attack Nidoking. Noticing Nidoking trapped in the ground, Yi Xiao directed Darkrai without hesitation. For such an adversary, Yi Xiao would not permit a fair 1v1 battle. Considering Yang Shu's initial intent was to overpower Darkrai with a 3v1 strategy. Deck. Darkrai's expression hardened as it gathered a dark purple energy sphere in its right hand and swiftly hurled it at Nidoking. Boom. Nido. The Shadow Ball sped through the air, striking Nidoking deeply embedded in the earth, exploding and enveloping the area in thick smoke. All that could be heard was Nidoking's anguished cry, followed by an eerie silence. As the smoke dissipated, Nidoking lay unconscious in the pit, its eyes swirling, utterly devoid of combat capability. Ding. Darkrai leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 52. Meanwhile, the battle between Milotic and Steel Wing raged on. Milotic unleashed a tremendous spiral jet of water towards Steel Wing. In response, Steel Wing did not slow down. utilizing Brave Bird to absorb the damage from Milotic's Hydro Pump while charging forward. Milotic, use Water Tail. Witnessing the opponent's reckless strategy of trading blows, Yishio issued a command. Bang! Just as Milotic extended its water-coated tail before it, Steel Wing collided with it, sending Milotic flying half a meter and inflicting additional injuries. However, Steel Wing was not in a much better state, having just endured a full blast of Hydro Pump. Both Pokemon were left battered and bruised. Observing Milotic's injuries, Yishio remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Milotic, use Recover. With a melodious cry, Milotic emitted a brilliant white light, its previously dim gaze brightening. Instantly, all injuries vanished, and its stamina was significantly restored. Indeed, Recover was Milotic's signature move, capable of revitalizing its energy. In the game, a fully invested Milotic in both defenses consistently using Recover could be utterly infuriating. Witnessing Milotic's wounds heal completely, Yangshu was left dumbfounded. The only Pokemon injured was now unscathed. Damn it. At this juncture, even a fool could discern the victor. Yangshu began contemplating retreat. Steel Wing, come here. Yeah. Faced with impending doom, Yangshu disregarded the sleeping Toad King and the incapacitated Nido King, intent on fleeing with the battered Steel Wing. But could he escape under Yishio's watchful gaze? Darkrai, apprehend him. Dak. Following Yishio's command, Darkrai instantly materialized before Steel Wing, effortlessly sending it flying. Then, with a chilling gaze, it fixed its eyes on Yangshu, raising its hand and gripping his throat tightly before returning to Yishio's side and casually tossing him to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Yishio, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to kill me? If you dare to kill me, you will regret it. Yangshu lay on the ground, rubbing his neck to alleviate the pain, his eyes wide with fury as he desperately shouted. Killing you in the secret realm means no one will ever know it was me. They will simply believe you encountered danger and died a natural death. Those were your words, weren't they? Now, I return them to you. Yishio spoke slowly, his icy gaze fixed on Yangshu as if assessing a corpse. Faced with Yishio's penetrating stare, Yangshu could no longer muster threats, his expression morphing into one of sheer desperation as he implored, No, don't kill me. Yishio, you're still just a youth. Can you truly bring yourself to take a life? Can your conscience bear it? Heh. Observing Yangshu's desperate demeanor, Yishio looked up at the sky with a cold smile. Then, his expression turned impassive as he stated flatly, Spare you? Having lived 2 lives has rendered me particularly mature and composed. Individuals who pose a threat to me must be eradicated. With that, he cast a glance at Darkrai and turned to leave. Believing Yishio had truly let him go, Yangshu slowly rose, his mind racing with thoughts of revenge. However, when he saw Darkrai remaining in place, extending its right hand towards him with a vicious glint in its eyes, fear and confusion flooded his expression. Don't kill me. I'll give you money. A lot of it. Yangshu die? Upon Yangshu's demise, his Pokemon naturally reverted to wild status, and Yishio forcefully reclaimed 2 of them, namely Steel Wing and Nido King. As for the Toad King, it was a spirit awakened by the Yangmouse, one that could not be captured. Thus, Yishio had no choice but to slay it completely. Spirits of this nature would never be allowed to escape by Yishio. For having killed their master, they would harbor nothing but hatred towards him, a sentiment that could never be altered. Although it was unlikely that this spirit would pose any threat to Yishio thereafter, the old adage holds true. If one does not eliminate the roots of the problem, it may very well lead to one's demise. Regarding the Steel Crow and Nidoking, both pinnacle gym-level spirits had a mere affinity of around 20 with him. However, these were trivial matters that could be gradually worked on. Moreover, Yishio intended to let these 2 spirits roam freely in the spirit world, not planning to utilize them as his primary forces. In case of any special circumstances, they could be summoned for emergencies. Chapter 24, The Green Shadow. Yishio continued his journey deeper into the secret realm, his expression impassive, showing no sign of discomfort at the death of the Yangmouse. Just as the Yangmouse had articulated, death within the secret realm would remain shrouded in anonymity. He was entirely unperturbed by the possibility of someone tracing the act back to him. With the acquisition of the Steel Crow, Yishio no longer needed to walk, instead soaring through the skies on its back as he explored the secret realm. As for the newly captured Steel Crow refusing to heed commands, that was of no concern, for Darkrai would teach it the ways of obedience. After delving approximately 1,000 meters into this forest, Yishio stumbled upon a colossal fruit tree standing tall. Surrounding the tree was a peculiar absence of vegetation. Not even wild grasses dared to grow within a radius of 50 meters. Yishio directed the Steel Crow to fly towards the tree, convinced that such an anomaly must conceal some hidden treasure. Steel Crow, head over there, he commanded. Upon landing, Yishio withdrew the Steel Crow into its Pokeball. There, beneath the tree, lay scattered remnants of white bones. A sight that sent a chill down Yishio's spine. He immediately recognized them as human remains, left behind by wild spirits that had taken their lives. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a fruit shimmering with a mysterious golden light hanging from the tree. Name: Miracle Fruit, Quasi-King. Effect: when consumed by a spirit, it elevates the level of spirits below the Quasi-King rank by 1. Miracle Fruit? It bears the same effect as the Miracle Candy from the games, yet is limited to spirits below the Quasi-King tier, as this is not a high-level secret realm, but merely a C-level 1. Yishio stood rooted, scrutinizing the fruit's data. Come forth, Darkrai, and survey the surroundings carefully. There may be danger. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the towering fruit tree. Sensing something amiss, Yishio gazed upward, only to see a green figure darting out from the dense foliage, hurtling towards him at breakneck speed. Swish! Darkrai sensed the imminent danger and, in an instant, positioned itself before Yishio, raising its arm to intercept the strike. Flash! Due to the astonishing speed of the approaching figure, Darkrai was unable to counterattack in time. Enduring the blow. Darkrai, are you alright? Yishio inquired urgently, noticing the long gash on Darkrai's left arm. With a shake of its head, Darkrai reassured him, allowing Yishio to focus on the assailant before him. Name: Scyther. Type: Bug Flying. Ability: Technician. Strength: 55, Mid Quasi-King. Qualification: Quasi-King. Skills: Quick Attack, Dual Chop, Precision Strike. Wing Attack, Shadow Clone, Agility, Double Hit, Air Slash, X Scissor. Evaluation: a Scyther with slight potential but possessing an exceptionally strong will. A Mid Quasi-King Scyther? To encounter a spirit of such caliber within a C-level secret realm is astonishing. It is no wonder that many have perished here, had it not been for Darkrai. I would have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls, falling prey to this Scyther's treachery. Gazing at the Scyther, Yishio murmured to himself. It became clear to him that this Scyther was likely the guardian of this fruit tree. Darkrai, it's time to engage in battle. Use Shadow Ball. Darkrai quickly conjured a shadowy orb in its right hand and hurled it at the Scyther. The Shadow Ball sped towards its target, but the Scyther was swifter, evading the attack in a flash of green light. Boom! Yet, the Scyther was oblivious to the fact that although it had dodged the Shadow Ball, it struck the massive tree behind it, causing an explosive sound. Crash! Witnessing the gaping hole left in the tree, the Scyther's fury surged to new heights. Raising its scythe-like arms, it charged angrily towards Darkrai. Darkrai, you're injured. Avoid direct confrontation. Steer clear of its attacks, and look for an opportunity. Yishio calmly directed Darkrai. The Scyther, now resembling a furious beast, had lost its rationality, relentlessly slashing at Darkrai with its razor-sharp blades. Yet, Darkrai outpaced it, skillfully dodging 3 consecutive slashes. Now is the moment. Use Shadow Claw. Yishio seized the opportunity to issue the command. After 3 successive attacks, the Scyther's speed began to wane. Responding to Yishio's instruction, Darkrai unleashed a fierce cry, raising its claw imbued with shadow energy and lunging towards the Scyther. Swish! Crash! The Shadow Claw struck the Scyther with tremendous force, sending it flying several meters to the ground. Darkrai used Dark Hole. Yishio continued, pressing the advantage. Darkrai extended its right hand once more, swiftly forming a black orb of energy, which it hurled at the fallen Scyther. Bang! The Scyther, unable to rise in time, was enveloped by the Dark Hole, which subsequently dissipated, leaving the Scyther in a state of slumber. Use Dream Eater. Darkrai's eyes turned blood red, and a black shadow, akin to a spirit leaving its body, raced towards the sleeping Scyther. Whoosh! The shadow passed through the Scyther's form, causing it to tremble violently and awaken, its eyes bloodshot and spiraling, losing all capacity to fight. Ding! Darkrai leveled up by 2 levels. Current level, 54. Strength, Mid Quasi-King. Meanwhile, Darkrai had restored its vitality to peak condition, the gash on its left arm healing significantly, and with 2 levels gained. Yishio couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Is this the innate potential of a demigod? Simply defeating a Pokemon of equal caliber allows for a remarkable elevation of 2 levels, a pace of advancement that seems almost absurdly advantageous. Following the battle, Yishio retrieved a brand new Pokeball from the system's inventory and hurled it towards the incapacitated Scyther. In this world, Pokeballs are remarkably resilient. Even in the event of a failed capture, they do not vanish as they do in games. The classic red and white sphere struck the defeated Scyther with precision, bursting open with a resounding pop, unleashing a beam of crimson light that ensnared the scyther within. After being drawn inside, the Pokeball began to tremble vigorously. This scyther, indeed exemplary of a near-elite Pokemon, shook for dozens of moments before the tremors gradually diminished, until finally, it ceased moving altogether. Upon the successful capture, Yishio first accessed the system, entering the Pokemon's mini-world to release the scyther, allowing it to recuperate gradually from its injuries. Ultimately, Yishio emerged from this pocket dimension, plucking a miraculous fruit from a tree and storing it within the system's confines. He did not intend to feed it to any Pokemon just yet, as it possessed the ability to enhance a Pokemon's level by 1, albeit only effective for those below the elite tier. As Pokemon grow stronger, such advancements become increasingly challenging. Thus, it would be prudent to wait until a Pokemon reaches the pinnacle of near-elite status before consumption, thereby facilitating an immediate leap to the elite class. Chapter 25. The Past of Incursion. As evening descended, Yishio departed from the secret realm, returning with a bountiful harvest, including several rare fruits and 2 firestones, which he subsequently sold at the Pokemon shop in Magic City for approximately 130,000 Alliance coins, primarily due to the value of the 2 firestones, each worth 50,000. It seems that to earn money, one must venture into the secret realms, Yishio mused, preparing to have dinner before heading home for the night. Upon picking up his phone, he discovered a text message. Incursion, Yishio, I heard you didn't attend school today. Did something troubling occur? If it's Yang Ji seeking retribution, please exercise caution. Upon reading Incursion's message, Yishio replied with a simple reassurance. What trouble could there be? He had already dealt with Yang Ji's father. What was there to fear from Yang Ji's retaliation? Perhaps I should go visit her for dinner, he thought, a smile appearing at the thought of the bashful girl. Upon entering the restaurant, he spotted Incursion standing there, lost in thought. And classmate, he called out. For reasons unknown, the moment he laid eyes on her, the weight in his heart seemed to lift. Though he feigned indifference about having eliminated Yang Shu in the secret realm, the act of taking a life inevitably bore a heavy toll on his conscience. Yet, upon seeing Incursion, that burden inexplicably dissipated. Hearing her name called, Incursion's dazed expression sharpened as she turned towards him. Yishio responded with a smile, then casually gestured for her to join him at a table to order. Let us order the signature dishes as we did yesterday. By the way, what was troubling you earlier? After placing his order, he noticed Incursion's awkward demeanor and inquired further. And nothing, she stammered, her cheeks flushed at the sound of his voice. Seeing her flustered state, Yishio frowned slightly, pressing for clarity. What is going on? I'm just worried about you, she replied, still hesitant and bashful. You needn't worry about me. Yang Ji's family lacks the strength to retaliate against me. Now, sit down. I'm treating you to dinner. Observing her demeanor, Yishio felt a swell of irritation towards Yang Ji's family. However, with Yang Shu gone, what trouble could Yang Ji possibly stir? After finishing their meal, Yishio wiped his mouth and prepared to leave for home. Incursion timidly tugged at the hem of his shirt, summoning her courage to say, Yishio. What's the matter? Are you still hungry? He turned to her. She shook her head quickly, looking up seriously. You must be careful of Yang Ji and his father's revenge. Hearing her mention Yang Ji's potential retribution once more made Yishio chuckle incredulously. Observing her adorable yet earnest expression, he affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling, I told you. There's no need to worry about them. I truly do not regard their family as a threat. With that, he turned away, leaving the restaurant without glancing back at her anxious face. As he exited, Yishio noticed an elderly woman, perhaps in her 60s or 70s, standing nearby, seemingly waiting for him. Upon seeing him, she smiled and remarked, Young man, your relationship with Incursion seems quite special. Well, I suppose we are friends, he replied, recognizing her as Incursion's elder. The old woman appeared unsatisfied with his response and continued teasingly, You've dined with Incursion in my establishment twice now. Are you sure it's merely a friendship? Taken aback by her probing, Yishio paused, uncertain how to respond. Although he and Incursion shared a certain fondness, it was not of an overtly intimate nature. Noticing his hesitance, the old woman continued with a smile, I won team medal in the affairs of the young. But I wish to convey that Incursion is a good child. Her parents tragically passed away in a secret realm accident when she was very young. Upon mentioning Incursion's parents, a distant memory seemed to wash over the old woman, prompting her to sigh and continue. I took Incursion in after that. Over the years, she has been remarkably understanding and independent, though she remains quite introverted, often keeping her feelings to herself. You seem to be a promising young man. Should you and Incursion find companionship, I would not oppose it, but please do not let her down. Understood. Thank you, ma'am, Yishio replied, absorbing her words in silence, responding earnestly. Later that night, as Yishio returned home and stood by the window, he reflected on the moments he had shared with Incursion since their acquaintance. Perhaps I do have a slight fondness for her, he murmured, recalling her shy demeanor. He acknowledged that she had consistently shown genuine concern for him. Never mind, I must focus on becoming stronger, although I may be considered the best among students. In comparison to those champion trainers, my prowess is hardly noteworthy. He sighed. Time for bed. Tomorrow I shall continue grinding through the dungeons. The championship of the National High School Pokemon Tournament in September is within my grasp. With more than half a month remaining until the National High School Pokemon Tournament, Yishio had received news of his qualification from the principal on the day he secured his spot. However, he felt that, based on his current abilities, winning was not a guarantee. After all, this was a national tournament, featuring the strongest competitors from various high schools, most of whom were third-year students. As a first-year student, merely obtaining a spot in the competition had already shattered everyone's preconceptions of what it meant to be a genius. In the realm of competitive Pokemon battles, the senior students entering the fray boast at least elite-level Pokemon, having trained their companions for 2 to 3 years, not to mention the prodigies among them, who may possess gym-level or even quasi-champion capabilities. Yet, here stands Yishio, having only acquired his Pokemon mere days ago, and soon he must face those who have honed their skills for 3 years. Anyone would deem this scenario a fanciful impossibility. However, before the formidable Yishio, equipped with a dungeon system, such challenges pose no insurmountable obstacle. Chapter 26, Golden Gym, Nasi. In the early hours of dawn in the bustling city of Magic Capital, the sky sparkled with ethereal lights, reminiscent of Pokemon frolicking above. After a long day, the weary city exhaled, leaving behind a gentle glow that rendered the night even more enchanting. At this moment, within a modest restaurant, an elderly lady, brimming with concern, urged, Shin, tidy up quickly and return home to rest. You have classes tomorrow. Grandma, it's fine. I'll head back as soon as I finish wiping the tables. Incursion replied with a smile, diligently continuing her task. By the way, how is your relationship with that young man progressing? The grandmother teased. The young man? Are you referring to classmate Yishio? At the mere mention of his name, a blush crept across Incursion's cheeks. Observing her flustered demeanor, the grandmother chuckled. Oh, you little one, why the shyness? Is there something you can't share with your grandmother? If you like someone, be bold about it. It's evident that you hold a fondness for that young man. Listening to her grandmother's words, Incursion's expression gradually settled into a contemplative one, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. In truth, she felt a profound sense of contradiction within herself. This world revered Pokemon battles, and Pokemon trainers were the most celebrated and sought-after profession. Thus, possessing formidable strength was indispensable in this realm. Incursion lamented her lack of talent as a trainer, contrasting starkly with Yishio, an extraordinary genius who not only awakened a remarkably powerful Pokemon, but also exhibited unparalleled combat aptitude, so much so that even the champion, Edu, wished to take him as a disciple. Consequently, Incursion battled feelings of inferiority. Although her affection for Yishio was genuine, she felt unworthy of him. Sighing softly, the elderly lady seemed to sense Incursion's inner turmoil, but opted for silence, merely releasing a gentle sigh. Matters of the heart, after all, were best resolved by the young themselves. As the grandmother's sigh lingered in the air, Incursion found herself at a loss. If Yishio were to discover her anxieties, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. In reality, Yishio was indifferent to the attributes of his partner. In fact, it was girls like Incursion who stirred within him a protective instinct. The following day, August 13th, rays of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yishio's face. As the tattered light curtains proved inadequate against the resplendent sunlight. Just hold on for another fortnight. Once I secure the championship at the National High School Pokemon Tournament, I shall purchase a spacious abode. Yishio consoled himself while gazing at the dilapidated single room. Despite possessing approximately 620,000 Alliance coins, sufficient to rent a comfortable dwelling, he remained resolute in his decision to refrain from doing so. Perhaps it stemmed from his upbringing as an orphan, instilling in him a profound appreciation for every coin, leading him to eschew unnecessary expenditures. The early bird catches the worm, he mused. System, initiate the next dungeon. Ding. Does the host wish to enter the Golden Gym dungeon? Recommended strength, gym level. Golden Gym? Is this the psychic-type gym? The leader should be Nasi, he thought, and stepped into the portal. Yishio found himself at the entrance of a gym resembling an insect hive. Ding. Entry successful. Dungeon mission. Obtain the golden badge. Upon reading the system's task, Yishio pushed open the door. The interior of the golden gym resembled a honeycomb, filled with numerous corridors and chambers. Hey, are you here to challenge our golden gym? A purple-haired youth clad in a white lab coat materialized silently. Yes, where can I find your gym leader? Yishio inquired. If you intend to challenge our leader. That's not possible right now. You must first pass my test, the purple-haired youth replied, retrieving a Pokeball from his coat pocket and releasing his Pokemon. Go, Dodo. The Pokeball floated in the air, unveiling a pink, seemingly clumsy Pokemon. Psychic type? Upon witnessing the levitating Pokeball, Yishio immediately deduced its nature. Indeed, this is psychic ability. I can make certain objects levitate. Impressive, isn't it? Though my powers pale in comparison to those of our leader, Nasi, the young man proclaimed proudly, his eyes gleaming with admiration when he mentioned the gym leader. Yishio remained silent, fully aware of the identity of the Golden Gym's leader. He merely observed Dodo's data. Name, Dodo. Type, water, psychic. Ability, oblivious. Strength, level 28, late stage. Qualification, gym. Skills, water gun, yawn, amnesia, water pulse, mind crush. Evaluation, an unremarkable Dodo. Decent enough. Go. Milotic, you shall take the stage today, Yishio commanded. Upon Milotic's emergence, its graceful form left the purple-haired youth momentarily awestruck. Is that Milotic? The Pokemon renowned for its beauty? You must be from another region. Yishio, noticing the surprise on his opponent's face, simply urged, let us commence the battle. Ah yes. I declare this duel officially begun. The purple-haired youth hastily proclaimed as the match was set in motion. As soon as the proclamation left his lips, Yishio swiftly initiated the first command. Milotic, unleash a twister. With that, Milotic's fan-like tail gathered a tempestuous force, conjuring a fierce tornado that surged toward Dodo. Reacting promptly, the purple-haired youth commanded, Dodo, use amnesia? Dodo. The Pokemon emitted a cry, seemingly oblivious to its surroundings, curiously gazing around. Amnesia significantly bolstered the user's special defense. However, it bore a downside in reality, causing the user to forget previous events and potentially momentarily lose knowledge of certain skills. Meanwhile, Milotic's assault in the form of a twister approached Dodo. Previously intrigued by its surroundings, Dodo suddenly faced the oncoming tornado. Dodo. Whoosh. Dodo was propelled several meters back by the twister, yet it did not succumb to defeat, struggling to rise again. Given its current state, it seemed that another gust would easily topple it. This exemplified the effects of amnesia, which had greatly enhanced its special defense. From Milotic's current level and strength, a casual strike would have been sufficient to dispatch Dodo. Seeing Dodo still capable of battling, the purple-haired youth exclaimed excitedly, well done, Dodo. Now it's our turn to counterattack. Dodo, utilize your mind to strike at the Milotic. The slow-witted Snorlax, upon receiving the command, did not unleash its skill. Instead, it turned its head and gazed at the purple-haired youth with an expression akin to that of a caregiver looking at a mentally challenged child. Are you certain that I can perform such a technique? What? The purple-haired youth nearly spat blood in exasperation. With what mud? Milotic. Approach it using Surf and unleash a full-force water tail. Observing Snorlax's lapse in memory regarding its skills, Yishio could no longer contain himself and calmly issued commands to Milotic. Ugh! Milotic let out a low murmur, and waves of water materialized around it as it gracefully rode the crest of a wave, its tail brimming with an immense reservoir of water energy. Subsequently, a torrent of furious water spiraled around Milotic's tail as it surged toward Snorlax. Splash! As the colossal wave crashed before Snorlax, Milotic's tail struck with the force of a water whip. Bang! A deafening sound reverberated through the air. The water tail struck Snorlax with tremendous force, sending it flying and crashing heavily to the ground. Its eyes glazed over, signifying its loss of combat capability. Nearby decor was obliterated by Milotic's surf. The purple-haired youth stood by, mouth agape in disbelief. My goodness, the power of this skill is likely beyond even our gym leader's Pokemon. Return, Snorlax. Your Milotic is truly formidable. It has bested me. I shall now escort you to the gym leader. The purple-haired youth regained his composure, recalling Snorlax, and gestured for Yishio to follow. Soon, they entered a dimly lit grand chamber, featuring a small battle arena at its center, flanked by two flickering torches. At the forefront of the arena loomed a grand palace-like door, behind which lay an impenetrable darkness. Lady Naza, this challenger has defeated me, and I have brought him here. The purple-haired youth said respectfully toward the shadowy interior. Suddenly, the lights flickered on, and the wooden door creaked open, revealing a slender figure. It was a striking girl with deep green hair, cradling a sinister-looking doll in her arms. Naza cast a brief glance at the purple-haired youth, causing him to scurry away in fright before walking toward the battle arena. Are you the challenger? I am Naza, the gym leader of the Golden Gym. The rules of our contest are simple. Each participant may use only one Pokemon, and the first to fall shall be deemed the loser. Chapter 27. Naza's Mysterious Superpower. The rules elucidated, Naza's doll emitted a chilling voice. There is an additional stipulation to this battle. Should you emerge victorious, you shall receive the gym badge. However, should you be defeated, you must become my friend, and there shall be no turning back. Having read the original work, Yishio understood the implications of becoming her friend and merely nodded in acknowledgement. Go forth, Gardevoir. Upon receiving Yishio's nod, Naza summoned her Pokemon, Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Name, Gardevoir. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronized. Level, 35, Elite Mid-Stage. Talent, Champion. Skills, Psychic, Teleport, Confusion Ray, Psychic Blade, Psychic Surge. How can it be Gardevoir? Yishio mused, recalling that in the anime, Naza's Pokemon was originally a Ralts, which evolved into Gardevoir during battle. It seemed that the system's scenario was not an exact replica of the anime, but rather a fusion of game and animation elements. Oh well, let it be as it may, it matters not to me. Onward, Milotic. Ugh. Yishio dispatched Milotic from its Pokeball. Naza's brow furrowed slightly upon seeing Milotic. Although she had heard of this Pokemon, it was virtually non-existent in the Kanto region, thus she had no prior experience battling against one. Milotic, use Hydro Pump. Ugh. As soon as Yishio's command left his lips, Milotic unleashed a high-pressure Hydro Pump, a powerful spiral of water hurtling towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir, teleport to evade the attack. Gardevoir. In an instant, Gardevoir transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing from its original position and reappearing several meters away. Boom! A thunderous noise erupted as Milotic's Hydro Pump missed its target, creating a crater in the battle arena. This powerful Hydro Pump left Naza visibly shaken. Judging by the skill's strength, it was clear that Milotic's prowess surpassed that of Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Use Psychic to control Milotic. Gardevoir. Upon hearing Naza's command, Gardevoir's eyes glowed red as it unleashed an invisible wave of psychic energy towards Milotic. However, the disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Attempting to control Milotic with Psychic was an overestimation of Gardevoir's capabilities. As Gardevoir struggled to exert control, Milotic remained taut and resolute, rendering Gardevoir's psychic assault ineffective. Huh, you think you can control Milotic? Yishio scoffed. Milotic, counter with a hurricane. Ugh. Milotic responded with a melodic cry, its fan-like tail gathering the tempestuous energy of the dragon type, swirling into a ferocious whirlwind that raced towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir. Cease the psychic attack and use teleport to evade Milotic's assault. Seeing Milotic unleash its technique, Naza hastily commanded Gardevoir. Yet, the hurricane's speed was too swift. Gardevoir was unable to evade in time. Just as Naza's words fell, the whirlwind struck Gardevoir, sending it tumbling several meters away. Boom. Gardevoir. Gardevoir let out a pained cry, crashing to the ground, its arms trembling as it struggled to rise, but it was utterly incapable of continuing the fight, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Noticing Gardevoir's precarious state, Naza remained unperturbed. Instead, she calmly closed her eyes and stated, Your Milotic is quite powerful. However, I shall not concede. Suddenly, her demeanor shifted. She opened her eyes, which now glowed with crimson light, radiating an ethereal blue aura. In an astonishing display, the downed Gardevoir's eyes also shimmered red, seemingly empowered by an unseen force, rising to its feet with renewed vigor. One glance revealed that Gardevoir's strength had significantly increased. Name, Gardevoir. Type, Psychic. Ability, Synchronized. Level, 40, Gym. Early Stage. Talent, Champion. Skills, Psychic, Teleport, Confusion Ray, Psychic Blade, Psychic Surge. Is this Naza's superpower? She can amplify her Pokemon's strength, Yishio murmured, observing Gardevoir's temporary ascension to the early stages of gym-level prowess. What an impressive ability, how enviable, he reflected. Yet, even if you have bolstered Gardevoir's strength, it still pales in comparison to Milotic. Despite Gardevoir reaching gym-level early stages, it remains no match for Milotic's peak gym-level prowess. Milotic. Utilize Surf with all your might. Ugh. With a commanding call from Yishio, Minas was enveloped in a substantial surge of water energy, causing colossal waves to materialize around it, instantly creating a tumultuous sea. A massive current surged toward Youngjila, casting a vast shadow over the battlefield, leaving no sanctuary from this onslaught. An inexplicable sense of suffocation loomed in the air. This is dire. There is nowhere to evade. Youngjila, unleash a barrage of psychic blasts to shield yourself. Naz's eyes widened in alarm as the current approached, hastily issuing commands to Yangjila. Yongji. Yangjila raised the spoon in its right hand, its eyes gradually turning crimson, and manifested tangible waves of psychic energy that shot toward the oncoming torrent. Puff, puff, puff. Yangjila unleashed 3 consecutive psychic blasts, colliding with the overwhelming wave. Yet how could these trifling bursts hope to disrupt such an all-encompassing deluge? While the psychic blasts mitigated a portion of the water's force, a greater volume remained unchallenged. Puff. Yongji. Yangjila was relentlessly battered by the surging waves, ultimately being swept out of the arena, rendered immobile and devoid of combat capability. Ding. Minas has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 50, achieving the strength of a quasi-king in the initial phase. Moo. Minas lifted its head, releasing a triumphant cry that echoed into the heavens. The breakthrough in its power brought an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Hearing the system's announcement, Yishio was equally elated. Minas had indeed surpassed its previous limitations in this battle. Retrieving Minas into its Pokeball, he turned his gaze toward Naz. Naz sighed deeply, recalling Yangjila into its Pokeball before addressing Yishio. Challenger, you have emerged victorious. This is the badge that a winner rightfully deserves. With that, she produced a circular golden badge from her pocket and, using her psychic abilities, made it hover before Yishio's eyes. Upon receiving the badge, Yishio did not linger, summoning the system to return to the real world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the Golden Gym Dungeon. Rewards: Golden Badge, Psychic-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Chapter 28. Acquiring the Dream God. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the Golden Gym Dungeon. Rewards: Golden Badge, Psychic-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Golden Badge, awarded for successfully challenging the Golden Gym. Collecting all 8 badges unlocks the hidden large dungeon quartz conference. Psychic-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. This ticket can be used in the system lottery to randomly obtain 1 Psychic-type Pokemon. With this, I have gathered 4 badges. I wonder what splendid rewards await in the hidden dungeon quartz conference upon collecting all 8. Yishio lay quietly on his bed, lost in thought. System. Utilize the Psychic-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. I hope to draw a formidable Pokemon. Upon uttering this, a pink virtual Pokemon gumball machine materialized before Yishio. The machine began to tremble, and the Pokeballs within started to whirl. Ultimately, 1 Pokeball emerged from the exit. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Cresselia. To think it would be Cresselia, the dream god. Yishio gazed excitedly at the seemingly ordinary red and white Pokeball in his hand. Who could have guessed that within it lay a divine beast? Come forth, Cresselia. Boom. The Pokeball opened with a flash of white light, revealing a slender and exquisite Pokemon before Yishio's eyes. Moo. Cresselia, known as the Dream God, possessed a light blue body with a yellow underside. Its head bore crescent-shaped horns, while pink, ring-like wings adorned its sides and back, resembling a celestial fairy. Name: Cresselia. Type: Psychic. Ability: Levitate. Strength: Level 70, Late King. Potential: Level 2 God. Skills: Aurora Beam, Illusion Ray, Psychic Transfer, Psychic Blade, Moonlight, Moon Power, Psychic Amplification, Light Screen, Reflect, Ice Beam, Shadow Ball, Terrain Swap. Affinity: 100. Evaluation: Cresselia, the dream god symbolizing beautiful dreams, possesses extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Level 70. Yishio's spirits soared as he beheld this Pokemon. With a level of 70, it stood at the Late King stage, boasting a potential classified as Level 2 God. Such a Pokemon could undoubtedly be declared Yishio's strongest companion at this juncture, eliciting immense joy within him. With a silent thought, he transported himself and Cresselia to the Pokemon small world. Suddenly, upon entering the small world, Cresselia seemed to sense something. It quickly gathered a vibrant wave of energy in front of itself and launched it toward Darkrai, who was resting under a large tree. Boom! The colorful energy transformed into a beam, obliterating the entire tree, while Darkrai had already vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously before Cresselia, seething with rage. Dark. Moo. The 2 Pokemon glared at each other, their fierce auras palpable, poised to strike at any moment. Seeing the 2 Pokemon ready to clash, Yishio's expression shifted. He had momentarily forgotten that one was the god of nightmares and the other the god of dreams. These 2 Pokemon were naturally adversaries, if not sworn enemies. As they prepared to engage, Yishio shouted, "What are you 2 doing? Dark? Moo?" Hearing the irritation in Yishio's voice, both Pokemon turned their gazes toward him. "Listen up. I care not for your past grievances, but you are both my Pokemon. Sparring is permissible, but do not fight to the death." Understood? Moo. Dark. Acknowledging their master's command, both Pokemon nodded. Though Yishio had temporarily quelled their hostilities, he could still sense the lingering animosity in their eyes. Attracted by the commotion, other Pokemon began to gather around. All right, allow me to introduce you. This is your new companion, Cresselia. Moo. Awu. Moo. Meh. Ya. Nido. Cha. Cresselia greeted everyone, and they joyfully responded in kind. It seemed that Cresselia was quickly bonding with the others, observing the growing harmony among the Pokemon in the small world. A gentle smile graced Yishio's face. Shifting his gaze, he noticed that Darkrai had once again secluded itself beneath a large tree. Sighing, Yishio reflected on Darkrai's solitary nature, understanding that such a personality would inevitably lead to its alienation. With a wave of his hand, an abundance of Pokemon food materialized, allowing the Pokemon to enjoy a hearty meal. Once the food was distributed, Yishio approached Darkrai, offering it 2 fruits and some dark energy cubes. He set the food down, gently patting its shoulder before returning to the real world. System, enter the next dungeon. Ding. Does the host wish to enter the Jade Rainbow Gym dungeon? Strength recommendation, gym level. The Jade Rainbow Gym? That should be the grass-type gym, I presume. Enter. With a flash of white light, Yishio was transported to the entrance of the Jade Rainbow Gym. Ding. Entry successful. Side quest, obtain the colorful badge. The Yuhong Gym is an immense spherical structure, adorned with 6 grand petals on its roof, unmistakably inspired by the crimson blooms of the Rafflesia. Yishio pushed open the door and stepped inside, greeted by a vibrant array of flora and numerous grass-type Pokemon, such as Budew and Oddish, thriving in this verdant sanctuary. At that moment, a girl clad in a short skirt approached Yishio and inquired, "Handsome, are you here to challenge our gym?" "Yes," he replied. "I am Mizuko. If you wish to challenge the gym leader, you must first overcome me." "Very well. Please, lead the way." With that, Mizuko guided Yishio to a standard battle arena. The battle rules dictated that only one Pokemon could be used. The first to faint would be deemed the loser. Go. Oddish. Name, Oddish. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Level, 35, Elite Midstage. Qualification, Elite. Moves, Absorb, Growth, Seed Bomb, Acid, Mega Drain, Sleep Powder. Evaluation, Weak. Oddish featured a deep blue head and petite blue feet, with 5 green leaves sprouting atop its head. After a cursory glance at Oddish's data, Yishio summoned Tyranitar from his Pokeball. Although Tyranitar's type was weak against grass-type moves, it remained the only one of Yishio's Pokemon yet to evolve, still at level 49. Steelix and Nidoking were exceptions, unable to evolve due to their inherent qualifications. However, Tyranitar's potential was that of a champion, and being his second Pokemon, it was somewhat embarrassing that it had not yet leveled up. Come forth, Tyranitar. Roar. Upon its emergence, a sandstorm engulfed the arena, injuring Oddish with the swirling debris. Goodness. This handsome trainer has a Tyranitar. This is an opponent I cannot hope to defeat, Mizuko thought, swallowing hard as she looked at the colossal creature before her. Then at her diminutive Oddish. Even so, I must defeat you to challenge Miss Ligia. Chapter 29, Yuhong Gym, Ligia. Mizuko gazed nervously at the towering beast, commanding, Oddish. Use Seed Bomb. Vu. Thud, thud, thud. Oddish opened its tiny mouth and rapidly spat forth glowing, pale green seeds towards Tyranitar. Yishio couldn't help but chuckle at Oddish's comical display. Interesting, he mused. Tyranitar, use Fire Punch and charge forward. Roar. Tyranitar bellowed, flames coalescing around its right fist as it advanced towards Oddish. Each step of the massive creature resonated with a thunderous stomp, leaving imprints on the ground. Meanwhile, Oddish's seed bombs continued to rain down on Tyranitar. Yet, Tyranitar raised its fiery fist, effortlessly blocking the pale green seeds, suffering no damage whatsoever. As the seeds approached, they were incinerated by the flames enveloping Tyranitar's appendage. Roar. Little brother, those seeds are quite ineffective. Without pause, Tyranitar thundered forth towards Oddish. Vu. The young Oddish, unaccustomed to such confrontations, was so frightened by the approaching titan that it scurried back to Mizuko's side. Stop. All right, handsome, I concede. Please command your Tyranitar to halt. Witnessing her Pokemon's sheer terror, Mizuko promptly surrendered. Return, Tyranitar. You'll be back in a moment. Roar. Reluctantly, Tyranitar returned to its Pokeball upon hearing Yishio's words. Handsome. Congratulations on defeating me. Your Tyranitar is simply too powerful. Now, let me take you to our gym leader. In no time, under Mizuko's guidance, Yishio arrived at the gym leader's chamber, which was a standard grass-type arena. A charming girl dressed in a kimono was napping in a chair, while several female gym trainees busily tidied up the training grounds. Miss Ligia, a challenger has defeated me, and I have brought him here. He is quite a handsome fellow. At the sound of Mizuko's voice, Li Jia's eyes fluttered open. She raised her head and addressed Yishio. Greetings, challenger. I am Li Jia, the leader of this Yuhong gym. What is your name? Yishio, he replied nonchalantly. Very well, Yishio. Please proceed to the battle arena. If you manage to defeat me, you shall earn the colorful badge. Understood. Yishio strolled to face Li Jia, poised to commence battle. Sisters, another trainer has come to challenge Miss Li Jia. This one is truly a handsome gentleman. Miss Li Jia, do your best. As the battle was about to commence, the female trainees settled down to watch. For them, each of Li Jia's battles was a rare opportunity for learning. Yishio, the rules of the Yuhong gym state. You may use 3 Pokemon, and the first side to lose all 3 shall lose the match. Are you ready? Li Jia explained the rules to Yishio. Let the battle begin. Go, Tyranitar. Yishio took the lead, releasing Tyranitar from his belt. Roar. As Tyranitar emerged, a tempest of sand swept across the arena, stirring chaos. Is that Tyranitar? Then I shall summon my first Pokemon. Go, Gloom. Surprised by the sheer size of Tyranitar, Li Jia quickly retrieved her Pokeball and released her own Pokemon, Gloom. Voo Voo. Voo. Name, Gloom. Type, Grass, Poison. Ability, Chlorophyll. Level, 38, Elite Late Stage. Qualification, Gym. Moves, Vine Whip, Growth, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Leaf Blade. Evaluation, an unremarkable Gloom. Gloom resembled a trumpet-shaped Pokemon, featuring a large mouth and leaves on either side, with a root resembling a brown hook. Gloom. Strike first. Use Leaf Blade. Recognizing the formidable presence of Tyranitar, Li Jia was not one to underestimate her opponent and promptly commanded Gloom to attack. Voo Voo Voo. Gloom began to spin, launching several leaves that hurtled towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar unleashed Dark Pulse. Roar. Tyranitar growled deeply, opening its massive jaws as a surge of dark energy coalesced within, launching forth towards Gloom with tremendous force. Dark Pulse obliterated all of Gloom's leaves mid-flight, continuing its relentless advance towards Gloom. Gloom, quickly evade. Upon witnessing the effortless dispelling of Leaf Blade, Li Jia hurriedly instructed Kadaiwa to evade the opponent's assault. Boom! Kadaiwa leapt backwards, narrowly escaping the colossal strike. As the waves of malevolence violently crashed onto the battlefield, Vangelis, use Rock Slide. Seeing the opponent evade the attack, Yishio promptly commanded. Roar! Vangelis seemed displeased with its attack being dodged, letting out a furious roar. Suddenly, several massive boulders materialized above Kadaiwa, plummeting downwards. Kadaiwa, watch out above. Li Jia urgently ordered, her gaze fixed on the looming rocks. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Kadaiwa glanced upwards, a sandstorm swept across the arena, causing it to be caught off guard as the enormous boulders crashed down upon it, raising clouds of thick dust. Kadaiwa, unable to discern anything within the fog, Li Jia exclaimed in desperation. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kadaiwa was found pinned beneath several boulders, its eyes swirling, rendered incapable of further combat. Awoo! Noticing their opponent incapacitated, Vangelis immediately turned its head towards Yishio, seeking praise with an air of triumph. Kadaiwa, return. You did your best, Li Jia consoled as she withdrew Kadaiwa. Now, it's your turn, Veneta. She then produced another Pokeball, releasing Veneta. This creature was entirely shrouded in thick blue vines, with only its eyes and a pair of feet resembling orange boots visible. Name, Veneta. Type, Grass. Ability, Chlorophyll. Level, 40, Early Gym. Potential, Near Champion. Moves, Sleep Powder. Vine Whip, Mega Drain, Slam, Ancient Power. Evaluation, a Veneta with slight talent. Vangelis, do not become complacent. Continue the battle and use Rock Slide. Since Vangelis had yet to surpass the Near Champion level, Yishio naturally had no intention of substituting it. Roar. Once again, massive rocks appeared above Veneta, hurtling downwards. Chapter 30, Full Power Strike, Eruption of Flames. You dare to use that move again? How underestimated we are. Veneta, swiftly dodge. Boom, boom, boom. Veneta jumped to the right, effortlessly evading the onslaught as the rocks pounded against the ground. Fine. Suddenly, Veneta was struck by the sandstorm, letting out a pained cry, though it sustained minimal actual damage. How infuriating. Witnessing her Pokemon being hindered by the sandstorm, Li Jia gritted her teeth in anger. The entire arena was engulfed by the sandstorm. A mere lapse in concentration could lead to devastating consequences for her Pokemon, rendering it utterly unfair. Veneta, use Bind Tight. Then follow up with Mega Drain. Fine. Veneta responded, extending 2 blue tendrils towards Vangelis with great speed. You intend to siphon Vangelis' energy? How overly ambitious. Yishio commanded, Vangelis, use Bite. Seize its tendrils. Roar. As the two tendrils approached, they were promptly caught by Bangila's formidable jaws. Oh no, this is bad. Veneta, retract your tendrils. Realizing the dire situation, Ligia urgently instructed Veneta. However, how could Veneta possibly match Bangila's in strength? The tendrils were firmly trapped within Bangila's massive mouth, unable to break free. Yishio regarded Ligia with a bemused expression, akin to that of a caregiver observing a child, showing no inclination to hold back as he issued commands to Bangilas. Truly digging your own grave. Bangilas, toss it into the air, then unleash spike cannon. Roar. With a powerful twist, Bangilas flung Veneta high into the air. Fine. Veneta, now airborne, was disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Bangilas gathered a multitude of sharp, sturdy spikes and launched them towards Veneta. This is bad. Veneta. Ligia's worries were now in vain, as she could only watch helplessly as Veneta was bombarded by the barrage of sharp rocks, falling to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Boom, boom, boom. Upon witnessing her Veneta unable to continue, Ligia gasped slightly, addressing Yishio, your Bangilas is truly formidable. Of course. Hearing Ligia's astonishment, Yishio looked proudly at his Bangilas and then asked, shall we continue battling? Regardless, I will not concede. This is the bottom line of being a gym leader. Ligia resolutely nodded. My third Pokemon is also my strongest. Go forth. Bellossom. With a flash of white light, a Bellossom materialized before Ligia. This was the evolved form of Gloom. Oddish evolves into Gloom, which then has two evolutionary paths. One evolves into Vileplume with a Leaf Stone, while the other evolves into Bellossom with a Sunstone. Here it comes. Bellossom. This is Ms. Ligia's strongest Pokemon. Surely Yishio will be at a disadvantage. Not necessarily. Even if Bellossom defeats Bangilas, Yishio still has two Pokemon remaining. I truly believe Ligia is in for a tough time. Yishio is clearly a trainer from another region, utilizing exceedingly rare Pokemon, far beyond the caliber of those novice trainers. I share that sentiment. As Ligia summoned her strongest Pokemon, the female disciples whispered amongst themselves. On the battlefield, Bellossom stood upright, resembling a charming young girl. Predominantly green with two vibrant red flowers atop its head and a skirt formed from yellow-green leaves. Name, Bellossom. Type, grass. Ability, chlorophyll. Level, 42, early gym. Potential, near champion. Moves, leaf blade, giga drain, petal dance, grassy terrain, sleep powder. Evaluation, a Bellossom with slight talent. Is that truly Bellossom? I recall it being a Gloom in the anime. And yet it commands such potent moves, Yishio murmured, observing Bellossom. Well, this is even better, with a level 42 power. Bangilas should be able to reach the near champion level after this battle. Bangilas, continue fighting. After defeating this Bellossom, your strength will advance even further. Roar. Responding to Yishio's words, Bangilas was filled with determination, exuding its spirit towards the diminutive opponent. Bellossom, undeterred, met Bangila's gaze with unwavering resolve. To the untrained eye, Bellossom might appear inconspicuous, its petite stature making it hard to believe it is a powerful Pokemon. Then let the battle commence. Bellossom, use grassy terrain. As the battle began, Ligia issued the first command. Bellossom emitted a soft hum, gently closing its eyes as it radiated tiny green lights, sending waves of verdant energy rippling outward. In an instant, the entire arena was enveloped in a refreshing green energy aura, even the sandstorm gradually dissipating. Grassy terrain. In the verdant grassy arena, all Pokemon standing upon the ground gradually recovered from their injuries, while simultaneously enhancing the potency of grass-type moves. Even Tyranidar's stamina was steadily restored. Seeing the bothersome sandstorm dissipate, Ligia felt a surge of joy as she inhaled the fresh air and promptly commanded her Bellossom to launch an assault. Bellossom, use petal dance. As her words fell, Bellossom began to twirl gracefully upon the lush field, releasing a multitude of pink petals from the two small red flowers atop its head, spiraling towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, block it with Rock Slide. Yishio responded. With a resounding thud, Tyranitar summoned several massive boulders from thin air to serve as its shield. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds echoed as the spiraling pink petals struck the boulders, resulting in a violent explosion. Thick clouds of smoke surged upward, enveloping Tyranitar completely, obscuring it from view. Tyranitar, unleash Sandstorm. Roared the creature. A mighty roar erupted from within the smoke, and the battlefield was soon engulfed in wind and sand. The dense smoke surrounding Tyranitar was swept away by the storm. Oh, that wretched sandstorm again. Ligia gritted her teeth in frustration. Yet, Bellossom remained undeterred by the sandstorm, continuing its elegant dance and releasing petal dance towards Tyranitar. Tyranitar, deliver the final blow. Use Flamethrower with all your might. Yishio shouted, determined to conclude the battle. With a roar, Tyranitar opened its mouth, gathering a potent surge of fire-type energy. Charging Flamethrower. This was Tyranitar's most powerful attack, infused with overwhelming fire energy that heated the surrounding air. This is bad. This Tyranitar has learned Flamethrower. Ligia stood in shock, unable to fathom that Tyranitar had mastered such a formidable fire-type move. With a final roar, Tyranitar unleashed a powerful torrent of fire towards Bellossom. The flames scorched everything in their path, even igniting the air itself. Bellossom's petal dance collided with Tyranitar's Flamethrower, but the mighty fire-type attack obliterated the pink petals, continuing its relentless advance towards Bellossom. How can this be? Tyranitar's Flamethrower is so incredibly strong? Ligia was left in disbelief, frozen in place. Meanwhile, Bellossom, having exhausted itself with repeated petal dance, found itself unable to evade the oncoming Flamethrower. Boom! A deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a cloud of swirling dust. Bellossom succumbed to its injuries. Ding! Tyranitar leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 50. Strength has reached the early stage of a Quasi-King. With a triumphant roar, Tyranitar expressed its exhilaration over its newfound power, exuding the aura of a Quasi-King. Yishio gently patted Tyranitar's belly in approval. Chapter 31. Snivy, a Secret Realm Adventure? Indeed, this was Ligia's most crushing defeat to date. Was this Pokemon named Tyranitar truly that formidable? Upon hearing the voices of the female disciples in the audience, Ligia snapped back to reality, retrieving Bellossom into its Pokeball. She then produced a colorful badge and approached Yishio to present it to him. Yishio, congratulations on your victory over me. This is the Rainbow Badge, proof of your successful challenge at the Yuhong Gym. Your Tyranitar is genuinely powerful. I have high hopes for you. Thanks. After receiving the badge, Yishio returned to the real world, where the time had already reached 9 p.m. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully clearing the Yuhong Gym dungeon. Rewards, Rainbow Badge. Grass-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Rainbow Badge, awarded for successfully challenging the Hualan Gym. Collecting all 8 badges unlocks the hidden large dungeon quartz conference. Grass-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. This ticket allows the holder to randomly obtain 1 grass-type Pokemon from the system lottery. With a racing heart and trembling hands, it was time for the lottery once again. He hoped for a powerful finished Pokemon. System, use the grass-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. As the words left his lips, a virtual Pokemon gumball machine, predominantly green, materialized before him. The machine began to shake, and the Pokeballs inside tumbled. Ultimately, a Pokeball rolled out from the dispenser. Congratulations, host. You've obtained Snivy. Snivy? Yishio pressed the button on the Pokeball. With a pop, the ball opened, and a petite Pokemon appeared before him in a flash of white light. Snivy. Its body was mostly green, adorned with large, round eyes. Despite its serpentine appearance, it possessed 4 limbs. Name, Snivy. Type, grass. Ability, contrary. Strength, level 10, early intermediate. Qualification, champion. Skills, tackle, leer, vine whip, bind, grass knot, substitute, meditate. Friendship, 100. Evaluation, a Snivy with champion potential, truly a rare gem. To discover it possessed the contrary ability was astonishing. Contrary, as Snivy's hidden ability, reverses changes to its stats. Boosts become reductions, and vice versa. While this ability may appear underwhelming at first glance, once Snivy evolves into Servine, it can learn a move called Leaf Storm. As a powerful grass-type move, Leaf Storm comes with a downside, significantly reducing its special attack after use. However, with the contrary Servine, using Leaf Storm not only avoids weakening its special attack, but actually enhances it, a truly remarkable skill. Soon after, Yishio was transported to the Pokemon world, allowing his Pokemon to feast. He was particularly delighted to find that, with the training and support from other Pokemon, his Mareep had reached level 10. The rate of growth was astonishingly rapid. With this progress, Yishio entrusted Snivy to them for training as well. Upon exiting the small world, Yishio sat on his bed and pulled out his phone, realizing there were several messages he had not checked. Yishio, you didn't come to school again today. Yishio, tomorrow the school is organizing an exploration of the E-level secret realm for all first-year students. Will you join? Yishio, will you be coming to the restaurant for dinner today? Reading the messages from in person, Yishio smiled faintly, contemplating whether he should attend the school-organized secret realm exploration. Given his strength, venturing into an E-level secret realm seemed unnecessary. However, the thought of teaming up with Incursion prompted him to decide to go, viewing it as an opportunity to relax. With that in mind, he picked up his phone and composed a reply. I will go, but I won't be dining at your place today. After sending the message, Yishio set his phone aside, intending to prepare a simple meal for himself. Just as he was about to rise, another message from Incursion pinged on his phone. Incursion, hom. After having dinner, Yishio ventured out to a nearby supermarket to procure some fast food items to stock his system space. He then made his way once more to the fairy realm, ensuring he had prepared a generous amount of food for the fairies. After all, he was uncertain about the duration of the secret realm exploration organized by the school. September 14th. Early morning. Yishio rose early and headed to school. He would not forget the promise he made to a certain girl. On the way to school, numerous passers-by and students cast furtive glances his way, whispering among themselves. Given Yishio's current notoriety, he was indeed a household name throughout the Magic City, attracting an extraordinary amount of attention. He was not particularly fond of this sensation of being scrutinized, akin to a monkey at the zoo under the gaze of onlookers. It seemed he might have to don a mask when venturing outside in the future. Disregarding the stares, Yishio hastened into the school, believing he would escape the feeling of being watched. To his surprise, that sensation intensified upon entering. Look, Yishio actually came to school today. I thought such a genius wouldn't need to attend classes anymore. Is he here to participate in the school's new student secret realm exploration? Girls, cheer for me. I must confess to Yishio today. Me too. Hearing these remarks, Yishio couldn't help but smirk. Could they at least lower their voices? Their words were clearly audible to him. Arriving at the classroom, he took his seat, awaiting the ringing of the bell. Ding 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 ding. Soon, the bell chimed, and Teacher Fan entered the classroom punctually. Spotting Yishio by the window, he smiled and tapped on the desk to beckon silence. Today, we will be heading to an E-rank large secret realm located 10 kilometers from the school. Have all of you prepared your belongings? He continued. You will be spending 3 days in this secret realm. Once inside, exercise caution. It is advisable to form groups with several classmates. Should you encounter any danger, seek out a teacher immediately. Is that understood? Understood. The students chorused in unison. After reiterating some precautions, Teacher Fan allowed the students to engage in self-study while waiting for the school announcement. Before long, just as Yishio was about to doze off, the school broadcast blared. All first-year students, please proceed in an orderly manner to the school playground for assembly. Repeat. All first-year students, please proceed in an orderly manner to the school playground for assembly. Upon hearing the announcement, Teacher Fan calmly led the students to the playground. The playground of Magic City High School was expansive, far larger than that of an ordinary school. Even if all the students gathered, it would hardly fill the space. Gradually, the new students from various classes arrived at the playground. Their faces, adorned with excitement and anticipation, reflected their eagerness for the day's venture into the secret realm. Although they were heading to the lowest-ranked realm, which offered scant opportunities and treasures, its safety was assured. Under the school's protection, the safety rate stood at 99. If they could seize even a slight chance within the realm, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. Today, I shall capture an extraordinary fairy. My initial fairy is a fire sparrow, and its potential isn't particularly high. I hope this school-organized exploration yields some rewards. Same here. Before long, all 12 classes of first-year students were lined up orderly on the playground. Each class's homeroom teacher emphasized the precautions for the secret realm, while the school would provide protection. Anyone intent on reckless behavior within the realm would be beyond help. The grade director, accompanied by several young men in military attire, approached the new students. Students, this secret realm exploration organized by the school will be assisted by these 6 instructors from the Magic City Military Academy. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach them. Hello, instructors. Hello, instructors. The grade director continued. I have clarified the essential matters with you all. Remember, although the E-rank realm is the weakest and protected by instructors, if you inadvertently provoke the fairies inside, it could lead to dire consequences. Exercise caution. After that, the grade director signaled for the instructors to lead the new students to depart. Upon exiting the school gates, 12 mid-sized buses were neatly lined up, awaiting the students. Chapter 32. The school flower teaming up? Forget it. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Magic City. The sun shone brightly in the sky, a flawless azure expanse. The 12 school buses traveled swiftly in unison. Yishio, wishing to avoid disturbance, deliberately chose a nondescript seat at the back by the window. Yet, this strategy proved futile. As his female classmates continued to steal glances at him, Yishio, acutely aware of their gazes, could only lower his head, his right hand gripping his phone as he engaged in conversation with a certain girl. Chatting via phone. Yishio, Curson, do you have any classmates you are teaming up with? If not, I will come find you once we arrive at the E-rank realm. And Curson, sounds good. Yishio, has Yongji come to find you these past few days? And Curson, no, it seems he hasn't shown up at school. Yishio, that's good. Once we arrive in the realm, stay put, and I will come find you. And Curson, okay. As for Yangji, Yishio merely mentioned him in passing, checking if he had disturbed Incursion. The fate of the Yang family was of no concern to him. With the head of the Yang family, Yang Shu, deceased, the entire clan was effectively leaderless, having suffered significant decline. Meanwhile, on the bus with Class 10 of the first-year students, Incursion held her phone tightly against her chest with both delicate hands. Her crystalline eyes squinted slightly, as if savoring honey. All right, students. We have arrived at the entrance to the E-Rank secret realm. Please check that you have brought your tools and provisions, and disembark. As Teacher Fan's words fell, dozens of students on the bus promptly ensured their belongings were in order before exiting. Hundreds of students stood in an orderly fashion at the entrance of the realm's teleportation portal. 6 instructors in military uniforms stepped forward and summoned their fairies. Come forth, Great Winged Bird. Come forth, Fiery Arrow Hawk. Come forth, King Swallow. A total of 12 flying-type fairies emerged, exuding an impressive aura, clearly demonstrating their professional training, with the ability to swiftly respond in emergencies. Wow, these birds are enormous. They seem so powerful. No wonder they are military instructors. The presence of their fairies is remarkable. Having a soldier as a boyfriend doesn't sound too bad. Indeed, they exude such charm. With instructors protecting us, we surely will not encounter any danger. The appearance of the instructor's fairies sparked animated discussions among the students in line. Yishio, too, observed the data of these fairies from within the crowd. The levels of these fairies ranged from elite to gym leader. For Yishio, he was merely weak, a type that could be effortlessly vanquished by a single move from Darkrai. Although his level was not high, these Pokemon had undergone rigorous training at a military academy, exuding a distinct aura that ordinary Pokemon lacked. Moreover, the strength of elite and gym-level Pokemon was sufficient to ensure the safety of their classmates in the E-level secret realm, the weakest of its kind, preventing any casualties. All right, students, you will explore the secret realm for 3 days. The instructors will set up tents at the exit, and should any danger arise, we will rush to your aid at the swiftest pace, one of the instructors announced loudly. With that, the instructors and teachers led hundreds of students orderly into the secret realm. Wow, how magical! Is this white light the entrance to the secret realm? Yes. My father took me to a secret realm when I was young. The feeling of entering a secret realm for the first time is something I will remember for a lifetime. Oh no, my hand passed through. It feels so cool on the other side. As they fully entered, it truly felt like they had suddenly traversed into another world, with the climate entirely different. It appeared that the terrain of this secret realm was predominantly forested. Once everyone had entered, the instructors erected their tents and began issuing commands to their Pokemon. The 12 flying-type Pokemon, upon receiving their orders, spread their wings and soared into the air, circling above the secret realm, patrolling from above. Observing the instructor's Pokemon surveying the skies, the students felt a sense of reassurance, knowing there would be little cause for concern regarding dangers in the secret realm. Many students set off on their own adventures. Yishio, you haven't teamed up with anyone yet, have you? How about teaming up with me? Just as Yishio was scanning the area for Incursion, a delicately featured girl approached him with a smile. Yishio turned to look. Oh, isn't this the campus belle? Hey, look. The aloof campus belle is actually teaming up with the campus heartthrob. Isn't that quite normal? A belle and a heartthrob, a match made in heaven. How envious. What are you envious of? Yishio's strength speaks for itself. It would be advantageous for Shangwan Yun to team up with him. The surrounding students, who had yet to embark on their journeys, whispered among themselves. Hearing the comments from her classmates, Shangwan Yun shyly lowered her head, a rare blush gracing her typically indifferent face. Never mind, I already have someone to team up with, Yishio replied, his expression impassive, dismissing her with a single sentence. Turning his gaze, he noticed Incursion standing quietly in the distance, observing him. Yishio smiled gently and walked over, ruffling her hair. It's all right, let us go. MHM. The two were blissfully unaware of the displeasure on the campus belle's face behind them. However, even if they had noticed, Yishio would not have cared. He felt no attraction towards the so-called aloof campus belle. To him, the girl by his side was his greatest treasure. Although this secret realm was the weakest E-level, it was still a vast expanse, potentially larger than the combined areas of the 2 major cities of Magic City and Kyoto. As such, it featured numerous pathways. A significant number of students opted to band together and take the broadest path on the left, believing that safety in numbers would ensure their protection. Yet, with Yishio's capabilities, he had no cause for concern regarding safety. Hand in hand with Incursion, he chose to venture down the narrowest path on the right. Yishio was determined to keep their intimate world undisturbed. Yishio, are we sure we want to go this way? MHM, are you scared? And no, I'm not scared. Don't worry, With me around, there's no danger. That evening, an elderly woman had informed him that Incurson's parents had perished in a secret realm, and it was only natural for her to harbor some aversion towards such places. Yishio endeavored to reassure her as they walked and chatted for half an hour. Having released Darkrai at the entrance, which took on a shadowy form and melded into Yishio's own shadow. The presence of the legendary Pokemon deterred other creatures from approaching them throughout their journey. However, Yishio could distinctly sense that as they delved deeper into the secret realm, the surrounding Pokemon grew increasingly formidable. Suddenly, as Yishio and Incurson ventured further into the depths, a Burmy emerged from a nearby thicket. Yishio immediately shielded Incurson behind him. Hiss. Name, Burmy. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Level, 15, Intermediate. Quality, High. Skills, Bind, Glare, Toxic Spike, Spite, Big Snake Glare. Evaluation, Anthem. Yishio scrutinized the data on this Burmy, feeling a flicker of confusion. Despite being merely level 15 and seemingly weak, why did it possess the aura of Darkrai and dare to confront him? Whoosh. From the same thicket, 4 more Burmys emerged, all at a similar intermediate level. Hiss. An ear-piercing hiss resonated from the thicket, followed by the emergence of a 3-meter-tall giant snake. Name, Burmy King. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Level, 29, Advanced Peak. Quality, High. Skills, Crunch, Acid, Ear-piercing Sound, Bite, Big Snake Glare. Evaluation, Quality akin to an ant, and unable to progress further. A restart is recommended. Chapter 33, Drawing Closer Together. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 5 Burmys and the Burmy King intermittently flicked their tongues, arching their bodies like bows, poised to attack the two. What should we do, Yishio? Incurson was genuinely frightened by the serpents. The human fear of snakes was ingrained in their very genes. Gazing at the towering 3-meter snake Pokemon, her crystalline eyes brimmed with panic. She clutched Yishio's clothing tightly, seeking a semblance of safety. Memories of her parents' tragic fate in the secret realm flooded her mind, and tears began to well in her eyes. Don't be afraid. Yishio observed the girl who clung to his clothes, a flicker of sympathy crossing his gaze as he gently stroked her head with his right hand. With a cold, steely glare fixed on the serpentine group ahead, he commanded, Darkrai, take action. Dark. A shadowy figure emerged from Yishio's shadow, materializing before him, then vanishing in an instant. Hiss, hiss. The Burmese looked at Yishio in confusion. How could such a powerful Pokemon suddenly disappear? The leader, Burmy King, widened its eyes in alarm, hastily scanning the surroundings. Whoosh. A shadow swiftly appeared before Burmy King, raising its claw enveloped in purple light to strike at its head. With a swift motion, Burmy King was sent flying several meters by Darkrai's shadow claw. Boom. The 3-meter-long Burmy crashed to the ground, its eyes spiraling as it lost the ability to fight from a single strike. Hiss. The remaining 5 Burmys stood dumbfounded, witnessing their leader, Burmy King, being defeated in an instant. With the formidable prowess of their leader in this E-grade secret realm, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could stride confidently through it, if not invincibly. Yet, in an instant, they were obliterated. Hiss. Subsequently, Darkrai's gaze turned toward the 5 feeble Arboks. The cold and indifferent glint in its eyes sent shivers down the spines of the 5 serpents, compelling them to turn and flee. But would Darkrai allow them to escape? In a moment, its eyes turned a blood-red hue, and a powerful, intangible force emanated from its being, directed toward the 5 Arboks. Their eyes glazed over, and they were instantly vanquished by Darkrai's psychic attack. After dispatching them, Darkrai let out a disinterested low growl, finding the defeat of these creatures to be child's play. It then cast a glance toward Yishio, and, understanding the unspoken cue, melded into the shadows, disappearing into Yishio's silhouette. Observing Darkrai's swift and decisive resolution of the adversaries, Yishio felt a wave of relief wash over him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to speak to the girl behind him. However, before he could utter a word, he noticed her eyes were slightly reddened, on the verge of tears. Inexplicably moved by her distress, Yishio instinctively enveloped her in his embrace. In that fleeting moment, the intoxicating scent of her youthful vitality enveloped him, refreshing and invigorating. Soon after, she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her fair and delicate face nestling into his not-so-broad chest. This sudden gesture left Yishio momentarily startled. Yet, regaining his composure, he chose not to push her away, instead lifting his right hand gently to hold her close. It's all over now. There's nothing to fear, he softly reassured, patting her back. Xin remained silent, absorbing Yishio's soothing words and the enveloping sense of safety, gradually calming her previously anxious heart. After several minutes of this comforting embrace, Xin suddenly recalled that she was nestled in Yishio's arms. In a flurry of embarrassment, she released him and stepped back, lowering her head, her gaze averted and her cheeks aflame. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she murmured, "Thank you, Yishio. No need for the formalities. Just call me by my name or simply Shiogo," he replied. Shiogo? She giggled. And Yishio couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sweet sound of her voice. "Come on, let's continue our journey. With me here. There's no need to fear these wild Pokemon any longer." Following this encounter, Xin became notably more outgoing when interacting with Yishio, and they engaged in lively conversation throughout their journey. Along the way, Yishio learned that Xin was his classmate from middle school, likely harboring feelings for him since that time. However, during those years, as an orphan, Yishio had little time to ponder such matters, not even forming a single friendship. At noon, Yishio found a safe spot for them to have lunch. "Come out, little Snorlax," Xin called, releasing her Snorlax from its pokeball, along with several large boxes containing lunch. Snorlax. The moment the Snorlax caught a whiff of the delicious food, it eagerly raised its tiny hands to open one of the bento boxes and began devouring its contents. "Slow down, Snorlax. You're such a glutton." Watching the Snorlax eat with such gusto, Xin felt her own appetite awaken, reaching for a bento and chopsticks to join in. Shiogu, didn't you bring any food?" Noticing Yishio's empty hands, Xin assumed he had come unprepared and was ready to share her meal with him. Little did she know that Yishio possessed a system space capable of storing items. However, he had not purchased sleeping gear like tents or sleeping bags, so he would indeed need a bit of help from Xin when night fell. "No need," he shook his head, activating his system space with his mind to retrieve a portion of curry rice. "What is this, Shiogo?" To Yishio, it was a commonplace action, but for Xin, it was nothing short of astonishing. Before her eyes, Yishio had seemingly conjured curry rice out of thin air. While the world possessed technology allowing for spatial folding, enabling small bags to hold numerous items, such space bags were prohibitively expensive for most families. The notion of producing items without such a bag was utterly unfathomable. "Let us keep this as our little secret. Don't tell anyone else," Yishio said with a gentle smile, offering no further explanation. He could never disclose the existence of the system to anyone, not even to those closest to him. It was a matter of principle. He could easily explain the system space as a storage artifact discovered within the secret realm. For the world was vast and full of wonders, and no one could truly know what marvels lay hidden within. Xin replied with a smile, refraining from probing further. Everyone harbors their secrets, and the fact that Yishio chose to share this one with her signified a deep level of trust. Chapter 34. Encounter with the Skeleton Hunting Party. After their meal, the duo pressed onward into the depths of the secret realm. As they journeyed, Yishio and Xin conversed animatedly, reminiscent of a young couple in love. Just as they were engrossed in their cheerful exchange, an unsettling cacophony of piercing screams shattered the serene forest. "Woo-woo, Zizizi." A medley of anguished cries mingled chaotically, sending a chill down their spines. Yishio's pupils contracted as he turned toward the source of the commotion. The sounds belonged to Pokemon. What could have transpired? Darkrai emerged from the shadows, alert and on guard. Suddenly, a potent surge of energy swept toward them. The overwhelming energy gusted through the air, ruffling their hair, prompting Xin to scream in alarm. Observing her distress, Yishio gently brushed his hand through Xin's silky hair, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid. Let us take a look." "Okay," she replied, her anxiety gradually dissipating at his words. They began to jog toward the forest. Along the way, they spotted small Pokemon fleeing in panic from the woods ahead. Darkrai led the way, with Yishio and Xin close behind. After a few minutes, Darkrai halted behind a large tree. Yishio and Xin followed suit. "Darkrai, what is going on?" Yishio panted slightly, about to inquire, but before he could finish, he noticed the scene before him, and a grave expression crossed his face. In a clearing within the woods stood 6 figures clad in black, their heads adorned with skull masks. These individuals were forcefully loading various Pokemon contained in metallic cages onto a vehicle. The imprisoned Pokemon appeared in dire straits, their vitality waning, as if they had suffered severe trauma. "A villainous organization," Yishio remarked, surveying the figures in black. His gaze held an icy intensity, reflecting his disdain for the nefarious organization before him. Previously, several villains from the Dark Team had attempted to harm him, only to be thwarted by Darkrai. Now, he found himself once again confronting these malevolent forces. "Brother Yi, what should we do? Are we going to rescue those Pokemon?" And Xin did not directly urge Yishio to take action. Rather, her anxious inquiry revealed her awareness that those donned in black were agents of evil. Their strength undoubtedly surpassed that of newly awakened Pokemon like themselves. To act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Yishio remained silent, observing the data of the villainous Pokemon before him. Name: Weezing. Type: Poison. Ability: Levitate. Level: 39 Elite Peak. Quality: Elite. Skills: Poison Gas, Smokescreen, Mist, Mudshot, Mud Bomb. Evaluation: Weak. Name: Zubat. Type: Poison Flying. Ability: Inner Focus. Level: 39 Elite Peak. Quality: Elite. Skills: Supersonic, Toxic Bite, Air Slash, Bite, Poison Fong. Evaluation: Weak. Name: Drapion. Type: Poison Dark. Ability: Battle Armor. Level: 46 Mid-Gym. Quality: Gym. Skills: Toxic Bite, Cross Poison, Poison Fong, Night Slash, Pin Missile. Evaluation: An unremarkable Drapion. There were 2 Weezing, 3 Zubat, and 1 Drapion, totaling 6 Pokemon. The strength of these villainous Pokemon was predominantly at the Elite Peak, with only the commanding Drapion being at the Mid-Gym level. Given such power, it was no wonder they could act with impunity in an E-Class secret realm. However, such strength was insufficient to contend with him. Nku Xin. Let us proceed and thwart them. Understood. Upon witnessing Yishio's decision to intervene, Nku Xin's autumn-like eyes sparkled with determination. Damn it. These little nuisances truly know how to stir up trouble. Why doesn't he the cadre bring more people? The team members clad in tight black attire muttered curses as they loaded numerous metal cages containing imprisoned Pokemon onto their vehicle. Humph. Silence. It's merely an E-Class secret realm. Does the skeleton hunting team require a large force for this? Enough chatter. Hurry up and move. The brutish leader barked at his subordinates. Yes, yes, Captain. One of the team members, intimidated by the fierce man's roar, wiped the sweat from his brow and continued with his task. The skeleton hunting team is the largest and most notorious, infamous, villainous organization among all hunting teams in the Dragon Kingdom. It consists of a leader, 3 principal cadres, 12 squad leaders, and countless members. The course man in charge was one of the 12 squad leaders, known as a Biao. Stop this at once. Suddenly, a youthful voice rang out from a nearby direction. The members of the skeleton hunting team turned their gazes toward the sound. Beneath a grand tree emerged 3 figures, 2 young individuals, and a remarkably powerful black Pokemon. 2 kids? We, the skeleton hunting team, are conducting business here. If you wish to avoid death, I suggest you leave immediately. Squad leader A Biao shouted menacingly at Yishio, frustrated with the ongoing task. He regarded the 2 youths as mere schoolchildren lacking any real power, foolishly attempting to intervene in matters of justice. He had little interest in dealing with them and preferred to send them away quickly. Captain, that kid and his Pokemon seem unusual. In what way? It appears he is the champion of the newcomer tournament in Magic City, known as Yishio. Almost everyone in Magic City recognizes him. One member, wary of Darkrai, whispered to a Biao. I thought he was someone formidable. Turns out he is just a tournament champion. How pathetic. Why are you so timid? Are you afraid of a mere child? A Biao scoffed, clearly unfazed and disdainfully spitting to the side. However, it is said that this Yishio's Dark-type Pokemon has reached Quasi-King strength, and many villainous organizations are eager to recruit him. Hearing this, a Biao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. What? Quasi-King? After a moment of contemplation, a Biao burst into laughter, mockingly exclaiming, what a joke. Quasi-King? Why not claim he possesses the strength of a champion? I refuse to believe that a Pokemon that has only recently awakened could be at such a level. Yishio had no time to engage with the villain's incessant banter. He retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, preparing to command his Scyther and Darkrai to swiftly eliminate these foes. Have you finished talking? I shall take action now. Come forth, Scyther and Darkrai. With a sharp cry, Scyther fixed its keen gaze upon the opposing villainous Pokemon, raising its scythe-like arms, brimming with a palpable battle intent. In stark contrast, Darkrai exhibited no such fervor, its indifferent gaze seemingly dismissing the adversaries before it. 2 Quasi-King level Pokemon stood resolutely, causing a flicker of trepidation to cross the eyes of the 5 elite peak villainous Pokemon. While their trainer may have been oblivious, these Pokemon could sense the overwhelming power before them. However, their trainers remained oblivious to their thoughts and instead commanded. How dare 2 mere Pokemon challenge the skeleton hunting team? Weezing, attack. Zubat, go. What if they're SA Scyther? Drapion, charge. The villainous Pokemon, despite their apprehension towards Darkrai and Scyther, obeyed their trainer's orders and moved forward, ready to engage in battle. Weezing, use mist. The 2 Weezing simultaneously exhaled a dense cloud of purple toxic mist, directing it towards Scyther and Darkrai. Zubat, use poison fong. The Zubat launched their assault, rapidly spewing forth a stream of green toxic energy from their mouths. Go, brother Yi. And Ku Xian silently cheered for him from behind. Darkrai, use Ominous Wind. Scyther, perform Swords Dance. Yishio calmly directed his Pokemon in response to the barrage of incoming attacks, confident that Darkrai alone could handle the onslaught. With Yishio's command, Scyther raised its blades, dancing gracefully as an orange glow enveloped its form, significantly enhancing its attack power. Darkrai. Upon receiving the command, Darkrai raised its right hand skyward, an aura of malevolence emanating from its being. Subsequently, a surge of violet ghostly energy coalesced in his right hand, conjuring a tempest of purple winds that swept toward the villainous sprites. Whoosh! The ominous purple whirlwind effortlessly dispersed the attacks from the nefarious sprites. What? How could a single strike from this dark sprite nullify the combined efforts of our 5 sprites? This is inconceivable. The members of the skeleton hunting team were utterly dumbfounded. It is worth noting that their sprites were all at the pinnacle of elite strength, hindered only by their inadequate potential from breaking through to the gym leader level. While they could not advance further, they were far from weak. The collective strike from these 5 sprites could easily overwhelm a standard gym leader level sprite. And even a quasi-champion level sprite would struggle to counter it with a mere flick of the wrist. Even the team leader, Abayo, was taken aback. Could this sprite named Darkrai truly possess quasi-champion strength? How could this be possible? Cursed be it. Why must they disrupt the endeavors of our skeleton hunting team? Abayo's expression darkened, his tone icy and fierce, eyes brimming with rage. You lot advance. Dragon King Scorpion. Utilize Cross Poison Blade. Double-Headed Gas. Mud Bomb. Zubat. Deploy Poisonous Impact. Oh, have their defenses been breached? Are they resorting to reckless aggression? Observing the villains' furious countenances, Yishio's lips curled into a slight smirk. Scyther. Deal with Dragon King Scorpion using Slash. As for the other 5 minions, Darkrai, I leave them to you. With a swift motion, Darkrai executed its move. Having significantly enhanced its attack power with Swords Dance, Scyther easily sliced through the cross-poison blade launched by Dragon King Scorpion. Darkrai unleashed its signature move, Dark Pulse. Dark blades of dark energy erupted from its form, colliding head-on with the incoming attacks from the villainous sprites. Boom! The overwhelming power of Darkrai's Dark Pulse obliterated all the villain's moves, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The aftershocks sent clouds of dust swirling, causing the surrounding flora to sway with uncertainty. Yet, Darkrai's onslaught was far from over, as it continued its assault upon the enemy sprites. The skeleton hunting team was not oblivious to the danger, hastily commanding their sprites to evade Darkrai's attack. Noticing the evasion, Darkrai swiftly vanished from its position, reappearing right before the 5 sprites. Claws imbued with violet ghostly energy lunged at them with remarkable speed. Swish, swish, gas, swish, 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 sing. The 5 elite pinnacle sprites were rendered as helpless as newborn infants before Darkrai, falling one by one to the ground, unconscious and devoid of combat capability. Ding! Darkrai has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 55. Afterward, Darkrai turned its gaze upon the remaining 5 members of the skeleton hunting team. Its frigid stare sent chills down their spines, leaving them no time to retrieve their incapacitated sprites as they turned to flee. Darkrai, of course, would not let them escape, pursuing them swiftly and knocking them down one by one, leaving them unconscious and unaware of their fate. Meanwhile, Scyther, having shattered Dragon King Scorpion's cross-poison blade, charged towards it, engaging in close combat. Abayo, witnessing the demise of his subordinates, bellowed in fury, "Damn it! You useless fools! Dragon King Scorpion, use knock off." With no means of retreat left, he was left with no choice but to fight with all he had. Dragon King Scorpion's right claw, imbued with brown fighting energy, swung at Scyther, attempting to bring it crashing down from the skies. Scyther, dodge and use Slash. Scyther, with its unparalleled speed, effortlessly evaded Dragon King Scorpion's attack. It retaliated, raising its scythe-like arm to strike at Dragon King Scorpion. Clash! Dragon King Scorpion reacted quickly, raising its left claw to clash against Scyther's blade, producing sparks in the process. Yet, Dragon King Scorpion was simply no match for Scyther, with its strength already inferior to Scyther's. Combined with Scyther's augmented attack power from Swords Dance, it stood no chance. Slice! Scyther's scythe cleaved through Dragon King Scorpion, sending it crashing to the ground, devoid of combat capability. Why? Our skeleton hunting team never provoked you. Seeing his Dragon King Scorpion felled in an instant. Abayo's bloodshot eyes burned with rage as he glared fiercely at Yishio, gritting his teeth as he demanded an explanation. Upon hearing this, Yishio simply smiled. What do you think? Those feeble sprites never provoked you, yet you captured and tormented them. I have committed no wrong. I merely awakened a powerful sprite and faced assassination. Whom have I offended? Yishio refrained from elaborating further to these villains, instead commanding Scyther to incapacitate Abayo, awaiting the judgment of the Sprite Alliance. In this battle, although Scyther effortlessly defeated Dragon King Scorpion, Yishio felt no joy. Instead, he pondered deeply. This Scyther was not acquired from the system, but captured within the secret realm, resulting in a limited repertoire of moves. During this encounter, he had taken into account that the opponent was a poison-type sprite. Thus, Scyther was only able to utilize the normal-typed move, Slash. Bug-type moves would deal half damage against poison-type sprites, meaning Scyther's most potent move, X-Scissor, could not be employed in this battle. Had Dragon King Scorpion possessed strength equal to Scyther's, the outcome might have been far less certain. It seems that upon returning, I must procure some skills for Scyther from the Move Tutor shop. Yishio believed this Scyther was worthy of nurturing. However, Scyther possessed numerous weaknesses, with its bug and flying types making it susceptible to many elemental counters. Yet, once Scyther evolves into Scizor, its vulnerabilities would diminish to merely fire-type attacks. Yishio indeed longed for its evolution, but the required item, Metal Coat, was priced at a staggering 2 million or more in the market. Given Yishio's current financial standing, such an acquisition was utterly unattainable. Brother Shio, you are truly remarkable. Noticing Yishio's triumph over the villains, and Kursen, breaking from her usual demeanor, excitedly shook Yishio's right arm. After all, she had witnessed Yishio defeat a squad from the skeleton hunting team firsthand. Although this might seem trivial to Yishio, what was the skeleton hunting team? It was a notorious organization known throughout the Dragon Country for capturing sprites. As a mere high school student, how could one possibly defeat such a formidable group? They likely wouldn't even possess the courage to meet their gaze. Yet here was Yishio, not only daring to confront them, but utterly overwhelming them. How could Kursen not feel exhilarated? In her eyes, Yishio had become an invincible figure. You will soon discover that I possess even greater prowess. Yishio smiled gently, ruffling her hair. Upon receiving this gesture, Kursen belatedly realized how overly animated she had been. Her cheeks flushed, she lowered her head, reverting to her usual shy demeanor. Ha ha ha. Observing Kursen return to her bashful self, Yishio's laughter erupted genuinely from within. Chapter 36, The Ominous Cave. Following Yishio's triumph over the skeletal hunting team, Kursen promptly contacted her mentor to relay the situation. The instructor swiftly coordinated with the officer to arrive on the scene, liberating the captured sprites and apprehending the members of the skeletal hunting team. As for the aftermath of these antagonists, it is likely that they will face the judgment and sanctions of the Alliance, spending the rest of their lives in confinement. However, such matters no longer concerned Yishio. The two continued their exploration deeper into the secret realm. As dusk approached, the waning light cast a blood-red hue across the horizon. The duo arrived at a clearing, preparing to dine and rest for the night. Along their journey, Yishio and Kursen had gathered an assortment of delectable fruits. Name: ordinary apple. Effect: sweet flavor. Consuming it restores a small amount of stamina. Name: wild apple. Effect: a sweet and sour taste. When consumed by sprites, it restores a small amount of stamina. Name: citrus fruit. Effect: sweet and tangy flavor. When consumed by sprites, it restores a small amount of stamina. Enjoy, little Mareep. Kursen placed a pile of fruits on the ground. The Mareep eagerly began to devour them, savoring each bite. By the way, Brother Shio, where's your sprite? Kursen suddenly realized that Yishio had not released his sprite since noon. Was it not hungry? Yishio was momentarily taken aback by the question, unsure of how to respond. He felt it was not yet the right time to share the truth with Kursen. Observing his hesitation, Kursen smiled reassuringly, saying, "It's all right. Everyone has their own secrets. If this secret is important to you, Brother Shio, you need not disclose it." Upon hearing her words, Yishio's gaze softened as he looked at her. He reached out, gently stroking her head, and promised, "I will tell you in due time." Their eyes met, and feeling the warmth of his gentle gaze, Kursen quickly averted her eyes, whispering, "Mm." As night fell, the sky within the secret realm was far more enchanting than that outside. It was not a mere void of black, but rather a profound, deep blue interspersed with swirling clouds that veiled the moon, illuminating the night with countless twinkling stars. How beautiful! Kursen marveled as she gazed at the night sky from within the tent. Indeed, Yishio replied softly, then added, "Let us get some rest. We have only traversed a quarter of the secret realm. It's astonishing how vast this E-rank realm is, despite its classification as the weakest." The mention of sleep caused Kursen to blush deeply. Since only she had brought a small tent, She was reluctant to let Yishio sleep outside in the dark, fearing for his safety. Thus, Yishio shamelessly took refuge in her tent. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and he remained unaware of her embarrassment, oblivious to her flushed cheeks. Though they shared the same tent, neither made any improper advances. They lay back to back, gradually succumbing to sleep. Time passed, and in the stillness of the dark, the girl turned and gently embraced Yishio from behind. He slowly opened his eyes, smiling softly. Turning towards her, he enveloped her in his arms. Meanwhile, in the depths of the demon city, within the lair of the skeletal hunting team, a man with a sinister countenance surveyed his hundreds of subordinates from his elevated position. His expression remained inscrutable, devoid of anger or joy. "Have you found anything?" he inquired coldly. A heavily made-up woman clad in purple approached him, stating, "Leader, according to my investigation, it is highly likely that this matter is the doing of a newcomer named Yishio." At the mention of this name, the man's eyes turned icy. Yishio? The newcomer from the first high school in Demon City? "Leader, with the Sprite Alliance and Adu involved, now is not the time for us to act," the woman cautioned, noticing the growing ire etched upon the man's face. Hearing this, the man's fury intensified. With the Sprite Alliance looming over him, he dared not act too recklessly. Moreover, in the eyes of the public, Yishio had Adu as his backing. Anyone contemplating an attack on Yishio would need to carefully consider the consequences. "Damn it," the man seethed, pulling the woman in purple roughly closer. The next morning, Yishio and Incursion tacitly avoided discussing their embrace from the previous night. They packed their belongings and resumed their journey into the secret realm. Not long after setting out, Yishio discovered a cave. This cave was not naturally formed, but rather constructed from an assortment of peculiar stones, evidently built by humans or some sprite. "Brother Shio, shall we venture inside?" Incursion inquired, her body trembling slightly at the sight of the foreboding cave. "Fear not," Yishio reassured her, taking her small hand in his to provide comfort. Incursion's trepidation was understandable, as they felt a chill emanate from the cave's entrance. And the darkness within was daunting, instilling a sense of danger in anyone who approached. "Come forth, Mareep." "Me." Yishio released Mareep from its pokeball. Being a sprite produced by the system, Mareep had acquired numerous skills, including the ability to illuminate a small area with its move, Flash. Name, Mareep. Type, Electric. Ability, Static. Level, 12. Early Intermediate. Potential, Champion skills, Tackle, Growl, Thunder Wave, Thunder Shock, Flash. Friendship, 100. Evaluation, possesses champion potential, worthy of cultivation. Mareep, it seems you have grown stronger. We shall now enter this dark cave. I entrust this to you, Yishio said, bending down to stroke Mareep's soft fleece. "Me." Hearing that Yishio needed its help filled Mareep with joy, fully aware of its current limitations compared to first-tier sprites like Darkrai and Tyranitar. The mere thought that its master required its assistance brought an even greater sense of happiness. "Brother Shio, you have other sprites?" Incursion realized that her understanding of Yishio was still quite shallow. He was merely a newcomer, just like her, who had awakened his sprite only a few days prior. The earlier release of the Scyther had already astonished her. Now, learning that he had additional sprites deepened her admiration for his mystery and strength. "May I pet it?" she asked eagerly. "Of course," Yishio replied without hesitation. He believed that girls naturally gravitated towards such adorable creatures, not to mention Incursion herself. "It's so cute, so soft, so comforting," Incursion exclaimed as she stroked Mareep's fleece. "Me," Mareep happily responded. "Let us proceed. Into the cave we go." As the girl was about to stroke the Mareep to the brink of ecstasy, Yishio promptly interjected. Although there exists a saying that petting a cat brings momentary delight, and continuous petting offers sustained joy, one must refrain from rendering the cat dazed. This time, they would rely on Mareep for illumination within the cave. Upon entering the cavern, Yishio commanded, "Mareep, use Flash." With a gentle bleat, Mareep emitted a soft glow of electric energy that coursed through its body toward the tip of its tail. In an instant, the small orb at the end of Mareep's tail began to shimmer, illuminating the surroundings. "Incredible," Incursion exclaimed, followed by a sigh as she remarked. "Such an adorable sprite can assist its master, unlike my little Snorlax, which merely consumes." Snorlax, meow meow meow. Chapter 37, The Circle Bear Clan. With Yishio's protection and Mareep's light, Incursion had long since cast aside her previous fears and trepidations. Hand in hand with Yishio, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Yishio, meanwhile, continued to scrutinize the interior of the cave. Though the entrance was modest, the cavern's expanse was immense. The deeper they ventured, the more the space expanded, and Yishio grew increasingly aware of the potential dangers lurking within. However, There might also be treasures or opportunities awaiting them. Suddenly, a series of roars erupted from the depths of the cave, signaling the presence of a certain sprite that had detected their movements. It appeared that this sprite was none too welcoming, attempting to drive them away with its fierce growls. Indeed, the cave was inhabited by sprites. Upon hearing the roars, Yishio felt no inclination to retreat. Instead, he was determined to delve deeper. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the innermost part of the cave, where a vast space opened up, illuminated by a shaft of sunlight streaming through a small opening above. Roar! The thunderous roar compelled Yishio to turn his gaze in that direction. Name: Circle Bear. Type: Normal. Ability: Grit. Level: 35, Elite Midstage. Potential: Near Champion. Skills: Arm Hammer. Scratching, Retaliate, Split, Throw. Evaluation: a slightly gifted circle bear, grievously injured. This circle bear stood at an impressive height of 2.5 meters. Yet its body was marred with wounds. Typically, an adult circle bear measures around 1.8 meters, and the extraordinary height of this specimen attested to its exceptional nature. Behind it were several younger circle bears and over a dozen cubs. It was evident that this was the territory of a circle bear clan. However, Yishio's attention was drawn to the scars adorning the circle bear leader. It remained uncertain whether these injuries were inflicted by humans or sprites. Yet, upon witnessing the circle bear's eyes filled with hatred, Yishio surmised the likely cause. Given the circle bear's elite mid-stage strength, it was highly improbable that it sustained such injuries from sprites in this E-level secret realm. Thus, only one explanation remained: human interference. Contemplating this, Yishio felt a swell of animosity toward those nefarious organizations. The earlier scene of the skeletal hunting group attacking various weaker sprites and imprisoning them in cages replayed vividly in his mind. While Yishio did not consider himself a paragon of justice, he would not stand idly by in the face of such wrongdoing when he possessed the means to intervene. Circle Bear, trust me. I harbor no intention of harming you, Yishio said as he approached the circle bear. He endeavored to soothe it. Yet, a circle bear so gravely wounded by humans could hardly be expected to take Yishio's words to heart. With a defiant roar, it raised its battered, weary paws, preparing to strike at Yishio. Brother Shio, and Ku Xian cried out in concern. Mareep, witnessing the impending attack, dashed toward Yishio with all its might. Yishio remained utterly composed, gazing steadily at the attacking circle bear, and calmly said, Darkrai, don't take it too seriously. In an instant, a shadowy figure emerged from Yishio's silhouette. With a swift motion, Darkrai unleashed Shadow Claw, clashing with the circle bear's sharp claws. Darkrai did not exert its full strength. Having lingered in Yishio's shadow, it was well aware of the situation's context. However, as the embodiment of nightmares, Darkrai's sole concern was for its master. The circle bear's grievances were of little consequence to it. Had Yishio not uttered the words "don't take it too seriously," the circle bear would likely have already collapsed. Circle Bear, believe me, I mean no harm to your clan. You must have sensed Darkrai's power. If I truly wished to harm you, you would be powerless to stop me, Yishio earnestly declared to the circle bear. The circle bear regarded the formidable Darkrai, then turned its gaze to the resolute Yishio. Ultimately, it lowered its claws. Witnessing this, Yishio smiled faintly. Come forth, Milotic. He retrieved a Pokeball and pressed the button. In a flash of white light, a beautiful serpentine sprite materialized beside him. With a joyful cry, Milotic greeted Yishio upon its release. All right, Milotic, I have a task for you. Use Aqua Ring to heal them, Yishio gently instructed, stroking Milotic's cool, smooth cheek. Hearing this, Milotic began to hum softly, directing its attention toward the Circle Bear clan. A sphere of life-infused water energy coalesced at the tip of Milotic's tail. Observing this, the leading Circle Bear feared an impending attack. Circle Bear, do not be afraid. This is Milotic's healing technique, Yishio reassured. The life-infused water energy transformed into a massive droplet, soaring toward the Circle Bear clan. With a resounding splash, the droplet burst open before the Circle Bear, showering it and its kin with countless raindrops. Yishio watched as the wounds on the Circle Bear began to mend, and the expression of pain gradually faded away. Roar, roar, a woo. After the healing, the Circle Bear and its clan expressed their gratitude to Yishio, and Ku Xian observed the entirety of Yishio's actions. Captivated by his noble figure, her heart swirling with unspoken thoughts, gazing at him with admiration. Mareep, relieved to see its master unharmed, approached Yishio and nuzzled against his leg. Circle Bear, would you like to become my Pokemon? Yishio inquired earnestly, presenting a Pokeball to the Circle Bear. The Circle Bear's indomitable spirit certainly resonated with Yishio. Even in its wounded state, It resolutely sought to protect its clan, earning Yishio's respect. Roar! Roar! The circle bear seemed inclined to agree but turned to glance at its clan, ultimately shaking its head. Observing this, Yishio's lips curved into a smile. He could not possibly be unaware of the thoughts occupying the mind of the round bear at this moment. Since you are reluctant to part with your kin, then let us become my spirits together. Roar! Thus, the incident within the cave drew to a close. Yishio had successfully tamed the entire round bear clan. In total, there were 15 spirits, 1 round bear leader, 3 ordinary round bears, and 11 bear cubs. Yishio need not worry about the well-being of these spirits. Once they were encased within their Pokeballs, they automatically entered a splendid little world of spirits. He was confident that the other spirits would coexist harmoniously with them. After exiting the secret realm, Yishio planned to visit them in their spirit world. With this instance of taming the round bear clan as an example, Yishio aspired to capture even more spirit clans, invigorating his spirit world. As dusk descended, the sun gradually nestled into the delicate layers of clouds, transforming into a radiant crimson orb. The evening glow blazed like flames, cloaking half the sky. The two sat side by side on the level ground, gazing at the twilight. And Xian quietly rested her head upon Yishio's shoulder. Time and again, Yishio shattered her preconceived notions about him, leaving her with countless unanswered questions. Yet, regardless of the multitude of secrets Yishio harbored, she would not inquire, content to simply lean against his shoulder in silence. Yishio cast a glance at the girl beside him and offered a faint smile. Chapter 38, The Poison-Type Gym. Following the incident with the Round Bear clan, Yishio and Xian hastened their exploration of the secret realm on the third day. The designation of E-Class Secret Realm as the weakest was not without reason. Apart from the spirits being feeble, the realm predominantly housed fruit trees, with an alarming scarcity of peculiar items. Throughout their journey, Yishio had yet to come across a single evolution stone, although it was possible he had merely overlooked one. In any case, Yishio no longer wished to explore leisurely. He mounted his spirit and swiftly took Xian to another entrance of the secret realm. Upon exiting this entrance, Yishio discovered they were near a secluded area in another district of the Magic City. This location was exceedingly hidden, known to very few. The walk back to their school would take merely 2 hours from here. Yishio could not help but marvel at the wonders of the secret realm. Clearly, traveling from the first to the second entrance within the realm would require several days, yet in the real world, it could be accomplished in mere hours. The two strolled through the marketplace of this district for quite some time, indulging in a variety of delectable treats. And Xian cherished their moments together, fully aware that once this adventure concluded, it might be a considerable time before she could travel with Yishio again. This journey had brought her immense happiness. In the afternoon, Yishio escorted Xian back to school, and Xian informed the teacher that their numbers need not be counted during the upcoming assembly, which left the teacher quite astonished. While other students were still exploring around the entrance to the secret realm, Yishio and Xian had traversed the entire expanse of the realm. It was akin to a game where others remained in the novice village while he had already completed the quest. How could this not leave the teacher astounded? However, upon recalling it was Yishio, the teacher's apprehension eased significantly. It was Yishio. After all, there was no cause for concern. To the teacher, Yishio was a once-in-a-century prodigy, and no matter what extraordinary feats he accomplished, it would hardly raise eyebrows. After spending some time with Xian at school, Yishio departed, making his way to the skill learning machine shop. Upon glancing at the prices, he could only exclaim in disbelief at their exorbitance. Those immensely powerful moves were priced at over 1 million Alliance coins. The cheapest options hovered around 100,000, yet none of these skills would benefit his scyther. Ultimately, Yishio purchased nothing. Returning home, he first entered the spirit world to check on his spirits. With a wave of his right hand, he conjured a vast cave to serve as the territory for the Round Bear clan. He then presented a quality enhancement agent, King level, to Scyther, elevating its aptitude to the King level. This moved Scyther to tears of gratitude, significantly increasing their bond. After exiting the spirit world, Yishio took a moment to plan his next course of action. For the time being, he would continue to tackle dungeons, amassing more rewards to prepare for the National High School Spirit Competition in half a month. With this in mind, Yishio promptly summoned the system panel to check the name of the next dungeon. Shallow Red Gym. Recommended strength, gym level. Shallow Red Gym. I recall that the primary attribute of the spirits in this gym is poison type. I hope the poison type lottery ticket yields a commendable spirit. Indeed, even before entering the dungeon, Yishio was already contemplating the rewards he would receive upon completion. His concern lay in the fact that many poison type spirits were rather unappealing. such as Grimer or coughing. He certainly did not wish to draw such spirits. He could tolerate Zubat, as it evolved into Golbat, which was rather striking. Setting aside these thoughts, Yishio used his mind to activate the system panel and chose to enter the dungeon. Ding! Does the host wish to enter the shallow red gym dungeon? Recommended strength, gym level. Enter. Whoosh! A flash of white light enveloped him, and Yishio found himself at the entrance of the shallow red gym. Ding! Entry successful. Dungeon task, obtain the pink badge. The shallow red gym was unlike other gyms. In contrast to the flamboyant architecture of other gyms, the shallow red gym exuded a traditional and rustic charm. Yishio then pulled open the wooden door of the shallow red gym and stepped inside. A furball, a spherical purple bug-type spirit, stood not far from Yishio, incessantly calling out to him. Name, Furball. Attribute, Bug Poison. Ability, Compound Eyes. Strength, Level 35, Elite Mid-Stage. Aptitude, Gym. Skills, Tackle, Psychic, Poison Powder, Confusion Ray, Sleep Powder. Evaluation, an unremarkable furball. This must be the very furball that guided Ash and his companions in the anime. Without a second thought, Yishio followed the furball as it led him into a room. This room was exceedingly peculiar, spacious, yet completely devoid of occupants at first glance. Suddenly, a woman clad in a pink ninja outfit descended from the rafters. In an exaggeratedly dramatic tone, she proclaimed, "I was born in darkness, living in darkness. This is the fate of a ninja." Yishio could only muster a facepalm at the sheer awkwardness of the moment. Before he could respond, the woman continued, "I am called Iane, a trainer of the shallow red gym. To earn a badge, you must first defeat me. The spirit I shall battle with is none other than Furball." Looking at her eagerness to engage in combat, Yishio retrieved a Pokeball. Go, Scyther. Chirp. Name, Scyther. Attribute, Bug Flying. Ability, Technician. Strength, Level 55, Quasi-King Midstage. Aptitude, King. Skills, Flash, Multi-Slash, Precision Strike, Wing Attack, Shadow Clone, High-Speed Movement, Double Strike, Air Slash. Cross Cut, Affinity, 99. Evaluation, a flying mantis endowed with the potential of a champion, exhibiting remarkable promise and an astonishing will. Upon advancing to the champion level, the mantis's aura has evidently surpassed its former self. Mantis, you have grown stronger. Upon hearing their master's praise, the mantis felt an overwhelming joy and sincerely thanked Yishio for enhancing its potential. Mantis, defeat that fluffy creature using Air Slash. The fluffy creature's attributes are weak against flying-type moves, thus Yishio commanded without hesitation. The mantis responded with enthusiasm, vigorously swinging its blade-like wings. Whoosh, whoosh. As it swung, piercing sounds filled the air, and two razor-sharp, arc-shaped blades of air coalesced above, swiftly descending upon the fluffy creature. Fluffy dodged quickly. The fluffy creature leaped back with all its might, narrowly avoiding the mantis's Air Slash. Observing the fluffy creature's surprising evasion despite its hefty form, Yishio continued to command, Mantis, unleash Air Slash repeatedly. The mantis obeyed without delay. Whoosh! It incessantly swung its blade-like wings. Whoosh! 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 Numerous silver blades of air appeared in the sky, rapidly targeting the fluffy creature. How can it possibly evade this? Iane exclaimed dramatically. Although the fluffy creature managed to dodge one attack, what difference did it make? Under the mantis's relentless onslaught, it could only evade, lacking even the qualification to counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Fluffy. Multiple air slashes struck the fluffy creature perfectly, rendering it incapable of further combat. I've lost, Iane lamented. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed, enveloping the room in a cloud of white smoke. Amidst the smoke, a figure gradually emerged. As the white mist dissipated, a man clad in blue ninja attire appeared behind Iane. Brother, I was too careless. She knelt before him, filled with remorse. Rise, there is no need for apologies. This Challenger-S spirit is exceptionally powerful, beyond your capacity to handle. Chapter 39, The Tenacious Flying Mantis. Rise, there is no need for apologies. This Challenger-S spirit is exceptionally powerful, beyond your capacity to handle, the man spoke in a deep voice. Challenger, I am the gym leader of the shallow red gym. Known as Aki. Aki introduced himself, then produced a pink heart-shaped badge, continuing, defeat me, and you shall earn the pink badge. In this contest, each participant may use up to 3 spirits. The first side to have all 3 spirits incapacitated shall lose. Upon hearing this, Yishio nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Very well, let us begin. My first combatant is Mothim. Aki released a pale purple moth from its pokeball. Mothim, though it is merely a moth, It is the evolved form of the fluffy creature and should not be underestimated. Name: Mothim. Type: Bug Poison. Ability: Dust Powder. Level: 48, Late Gym. Potential: Champion. Skills: Silver Wind, Bug Buzz, Sonic Boom, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder. Evaluation: a Mothim of champion potential, demonstrating significant promise. With such impressive potential, it is no wonder Aki later ascended to the Elite Four. Observing Mothim's data, Yishio contemplated. I will continue to battle with the Flying Mantis. Mantis, use high-speed movement. Yishio instructed swiftly. He understood that to easily defeat Aki's 3 spirits, he needed to stack buffs, or it would be a strenuous task. Especially since the Mantis had already expended some energy in the previous battle against the fluffy creature. The Mantis emitted a low cry, and an aura of psychic energy surged through its body, significantly enhancing its speed. Seeing the Mantis buffing itself, Aki would not miss the opportunity to launch an attack. Mothim, use Stun Spore. Mothim flapped its wings, casting orange powder towards the Mantis. Soon, the Stun Spore permeated the entire room. This is the advantage of battling indoors. Moves like Stun Spore, once dispersed throughout the room, are nearly impossible to evade unless one possesses a skill to dissipate the powder. As expected, the Mantis was struck by the Stun Spore, succumbing to paralysis and collapsing to the ground. Observing this, Yishio furrowed his brow. Mantis, can you still fight? The Mantis rose, its gaze unwavering, as if the Stun Spore had no effect on it. Your Mantis possesses formidable talent, Aki remarked, admiring the Mantis's resilience. Yet, the true spectacle is just beginning. Mothim, unleash Sleep Powder. Seeing Mothim preparing to cast Sleep Powder, Yishio promptly commanded, Mantis, use Flash to close the distance to Mothim. Then follow up with Wing Attack. With a swift motion, a green light flashed, so rapidly that no one could react in time. In an instant, the Mantis appeared before Mothim, raising its sharp scythe and delivering a powerful slash. Whoosh! Mothim's Sleep Powder was interrupted, never able to be released. As the Mantis's blade struck it to the ground, Aki's pupils constricted in shock. How incredibly fast! He had not anticipated the Mantis's speed to be so extraordinary. Mothim, fly up! Aki quickly reacted, commanding Mothim to take to the air. Attempting to ascend? Mantis, do not grant it the opportunity. Use Air Slash. Yishio would not allow his opponent any chance to retaliate. Just as Mothim desperately attempted to take flight, it was met with a swift air slash from the Mantis. It was utterly unable to evade. Whoosh! Mothim was struck decisively, losing its ability to fight. Challenger, your strength is impressive. May I inquire your name? Aki asked Yishio. My name is Yishio, he replied nonchalantly. Yishio, your Mantis truly possesses remarkable potential. Now, let us continue our battle. Go Zubat. Zubat. Name, Zubat. Type, Poison Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Level, 43, Early Gym. Potential, Champion. Skills, Supersonic, Leech Life, Poison Fong, Air Cutter, Toxic. Evaluation, a Zubat of champion potential, exhibiting significant promise. Level 43, much lower than the previous Mothim, Yishio murmured. Though this Zubat is of a lower level than Mothim, it is undoubtedly a more formidable adversary. After all, the Moth is of the Bug type, and the Scyther can employ Flying type moves to counter it. However, when confronted with Zubat, there is no type advantage. Yet, that is all there is to it. Scyther performs Swords Dance. With a flourish, Scyther raised its dual blades and began to dance. Zubat, use Supersonic to disrupt it. Eiju was acutely aware that Swords Dance could significantly enhance Scyther's attack power. If Scyther successfully executed it, he would be in grave peril. Zubat opened its mouth wide, releasing a swirling wave of sound towards Scyther. Yet, it was too late. Before the attack could land, Scyther had completed its Swords Dance. An orange glow enveloped Scyther's body, markedly boosting its attack strength. But alas, it was also affected by Zubat's Supersonic, succumbing to confusion. Its eyes spun in circles as it flailed in midair. Zubat, unleash Air Cutter. Seeing Scyther in a state of confusion, Eiju gleefully anticipated the outcome. Scyther's Bug type was susceptible to Flying type moves, so if Air Cutter connected, Scyther would be left severely weakened, if not defeated. Scyther, pull yourself together and evade the attack. But Scyther remained in its confused state. An arc of Air Cutter sped towards Scyther. Yishio could not help but frown. Just as the Air Cutter was about to strike Scyther, it regained its senses. With remarkable speed, it reacted and effortlessly dodged the attack. What? How is that possible? Eiju's brow furrowed. Yishio's lips curled into a slight smile. As expected of you. Scyther, let us commence our counterattack. Dash in with a flash of lightning and follow up with Wing Attack. With a decisive command, Scyther transformed into a streak of green light, swiftly appearing before Zubat, raising its scythe like blades, and delivering a powerful slash. Whoosh! The forceful strike sent Zubat flying several meters, crashing to the ground. Press the advantage. Scyther use air slash. Scyther raised its scythe like blades once more, delivering a heavy swing towards Zubat. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air echoed. Bang! The resounding crash was accompanied by a piercing scream. Zubat was knocked down, crashing hard onto the ground, immobilized and rendered incapable of battle. Chapter 40. The Crimson Lotus Gym, Aju. Such terrifying willpower, indeed. Witnessing his Pokemon being effortlessly defeated, Aju spoke somberly. Then, my third Pokemon. Go forth, Grimer. Aju tossed out his third Pokeball. Grimer. A flash of white light revealed an exceedingly ugly Pokemon, exuding an intensely foul odor. Name: Grimer. Type: Poison. Ability: Stench. Strength: 42. Early Gym. Qualification: Pseudo-King. Skills: Toxic Trap, Mud Shot, Smog, Mud Bomb, Garbage Shot. Evaluation: a Grimer with a hint of potential. This will be my final Pokemon, Grimer. Now let the battle commence. Grimer, unleash your most powerful move. Garbage Shot. Perhaps driven by a desire to go all out, Aju initiated Grimer's strongest attack right away. Grimer. Grimer opened its foul maw and concentrated potent poison-type energy, unleashing a barrage of sludge-like projectiles towards Scyther. Scyther, with a flash of electricity, darted behind it, launching a double hit with wing attack. Recognizing that his opponent had abandoned all tactical finesse, Yishio calmly issued his command. With its greatly enhanced attack and speed, Scyther now possessed the strength to contend with elite-level Pokemon. It was clear this early Gym Grimer stood no chance. Scyther effortlessly evaded all of Grimer's sludge projectiles. In a swift motion, it sliced through the air, a flash of green light appearing as it sped behind Grimer, raising its blade to deliver 2 rapid strikes. The pain compelled Grimer to slowly turn around, only to find Scyther preparing its final move. Wing attack. Bang! Grimer. The hefty Grimer was sent flying 2 meters, collapsing like a lifeless mass on the ground, incapacitated. Ding! Scyther has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 56. Yishio, congratulations on defeating me. This pink badge belongs to you. Aju recalled Grimer, produced the pink badge, and approached Yishio to hand it over. Yishio accepted the badge and summoned the system to return to the real world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully clearing the Light Crimson Gym instance. Rewards: Pink Badge, Poison-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Pink Badge, awarded for successfully challenging the Light Crimson Gym. Collect all 8 badges to unlock the hidden large instance Quartz Conference. Poison-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. This ticket allows the host to randomly obtain 1 Poison-type Pokemon from the system lottery. With this, only 2 more badges are needed to complete the collection. Yishio then summoned the system, eager to participate in the lottery. System, use the Poison-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. No sooner had he spoken than a virtual capsule toy machine, adorned in purple hues, materialized before him. The machine began to tremble, and the Pokeballs inside began to swirl. Eventually, a Pokeball emerged from the exit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Poison Baby. Poison Baby? Yishio was taken aback. He had thought that as long as he avoided Grimer and Dustox, it would suffice. Never did he expect to draw Poison Baby. Poison Baby is a rare creature, indeed. Furthermore, it is the only one capable of evolution. Upon evolving into 4-jawed Needle Dragon, it would undoubtedly become a special attacker. Come forth, Poison Baby. Yishio pressed the button on the Pokeball, releasing Poison Baby. Baby. The moment Poison Baby emerged, it began to joyfully circle around Yishio. One must admit, Poison Baby is exceedingly lively. Yishio gently stroked it, examining its data. Name: Poison Baby. Type: Poison. Ability: Beast Enhancement. Strength: Level 39, Elite Peak. Qualification: Level 3 Divine. Skills: Dragon Pulse, Dissolving Liquid, Deadly Needle Strike, Poison Impact, Toxic Trap, Mud Bomb, Mud Wave, Trick, Protect. Affinity: 100. Evaluation: a beast with Level 3 Divine qualification, possessing extraordinary talent. Its strength is at the Elite Peak, and it has even learned Dragon Pulse. Yishio murmured in bewilderment. The evolution method for Poison Baby into 4-jawed Needle Dragon requires the acquisition of Dragon Pulse. Yet, this system-generated Poison Baby has already mastered Dragon Pulse. Why hasn't he evolved? Could it be that it needs to reach another level? Yishio pondered aloud. Baby? No worries, Poison Baby. Let's go see your companions. Yishio said, and in an instant, he transported himself and Poison Baby to the enchanting world of Pokemon. Upon their arrival, the fairies gathered around Yishio with eager anticipation. "This is your new companion, Poison Baby," he introduced. And the lively little creature quickly blended into Yishio's team of Pokemon. He took a moment to glance at the egg of the Yubo, realizing that it had less than 10 days left before it would hatch. Finally, Yishio created a lush grove of berry trees within the Pokemon world, featuring an array of varieties, and accelerated their growth to maturity. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his Pokemon going hungry in his absence. Upon returning to reality, Yishio engaged in a chat with Incursion on his phone before gradually drifting into slumber. The following day, August 17th, dawned bright and early. Yishio rose with determination, resolved to acquire the remaining 2 badges from the Johto region within the day. Collecting all 8 badges would unlock the Quartz Conference dungeon, and he found himself anticipating the scenes that awaited him there. He recalled that Ash had placed in the top 16 during this league. Wondering if he might encounter that foolish boy, as the protagonist of the Pokemon series, Yishio harbored a desire to battle him. However, at this point in time, Ash would be no match for Yishio unless, by some miracle, Pikachu underwent an unforeseen transformation. System, proceed to the next dungeon. Ding. Would you like to enter the Lavender Gym? Recommended strength, champion level. The Lavender Gym, if memory serves me right, is presided over by an elderly gentleman named Kabo. Let us enter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yishio found himself at the entrance of the Lavender Gym. Ding. Entry successful. Quest, obtain the Crimson Badge. The Lavender Gym, along with the Lavender Research Institute, is nestled within the volcanic landscape of Lavender Town in Johto. Its master, Kabu, is also the founder of the Research Institute. Once, during a climbing accident, he was rescued by the legendary Molters, an event that sparked his journey as a fire-type trainer. "It's quite hot here," Yishio remarked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead just moments after his arrival. Suddenly, the iron gates before him swung open to reveal a vast battlefield. However, this arena was rather unique, suspended above the bubbling lava of the volcano. Yishio shed his outer garment in an attempt to alleviate the heat and stepped forward, where he faced an elderly man clad in a white lab coat. "Welcome to the Lavender Gym. Are you the challenger?" he greeted with a smile. "Yes. I am here to obtain the Crimson Badge," Yishio replied. "My name is Kabu. To earn the Crimson Badge, you must defeat me. The rules of engagement stipulate that you may use 3 Pokemon. Let us begin," Kabu proclaimed, producing a Pokeball. "Go, Ninetales." A brilliant flash of light revealed a fox-like Pokemon. Name, Ninetales. Type, Fire. Ability, Flash Fire. Strength, 47. Late Gym. Qualification, Champion level. Skills, Mystical Light, Quick Attack, Flamethrower. Fire Spin, Mystic Flame. Evaluation, a Ninetales with moderate potential. Ninetales. The Pokemon, draped in golden fur with striking crimson eyes, exuded grace and nobility, accentuated by its 9 flowing tails. "Challenger, my first Pokemon is Ninetales. Please send forth your Pokemon," Kabu stated. In response, Yishio retrieved a Pokeball from his belt. "Go, Milotic." Upon emerging, Milotic turned and nuzzled Yishio, her eyes reflecting a hint of dissatisfaction. The discomfort stemmed from the fiery environment of the volcanic arena, which was certainly not to the liking of a water-type Pokemon. "Milotic, I entrust this battle to you," Yishio encouraged. Though aware of Milotic's unease, he recognized that she was indeed the optimal choice for this fiery challenge, given her water-type advantage. Naturally, Yishio could have easily summoned Darkrai or Cresselia, but such an approach would lack excitement, especially since their inherent qualifications allowed them to grow stronger with ease. Darkrai, in particular, possessed the attributes of a mythical Pokemon, rendering it nearly invincible. Yishio wished to allow his other Pokemon the opportunity to shine and, moreover, sought to refine his own skills. Relying solely on the might of legendary Pokemon would hinder his growth in command and battle experience. Returning to the battlefield, Kabu gasped in surprise upon seeing Milotic. "Challenger, it seems you have come well prepared. Let us commence. I shall initiate the first attack. Ninetales, use Mystical Light." Ninetales. With a low cry, Ninetales unleashed a dazzling orb of light directed at Milotic. "Milotic, employ Mystic Guard," Yishio commanded calmly. Milotic raised her head and began to chant. Enveloped in a soft azure glow, a shield of dark energy adorned with pale blue spots materialized around her. The mystical light collided harmlessly against Milotic's barrier, dissipating without effect. Yishio smiled subtly and issued his next command, "Milotic, counterattack. Use Water Pulse." With a determined cry, Milotic unleashed a torrent of spiraling water energy toward Ninetales. Ninetales evade. Then unleash Flamethrower. Ninetales deftly leaped aside, effortlessly dodging Milotic's water pulse, and gathered immense fire energy, the already sweltering air around it becoming even more oppressive. As if the very atmosphere were igniting. Ninetales, with a fierce roar, it released a powerful column of fire toward Milotic. Milotic, use Hydro Pump, Yishio instructed, unfazed by the approaching attack. In this battle, with the type advantage on her side, Milotic held the upper hand. Milotic opened her mouth wide, launching a spiraling torrent of water that met the incoming flamethrower. Boom! The clash echoed resoundingly. The Ninetales was directly blasted out of the arena by the Minus's powerful Hydro Pump, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Such formidable strength. Come back, Ninetales. Xiaobo gazed seriously at Minus, recalling Ninetales and producing his second Pokeball, which he tossed lightly into the air. Go, Rapidash. Oh woo. This Rapidash was notably larger than its kin. The moment it was released, a flicker of panic crossed Minus's expression. It was enveloped in a blue particle effect. Its attack power diminished. Yishio understood that this Rapidash possessed the Intimidate ability, capable of lowering the foe's attack power upon entry. Fortunately for Minus, it relied on special attack rather than physical strength. Name, Rapidash. Type, Fire. Ability, Intimidate. Strength, 48, Late Gym Stage. Potential, Pseudo-Champion. Skills, Quick Attack, Crunch, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower, Howl. Evaluation, a Rapidash with moderate potential. This is my second Pokemon, Rapidash, a powerful Fire-type creature. Xiaobo solemnly introduced his Pokemon before suddenly commanding, Rapidash, use Howl. Oh whoa. Upon hearing Xiaobo's command, Rapidash let out a long howl, gradually enveloped in an orange glow that significantly enhanced its attack power. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Yishio was momentarily stunned. Minus, quickly use Hydro Pump. Minus opened its mouth wide once more, unleashing a spiraling torrent of water towards Rapidash. Rapidash, use Quick Attack to dodge and counterattack. Oh woo. In the face of the colossal spiral of water, Rapidash suddenly radiated a silvery light. With a flash of brilliance, it effortlessly evaded the tremendous blow. Boom! The powerful Hydro Pump struck the battle arena, causing the ground to tremble. Observing Rapidash charging swiftly towards Minus, Yishio urgently commanded, Minus, use Water Tail to defend. Minus concentrated a substantial amount of water energy at the tip of its tail, raising it to shield itself. Bang! A deafening clash resonated as Rapidash's head, enveloped in silvery light, collided forcefully with Minus's Water Tail. Oh whoa! Minus! The two Pokemon were evenly matched, neither yielding, both striving to maintain their ground. However, as seconds ticked by, Minus began to struggle. After all, Rapidash's attack had been significantly bolstered, while Minus had previously been weakened by Rapidash's Intimidate ability. This allowed Rapidash to effectively negate the level disparity, and in a head-to-head confrontation, Minus was indeed at a disadvantage. Noticing Minus slowly faltering, Yishio furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Minus, use Surf. Minus gathered all of its water energy, summoning towering waves that surged towards Rapidash with great force. However, at that moment, Minus's water tail dissipated and Rapidash crashed into it, sending Minus flying back 2 meters. Minus! It cried out in pain. Yet, while Minus was injured, Rapidash was not faring much better. Splash! 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 Rapidash was swept away by the onslaught of colossal waves. Oh woo! As the waves gradually receded, Rapidash lay on the ground, utterly drenched, unable to continue the fight. Chapter 42, Dharma Bacillus. Did it truly defeat Rapidash in such a trade-off manner? What a clever strategy and extraordinary battling aptitude. Xiaobo regarded Yishio with newfound admiration. Huh, a trade-off? No. Minus, use Recover. Hearing Xiaobo's praise, Yishio smirked slightly and directed Minus with calm assurance. Minus radiated a brilliant white light, its injuries fading away before the spectator's eyes. Nanny. Watching Minus fully recover, Xiaobo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Anyone encountering such a relentless tactic would undoubtedly find it exasperating. Unless one could incapacitate Minus in an instant or interrupt its recover, victory seemed elusive. But realistically, a Fire-type Pokemon defeating a Water-type Minus in one hit? Preposterous. Challenger. It appears I cannot triumph over you, but I still wish to give it my all. As a formidable Fire-type trainer and gym leader, Xiaobo was certainly proud. Being defeated by a mere trio? Unthinkable. If word of this spread, he would lose face. Challenger, behold. This is my strongest Pokemon. Go, Duskull. Xiaobo hurled his final Pokeball. Bang. A flash of white light revealed a creature predominantly colored in red and yellow, adorned with flames atop its head and tail. its beak reminiscent of a duck's. Name, Duskull. Type, Fire. Ability, Flame Body. Strength, Level 50, Early Pseudo-Champion. Potential, Champion. Skills, Smokescreen, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Flamethrower, Overheat. Evaluation, a Duskull with champion potential, brimming with promise. Oh, a level 50 Pokemon. This is the first time I've encountered a pseudo-champion in this arena, Yishio mused. Slightly taken aback by Duskull's data. Seeing Yishio silent, Xiaobo assumed he was awestruck and remarked, "So, what do you think, young man? This is my ace Pokemon. Impressive, isn't it?" "Indeed, it possesses a striking presence," Yishio replied casually. "Then let the battle commence. I shall strike first. Duskull, use Flamethrower." Upon hearing its master's command, Duskull wasted no time, opening its beak and channeling an immense amount of fire energy before unleashing a torrent of flames towards Venus. The searing heat distorted the already warm air around them. Still daring to use Flamethrower? Venus, counter with Hydro Pump. Yishio found himself puzzled as to why Xiaobo would still utilize Flamethrower. Such a fire-type ranged attack could never best Venus's water-type prowess. Venus inhaled deeply, then unleashed a powerful spiraling torrent of water. Boom! The clash of fire and water energies erupted once more. The flames were extinguished by the fierce Hydro Pump, which surged forward, undeterred, towards Duskull. Duskull, Smokescreen. Duskull opened its beak and spewed forth thick, black smoke, enveloping itself and the surrounding area. Puff! The Hydro Pump crashed into the smoke, creating a tremendous sound as it struck the ground, indicating that it had missed Duskull. Venus, be cautious and observe your surroundings. Yishio cautioned Venus, refraining from any rash actions. The smoke screen from the Duckbill Fire Beast was gradually expanding, enveloping the entire arena in a thick haze. Uncertain of the Duckbill Fire Beast's location, he recognized that a hasty strike could lead to a counterattack. He could not afford to be careless. Just as Yishio pondered his strategy to break the deadlock, his opponent, Xiaobo, seemed to share an unspoken connection with the Duckbill Fire Beast. Issuing a command, Duckbill Fire Beast, Thunder Punch. Suddenly, the Duckbill Fire Beast leapt out of the smoke, its electrified right fist aimed directly at Venus. Goodness! A phantom in the smoke? Venus, use Protect. Yishio quipped, quickly issuing his command. Venus emitted a soft cry, conjuring a translucent light wall in a pale blue square before it. Bang! Crackle! The Duckbill Fire Beast's Thunder Punch collided fiercely with the light wall, sparks dancing as the electric energy flickered, yet the wall remained steadfast, absorbing the blow entirely. Not good. Duckbill Fire Beast, retreat! Xiaobo shouted, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He had never anticipated that Yishio's Venus would successfully counter his tactic. However, Yishio was determined not to let it escape back into the smoke. Thinking of fleeing? Venus, counterattack. Use Water Gun. With the light wall dissipated, Venus immediately opened its mouth, unleashing a spiraling torrent of water. Splash! Just as the Duckbill Fire Beast turned to flee into the smoke, it was met with the overwhelming force of the water gun, sending it hurtling out of the arena, its expression contorted in pain, rendered unable to continue fighting. Ding! Venus has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 51. Xiaobo stroked his bald head and remarked, "Come back, Duckbill Fire Beast. Truly remarkable, young one." He then approached Yishio, retrieving a red badge from his attire. "This deep crimson badge is proof of your victory over me, young man. I have high hopes for you at this year's courts conference," Xiaobo said with a smile, giving Yishio a thumbs up. Yishio, upon acquiring the deep crimson badge, Yishio returned to the real world. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing the Crimson Lotus Gym Dungeon. Rewards, Deep Crimson Badge. Fire-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Deep Crimson Badge, awarded for defeating the Shallow Red Gym. Collect all 8 badges to unlock the hidden large dungeon quartz conference. Fire-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. This ticket allows the holder to randomly obtain 1 Fire-type Pokemon from the system lottery. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yishio did not immediately proceed to the lottery. Instead, he ventured into the Pokemon world. Upon his arrival, Venus, fatigued, nuzzled against him affectionately. "Venus, you've worked hard. Make sure to rest well." Yishio gently stroked Venus's body. This battle had indeed been quite taxing for Venus, who had utilized Water Gun multiple times. As a formidable move among water-type skills, it undoubtedly drained a significant amount of energy. Although Venus could regenerate its wounds, it could not restore its stamina, while appearing unharmed. It was mentally exhausted. After spending some time with his other Pokemon, Yishio returned to the real world, summoned the system, and prepared to draw from the lottery. System. Use the Fire-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. As soon as he finished speaking, a fire-type gotcha machine materialized before him. The Pokeballs inside began to shake and roll. And shortly thereafter, a Pokeball rolled out from the exit. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Daruma Baboon. What? Daruma Baboon? Yishio exclaimed in surprise. He had anticipated drawing a Charizard or a Suicune, but never did he expect to receive a Daruma Baboon. Chapter 43, Constant Pavilion, Sakaki. The Daruma Baboon. As the evolved form of the Fire Red Weeble, boasted high attack power and respectable speed. Its combat style was straightforward and brutal, raising its fists and swinging them. However, in Yishio's past gaming experience, it was considered an obscure Pokemon. Nevertheless, this was not a game defined solely by statistics. Comparisons could not be drawn entirely from past experiences. Come forth, Daruma Baboon. Upon entering the Pokemon realm, Yishio released the Daruma Baboon. Moda. This Daruma Baboon stood nearly 2 meters tall, significantly larger than its kin. Resembling a fire-type gorilla, its entire body was a vibrant red. The moment it was released, the Daruma Baboon displayed immense excitement, pounding its fists against its chest. Name, Daruma Baboon. Type, Fire. Ability, Daruma Mode. Strength, Level 49, Gym Peak. Potential, Champion. Skills, Hammer Arm, Self Boost, Fire Punch, Howl, Flare Blitz, Rampage, Superpower, Rest, Protect, Snore, Mind Strong, Fire Blast. Affection, 100. Evaluation, a Daruma Baboon with champion potential, a rare find. Exceptionally gifted in jumping. To think it possesses the dream trait, Daruma Mode. Yishio was pleasantly surprised by the Pokemon's ability. If the Daruma Baboon's ability were to be forceful, battles would indeed be simple and crude. However, with the Daruma Mode ability, strategy would become essential, as well-crafted tactics often lead to effortless victories. When the Daruma Baboon's health falls below half, it automatically transforms into its Daruma form. In this state, its attack and speed decrease, but its defenses and special attack see a significant increase, essentially becoming a magical cannon. Moreover, upon regaining health, it can revert to its normal form. During midday, Yishio casually stepped out for a bite to eat, satisfying his hunger. He returned home, determined to obtain the 8th gym badge in one go. System, enter the next dungeon. Ding. Do you wish to enter the Constant Pavilion dungeon? Recommended strength, champion level. Enter. Whoosh. Yishio found himself standing at the entrance of the Constant Pavilion. Ding. Entry successful. Dungeon task, obtain the green badge. Compared to other gyms, the Constant Pavilion exuded an extraordinary opulence. As he stepped inside, the walls were adorned with classical murals, displaying numerous masterpieces. And a red carpet led to a ground-type battle arena. Are you here to challenge our Constant Pavilion? A man clad in gray stood opposite the battle arena, inquiring. Yishio nodded slightly in response. To obtain the badge, you must first defeat our gym leader. But first, you must overcome me. With that, the gray-clad man produced a Pokeball from his attire. Go, Rhydon. Roar. Name, Rhydon. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Hard Head. Strength, Level 44, Mid-Gym. Potential, Gym. Skills, Stomp, Horn Attack, Takedown, Rock Smash. Evaluation, an unremarkable Rhydon. Go, Darmanitan. Moda. Yishio exclaimed as he unleashed Darmanitan from its Pokeball. The ground and rock-type Pokemon, Rhydon, was notoriously vulnerable to water-type moves, meaning that if Yishio were to summon his Milotic, it would easily dispatch Rhydon in a single strike. However, Yishio merely wished to test the capabilities of his newly acquired Darmanitan. What kind of Pokemon is this? Pondered the gray-clad man, observing the simian-like creature with a hint of confusion. Regardless of its nature, my duty is to impede your progress. Rhydon, use Horn Attack. With a thunderous roar, Rhydon charged toward Darmanitan, its head radiating a silvery glow. So slow, Darmanitan. Wait for it to approach, then unleash your strength. Moda. Darmanitan complied, channeling its energy into its fists, lifting them high as it awaited Rhydon's approach. Yet, the speed of Rhydon's charge proved woefully inadequate, causing Darmanitan to grow impatient. Its trainer, observing Darmanitan's poised fists, remained calm, harboring unwavering faith in Rhydon's formidable defense. The man envisioned the moment of triumph over Yishio. Boom. Reality, however, is often harsh. A resounding crash reverberated through the air, jolting the gray-clad man back to the present. Just as Rhydon was about to collide with Darmanitan, the latter brought its heavy fists crashing down from above. Rhydon not only failed to strike Darmanitan, but was instead driven forcefully into the ground, creating a noticeable dent in the arena. What? Such power? The gray-clad man stood transfixed, utterly astonished. He then called out in desperation, "Rhydon, can you still fight? Get up quickly." Yet, Rhydon lay unresponsive, having lost consciousness and the will to battle. With Rhydon's defeat, 2 blue particles enveloped Darmanitan. Yishio recognized this as a side effect of the move's strength. As a powerful fighting-type attack, its damage was immense. However, it also diminished the user's defense and attack stats. Return, Rhydon. The gray-clad man retrieved his Pokémon, feeling disheartened. He had never anticipated that Rhydon's robust defenses would be insufficient against a single blow. Challenger, congratulations. You may now challenge our gym leader, Sakaki. I will summon him. As the gray-clad man spoke, a deep voice resonated from the second floor. There's no need. I have been observing this battle all along. A figure gradually emerged, an imposing middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a closely cropped hairstyle, clad in a black suit. His demeanor exuded an air of undeniable authority, radiating a distinctly dangerous aura. Challenger, have you come from another region to participate in this court's conference? Sakaki inquired. Upon hearing his question, Yishio merely smiled in response. Come forth, Challenger. Defeat me, and you shall earn the green badge to participate in the court's conference. The rules of engagement dictated that 3 Pokémon could be utilized. Go. Nidoking. Sakaki's expression hardened as he casually tossed a Pokeball into the arena. A brilliant flash of light revealed a towering Nidoking, around 2 meters tall, standing ready for battle. Nido. This Nidoking appeared alert and was evidently well-trained under Sakaki's watchful eye. Name, Nidoking type, Poison Ground ability, Poison Point level, 53, early stage of Elite, potential, Elite, moves, Double Kick, Earthquake, Poison Jab, Super Horn Attack. Toxic, evaluation, a Nidoking with Elite potential, brimming with promise. Return, Darmanitan. Yishio assessed Nidoking's data before recalling Darmanitan. The latter had not yet reached the threshold of Elite status, and with its defenses and attack power diminished, it would face considerable difficulty against Sakaki's Nidoking. Go, Darkrai. Derek. After a moment of contemplation, Yishio opted to summon Darkrai. Originally intending to use the Water-type Milotic, which held a significant advantage over Ground-type Pokémon, he reconsidered. Milotic had just fought 3 battles in the Crimson Gym Dungeon, and Yishio deemed it prudent to allow it some rest. This was the final gym battle, and defeating Sakaki would grant him the 8th badge, unlocking the court's conference dungeon. Thus, he decided to unleash Darkrai for a sweeping victory. Darkrai? Has it truly earned the recognition of the Nightmare Pokémon? What a formidable trainer you must be, Sakaki observed, a glint of intrigue flickering in his eyes as he regarded Darkrai's chilling presence. As the leader of Team Rocket, although he had been preoccupied with schemes in the Kanto region, he was well aware of the powerful and enigmatic Pokémon from other areas. Then let the battle commence, Challenger. You may strike first, Sakaki declared, his hands tucked in his pockets, addressing Yishio with an indifferent tone. Darkrai, use Ice Beam, seizing the opportunity to attack first. Yishio wasted no time. Derek. Darkrai raised its right hand, coalescing an orb of icy energy. With a swift motion, it unleashed a slender beam of ice toward Nidoking. As the ice beam shot forth, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Nidoking, evade. Sakaki commanded calmly. Swoosh. Nido. Despite Nidoking's efforts to dodge, the ice beam was too swift. It struck true, encasing Nidoking in a prison of ice, rendering it immobile. Seeing Nidoking transformed into an icy sculpture, Yishio smirked slightly and commanded, Darkrai, press the advantage. Use Shadow Ball. Although Nidoking possessed elite-level prowess, its vulnerability to Ice-type moves would not allow it to be defeated outright by Darkrai, especially since Ice-type moves were not Darkrai's primary specialty. As Nidoking struggled within its icy confinement, it trembled violently, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Swoosh. Darkrai swiftly conjured a Shadow Ball, infused with ghostly energy, and hurled it with force toward Nidoking. Boom. The not-quite-frozen Nidoking was struck by the powerful Shadow Ball, shattering the ice and sending it tumbling several meters away. Nidoking, unable to emit a cry of distress, collapsed to the ground, its body marred with frostbite and lacerations from the sharp ice crystals, ultimately succumbing to defeat. Notification. Darkrai has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 56. Witnessing the effortless defeat of his Nidoking, Sakaki felt a twinge of disappointment, yet his expression remained inscrutable. Truly impressive. Calmly, Sakaki uttered a phrase before retracting Nidoking and producing another Pokeball, which he tossed lightly into the air. Then, let us proceed with this one. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, revealing a dinosaur with a gray body and a horn protruding from its forehead. Roar. Name, Rhydon. Type, Ground Rock. Ability, Rock Head. Level, 54, Mid-Tier Elite 4. Potential, Elite. Moves, Rock Slide, Fury Attack, Earthquake, Horn Drill, Takedown. Evaluation, a Rhydon of considerable potential. Now, I shall take the initiative. Naturally, Sakaki opted to strike first, otherwise, he would forfeit any chance to approach Darkrai. Just like with Nidoking moments ago, allowing Yishio the first move had resulted in an abrupt end before it even began. Rhydon, charge in and use Takedown. With a fierce roar, Rhydon extended its horn and lumbered toward Darkrai at a sluggish pace. Yishio could only shake his head in disbelief at the excruciating slowness of the approach. Although Rhydon was the evolved form of Rhyhorn, boasting significantly greater attack, defense, and stamina, its speed had remained unchanged. Yishio estimated that Sakaki's Rhydon weighed around 400 pounds. Very well, Darkrai, unleash Ice Beam. Darkrai raised its right hand, gathering a potent orb of ice energy capable of freezing anything, and shot forth an ice beam directly at Rhydon. To Yishio's astonishment, Rhydon did not evade. Instead, it braced itself and absorbed the full brunt of Darkrai's attack. Roar! Rhydon bellowed in pain, yet its heavy footsteps did not falter. It was crucial to note that Ice-type moves were doubly effective against Rhydon's ground-type. Furthermore, Rhydon was inherently high in physical defense, but low in special defense. Had another Pokemon been in its place, it would likely have succumbed to the attack. What is the meaning of this? Yishio pondered, shifting his gaze to the figure on the second floor. He wondered why Sakaki's expression remained unchanged, as if everything lay within his control. As Rhydon endured the freezing injury and approached Darkrai, Yishio waved his hand, directing, Darkrai, use Surprise Attack. Just as Rhydon was about to collide with Darkrai, the latter vanished in a swift motion, leaving Rhydon to crash into empty air. Instantly, Darkrai reappeared behind Rhydon. Sensing impending danger, the sluggish Rhydon attempted to turn around. Boom! Before it could react, a powerful blow infused with Dark-type energy sent it flying. Having already sustained significant damage from the Ice Beam, Rhydon was unable to withstand this hit. Roar! With a pained cry, it crashed outside the arena, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Notification: Darkrai's level has increased by 1. Its power has reached late-stage Elite 4. Current level, 57. The challenger is quite formidable. Sakaki spoke solemnly. However, it is time for you to witness true power. As he spoke, a shadow passed over his expression, darkening ominously. Challenger. Regardless of whether you can defeat it, this badge is yours. With that, Sakaki produced a green badge from his pocket and tossed it to Yishio, who caught it with steady hands. Upon seeing Yishio secure the badge, Sakaki snapped his fingers. The iron door beside him swung open, revealing a Pokemon clad in imposing gray armor, exuding an aura of pressure. This is Mewtwo. Upon seeing its armored form, Yishio immediately recognized the Pokemon. Name: Mewtwo. Type: Psychic. Ability: Pressure. Level: 59, Peak Elite 4. Potential: Legendary. Moves: Psychic, Psyblade, Disable, Aura Sphere, Psychic Surge. Evaluation: a Mewtwo with legendary potential, immensely powerful, though significantly weakened by its armored restraints. Suddenly, the previously stationary Mewtwo lifted its head, its pupils glowing with a radiant blue light as it unleashed an invisible psychic assault toward Darkrai. Darkrai calmly waved its hand, effortlessly dispersing the attack. Mewtwo. Is it? Darkrai, engage. Yishio commanded. While other Pokemon might cower before Mewtwo, as a Dark-type legendary, Darkrai would not back down. Not to mention that Dark-type moves inflicted double damage against Psychic types, while Psychic moves posed no threat to Dark types whatsoever. Additionally, given that this was a simulation, the Pokemon's levels had been artificially adjusted by the system. A level 59 Mewtwo posed no threat to Darkrai's current capabilities, so Yishio felt no fear. Darkrai, take it down. Chapter 45, A Full-Powered Strike. Confronted by the formidable presence and pressure of Mewtwo, Darkrai's battle spirit surged. With a mighty roar, Darkrai unleashed its full might. Raising its hands, it concentrated all its Dark-type energy between them, forming an enormous orb pulsating with malevolent energy, which it hurled toward Mewtwo. Whoosh! The massive orb of Dark-type energy radiated with immense power as it sped through the air. The shockwave sent nearby decorations flying, distorting the very fabric of space itself. This power was beyond human capacity to withstand. Recognizing the impending disaster, Sakaki and the gym personnel made a hasty retreat. Notification: danger detected in the simulation, activating system barrier. The system's voice echoed in Yishio's mind as a transparent barrier materialized before him, enveloping him in protection. Yishio lacked the physical resilience of Ash, who could withstand any assault from Pokemon. Returning to the battleground, the gigantic orb of dark energy detonated upon nearing Mewtwo. Virum. Everything around was obliterated in the wake of the colossal energy surge. Yishio, witnessing the scene before him, involuntarily exclaimed, "What the?" He was utterly astonished, unable to fathom Darkrai's extraordinary power. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated, obscuring everything except for the billowing black smoke that filled the air. Ding! Darkrai has surpassed its limits. Level increased by 2. Power has reached the pinnacle of Quasi-King. Current level, 59. What transpired? A sudden leap of 2 levels? The dense smoke enveloped Yishio, rendering everything else invisible. Yet, upon receiving the system notification, he surmised that Darkrai had emerged victorious. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the smoke gradually began to dissipate, and the protective barrier shielding Yishio vanished at that very moment. He quietly surveyed his surroundings. But there was no trace left of the battlefield. The entire Tokiwa gym had been reduced to ashes. In the very center of the obliterated arena, Darkrai lay panting heavily, having exerted every ounce of its strength in that final strike. Yishio was unaware of Sakiki's whereabouts or the fate of Mewtwo. In any case, he found himself alone with Darkrai. Yet, he was acutely aware that Mewtwo could never have been defeated by Darkrai's attack. He merely wondered where it had flown off to. Perhaps its armor had been shattered by Darkrai, allowing it to escape unhindered. However, Yishio dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that this was merely a virtual instance. After observing for a while without any discoveries, he recalled Darkrai to allow it some rest. He then summoned the system to return to the real world, lying on his bed to check his rewards. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the Tokiwa Gym instance. Rewards: Green Badge, Ground-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Green Badge, awarded for triumphing in the Shallow Red Gym. Collecting all 8 badges unlocks the hidden Grand Instance Quartz Conference. Ground-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. This ticket allows the host to randomly acquire 1 Ground-type Pokemon from the system lottery. System, now that I have collected all 8 badges, I should be able to unlock the Quartz Conference instance, right? Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the gray, blue, orange, rainbow, pink, gold, deep red, and green badges, totaling 8. Unlocking the hidden Grand Instance Quartz Conference. View the instance. Quartz Conference. This instance is a real instance. Upon entry, the host will be transported to the true Pokemon world, with no option to exit midway. The system will provide the host with a fitting identity within the Pokemon world. A real instance? Gazing at the prompt for the Quartz Conference instance, Yishio solidified his thoughts. Previously, the opponent's Pokemon levels in the instance had followed a gradual progression, resembling a data-driven game. Just like the Mewtwo from the Tokiwa Gym instance, which had been forcibly capped at level 59. However, this time, it seemed to be a genuine reality. Yishio mused silently, gradually succumbing to slumber. The next morning, Yishio awoke, slightly dazed. Was yesterday's exertion so taxing that he had fallen asleep? He murmured to himself. Well then, today shall be the day I enter the Quartz Conference instance. But first, I must utilize the ground-type Pokemon lottery ticket. With that, Yishio summoned the system and initiated the lottery. As usual, a brown-orange virtual Pokemon gacha machine materialized before him. The machine whirred to life, and the Pokeballs within began to whirl. Oftentimes, Yishio pondered whether he could simply smash the gacha machine, thereby claiming all the Pokemon inside for himself. Yet, when he reached out to touch the machine, he discovered he could not make contact. Indeed, it was a virtual gacha machine, impervious to physical interaction. Ultimately, a Pokeball rolled out from the exit. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained Drillbur. What? Drillbur? Is this the precursor to assembling a Sandstorm team? Yishio felt a surge of excitement at the arrival of Drillbur, given that he already possessed a formidable Tyranitar. The addition of Drillbur seemed to imply the system's intention for him to form a Sandstorm team. Drillbur is indeed the core damage dealer of a Sandstorm squad. With a thought, Yishio was instantly transported to the Pokemon world, releasing Drillbur from its ball. Before him stood a Pokemon exhibiting a deep brown hue with a white face, adorned with numerous red patterns. Its forehead and claws bore several sharp protrusions, resembling steel in their sharpness. Yishio believed that Tyranitar would easily connect with it. After all, their abilities complemented each other remarkably well, surely providing common ground for conversation. Name: Drillbur. Type: Ground Steel. Ability: Sand Rush. Strength: Level 49, Gym Pinnacle. Potential: Champion. Skills: Swords Dance, Metal Claw, Earthquake, Rock Slide, Dig, Rapid Spin, Shadow Claw, Drill Run. Volt Tackle, Iron Head. Evaluation, a drill burr with champion potential, truly a rarity. Excellent. It possesses the Sand Rush ability, which means there is no need to expend ability-enhancing items. Yishio remarked with delight as he examined Drillbur's stats. For Drillbur to serve as the core damage dealer of the Sandstorm team, the Sand Rush ability was crucial. With this ability, it would double its speed in a sandstorm. Although Drillbur's base speed was average, once the Sand Rush ability took effect, it would outpace the majority of other Pokemon during a sandstorm. Furthermore, its offensive power was commendable, with a wide range of coverage, though its defenses were somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, as a core damage dealer, who needs high defenses, Drillbur was formidable in the game, and Yishio was certain it would prove equally potent in reality. Chapter 46, Quartz Conference, Encounter with Ash. After reviewing Drillbur's data, Yishio did not exit the Pokemon world. Instead, he retrieved a radiant golden fruit from the system space and approached the tree where Darkrai rested. Indeed, this was the miraculous fruit Yishio had discovered within the C-grade secret realm, capable of directly elevating a Quasi-King or lower Pokemon by 1 level. Darkrai, this is for you. Consume it, and you shall grow even stronger. With that, Yishio placed the fruit in Darkrai's hands. Darkrai nodded and promptly devoured the fruit. At that moment, Darkrai closed its eyes, savoring the surging energy within its body. The dark energy coursing through it involuntarily radiated outward, creating powerful waves of malevolent energy that swept through the surroundings. Other Pokemon were drawn to this surge of energy, gathering to witness Darkrai's transformation. Upon seeing Darkrai, they all understood that it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Darkrai. Not long passed before Darkrai let out a howl, opening its eyes. It radiated an aura that was palpably stronger than before, and its once cold gaze now gleamed with sharpness and intensity. The surrounding Pokemon congratulated Darkrai, expressing their joy at its advancement. However, Cresselia turned her head away, snorting disdainfully. As the embodiment of dreams, Cresselia naturally harbored no desire for the embodiment of nightmares to grow stronger. Yet, the thought dissipated as she recalled they were both of the same master. Meanwhile, Darkrai seemed oblivious to the congratulations from the other Pokemon. Disregarding them entirely, he vanished in an instant, reappearing beneath another tree to take a respite. Observing Darkrai's successful breakthrough, Yishio felt a sense of relief as he returned to the real world. It is time, system, to enter the Quartz Conference instance. Ding. Entry in progress. A beam of white light materialized, enveloping Yishio. Whoosh. The white light flashed, and Yishio found himself in another realm. Ding. Entry successful. Host identity. A traveler who has journeyed through various regions, having collected 8 badges, thus qualifying for participation in the Quartz Conference. System task. The higher the rank achieved in the Quartz Conference, the more substantial the rewards. Are the rewards based on performance? If so, I shall seize the championship. Yishio clenched his right fist, exuding confidence regarding this Quartz Conference. He surveyed his surroundings, where throngs of trainers were gathered, all present to register for the competition, realizing he was at the selection venue for the Quartz Conference. This venue was established to log participant information and determine battle locations. This edition of the Quartz Conference featured 4 battle arenas: rock, grass, water, and ice. Contestants must compete in the first 4 matches across these terrains, achieving victories in all 4 to advance to the 5th match. Each participant may select 3 Pokemon for battle, escalating to a 6v6 format in the top 8. Yishio noted 5 registration counters and chose the one with the least foot traffic. After a brief wait, it was his turn. Good afternoon. Please present your trainer's registration card. The staff member smiled. Registration card? Yishio rummaged through his pocket and produced a crimson Pokédex to hand over. This device not only provided information on various Pokemon, but also recorded the trainer's details. Yishio's Pokédex had materialized only after entering this world. You are the Yishio from another region? The staff member inquired. Indeed, he replied. The staff placed the Pokédex on a machine, typing Yishio's name on the keyboard before returning the device to him. All set. Now, please press this button to select the battlefield for your first match. Yishio raised his left hand and pressed it casually. Immediately, the large screen above began to randomly select. Ding 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 ding. Ultimately, Yishio was assigned to the Ice-type arena, with his opponent already designated. Yishio, your match is the second in the Water arena, scheduled for 1 p.m. Please prepare accordingly. Thank you. From the screen, Yishio noted that his opponent was an unknown young man, a mere passerby. He felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he had hoped to battle Ash. However, there was no rush. Ash was one of the top 16 in the Quartz Conference, and he would surely have another opportunity to face him. As for Gary, Yishio believed that, at this juncture, Gary was superior to Ash. Yet, in the anime, Gary only placed in the top 32 in this quartz conference. With the match set for 1 p.m., he decided to grab a bite to eat first. Upon exiting the selection venue, Yishio encountered Ash and his companions. "You are? The one who saved me?" Ash exclaimed upon seeing Yishio. Huh. Yishio was puzzled. While he had indeed saved Ash, that was in the instance. How could the real Ash recognize him? The system provided an answer to this conundrum. Although the host has traversed data-driven instances, every character experienced therein retains memories of you or your victories over them. Understanding the system's explanation, Yishio grasped the concept. Though not entirely. Essentially, while the Pokemon's strengths in the instances were digitized and assigned levels by the system, the characters themselves were authentic, holding all memories of their encounters with Yishio. "Is that the legendary trainer Yishio?" Brock exclaimed upon recognizing Yishio's face. Hearing their exaggerated reactions, Misty, holding Togepi, inquired, "What on earth are you two talking about? What legendary trainer? I'm not quite sure how to explain it. In short, he is an immensely powerful trainer who previously defeated me. I hope Ash doesn't get matched against him too soon," Brock said. His excitement at encountering Yishio again tempered by a silent prayer that Ash would not face him. "Regardless, Yishio, thank you for saving me and Pikachu back then," Ash expressed sincerely. "It was a mere trifling act. My match is at 1 p.m., so I must take my leave." With that, Yishio turned and departed. As he had no time for idle chit-chat with Ash and his friends, the competition would commence in just 1 hour. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Yishio was unperturbed by the thought of lacking funds. The system designated him as a traveler who had roamed various regions, ensuring he would not be short of money. The currency of the Pokemon world was securely stored within the system's space. At 1 p.m., Yishio arrived at the quartz conference venue. The staff directed him to a passageway. Beyond this passage lay the official battlefield for the water-type matches. As he crossed through the passage, both contestants entered the arena, and the audience erupted in cheers. The host's voice resonated. "Now, the second match in the ice arena is about to commence." The referee's impassioned call stirred the crowd into a frenzy. In the green corner, hailing from another region, we have contestant Yishio. Facing him in the red corner is Haru from the Kanto region of Ziyuan Town. "I hereby declare, the second match in the water arena officially begins," the host proclaimed excitedly. Ding. The sound signified the start of the match. "Go Tentacle. Tentacle. Name. Tentacle. Type. Water. Poison. Ability. Clear Body. Level. 39. Elite Peak. Qualification. Elite. Skills. Poison Sting. Water Pulse. Acid. Water Gun. Rating. Weak." Observing his opponent's Pokemon, Yishio remarked, "This is exceedingly feeble. With such time at hand, he would be better off returning to the Pokemon Center for a nap." Thus, he decided to unleash Darkrai for a swift victory. Presently, Darkrai had just ascended to the champion level, still a considerable distance from the pinnacle of strength. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Haru's final Pokemon, Zubat, was effortlessly dispatched by Darkrai, sent flying from the arena. Zubat is unable to battle. Yishio is declared the victor. The referee raised the green flag, announcing Yishio's triumph. Oh! The audience erupted in cheers. Many participants in the quartz conference were also watching this match, their expressions revealing a hint of discomfort. The pressure was palpable. It was evident that they were awestruck by Yishio's Darkrai, even feeling a tinge of trepidation. They silently prayed not to draw Yishio in their next match. This Pokemon truly remained exceptionally formidable. Ash sat in the audience, his eyes wide with astonishment as he recalled the moment when Yishio and Darkrai had come to his rescue. Indeed, they are incredibly powerful, after all. They are legendary Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, Brock replied with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Ash pointed towards the sacred flame atop the pinnacle of the quartz conference and asked Brock, "Legendary Pokemon? Is it similar to Moltres?" The sacred flame lighting ceremony of the quartz conference is said to have been ignited from the essence of Moltres itself. Of course, but Darkrai is shrouded in far more mystery than Moltres, Brock continued. So how did Yishio manage to make such an enigmatic Pokemon his own? This is precisely why I assert that Yishio is an exceptionally formidable trainer, Brock concluded. As the match concluded, Yishio, after accepting the post-match interviews, chose not to join the spectators for the subsequent battles. To him, it was far more enjoyable to spend time in the Pokemon world with his companions. Though the competitors at the Quartz Conference were indeed the creme de la creme, their skirmishes paled in comparison to the intense battles between the Elite Four. Only after becoming the champion of the Quartz Conference could one aspire to challenge the Champion League and the Elite Four. Chapter 47, the second match, facing Xiaoming again. Welcome to all the esteemed spectators present. Here commences the first battle on the rocky terrain today, the host announced. In the green corner, we have the dark horse of this court's conference, contestant Yishio. Opposing him is contestant Xiaoming from the Kanto region's Viridian Forest, represented in red. Both sides are ready. Let the match begin. It was the second day since Yishio had arrived in the Pokemon world, and he found himself battling on the rocky terrain. To his surprise, his opponent turned out to be the green-haired Xiaoming, whom he had once defeated in the Pokemon Arena dungeon. Yishio, I can't believe I'm facing you again. This time, I will surely triumph, Xiaoming declared, his enthusiasm palpable. Hearing Xiaoming's excited tone, Yishio felt a sense of bemusement. It was undoubtedly due to his prior victory that the narrative had shifted, motivating Xiaoming to participate in this court's conference. Let us await the outcome, Yishio remarked nonchalantly. You remain as arrogant as ever. Go, Butterfree, Xiaoming commanded. Beep. Name, Butterfree. Type, Bug Flying. Ability, Compound Eyes. Level, 35 Mid-Elite. Qualification, Elite. Moves, Confusion, Poison Powder, Sleep Powder. Stun Spore, Air Slash. Rating, Weak. The red corner contestant initiated the aerial tactics with Butterfree. Curiosity arose about what Yishio would employ to counter this. The host's enthusiastic tone invigorated the crowd. Meanwhile, Yishio assessed Butterfree's relatively low level and, deeming it insufficient experience, decided to summon Darkrai for a swift victory. Go, Darkrai. Dark. Upon being released, Darkrai cast a disinterested glance at its opponent, lacking any fighting spirit, and began yawning in the air. As the audience observed, Yishio chose to pit Darkrai against the opponent, recalling how Darkrai had effortlessly triumphed over 3 foes in the previous day's match, earning the title of the greatest dark horse of the court's conference. The audience eagerly anticipated Yishio's next performance. Yishio, I know you're strong, but I entered this competition to surpass myself. I will not give up. Butterfree, use Air Slash, Xiaoming bravely declared, clenching his fists. Beep. Butterfree sensed the intangible pressure emanating from Darkrai and, albeit timidly, concentrated flying-type energy in its wings. It swiftly carved a silvery crescent in the air, launching it towards Darkrai. Darkrai, counter with a surprise attack, Yishio stated calmly. Dark. Darkrai glanced at its opponent, responded with a bored tone, and instantly vanished, effortlessly evading Butterfree's Air Slash. In an instant, it materialized behind Butterfree, delivering a casual strike. Bang! This blow easily incapacitated Butterfree, rendering it unable to battle, as it fell helplessly to the ground. With Butterfree unable to continue, the victory belonged to Darkrai. The referee raised the green flag, announcing, Incredible! Darkrai has once again secured victory with a single strike, swiftly defeating its opponent. The pressure on Xiaoming has intensified. It remains to be seen how he will respond. As the host enthusiastically commented, the audience erupted in cheers. Faced with the combined pressure from Yishio, the audience, and the commentator, Xiaoming, participating in such a grand event for the first time, felt overwhelmed. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Go, my ace. Donphan, Xiaoming declared, suppressing his inner turmoil. Now, only his strongest Pokemon could help him maintain his composure. Name, Donphan. Type, Ground. Ability, Sandveil. Level, 44 Mid-Gym. Qualification, Champion. Moves, Rollout, Sand Attack, Heavy Slam, Sand Tomb, Dig. Rating, a Donphan with champion potential, brimming with promise. Oh, has his Phanpy evolved into such a formidable creature? It seems he has indeed put in considerable effort, Yishio mused, recalling Xiaoming's promising Phanpy from their previous encounter in the dungeon. Very well, I shall engage you in earnest. Return, Darkrai. Yishio recalled Darkrai and produced another Pokeball, pressing the release button. You go, Tyranitar. With a flash of white light, the immense Tyranitar emerged onto the battlefield. Roar! Tyranitar bellowed at Donphan, activating its Sandstream ability, causing a ferocious sandstorm to engulf the rocky arena. Despite knowing he could easily resolve the situation with Milotic, Yishio preferred to finish what he had started. After all, it was Tyranitar that had previously triumphed over Xiaoming's Phanpy. My word, it's the pseudo-legendary Pokemon from the Johto region, Tyranitar. Yishio has truly astonished us. The host exclaimed, visibly shocked. Another Tyranitar, Xiaoming muttered nervously. Staring at the familiar and colossal beast across from him, Xiaoming could never forget how his confidence had been shattered by this very Tyranitar. Donphan, do not fear. We have worked hard for this moment. Use Sand Tomb to trap it, Xiaoming urged, attempting to quell his growing panic and muster his spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, Donphan sprang into action, demonstrating a fierce desire for revenge against Tyranitar. It raised its forelimbs, infused with ground-type energy. and sent a wave of sand swirling towards Tyranitar. Attempting to ensnare the colossal Tyranitar? How naive. Tyranitar, unleash Dark Pulse. Yishio smirked slightly, issuing his command. Roar. Tyranitar roared, opening its massive jaws and unleashing a pitch-black beam of energy infused with Dark-type power towards Donphan, swiftly obliterating the two sand attacks and hurtling towards Donphan at an alarming speed. Donphan, evade! Xiaoming shouted urgently. Boom! With the sandstorm raging, Donphan activated its sand veil ability, effortlessly dodging Tyranitar's assault, while the Dark Pulse created a deep crater in the ground where it struck. However, Xiaoming was acutely aware that his Rhyhorn was utterly unqualified to assault the formidable Tyranitar. The only maneuver capable of approaching it was dig. Yet he was no fool. Should he command Rhyhorn to dig, the opposing Tyranitar would undoubtedly retaliate with Earthquake, a lesson learned from prior misfortunes. Was he truly digging his own grave? Unsure of how to proceed, he resolved to take action. Tyranitar, use Spike Cannon. It seemed that Yishio was also cognizant of Xiaoming's predicament, continuing to issue commands. Roar. Tyranitar harnessed rock-type energy, and a series of sharp, robust spikes materialized around it, launching at breakneck speed toward Rhyhorn's position. Rhyhorn, evade. Faced with Tyranitar's fierce onslaught, Xiaoming had no alternative but to direct Rhyhorn to dodge continuously. Thud, thud, thud. Rhyhorn narrowly avoided Tyranitar's attacks, yet it was evidently becoming sluggish. Observing this, Yishio recognized the moment had arrived. Tyranitar, unleash Rock Slide. Roar. Tyranitar let out a low growl as several massive boulders appeared around it, hurtling toward Rhyhorn with tremendous force. Rhyhorn, quickly evade. Panic surged through Xiaoming. As Rhyhorn prepared to dodge once more, Yishio seized the opportunity, commanding, now? Execute Dark Pulse with all your might. Roar. Tyranitar's entire body surged with dark energy, coalescing into a formidable force within its gaping maw. Soon, a torrent of powerful dark energy amassed at Tyranitar's mouth. Boom. With a resounding crack, a robust beam of dark energy erupted forth from Tyranitar's jaws. Rhyhorn had just evaded a few of the boulders when it was met with a dark pulse of vastly greater power. It simply lacked the strength to evade any longer. Thus, the dark pulse from Tyranitar struck Rhyhorn with a thunderous crash. Boom! Chapter 48, The Battle Against Green. Boom! The deafening sound resonated as the powerful beam of dark energy struck Rhyhorn perfectly. With this violent explosion, a thick cloud of black smoke billowed forth. Rhyhorn! Xiaoming cried out in alarm. Yet, no matter how he shouted, Rhyhorn remained unresponsive amidst the smoke. Witnessing this, Xiaoming's expression turned despondent. Alas, my heavens! What an overwhelming attack! The situation within the smoke is utterly obscured. Does Rhyhorn still possess the strength to retaliate? The announcer bellowed passionately. The audience too was tense, eager to discern the developments within the haze. After a moment, the smoke gradually dissipated. There lay Rhyhorn in a vast crater, its expression contorted in agony. Covered in dark scars, Rhyhorn had lost its ability to fight, resulting in a victory for the green team's Darkrai. The referee, upon witnessing this, raised the green flag and announced loudly. Seeing his Rhyhorn defeated so easily, Xiaoming's face was filled with confusion. He pondered why he had exerted himself so vigorously only to appear so weak before Yishio. In truth, his strength was commendable. He simply had chosen the wrong opponent. Yishio was ultimately an insurmountable mountain for him. The final match, therefore, concluded with Xiaoming's defeat. Even his ace, Rhyhorn, had been effortlessly vanquished, let alone his other Pokemon. Ultimately, Xiaoming exited the arena with a heavy heart. Let us congratulate competitor Yishio for his victory in this battle. Following the conclusion of the match, Yishio rightfully advanced to the next round. The draw revealed an ice-type arena, pitting Yishio against Green. Upon realizing his opponent for the next day would be Green, Yishio felt a flicker of interest. That night, at the Pokemon Center, Yishio lay in bed, casually chatting with Incursion via his phone. Only through such conversations did he find some reprieve from the monotony. In the messages, Incursion invited him to dinner the following day. However, Yishio genuinely could not attend and concocted a polite excuse to decline. Participating in the court's conference was not something one could withdraw from midway. Unless he lost a match, he could settle for the rewards and return to the real world. But Yishio was intent on claiming the championship. There was no way he would simply bow out. Calculating the schedule of the court's conference, he realized it would take at least a few more days to conclude. Alas, what a hassle. The next day, at the competition venue. Welcome, esteemed spectators, to the Ice-type arena. In this match, the formidable competitor Yishio represents the Green team. Opposing him is Green from Pallet Town. Both sides are prepared. The match officially commences. The announcer proclaimed. At that moment, Green's cheerleaders began to wave their pom-poms energetically. Green, Green, you are the strongest. Green, Green, you are the best. Listening to his cheerleaders rallying for him, Green gradually relaxed his anxious demeanor, a smile creeping onto his lips. Even if you are the dark horse of this match, I shall not fear. Go, Nidoking. Just as usual, Green confidently released his Pokemon from its ball, summoning Nidoking. Nido, the Nidoking, standing approximately 6 feet tall, exuded confidence as it entered, flexing its muscles with raised arms. Name, Nidoking. Type, Poison Ground. Ability, Poison Point. Level, 43, Gym Leader Early. Potential, Nearly Champion. Moves, Horn Attack. Double Kick, Focus Energy, Poison Sting, Fury Attack. Evaluation, a Nidoking with slightly promising potential. This Nidoking, however, pales in comparison to that of Giovanni's. Go, Milotic. Yishio countered, releasing his Milotic. Upon entering, Milotic surveyed its surroundings, delightfully singing a soft tune. It was quite fond of this arena. Yishio's choice of Milotic was simple. Not only did it possess a type advantage over Nidoking, but it also maneuvered with greater agility on the ice terrain. Oh my! Yishio has chosen Milotic, recognized as the most beautiful Pokemon. This is simply astonishing. Indeed, this competitor named Yishio is truly remarkable. The Pokemon he possesses are not only powerful, but also incredibly rare. The championship must surely belong to him. I concur. The announcer, in an exaggerated tone, stirred the audience into a fervent discussion. However, Green's countenance was far less favorable. The moment Milotic appeared, his expression shifted from surprise to apprehension. He was uncertain how his Nidoking could possibly contend against the water-type Milotic. There must be a weakness. Nidoking, attack with Horn Attack. Green forcefully rallied himself, issuing commands to Nidoking. Nido, trusting his trainer implicitly, Nidoking thrust its horn forward and charged at Milotic. As it sprinted, the weight of Nidoking kicked up a flurry of ice shards. If Yishio's Tyranitar were here, it would likely shatter the ice beneath its feet. Oh, the ice arena dares to be so reckless? Milotic, use Surf. Yishio found the situation rather amusing and promptly issued his commands. Roar. Venus let out a low cry, and waves of tumultuous water suddenly surged forth from the icy arena, crashing toward Nidoking. Watch out, Nidoking. Hold on. Xiao Mao shouted in alarm, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. The surf technique of Venus encompassed the entire battlefield, leaving no sanctuary for Nidoking, who was swept rapidly across the ice. Splash, splash, splash. Nidoking. With a resounding thud, Nidoking was knocked to the ground by the force of the waves, and due to the slickness of the icy terrain, he was swept back to his original position. What a predicament! What can we do? Nidoking cannot even approach Venus. Xiao Mao's expression darkened, unsure of how to direct his Pokemon, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Meanwhile, as Xiao Mao contemplated, Yishio had already commanded Venus to initiate the next offensive. Venus, unleash Hydro Pump. Bang! The deafening noise startled Xiao Mao back to reality. On the battlefield, Venus unleashed a massive spiral torrent, striking Nidoking and sending him flying several meters away. This time, Nidoking was utterly exhausted, incapable of rising, having lost all fighting ability. Nidoking is unable to battle. Yishio's Venus is the victor, the referee declared, raising a green flag without delay. Spectators, it is evident that Nidoking had no power to counter Venus in this confrontation. Let us see how Xiao Mao will respond. The host exclaimed, filled with excitement. Chapter 49, Dog How? Break his legs. How could I, Demu Mao, fall in the third match? Xiao Mao exclaimed angrily as he withdrew Nidoking and produced another Pokeball, releasing a much larger Kingler than its counterparts. Kingler. Name. Kingler. Type. Water. Ability. Shell Armor. Level. 37. Elite Late Stage. Qualification. Gym. Skills. Water Gun, Mud Shot, Bubble Beam, Harden, Hammer Arm. Evaluation. Very weak. It seems this Kingler has just recently evolved. Aside from its size, it possesses no remarkable traits, Yishio murmured. Quickly finish this, Venus. Use Tornado. Yishio commanded. Venus let out a soft cry, raising its fan-like tail to conjure a dragon-type energy tornado that swiftly swept toward Kingler. Kingler dodge. Xiao Mao shouted. The large Kingler leaped to the right with great effort, managing to evade the attack, but due to its size, it was still grazed by the tornado. Sometimes, size is not an advantage. Venus, use Tornado again. Yishio waved his hand, issuing further orders. As soon as he finished speaking, Venus's tail rapidly conjured one tornado after another, hurtling toward Kingler. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh. The tornadoes swept through the arena, carving marks into the ice. This is bad. The only option is to counterattack. Kingler, unleash Bubble Beam continuously. Xiao Mao, fully aware that Kingler could not evade, was forced to retaliate. Just as he spoke, Kingler extended its left claw, opening it wide, and a torrent of blue bubbles erupted from its pincers. However, this proved futile. The numerous blue bubbles were instantly obliterated upon contact with the tornadoes, leaving not a single bubble behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Kingler's bubble beam was utterly ineffective, as it was swept away by the onslaught of tornadoes, rendering it immobile and incapable of battle. Kingler has been knocked out of the arena and is unable to fight. The victory continues to belong to Yishio's meanness. The referee announced, raising the green flag once more. What an exhilarating match. We can see that Kingler could not withstand any of Minus's assaults and was effortlessly defeated. Now, Xiao Mao finds himself in dire straits, with only one Pokemon remaining. How will he respond next? I concede this match, Xiao Mao said with a downcast expression, as if all his strength had been sapped in uttering those words. It was evident that despair lingered on his face. He's finished, he thought. He had been well aware of Yishio's formidable prowess, having effortlessly triumphed in the previous 2 matches. At the beginning of the competition, he had believed himself different from the other competitors and that he would not be so easily defeated. Yet reality had delivered a harsh blow. He was simply no match for Yishio. His final Pokemon was an Arcanine, but how could a Fire-type Arcanine possibly contend with a Water-type Minus? Thus, he resolved to forfeit the match altogether. Yishio was somewhat taken aback upon hearing Xiao Mao's decision to concede. He could only think to himself that if it had been Ash in this situation, he would never have given up. The host, witnessing the unfolding events, excitedly proclaimed, Xiao Mao has chosen to forfeit this match. Let us all shout together. Who is the victor of this match? Yishio, Yishio, Yishio. After 3 matches, the name Yishio had firmly embedded itself in the minds of the audience. The mere mention of Yishio conjured images of invincibility, having never been defeated and effortlessly overcoming 3 opponents. Listening to the cheers from the crowd, Yishio remained unfazed. He understood that such occasions would only increase in frequency, and he merely needed to savor the experience. After the post-match interview and drawing his next opponent, Yishio returned to his room at the Pokemon Center to rest. Along the way, numerous Pokemon trainers sought to forge connections with him, but Yishio politely declined each one. After he claimed victory in the quartz conference, he would return to the real world, making it unnecessary to invest time in deepening relationships with the inhabitants of this realm. Unless, of course, there were some exceptional female characters. In such cases, Yishio would engage in meaningful conversations. In the evening, within the Pokemon Center's lobby, Xiao Ji, observing Xiao Mao's subdued demeanor, inquired with concern, Xiao Mao, are you all right? Xiao Ji, you need not worry about me. I plan to depart for the next region tomorrow. Here is a piece of advice. Never become Yishio's opponent. That guy is simply unbeatable, Xiao Mao replied, his tone lacking energy. Recalling his battle with Yishio, his demeanor grew increasingly despondent. But the next opponent I drew is Yishio, Xiao Ji remarked joyfully, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Yishio was his savior, and even if he were to lose to him, he would accept it. What? Xiao Gang and Xiao Xia exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. Xiao Ji, I advise you to forfeit quickly. You are no match for that guy Yishio and will suffer considerable disappointment, Xiao Mao said, lifting his head with a serious expression. Xiao Mao, I am destined to become a Pokemon master. How can I give up here? Even if I am not a match for Yishio at the moment, I will give it my all, Xiao Ji declared, raising his fist and growing increasingly animated. Sighing, Xiao Mao muttered, well, since Xiao Ji is so fired up, let us discuss strategies for battling Yishio. Xiao Gang interjected with a proposal. All right. The plan to defeat Yishio begins. If Yishio were to overhear their conversation, he would likely burst into laughter. Defeating him, that was an impossibility. However, the upcoming opponent is Ash, which piques Yishio's interest somewhat. After all, he is the protagonist of the Pokemon series. Speaking of protagonists, Yishio is reminded of Xiaohai. Doghai, he better not let Yishio catch sight of him, or he would undoubtedly break his legs. The emergence of Xiaohai can be said to have shattered the very essence of Pokemon. Firstly, the worldview of Pokemon dictates that Suicune cannot be captured. Doing so would severely disrupt the natural ecosystem. Yet, Xiaohai captures it with a single Pokeball, as if mocking the so-called worldview of Pokemon. Subsequently, a Pokemon from Team Rocket, enamored with Xiaohai, breaks free from its ball only to be caught by him, rendering years of so-called Pokemon bonds and emotions utterly meaningless, and relegating the long-standing protagonist, Ash, to a mere tool. It can be asserted that any true Pokemon fan harbors an aversion towards Xiaohai, and Yishio is no exception. Chapter 50. Battling Ash, Pika God takes the stage. Today marks the 4th day of the Indigo Conference, the day of the quarterfinals. Greetings to all the audience members. Welcome to the venue of the Indigo Tournament to witness this match. Today's battleground is the Grass-type arena. Let us welcome the competitors of the first match. As the host finishes speaking, 2 figures emerge from either side of the arena. On one side stands Yishio, handsome and expressionless, while on the other is Ash, visibly nervous and under immense pressure. In the green corner is the dark horse of this Indigo Conference, the duel between skill and charisma embodied by the undefeated Yishio. In the red corner stands Ash from Pallet Town. Upon hearing the host's introduction, Ash quips, "Why is my introduction so simple?" However, this is merely jest. He is acutely aware of the strength of his opponent today. The usual playful demeanor gives way to a more serious expression. Last night, he strategized with Brock and Misty. Given his usual mastery of type advantages, his chances of defeating Yishio are 0. Thus far, Yishio has utilized Darkrai, Tyranitar, and Milotic. His Bulbasaur is the key to overcoming Yishio. As long as Yishio refrains from deploying Darkrai, the other 2 Pokemon will fall prey to Bulbasaur's type advantage. This presents a glimmer of hope for victory. "Yishio, I will give it my all in this match," Ash declares, pulling his cap back and entering battle mode. "Go, Bulbasaur." He throws his Pokeball, calling out, "Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur." Bulbasaur appears in the Grass-type arena, exuding confidence with its spirited cries. It is evident that it relishes this Grass-type battleground. Although Bulbasaur is already of a level that permits evolution, it has no desire to evolve, and Ash respects that decision. Name: Bulbasaur. Type: Grass. Ability: Overgrow. Level: 39. Elite Peak. Talent: Semi-champion moves: Vine Whip, Seed Bomb, Leaf Blade, Sleep Powder, Solar Beam. Evaluation: Slight potential. At level 39, it has yet to evolve. It appears that this Bulbasaur is quite adamant about not evolving. In that case, I shall send you forth Darumaka. Daruma. Yishio releases Darumaka from its Pokeball. He will not go easy on Ash simply because he is his opponent. Since Ash has sent out a Grass-type Bulbasaur, he responds with a Fire-type Pokemon. On the other side, Ash is taken aback. What? Another unknown Pokemon? His anxiety escalates as Yishio deviates entirely from his anticipated strategy. Although he is unaware of the name of this red Pokemon, its fiery aura is unmistakable. Wow, Yishio has unleashed a Pokemon he has never used before. This certainly applies pressure on Ash. The host explains, "Oh no, that's Darumaka, a Fire-type from the Unova region. Ash is in serious trouble this time." Brock exclaims, identifying the Pokemon with his Pokédex, his brow furrowed in concern. Misty remains silent, clutching Togepi tightly, worried for Ash. Back in the arena, observing Ash's growing panic, Yishio surmises the situation and remarks, "Ash, I never claimed I only had 3 Pokemon. Enjoy this battle to the fullest. Even without a strategy, I will fight with all my might." Ash's eyes become resolute upon hearing this. "Bulbasaur, let us take the offensive. Use Leaf Blade." Bulbasaur responds, channeling Grass-type energy to its rear, sharp leaves sprouting from its body, launching towards Darumaka. "Darumaka, use Flame Charge." Yishio commands. Darumaka lets out a fierce cry, enveloping itself in Fire-type energy. A barrage of searing flames spirals around it as it charges fiercely at Bulbasaur. Swish, swish, swish. Undeterred by the approaching Leaf Blade, Darumaka accelerates its charge. The flames engulf the leaves, incinerating them completely. Bulbasaur dodge. Ash urges anxiously. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of Leaf Blade against Darumaka, his nervousness intensifies. Sweat trickling down his back. He can only hope Bulbasaur can evade the impending strike. Yet reality is often harsh. Boom. Bulbasaur. The sound of a violent impact reverberates through the arena. Bulbasaur cries out in anguish as its frail body is sent flying several meters away. Thud. It crashes heavily to the ground, suffering extensive burns and losing its fighting capability. Darumaka, witnessing this, beats its chest in celebration, though it winces slightly from the recoil of flame charge. Bulbasaur. Ash's face is drenched in sweat, clearly taken aback. He never anticipated that his Pokemon would be defeated in a single move. In stark contrast to Ash's current despair, the host and the audience are in high spirits. Yishio's every Pokemon is astonishingly powerful. Another one-hit knockout. The championship of this Indigo Conference has shifted hands once again, with the quarterfinals approaching. To witness a one-hit knockout? Truly formidable. Yishio's opponents seem utterly incapable of countering. Is this Yishio perhaps a champion or a master from another region? Come to dominate our Kanto area? Indeed, that is a possibility. Bulbasaur has lost its fighting capability. This match goes to Yishio's Darumaka. Please, Ash, choose your next Pokemon. The referee raises the green flag, declaring the outcome. Pika, Pika. Observing its defeated companion, Pikachu leaps eagerly, ready to avenge Bulbasaur. Ash, however, is deep in thought, contemplating which Pokemon to send out next. His strongest Pokemon is Charizard, but since its evolution, its temperament has drastically changed, becoming unmanageable, which troubles Ash greatly. Alright, it's settled. Go, Pikachu. With a grand gesture, Ash summoned Pikachu to the battlefield. Pika, Pikachu called out earnestly, stepping into the arena. On the opposing side, Yishio was taken aback by Pikachu's appearance. Oh, the divine Pikachu has taken the stage. Let me see if it can truly unleash its potential in this match. Yishio murmured, feeling a twinge of amusement at Pikachu's entrance. Name, Pikachu type, electric, ability, static, strength, level 5, 45 level fluctuation, unknown, talent. Moves, Thundershock, Volt Tackle, Quick Attack, Growl, Evaluation. A Pikachu imbued with mysterious powers, possessing immense potential. Goodness, a 545 level fluctuation? Does that imply it can only reach gym level strength even if it were to unleash its full power? Yishio pondered, disappointment creeping in as he scrutinized Pikachu's data. Yet, considering the original narrative, it was evident that Pikachu was not particularly formidable in this court's conference, often mocked for its theatrics. As for Ash's Charizard, it blatantly disregarded commands, opting for a more reckless approach. Reflecting on this, Yishio felt a wave of sympathy for Ash. Chapter 51, The Seasoned Performer. Pikachu. Use Quick Attack followed by Volt Tackle. Daruma. Unleash Flare Blitz with all your might. The battle raged on in the arena. Both trainers issued commands to their Pokemon. On one side, a flash of yellow lightning surged forward, dashing at incredible speed, igniting fierce sparks as it skidded across the ground. Opposing it, a massive fireball hurtled forth, incinerating the grass beneath and scorching the air. Pika, Daruma, boom. The two Pokemon collided with a resounding crash, sending one yellow figure tumbling backward. Thud. Pikachu landed heavily on the ground, its eyes swirling as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, the Daruma underwent a transformation, its limbs curling inward, taking on a blue hue. Daruma mode. The aftermath of 2 consecutive flare blitzes had evidently taken a toll, compounded by the ferocious impact from Pikachu, reducing its stamina to below half as it shifted into its Daruma form. However, Pikachu had paid the ultimate price, losing its ability to battle. The green Daruma has emerged victorious, the referee declared, raising a green flag. Oh my! Ash's Pikachu clashed fiercely with Yishio's Daruma, resulting in Yishio's victory. Yet, it appears there may be an issue with Yishio's Pokemon. The host announced the outcome, a hint of confusion in their voice. In the audience, Brock swiftly retrieved the national Pokédex, scanning Daruma. Daruma's alternate form can only be achieved by those possessing a special ability. In this state, Daruma becomes incredibly resilient. The emotionless voice of the Pokédex echoed. Brock, Misty, and several spectators quickly grasped why Daruma had transformed. So, you're saying that Daruma's change isn't necessarily a disadvantage? Brock remarked with an optimistic demeanor. Presently, both Brock and Misty were no longer worried for Ash. In this quarter-final battle, anyone with a semblance of understanding knew the outcome. Ash had little hope of a comeback. Yet Ash remained far from the ease exhibited by Brock and Misty. The back of his shirt was thoroughly soaked with sweat, his spirits low and tension palpable. Ash, don't be disheartened. Competing in such a grand tournament for the first time and reaching this stage is already an impressive feat. Indeed, Ash, you make your mother proud. Suddenly, 2 familiar voices reached Ash's ears. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see Professor Oak and his mother. Mom, Professor, what brings you here? Ash exclaimed, feeling uplifted at their presence. Yishio, observing the duo, could hardly contain his amusement. It was clear they shared a close bond. He mused. After a while, with the comforting words of Professor Oak and Ash's mother, his mood began to lighten, at least alleviating some heaviness. As Professor Oak had mentioned, this was Ash's first experience in such a large-scale competition. Striving was what mattered most. Ranking was secondary. After all, the old adage rings true. Failure is the mother of success. It was merely a trivial setback. If Yishio were privy to Ash's thoughts, he might chuckle, for in the original tale, it was only when Ash reached the Alola region that he claimed his first official league championship. However, many deemed that singular victory less than prestigious. Yet, If Yishio were to evaluate the final battle of the Alola Conference, he would assert that, despite some leniency from Professor Kukui, Ash's prowess was undeniable, certainly surpassing many of the Elite Four. Returning to the battlefield, Ash released his final Pokemon, Charizard. This was Ash's strongest Pokemon, though he remained uncertain if Charizard would heed his commands. Roar! Charizard emerged, casting a glance at Daruma. Noticing its inert state, Charizard lost its fighting spirit, lazily reclining on the ground, occasionally stifling a yawn. Name: Charizard. Type: Fire. Flying ability: Blaze. Strength: Level 49, Peak Gym. Talent: Champion moves: Dragon Claw, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath. Flamethrower. Evaluation: A Charizard with champion potential, formidable and unparalleled, yet presently egotistical and unresponsive to its trainer's commands. Charizard, get up. We're in a match, Ash shouted, refusing to abandon hope. If Charizard would just follow his lead, perhaps a glimmer of victory remained. Roar. However, Charizard dismissed Ash's call, showing no inclination to battle, merely closing its eyes to doze off. Come on, let's fight. Hurry up, Charizard. Ash persisted, his voice rising in desperation. After what felt like an eternity, with still no response from Charizard, the referee raised a green flag, declaring, Charizard has lost its will to fight. Thus, Yishio is declared the victor. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Ash could only dejectedly recall Charizard, stating, Yishio, congratulations. I believe you will surely claim the championship of this court's conference. In response, Yishio offered a polite retort, thank you, and I believe you will become an excellent trainer in the future. As they exchanged pleasantries, the announcer's voice resonated throughout the venue. Let us congratulate Yishio for advancing to the top 8. He has secured the chance to compete for a spot in the Final Four. Yishio, Yishio, Yishio. After completing the interview, Yishio returned to the Pokemon Center's room, awaiting the results of the other matches to determine the remaining contenders for the top 8, followed by the draw to decide his next opponent. Currently, Ash's strength is still rather feeble, failing to exert any significant pressure on me. Leafshow murmured as he reclined on his bed. The Pokemon League at the court's conference holds little value. What truly piques my interest are perhaps only the Elite Four of the Champion League. I wonder what rewards await me when I eventually triumph over the Elite Four of the Kanto region. Time passed, and soon a staff member approached Leafshow to inform him that the 5th round of the competition was about to commence. Each contender is permitted to utilize 3 Pokemon. Leafshow's opponent was revealed to be Ahong, who, in the original narrative, had defeated Ash, halting him at the top 16. In Leafshow's perspective, although Ahong's commanding abilities far surpassed Ash's, his raw strength was inferior to that of Ash. The original story depicted Ash's unfortunate loss due to his Charizard's refusal to follow commands. In any case, every participant in this court's conference appears trivial to Leafshow. Chapter 52, Defeating Ahong, Advancing to the Top 4. Court's conference, for 20 p.m. The stands were filled to capacity with spectators, creating a lively atmosphere. On the ordinary ground stage, Leafshow represented the green side, while Ahong stood on the red side. The match was on the verge of beginning. Leafshow, Ahong, give it your all, cheered Ash and his friends from the audience. Having quickly recovered from his defeat to Leafshow, Ash bore no psychological scars. This match was between Leafshow and Ahong. Leafshow was Ash's savior, while Ahong was a newly acquainted friend. Naturally, Ash was eager to cheer for both sides. As both competitors prepared, the host's voice rang out. This match is immensely popular. We eagerly await to see who will emerge victorious between Leafshow and Ahong. I hereby declare, the match officially begins, the host announced with excitement. On the battlefield, Ahong brimmed with confidence as he released his Pokeball. Leafshow, although I have yet to battle you, I know of your strength. Even Ash is no match for you. Nevertheless, I shall exert my utmost effort in this battle. Go, Butterfree. Name: Butterfree. Type: Bug. Flying ability: Compound Eyes. Level 40, Early Gym. Qualification: Near Elite. Skills: Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, Hypnosis, Air Slash, Signal Beam. Evaluation: Slightly promising potential. Upon seeing Ahong's Butterfree, Leafshow was somewhat exasperated. He had lost count of how many Butterfree he had encountered during the court's conference. It seemed everyone had one. This was not surprising, as Caterpie, the pre-evolved form, was easy to catch, simple to train, and evolved swiftly without requiring substantial financial investment. Once evolved into Butterfree, it gained the ability to fly and wield disruptive skills such as Poison Powder and Hypnosis. Its typical ability, Compound Eyes, enhances its skill accuracy, making it a versatile Pokemon. Hence its prevalence. In essence, it's a Pokemon you can do without, yet one you cannot afford to overlook. Moreover, if fortune favors you, you might just capture a Larvitar. Butterfree, it's your turn. Darkrai, go? Leaf Show commanded, releasing Darkrai from its Pokeball. Go, Darkrai. Strike first with Shadow Strike. Leaf Show ordered. In response, Darkrai vanished from its original position instantaneously. Butterfree, use Sleep Powder in your vicinity. Ahang countered, having thoroughly analyzed Leaf Show's previous matches. He knew that after Darkrai executed its Shadow Strike, it would appear behind the opponent for a sneak attack. His strategy was to have Butterfree disperse Sleep Powder around itself to put Darkrai to sleep. Butterfree began to flap its wings vigorously, releasing clouds of white powder. This is a real Pokemon battle. Darkrai, don't approach. Use Shadow Ball, Leaf Show calmly instructed. Whoosh. In an instant, Darkrai materialized 2 meters away from Butterfree, its gaze sharp. It swiftly conjured a dark purple energy sphere and hurled it toward Butterfree. Watch out. Butterfree, use Air Slash. Ahang shouted frantically. Just as Butterfree was about to flap its wings, it was struck by Darkrai's Shadow Ball. Boom. Butterfree was slammed into the ground, letting out a cry of defeat, losing its fighting capability. Butterfree is unable to battle. The green side's Darkrai emerges victorious. The referee declared, raising the green flag. On the big screen, Ahang's first Pokemon icon dimmed, leaving him with 2 remaining. Ahang, you're strong. He gritted his teeth, feeling somewhat at a loss. He quickly retrieved another Pokeball, tossing it forth while exclaiming, Rain, it's up to you. Pika. This was a Pikachu named Rain, Ahang's partner. Unlike ordinary Pikachu, Rain sported a tuft of hair atop its head, likely styled by Tony, the hairstylist. Name, Pikachu type, electric ability, static level, 42, early gym, qualification elite skills, Thunder Shock, Growl, Quick Attack, Volt Tackle. Shadow Clone, evaluation, a Pikachu boasting elite potential with promising capabilities. Darkrai, use Shadow Ball, Leaf Show stated nonchalantly. Darkrai replied monotonously, raising its right hand to swiftly condense a sphere filled with ghostly energy, casually tossing it toward Pikachu. Whoosh. The speed of the Shadow Ball was astonishing, rendering ordinary Pokemon unable to evade. Rain, use Shadow Clone. Ahang shouted urgently. Pika. Pikachu, undeterred by the rapidly approaching Shadow Ball, transformed into a blinding white light, producing 4 identical clones of itself. Bang, bang. The immensely powerful Shadow Ball pierced through one of Pikachu's clones, resulting in an explosion behind it. The clone dissipated into white mist. Seeing 4 indistinguishable Pikachu remaining on the battlefield, Leaf Show remained unfazed, calmly instructing, Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. As the embodiment of nightmares, Darkrai was decidedly displeased by its attack being dodged by such a feeble Pokemon. Its gaze sharpened, powerful dark energy coalescing within its body. Subsequently, 4 waves of concentrated dark energy surged towards Pikachu. Not good. Rain, run. Ahang cried out in alarm upon witnessing Darkrai's area attack. Upon hearing their trainer's command, all 4 Pikachu simultaneously turned and fled. However, the dark energy waves were swifter. Boom, 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 boom. The 4 dark energy waves struck all the Pikachus, resulting in violent explosions, clouds of dust billowing into the air. Witnessing this, Ahang felt a surge of anxiety, desperate to discern the outcome amid the smoke. The host, referee, and audience held their breath, awaiting the result. Darkrai has leveled up by 1, now standing at level 61. After a while, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing 4 enormous craters in the battlefield, clearly the result of Darkrai's powerful strike. Pikachu lay unconscious in one of the craters, its body marred with injuries. Ahang's expression was somewhat unnatural. He had begun to understand the agony of being Yishio's opponent. It was simply beyond human capability to defeat such a foe. Pikachu was unable to continue the fight. The green team's Darkrai emerged victorious. The referee hastily raised the green flag to announce the outcome. Observing this, Yishio's lips curled slightly upwards. Darkrai was growing ever stronger. Chapter 53, Victory at the Quartz Conference. Bang! Roar! Darkrai floated in the air like a harbinger of doom, unleashing a Shadow Ball that defeated Ahang's final Pokemon. Charmander was unable to battle. The green team's Darkrai achieved ultimate victory. The referee raised the green flag and proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to contestant Yishio for successfully defeating his opponent and advancing to the top 4. The host exuberantly announced Yishio's triumph. Yishio, Yishio, Yishio. The audience generously showered him with cheers and applause. This was truly what Yishio deserved. With a faint smile, he raised his right hand in a casual wave, savoring the treatment of a victor. After participating in an interview and drawing his opponent for tomorrow's semifinals, he went out to find a place to dine. Tomorrow's matches would feature both the semifinals and finals, and Yishio was eagerly anticipating them. Of course, it was not the opponents he looked forward to, for they were all far too weak in his eyes. What he truly anticipated was the reward from the system after claiming the championship. What kind of rewards might he receive? The following day, the top 4 battles. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Quartz Conference semifinals. The host's enthusiastic voice rang out. The contenders for this semifinal are none other than the highly favored contestant Yishio and the formidable player Bai He. Each contestant may utilize 6 Pokemon. What kind of sparks will fly in this battle? Let us await the spectacle. The host, as always, infused the atmosphere with fervor. The audience was filled with anticipation for today's match, as it would determine the champion of the Quartz Conference. Who could resist such excitement? Back at the arena, Yishio surveyed his opponent. She was a slender girl with purple hair named Bai He, who sent out her first Pokemon, Mothim. Name, Mothim. Type, Bug Poison. Ability, Shield Dust. Strength, Level 45, Mid-Gym. Talent, Near Champion. Skills, Silver Wind, Bug Buzz, Supersonic, Stun Spore, Sleep Powder. Evaluation, Slight Potential. Yishio had no intention of going easy on her simply because she was female. He continued to send out his Darkrai. As his ace, Yishio was determined to enable Darkrai to level up swiftly and grow stronger. Bang! Roar! Rhydon, are you alright? With a tremendous crash, Rhydon lost its ability to battle. Following that, a chime echoed as the 6th Pokemon icon for the red team dimmed on the large screen. This indicated that all 6 of Bai He's Pokemon had succumbed to defeat. The audience was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the swiftness of the outcome. Yishio's Pokemon was simply too overpowering, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. The battlefield was dotted with craters created by Darkrai's onslaught. A completely incapacitated Rhydon lay motionless on the ground. The atmosphere couldn't remain solemn for long. The hostess' voice broke through the silence with an incredulous shout. What a terrifying Pokemon! The disparity in strength is staggering. Yishio's Darkrai has achieved a flawless victory, defeating 6 opponents single-handedly. Let us congratulate Yishio on securing his place in the finals. Yishio, Yishio, Yishio. In the audience, Ash stared wide-eyed at the arena. Brock and Misty were equally dumbfounded. It was well known that all participants in the Quartz Conference were formidable. Bai He, having reached the top 4, was indeed an elite. Yet, before Yishio, she was rendered insignificant. To defeat 6 Pokemon in a single sweep? How utterly frightening. Darkrai had endured 6 battles. Any ordinary Pokemon would have long since collapsed from exhaustion, yet Darkrai appeared utterly unfazed, thriving in its performance. Just how strong was this Pokemon? Was its stamina truly limitless? Back on the field, Yishio himself was taken aback. His surprise did not stem from Darkrai's 6-fold victory, but rather from its potential. One could not deny that the qualifications of a mythical Pokemon were indeed formidable. This battle against Bai He had allowed Darkrai to rise 2 levels, reaching level 63. If he had faced Pokemon of similar strength, Yishio might have merely remarked on its exceptional talent. However, the key point was that Bai He's Pokemon were all of Gym Leader caliber. For a Pokemon of champion level, Darkrai to defeat 6 gym-level Pokemon and gain 2 levels? It was nothing short of a fantasy. Perhaps this was the terrifying nature of mythical Pokemon qualifications. Yishio mused with a silent chuckle. He then recalled Darkrai and, amidst the audience's cheers, made his way off the field. With this match concluded, he need not draw for his next opponent, as the decisive battle was imminent. The victor of the other semifinal would face Yishio in the finals. Interestingly, while dining, Yishio overheard some gossip. It was said that the 2 other semifinalists were deliberately underperforming. Neither wished to win, for doing so would pit them against Yishio in the finals. To them, Yishio was an insurmountable demon. They all feared facing him. Anyone defeated by Yishio would inevitably suffer psychological repercussions. Now, after Yishio's 6-0 victory over Bai He, the 2 remaining contenders began to throw matches. What should we do? Let us just put on a show. Whoever wants to take 2nd place can have it. I'd be satisfied with a 3rd. At precisely 3 p.m., the Quartz Conference. The finals commenced. Despite the antics of the other 2 semifinalists, a victor must still be determined. Let us welcome the unfortunate contestant. No, the fortunate one, who will battle Yishio in the finals. Yishio remained in the green corner. He glanced at his final opponent. A young man of about 25 stood before him, whose eyes dared not meet Yishio's gaze, devoid of confidence. He would never dare to lock eyes with Yishio. Had it not been for his reputation, he would have forfeited long ago. He understood the reasoning. To fight valiantly, even in defeat, was far better than to flee in disgrace. Thus, he resolved to fight, whether he could win or not. awaiting the host's announcement to commence the competition. The young man produced a Pokeball and hurled it with great force. Go. Gyarados. Name. Gyarados type. Water flying ability. Overconfidence level. 48. Late gym stage. Talent. Near champion moves. Bite. Hurricane. Ice Fong. Crunch. Aqua Tail evaluation. A Gyarados with slight potential. Gyarados. Let's give it our all and defeat at least one of his Pokemon, roared the young man. Gyarados responded with a confident roar. Bang. Gyarados lost its fighting capability. Bang. All 6 Pokemon were rendered unable to battle. The young man exclaimed, I'm done for. Chapter 54, Level 1 Deity. Truly invincible. Let us extend our congratulations to contestant Yi Xiao for emerging as the ultimate champion of this quartz conference. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao. In the audience, Ash cheered wholeheartedly alongside others for Yi Xiao, resolutely setting his sights on him as his goal for future endeavors. After all, he aspired to become a Pokemon master. There was no way he would surrender due to a single setback at the Quartz Conference. As evening fell, a remnant of sunlight flickered in the sky. The closing ceremony of the Quartz Conference was about to commence. The sacred flame that had burned brightly atop the Quartz Conference for days continued to blaze. The venue was filled to capacity, with spectators in abundance. Esteemed trainers, welcome to the venue of the Pokemon League Quartz Conference. The closing ceremony is about to begin. As the host's voice faded, a procession of trainers and their Pokemon emerged from one side of the Quartz Conference. They were all participants of this event, and Yi Xiao was among them. Yi Xiao. The closing ceremony is truly lively, Ash exclaimed, waving his hands joyfully. Yi Xiao walked silently with his hands in his pockets, feeling somewhat out of place. To be frank, he was not particularly fond of such boisterous gatherings. After a while, all participants stood orderly in the center of the venue. President Damaranch approached, greeted by the cheers of the audience, and began to present commemorative items to each contestant. Once the commemorative items were distributed, the ceremony was not yet complete. An essential award ceremony for the top 3 contenders awaited. Yi Xiao stood atop the podium, a position symbolizing this year's Quartz Conference champion. President Damaranch extended a golden trophy to Yi Xiao. Thank you. This is well-deserved, contestant Yi Xiao. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao offered a faint smile. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully clearing the Real Instance Quartz Conference. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Master Ball X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 5x Experience Card Hour. Congratulations, host, for acquiring 10x Experience Card Hour. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Talent Enhancement Agent Champion. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Talent Enhancement Agent Master. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Random Semi-Deity Lottery Ticket. Congratulations, host, for acquiring Random Legendary Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Ding. Reward distribution complete. The host may return to the real world at any time. Listening to the system's announcements, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. A random legendary Pokemon lottery ticket was an immense surprise. Without needing to read the description, Yi Xiao understood the effect of the legendary Pokemon lottery ticket. One could summon a legendary Pokemon with every 100 draws. What if he drew Arceus or another being considered invincible? It was crucial to note that this was not mere game data. In reality, the strength of legendary Pokemon would be exponentially amplified. Just look at Darkrai. It was significantly stronger than other Pokemon of the same level. With this thought, Yi Xiao suppressed his excitement. He would wait for the closing ceremony to conclude before returning to the real world to claim his rewards. Night fell. After enjoying a picnic with Ash and his companions, Yi Xiao summoned the system to depart from the Pokemon world. The moment he returned to the real world, he was eager to use the legendary Pokemon lottery ticket. He could hardly contain his anticipation. System, use the legendary Pokemon lottery ticket. As the words left his lips, a shimmering virtual gacha machine appeared before Yi Xiao, glowing with golden light. Within the gacha machine were not ordinary Pokeballs, but purple ones emblazoned with the letter M. While others may not recognize it, Yi Xiao was well aware. This was the Master Ball, capable of capturing any Pokemon with a 100 success rate. Soon, the Master Balls within began to swirl. The dazzling golden light enveloping the gacha machine was mesmerizing. Ding! With a sound, a Master Ball rolled out from the exit, accompanied by the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining Rayquaza. Rayquaza. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yi Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. He had never anticipated drawing Rayquaza. This was Rayquaza, the mightiest legendary Pokemon of the Hoenn region, an ancient Pokemon dwelling far above the clouds in the ozone layer. With a dragon-flying typing and unparalleled strength, It could even mega-evolve into Mega Rayquaza. Excited by this realization, Yishio eagerly focused his mind on summoning Rayquaza, eager to see its data panel. Whoosh! A flash of white light enveloped Yishio, transporting him to his own Pokemon world. Come forth, Rayquaza. Yishio grasped the Master Ball tightly, pressing the button with anticipation. A shimmering green light coalesced in the sky, morphing into a dragon-like green figure. Roar! As Rayquaza appeared, the winds surged, and dust swirled around the ground. The released aura transformed into waves of energy that radiated throughout the entire Pokemon world. Trees and grass quivered, and the entire space trembled. Pokemon on the ground hurriedly glanced up at the figure above. Before them stood a massive green dragon, over 10 meters long, adorned with yellow ring patterns. Its shoulders and lower body sported fin-like appendages, while its claws were sharp and menacing. Its indifferent golden eyes seemed to look down upon everything. Rayquaza, please calm down. Yishio urged as the space continued to shake. Rayquaza cast a glance at Yishio, instantly retracting its overwhelming presence, its indifferent gaze gradually shifting to one of friendliness. Then, a strong youthful voice echoed, Master. Yishio replied with satisfaction, then proceeded to examine Rayquaza's data. Name, Rayquaza. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Airlock. Level, 110, Early Level 1 Deity. Talent, Level 1 Deity. Moves, Dragon Ascent, Outrage, Draco Meteor, Hurricane, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Crunch. Origin Pulse, Dragon Claw, Thunder, Spatial Rend, Friendship Level, 100. Evaluation, achieving the formidable rank of a Level 1 Deity. One who has masterfully harnessed the elemental forces of dragon and flying types, possesses unparalleled strength. A mere strike from such a being could effortlessly obliterate an entire city, and their full power is beyond imagination. At this moment, Yishio's heart was far from tranquil. The prowess of a Level 1 deity would allow him to roam freely across the entirety of Blue Star, with no adversary capable of standing in his way. Among all his Pokemon, he would undoubtedly be the strongest entity. Ha 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 ha. Yishio chuckled to himself, a spark of inspiration igniting within him, leading to an uncontrollable burst of laughter. Deep down, he harbored trepidations regarding certain matters, particularly those concerning villainous organizations. Previously encountered were merely ordinary members of such factions, easily dealt with by Yishio. However, should the leaders of these nefarious groups come seeking him, he would genuinely lack confidence in confronting them. After all, there are always greater beings beyond one's comprehension. He could hardly believe that these leaders would lack Pokemon of champion caliber. Hence, Yishio had been diligently striving to elevate the strength of his Darkrai, aiming to safeguard both himself and those he wished to protect. Now, with the power of a Level 1 deity in the form of a Rayquaza, he would no longer need to fear anything. Little did Yishio realize, while he was wary of these villains, they too shared a sense of apprehension towards him. As long as Yishio remained in the Magic City, these organizations could never truly act against him. After all, the headquarters of the Dragon Kingdom Pokemon Alliance is located in Magic City. They would hardly dare to make a move there. Chapter 55. Attaining the rank of Sub-Deity again. The assessment. After reviewing the data on Rayquaza, Yishio waved his hand, creating a stratosphere in the sky for Rayquaza to inhabit. Rayquaza would consume the water and other particles in the atmosphere, as well as devour meteors within the stratosphere, favoring ozone as its primary atmospheric component. Thus, it typically resides in the ozone layer. Having completed this task, Yishio refrained from returning to reality just yet. Instead, he summoned the system, preparing to utilize another random sub-deity lottery ticket. System, activate the random sub-deity lottery ticket. No sooner had he spoken than a virtual gacha machine materialized before him. This time, the machine was filled with high-grade Pokeballs in shades of gray and white, which then commenced to roll. Yishio's emotions remained unperturbed. After all, having drawn Rayquaza, no ordinary Pokemon could evoke even a hint of excitement. He simply hoped to avoid drawing a Gligar. In Yishio's previous life, sub-deities were a topic of considerable discussion. Yet among all sub-deities, Gligar was the least discussed. This Pokemon's shortcomings in battles were readily apparent. With the emergence of fairy types in the 6th generation, the status of dragon-type Pokemon diminished significantly. Gligar, being purely dragon-type, could be said to have been born in the wrong era. In addition to being perfectly countered by fairy types, Gligar faced inherent weaknesses due to its singular dragon typing, and its base defensive stat of 70 was frequently criticized, leading many to deem it the weakest sub-deity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Garchomp. Garchomp? The arrival of Garchomp brought a sense of relief to Yishio. This Pokemon's strength undoubtedly ranks among the top tier of all sub-deities. Examining its base stats, it possesses no glaring shortcomings. With a typing of dragon and ground, this combination offers a commendable offensive capability. Moreover, its resistances are also quite formidable. Aside from ice, dragon, and fairy types, virtually no other type poses a significant threat to Garchomp. Additionally, Garchomp has the ability to Mega Evolve using a Mega Stone. Although in data-driven games, Garchomp's Mega Evolution is often criticized, in reality, its power would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. Now, Yishio needed to consider Garchomp's abilities. Garchomp's abilities include Sand Veil and Rough Skin. Sand Veil increases evasion in sandstorm weather, while the Dream ability, Rough Skin, inflicts damage on foes that make contact. If given the choice, Yishio would undoubtedly prefer the Rough Skin ability. Its strength is well understood by those in the know. Come forth, Garchomp. Pressing the button on the high-grade Pokeball, Yishio released Garchomp. A flash of white light revealed a towering figure over 2 meters tall, cloaked in deep blue. Standing before Yishio. Roar. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a shark, with a deep blue coloration adorning its body. 2 protrusions reminiscent of a hammerhead adorned its head, sharp teeth lined its mouth, and 3 gill slits were present on either side of its neck. Wings sprouted from its forelimbs, akin to the pectoral fins of a shark. When it folded its body and spread its wings, it resembled a jet aircraft. Name, Garchomp. Type, Dragon Ground. Ability, Rough Skin. Level, 75, Champion Initial. Potential, Champion. Skills, Bite, Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Dig, Sandstorm, Dragon Rush, Giga Impact, Shadow Claw, Fire Fang, Outrage, Iron Tail. Affection, 100. Evaluation, a Garchomp with champion-level strength, 1 in a million, simultaneously stepping into the champion tier, immensely powerful, having honed a variety of techniques to perfection. Champion Initial? It seems attending the court's conference was indeed a fortuitous choice. Yishio gazed at the Rayquaza and Garchomp before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The rewards from the court's conference exceeded Yishio's expectations, rendering him with an almost surreal feeling. What kind of feeling? An inexplicable sense of invincibility. Following this, Yishio summoned the system to check the dungeons unlocked after clearing the court's conference. The system panel displayed 2 dungeon titles, Kanto Alliance and Mutuo's Counterattack. Kanto Alliance? Mutuo's Counterattack? Why are there 2 dungeons? Yishio pondered, somewhat perplexed. Previously, each challenge had unlocked a singular dungeon, yet following the court's conference, 2 had been unlocked at once. After contemplating for a moment, Yishio decided against challenging a dungeon just yet. Within a dungeon, he would undoubtedly find it monotonous. During his time at the court's conference, after each match, he could only linger in the Pokemon Center, idly passing the time. Coupled with the lack of pressure from his opponents, it had been excruciatingly tedious. Who knows how dull these 2 dungeons might be? Sighing, Yishio resolved to venture out the next day in search of something to occupy his time. The trainer assessment. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Yishio recalled that his trainer rank was still that of a novice. With his strength, he could effortlessly ascend to gym trainer rank and beyond. Champion status can only be attained through national competitions. The trainer rank serves as a symbol of one's prowess, recorded within personal identification. Not only would he receive a fixed sum of money monthly, but a higher trainer rank would also afford him various privileges when venturing outside. Certain official events require a trainer rank to meet specific criteria. Failing to do so would preclude registration. The following day, Yishio prepared himself, donning a mask. He casually hailed a cab to the nearest trainer assessment point in the Magic City. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at his destination. A glance revealed a large, towering building. The exterior is adorned with a gentle blue paint, and atop the building rests a striking red and white Pokeball emblem. Outside the entrance, numerous trainers are lined up sequentially to register. Indeed, registration is a prerequisite for the assessment. Participants must not only present their identification but also submit a registration fee of 200 Pokemon coins. Upon successfully completing the challenge, one can elevate their trainer rank and opt to pursue further challenges. However, should one fail, they must wait until the following month to attempt again. Clearly, Yishio need not fret over the possibility of failure. He simply nonchalantly joined the line. After a considerable wait, it was finally Yishio's turn to register. Good day, sir. Kindly present your identification and the 200 Pokemon coins registration fee. The assessment will be conducted anonymously, ensuring your personal information remains confidential. The registrar spoke in a melodious tone. Yishio replied, producing his identification and handing over 2 bills. Sir, please hold on a moment. The registrar exclaimed as she glanced at the identification, recognizing the name and visage. But before she could exclaim, Yishio swiftly covered her mouth. Shoo! Yishio raised his left hand, placing his index finger to his lips. Understanding his intent from his gaze, the registrar raised her left hand in an okay gesture. Satisfied, Yishio withdrew his hand. There was no denying that Yishio's notoriety was exceedingly high, and he preferred to remain inconspicuous. He had even donned a mask for this outing, yet his identity was inadvertently revealed through his identification. Fortunately, the registrar exhibited a commendable level of professionalism and did not announce Yishio's name. Otherwise, the trainers in line and the passers-by would have surely erupted in excitement. Chapter 56. The familiar examiner. After completing the registration, Yishio entered the building and took the elevator to the third room on the 7th floor. This was his examination venue. Upon entering the room, he discovered a modest grass-type battle arena. A young examiner, appearing to be around 20, stepped forward, positioning himself on the left side of the arena. Come on, little brother, I am the examiner for your match. Defeat my 2 Pokemon, and you shall become a junior trainer, the young examiner stated with an affable demeanor. Nodding slightly, Yishio moved to the far right of the arena. Little brother, give it your all. The title of junior trainer is beckoning you. After this encouragement, the young examiner dramatically tossed a Pokeball into the air. This will be my first Pokemon. Fire Sparrow. Chirp. The Fire Sparrow flapped its wings, emitting a crisp call, displaying a fierce fighting spirit. Name, Fire Sparrow. Type, normal. Flying ability, Sniper. Level 9, Peak Junior. Talent, Elite Skills, Peck, Growl, Leer. Evaluation, weak among the weak. Somewhat weak. But that is to be expected, considering this is the assessment for aspiring junior trainers. Yishio mused as he observed the Fire Sparrow's level. Given the examiner's friendly demeanor, he felt somewhat reluctant to dominate the match. Moreover, Yishio was eager for a duel among the less formidable. Then, Vinesnake, it's your turn. Yishio released a Pokeball, summoning Vinesnake. Vines. Vinesnake chirped softly, crossing its arms in front of its chest, its adorable, large eyes seemingly dismissive of the Fire Sparrow. Yishio glanced at Vinesnake's data, revealing that it had been training in the Pokemon realm, reaching level 15 and nearing evolution. Little brother, your Pokemon is a Vinesnake. Such a rare find. The young examiner was taken aback. But my Fire Sparrow seems to have an advantage over you. Be cautious, little brother. Fire Sparrow. Ascend and use Peck. The young examiner initiated the attack. Chirp. Fire Sparrow called out. Its beak enveloped in a white light as it flapped its wings and soared into the air like a fighter jet, diving towards Vinesnake. Vinesnake, use Double Team. Yishio calmly commanded. Vinesnake's expression shifted, its body radiating white light as 4 identical silhouettes appeared alongside it. The oncoming Fire Sparrow slowed, bewildered by the 5 identical Vinesnakes before it, losing its target. It's Double Team, the young examiner exclaimed, astonished. Under normal circumstances, a Vinesnake would not learn such a technique solely through training. It was evident that this particular Vinesnake had utilized a move recorder. Fire Sparrow, attack the one in the middle, the young examiner urged, anxiety creeping into his voice, as he gambled on the possibility that the central one was the real Vinesnake. Regrettably, the protagonist of this encounter was not him, and he had no chance of winning this gamble. Fire Sparrow, responding to its trainer's command, darted towards the central Vinesnake, its beak glowing white. Whoosh! Bang! The struck Vinesnake exploded into a cloud of white smoke. Now's our chance. Vinesnake, use Bind. Yishio seized the opportunity, issuing his command promptly. As he spoke, the other illusions of Vinesnake vanished. The real Vinesnake emerged, extending 2 deep green vines from its collar towards Fire Sparrow with great speed. Fire Sparrow, evade quickly, the young examiner shouted urgently. However, Fire Sparrow was unable to escape in time. The 2 deep green vines ensnared Fire Sparrow tightly, which struggled to break free, but to no avail. Continue using Absorb. Yishio pressed on, showing no signs of mercy. Chirp! Fire Sparrow was utterly drained of strength, crying out in agony as its energy was forcibly siphoned away by the vines to nourish Vinesnake. After an indeterminate time of absorption, Fire Sparrow's eyes glazed over. Its wings ceased to flap, and it succumbed to defeat. Perhaps this was the feeling of being utterly drained. As Fire Sparrow fell unconscious, Vinesnake retracted the vines, crossing its arms and casting a triumphant glance at Yishio, as if to say, look how formidable I am. Impressive indeed. Yishio readily showered praise. Meanwhile, the examiner's expression was far less composed. His first Pokemon had been ruthlessly overpowered by a novice trainer. Little brother, your Vinesnake is truly remarkable. I shall now proceed with my second Pokemon. Go, Rattata. The examiner deployed his second Pokemon, Rattata. Yishio glanced at Rattata's data, Level 9, just like Fire Sparrow. He decided to let Vine Snake continue battling. Vine Snake, continue the fight. Despite this being Vine Snake's first battle, its fighting spirit was unmistakable. Vine Snake, use Vine Whip. Yisho commanded. Taking the initiative. Vines. Vine Snake called out, extending its two deep green vines, imbued with grass-type energy, swiftly striking towards Rattata. Whoosh. The air sliced as the attack zipped through with incredible speed. Rattata, dodge with a quick move. The examiner ordered. Chirp. Little Lotta responded with a soft sound. And a radiant white light enveloped its body, transforming it into a fleeting white shadow, unperturbed by the oncoming assault of the Vine Whip. Whoosh. Crack. The Vine Whip was effortlessly evaded by Little Lotta, crashing forcefully against the ground. Once more, Little Lotta unleashed its quick attack. Noticing the futility of the Vine Snake's skill, the examiner decided to capitalize on the opportunity. Barely had the words left his lips when Little Lotta once again morphed into a white shadow, dashing towards the Vine Snake at great speed. The Vine Snake retaliated with a flurry of Vine Whips. Yishio raised an eyebrow, directing his command. He had underestimated his opponent. Although Little Lotta was diminutive, its speed was undeniably swift. Coupled with the quick attack technique, its velocity was further augmented, allowing it to deftly evade the incoming skills. Crack, crack, crack. As expected, all the Vine Snake's Vine Whip attacks were skillfully dodged by Little Lotta, which now approached the Vine Snake with an air of ease. Yishio remained calm, issuing no commands, as if he were awaiting something. The examiner, observing the situation, muttered, has he given up? Little Lotta, launch a full-force charge. Little Lotta emanated an even more brilliant white light, signaling its utmost effort. Its speed exceeded that of before, and it was moments away from colliding with the Vine Snake. Bang! Now use Bind. Just as Little Lotta collided with the Vine Snake, Yishio spoke in a composed tone. The Vine Snake, propelled into the air from the impact, extended two of its vines towards Little Lotta with alarming rapidity. Oh no! Little Lotta, dodge quickly, the examiner thought to himself, urgently exclaiming. Yet, having exerted itself in a full-force strike, Little Lotta entered a brief recovery period. Requiring time to regain its stamina, unable to evade in time, it was ensnared tightly by the vines. At that moment, the Vine Snake landed, slowly rising with visible effort. Clearly, Little Lotta's powerful strike had inflicted some damage upon it, evidenced by the dark bruise that marred its stomach. Use Absorb. Yishio's command followed swiftly. The Vine Snake tensed its body, and waves of energy surged through the vines, transferring vitality from Little Lotta. Its injuries gradually faded away. However, Little Lotta found itself in a less favorable state, its stamina waning. Even its trainer seemed to have given up. The examiner scratched his head with a bemused smile. Admitting there was nothing more he could do. Grinning, he said, "All right, young man, you've passed this assessment. Congratulations on becoming a novice trainer. Let Little Lotta rest, lest it be completely drained." Upon hearing this, Yishio ordered the Vine Snake to cease its attack. Ding! The Vine Snake has leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 16. Before he could recall the Vine Snake, the system's voice echoed in Yishio's ears. The Vine Snake emitted a series of chirps, radiating a glow of white light indicative of evolution. Soon, green waves of grass-type energy shimmered within the white light. The examiner was riveted, his attention unwavering. Though Pokemon evolution is not an unprecedented event, it is certainly not something one witnesses every day. Yishio quietly observed the evolution of the Vine Snake. After a short while, the intertwining white and green light gradually dissipated into the air, signaling the completion of the evolution. The Vine Snake had transformed into the elegant and noble Vine Whip Snake, its demeanor exuding an air of aristocracy, with a gentle smile adorning its face. Reminiscent of a young nobleman. My dear fellow, your Vine Snake has evolved so swiftly. Will you continue to challenge the intermediate trainer assessment? If so, I can report it. The examiner inquired with astonishment. Chapter 57, The Gym Trainer Assessment. After successfully completing the Novice Trainer Assessment, Yishio engaged in a series of battles with different examiners, advancing to the Elite Trainer level. The path to becoming a gym trainer was now within reach. After a considerable wait, a middle-aged man clad in gray attire approached the arena. Kid, I heard you've progressed directly from a novice trainer to this point. Is that true? They aren't deceiving me, are they? The middle-aged examiner's opening words were laced with incredulity. After all, it was unprecedented within Long Country, or even across the entirety of Blue Star, for someone to leap from a novice trainer straight to an elite trainer. Such a feat seemed utterly unattainable. Aside from the Pokemon's strength, one must first consider their stamina. Typically, trainers possess only a handful of Pokemon. and relying solely on their stamina would be insufficient for so many battles. However, this young lad before him had truly opened his eyes. He appeared to be barely of age, yet exuded such formidable power. Kid, regardless of whether you can defeat me, I acknowledge your strength, the middle-aged examiner praised. Giving a thumbs up, he continued, come on, release your Pokemon. Yishio nodded slightly and tossed out a Pokeball. Throughout the prior assessments, he had utilized different Pokemon. But for this final bout, he intended to employ Darkrai. Go, Darkrai. Darkrai emerged, hovering in the air. At that moment, the middle-aged examiner was left dumbfounded, exclaiming in disbelief, what? This is Darkrai. He quickly recovered, exclaiming in shock, you're Yishio from Magic City High School. Although Yishio wore a mask. Upon seeing Darkrai, the examiner instantly recognized the young boy's identity. In Magic City, everyone knew of him. Darkrai was uniquely his Pokemon, the only one of its kind across Blue Star. Given the buzz surrounding him online, it was only a matter of time before Yishio's name became widely known once he achieved significant accomplishments. Rumors claimed that Yishio from Magic City High School was a once-in-a-century genius. It seemed this assertion was indeed true. He was not merely a century-s rarity, but a once-in-a-millennium discovery. The middle-aged examiner continued to murmur praises, seemingly unable to contain his excitement. Yishio was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly as formidable as he was being portrayed? The answer was affirmative, for not only did he possess nightmare and dream deities, but he also wielded the power of a level 1 deity, Rayquaza. Across Blue Star, none could rival him. Enough of this idle chatter. The gym level assessment is about to commence. You may use 3 Pokemon. Let the battle begin. Go, Mosquito Swim. The middle-aged examiner took a moment to compose himself, releasing his Pokemon and announcing the commencement of the match. A flash of white light revealed Mosquito Swim on the battlefield. Mosquito Swim raised its mighty fists and roared, exuding an impressive aura. This blue, humanoid Pokemon boasted robust arms, seemingly clad in white gloves, with a mosquito coil pattern adorning its white belly. Name, Mosquito Swim. Type, Water Fighting. Ability, Rain Dish. Level, 45, Mid-Gym. Potential, King Level. Skills, Brick Break, Drain Punch, Low Sweep, Meteor Mash, Heavy Slam. Evaluation, a Mosquito Swim with considerable talent, possessing a strong understanding of fighting techniques. Oh, King Level potential? Yishio's expression shifted slightly as he pondered. Although Yishio regarded the qualifications of the King Level Pokemon as rather mediocre, in reality, the King Level Pokemon was a rarity among the multitude. To his surprise, the assessment Pokemon possessed King Level credentials, which he had not anticipated. Intrigued, he decided to launch an attack. Darkrai used Psychic. Yishio commanded decisively, offering no opportunity for the examiner to ponder. As soon as he spoke, Darkrai's eyes blazed a fierce crimson, unleashing a formidable, invisible force upon the Mosquito Swimmer. The almost tangible psychic energy enveloped the Mosquito Swimmer, who immediately contorted in anguish, as if resisting an unseen force. Hold on, Mosquito Swimmer, the examiner urged anxiously. However, in the next moment, the Mosquito Swimmer's eyes glazed over, surrendering its combat ability, and its stout form collapsed forward with a thud. Psychic, a psychic-type move, was doubly effective against the Mosquito Swimmer. Given the vast disparity in strength between the Pokemon, it was hardly surprising that it was defeated in a single blow. Truly deserving of the title of the city's top prodigy, such prowess is indeed remarkable, the examiner sighed in admiration. Nonetheless, the evaluation was far from over. My second Pokemon is Swampert. The examiner produced a second Pokeball and tossed it lightly. A flash of white light revealed a rotund, light blue Pokemon on the battlefield. Name, Swampert. Type, Water Ground. Ability, Damp. Level, 43, Early Gym Stage. Qualification, Near King Level. Moves, Water Gun, Mud Shot, Mist, Dark Mist, Water Tail, Muddy Water. Evaluation, a Swampert with slightly above average qualifications. Swampert, unfortunately, has not yet learned Earthquake, Yishio murmured. With remarkable resilience to damage and few weaknesses, Swampert would undergo a qualitative transformation only upon mastering the Earthquake move, which this particular Swampert had yet to achieve. Swampert, use Mud Shot, the examiner commanded, initiating the assault. Swampert, it called out, determination alighting its comical visage. Drawing upon its ground-type energy, it unleashed a torrent of murky sludge towards Darkrai. Dodge and use Dark Void. Yishio instructed calmly, unaffected. Darkrai effortlessly evaded the Mud Shot, swiftly conjuring a pitch-black vortex that it hurled towards Swampert. Swampert, quickly use Dark Mist. The examiner ordered urgently. The middle-aged man demonstrated commendable tactical acumen, acknowledging Swampert's sluggish speed and opting not to evade but instead to employ Dark Mist, obstructing Darkrai's subsequent attacks. As anticipated, Swampert exhaled a cloud of darkness, enveloping half the battlefield and rendering visibility impossible. A collision echoed as Darkrai's dark void struck true, causing Swampert to succumb to slumber within the thick mist. The examiner had achieved his intended goal. Darkrai could no longer identify a target to attack, awaiting Swampert's awakening for a counterstrike. Yet, Yishio's expression remained unchanged. He could only surmise that the examiner was overestimating the situation. As the embodiment of nightmares, Darkrai was no mere plaything. It possessed the ability to sense all creatures in slumber around it, rendering the mist inconsequential. Darkrai, you can discern its location, right? Use Shadow Ball, Yishio said, a slight smile gracing his lips. Darkrai roared, channeling a colossal orb of dark purple energy that it hurled towards Swampert's position. Whoosh! The Shadow Ball sped forth, swiftly penetrating the darkness. Boom! An explosion resonated as the Shadow Ball struck Swampert with precision, the resulting smoke mingling with the surrounding mist, thickening the obscurity. Truly formidable, this Pokemon. No wonder you are the top newcomer this year, with your current prowess. You should be ready to compete in the National Pokemon Tournament, the examiner mused, stroking his chin. With that, he produced his third Pokeball and tossed it into the fray. Now my third Pokemon is Slowpoke. A flash of white light revealed a pink, endearingly clumsy Pokemon upon the battlefield. Name, Slowpoke. Type, Water Psychic. Ability, Oblivious. Level, 45, mid-gym stage. Qualification, near King level. Moves, Tackle, Water Gun, Confusion, Psychic, Surf. Evaluation, a Slowpoke with slightly above average qualifications. Another one of these clumsy Pokemon, Yishio silently scoffed. The Pokemon utilized by the examiner thus far, Mosquito Swimmer, Swampert, and Slowpoke, appeared somewhat dim-witted. At a glance, the examiner himself bore a similarly foolish demeanor. They seemed to belong to the same family of ineptitude. Darkrai, unleash Dark Pulse and swiftly conclude this battle. Yishio commanded confidently, convinced that this move would effortlessly secure victory. Darkrai proclaimed, gathering dark energy, exuding an aura of terror as it released several blade-like energy waves aimed at Slowpoke. Slowpoke, use Amnesia. The examiner countered, clearly unwilling to take any chances. Slowpoke uttered blankly, clearing its mind of memories. It then gazed around in confusion, a halo of orange particles shimmering around it, significantly enhancing its special defense. Just then, Darkrai's assault surged forward. Boom, boom, boom. Slowpoke was struck, pain etched upon its face as it emitted a mournful cry, its body erupting in an explosion of dust and debris. Ding! Darkrai leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 64. Upon hearing the system's notification within his mind, Yishio remained unperturbed, accustomed to such occurrences. As the smoke gradually cleared, Slowpoke lay motionless on the ground, its body marred by blackened wounds, having lost its combat ability. The examiner furrowed his brow, taken aback. He had not anticipated that even after erasing its memories, Slowpoke would still be defeated by a single blow from Darkrai. To Yishio, however, such an outcome was inevitable. The disparity in strength between the two Pokemon was immense. Slowpoke was merely gym level, while Darkrai had already attained king level prowess. Moreover, Darkrai's Dark Pulse was doubly effective against Slowpoke, making a one-hit defeat a trivial matter. Having triumphed over the middle-aged examiner, Yishio seamlessly ascended to the rank of gym trainer. It will also be recorded in his identity dossier, an accomplishment that many aspire to achieve. Yet it has been effortlessly attained by Yishio. As a gym trainer, he receives a steady income of 100,000 Alliance coins each month, and his identity grants him numerous privileges in terms of food, clothing, and shelter. This is precisely why Yishio chose to undergo the assessment rather than continue challenging dungeons. An income of 100,000 Alliance coins per month is considered a lucrative salary, not just within the Dragon Kingdom, but across the globe. If Yishio were to become a slacker, he could easily live his life in comfort, with money automatically credited to his account simply by staying at home each day. How many people yearn for such a life? However, Yishio is not one to be idle. He aspires to grow stronger. Beyond the gym trainer lies only the titles of champion and king. Yishio murmured to himself. The titles of champion and king can only be pursued through participation in the national competition, and Yishio certainly qualifies to enter. Nevertheless, this year's national competition has already concluded, with Adu being crowned the champion of the Dragon Kingdom. If Yishio wishes to compete, He must wait until next year to register. Therefore, what I should focus on now is to continue challenging dungeons, Yishio contemplated. He gazed at the dungeon selection panel before him and fell into deep thought. Should he first challenge the Kanto Alliance or the reversal of Mutuo? His intuition urged him to tackle the reversal of Mutuo first. A bold idea took root in his mind. He aimed to capture Mutuo. With this thought, Yishio swiftly sprang into action, organizing his belongings. He chose to enter the reversal of Mutuo. Ding! Is the host entering the real dungeon? Reversal of Mutuo? Recommended strength, level 1 deity. Indeed, upon seeing the strength recommendation of level 1 deity, Yishio realized that this dungeon must be intricately connected to Mutuo. No, he intended to capture both Mutuo and Mew in one fell swoop. Enter. Whoosh! A blinding golden light enveloped Yishio. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the room, transported to another realm. Ding! Dungeon task, defeat Mutuo. The weather was clear, and the sun shone brightly. He found himself on a coastal shore. Gazing at the vast ocean before him, Yishio couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful it is!" In the sky, on the land, and within the sea, countless Pokemon thrived in this environment. Observing all around him, Yishio felt that this world was the true realm in which he belonged, the world he truly yearned for. No need to venture into hidden realms. Pokemon flourished throughout the land, embodying the essence of the Pokemon world. When would he acquire the ability to truly traverse the Pokemon universe? Yishio murmured, feeling somewhat lost. After pondering for a moment, his gaze gradually sharpened with resolve. It will happen. With the dungeon system in place, it surely will. Yishio looked at his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and declared earnestly. Yishio retrieved a Pokeball, releasing Darkrai. Darkrai, come forth. This time, stay hidden in my shadow. Darkrai nodded, then slipped into Yishio's shadow. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shattered the tranquil sky. In an instant, a fierce wind howled. Dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, and the once brilliant sunlight was obscured, followed by torrential raindrops pelting down from the heavens. The surrounding wild Pokemon scattered, eager to escape this tumultuous place. Boom! Another thunderclap roared, deafening in its intensity. In an instant, the raindrops converged into sheets. With a resounding crash as heavy rain poured down from the sky, what was once clear blue skies transformed into a scene reminiscent of a cataclysm. Not only the sky, but the ocean also began to churn violently, massive waves rising up in tumultuous surges. Yishio raised an eyebrow. Darkrai emerged from his shadow, gazing toward the other side of the sea. There, a colossal castle ruin loomed, which he suspected might be the source of this sudden downpour. Yishio followed Darkrai's gaze to the castle. At first glance, he recalled the location of that castle was called New Island. According to the plot of the movie, Mutuo must be in that castle. Glancing at himself, he realized he was now drenched, resembling a drowned rat. How unpleasant. Lugia, come forth. Yishio's expression darkened as he retrieved a Master Ball and pressed the button. Master. A powerful young voice emanated from Lugia. Lugia, I'll leave this storm to you. Yishio stated calmly. Leave it to me. Lugia replied nonchalantly, as if manipulating the weather were a trivial matter. In an instant, Lugia's formidable presence surged forth. The power of flying-type laws radiated from him, penetrating the dark clouds. Moments later, the ominous clouds vanished entirely from the sky. Brilliant sunlight emerged once more, restoring the vibrant atmosphere. Lugia, go investigate the state of the ozone layer in this world. I will summon you again when needed, Yishio instructed coolly. Yishio had Lugia depart, planning for a surprise attack later. Understood, Master. Lugia responded earnestly before soaring swiftly into the sky, soon breaching the atmosphere. Once Lugia departed, the surrounding wild Pokemon began to relax. The sheer pressure exerted by Lugia was overwhelming. They could hardly fathom the strength of such a Pokemon. The mere aura he emitted was beyond their comprehension. In an inconspicuous patch of grass, a caterpie watched Lugia soar high above, its eyes glimmering with longing and desire. It yearned to one day become a powerful being like Lugia, freely soaring through the skies. Turning to head home, it was suddenly confronted by a Pidgey charging towards it. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the New Island castle, Weavy just arrived at New Island, and the storm has already ceased. What a coincidence! Ash exclaimed, raising his fist triumphantly. They had endured great hardships to reach the ancient castle, only for the rain to stop upon their arrival. Who wouldn't he feel disheartened? Exactly, Misty added, her hands on her hips, looking somewhat irate. Could it be that the castle's master possesses the ability to alter the weather? Regardless, let us proceed with caution, Brock said seriously, offering a warning. Shortly thereafter, Joy, under Mutuo's control, guided Ash and his companions into the castle's dining hall. The space was vast, adorned with various exquisite decorations and candlelight. Aside from Ash and his friends, 3 other unknown trainers were present, engaged in casual conversation around the dining table. It was evident to any observer that there was no festive atmosphere here. The fare was exceedingly ordinary, consisting solely of simple fruits. Nevertheless, no one voiced any complaints, as they had all come with a singular aim, to catch a glimpse of the strongest trainer. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of oppression descended upon them, causing all 6 trainers and their Pokémon to feel an overwhelming discomfort. They beheld a humanoid Pokémon slowly descending from above the castle. Mewtwo. He was enveloped in a resplendent silver hue, with eyes, a tail, and an abdomen adorned in a regal shade of purple. Much like humans, he possessed 4 limbs. Subsequently, under the control of Mewtwo, Joy began to introduce him. This is the mightiest trainer, also the most formidable Pokémon. Lord Mewtwo. Joy spoke with a blank expression, reminiscent of an emotionless automaton. Upon hearing this, a man clad in a blue vest sprang to his feet, indignantly exclaiming, "A Pokémon as a Pokémon trainer? Preposterous. Mewtwo, the self-proclaimed strongest Pokémon, is merely a Pokémon? This is utterly ridiculous." Upon witnessing the visage of the mastermind behind the scenes, he felt deceived. As he continued to speak, he unleashed his own Pokémon, eager to teach Mewtwo a lesson. He intended to make this Pokémon understand that a Pokémon is just a Pokémon, and that the fate of Pokémon is to be captured by humans. The outcome was inevitable. The man was soundly defeated by Mewtwo, who effortlessly hurled him into a water pool over 10 meters away using psychic powers. The man's Pokémon were vanquished in a single blow. Meanwhile, Yishio rode his Garchomp to the outermost reaches of the castle. By chance, he spotted the trio from Team Rocket. Before he could utter a word, they commenced their corporate spiel. To prevent the world from destruction and to safeguard peace, to uphold love and true evil, we are the charming and delightful villains. Jesse and James. We are Team Rocket, traversing the galaxy, with a bright future awaiting us. Yishio, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and ordered Garchomp to launch an attack. A blast of dragon breath effortlessly sent the Team Rocket trio flying. Such an annoying feeling. Yishio dismissed them, striding towards the castle. His target this time was Mewtwo. In the arena of the New Island Castle, Mewtwo decided to afford these trainers an opportunity. Provided these trainers could defeat the clone Pokémon he had created with their own, he would release everyone from New Island. At Mewtwo's summons, 3 dormant clone Pokémon awakened from their slumber in the laboratory: Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. Each of these clone Pokémon bore markings not found on ordinary Pokémon. At that moment, Yishio arrived at the arena's upper level, observing the spectacle below. The clone Pokémon crafted by Mewtwo were selected from the finest genes, rendering them immensely powerful, far beyond the capabilities of these trainers. Even Ash's Charizard was being thoroughly outmatched. Curiosity piqued, Yishio promptly examined their data. Name: Charizard. Type: Fire Flying. Ability: Blaze. Level: 60, Early Elite. Qualification: Champion Skills: Dragon Claw, Air Slash, Flamethrower, Flare Blitz. Earthquake. Evaluation: Clone Pokémon. Possesses champion-level qualifications: Formidable Strength, exceedingly rare, incapable of reproduction. Name: Blastoise. Type: Water. Ability: Torrent. Level: 60, Early Elite. Qualification: Champion Skills: Tackle, Bite. Water Pulse, Hydro Pump, Shell Smash, Hydro Cannon. Evaluation: Clone Pokémon. Possesses champion-level qualifications: Formidable Strength, exceedingly rare, incapable of reproduction. Name: Venusaur. Type: Grass. Ability: Chlorophyll. Level: 60, Early Elite. Qualification: Champion Skills: Vine Whip, Leaf Blade, Solar Beam, Synthesis, Petal Dance. Evaluation: Clone Pokémon. Possesses champion-level qualifications: Formidable Strength, exceedingly rare, incapable of reproduction. Thus, these Pokémon all possessed elite-level strength. No wonder Ash and his companions were being thoroughly outclassed, Yishio mused. Aside from lacking gender and the inability to reproduce, these clone Pokémon appeared to have no flaws. Implicitly, Yishio desired to claim these clone Pokémon for himself. Chapter 60, Mega Evolution. The finishing touch. Upon witnessing his clone Pokémon effortlessly defeat the trainer's Pokémon, Mewtwo validated that his ideology was indeed the correct one. He ceased his idle chatter, producing his specially crafted Pokeballs to commence capturing all the Pokémon present. Under the influence of the specialized Pokeballs, no Pokémon could escape. Each one was captured in turn. The entire castle was thrown into chaos. At that moment, a figure leapt down from the sky. Who? Mewtwo turned to the figure, inquiring immediately. In the darkness, the visage of a young man emerged. He was none other than Yishio. Name, Mutuo. Type, Psychic Ability. Pressure, Level 110, Early Level 1 Deity. Qualification, Level 1 Deity. Skills, Telekinesis, Psyshock, Aura Sphere, Psychic, Mind Reader, Recover, Barrier. Future Sight, Evaluation. Achieving Level 1 Deity. Mastering the laws of psychic powers. Possessing immense strength. Mutuo, let us have a battle. If you lose, you shall become my Pokemon. What do you say? Yishio remarked nonchalantly, scrutinizing Mutuo's data panel. Mutuo, disdainful, retorted, You, a mere human, believe you can subdue me? As he spoke, memories of being manipulated by Team Rocket's Giovanni surged in his mind, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. You humans, truly overestimating yourselves. Mutuo bellowed, radiating an aura of fury. As Mutuo's power surged, Darkrai, hidden in Yishio's shadow, materialized, standing before him with an impassive gaze fixed on Mutuo. The tension between both parties escalated, poised on the brink of conflict. Meanwhile, Ash, watching his Pikachu being captured in a Pokeball, was consumed by rage. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! You scoundrel, this is absolutely intolerable! Ash shouted, raising his right fist and charging at Mutuo. I can't believe it, a true rookie. Yishio mused, slightly taken aback. Although Yishio felt confident in his ability to confront Mutuo, it was largely due to his Gardevoir. What do you have, Ash? Charging at Mutuo with just a fist? Under the gazes of all, Ash's fists pounded against Mutuo's barrier, unable to breach even the defenses. Mutuo remained impassive, his pupils shifting to a cerulean hue. As a psychic force enveloped Ash, gradually, Ash began to levitate. In an instant, Mutuo's eyes widened, and Ash was propelled away like a cannonball, flung several dozen meters away. Ash, stop! Seeing Ash being launched, Brock and Misty cried out in concern. Just as Ash was about to crash to the ground, a soft bubble appeared behind him, breaking his fall. A charming pink Pokemon materialized before Ash. Indeed, it was Mew. With a giggle, Mew covered its mouth, amused by Ash's disheveled appearance. It is evident that Mew cherishes Ash deeply. Below, Mutuo, upon catching sight of Mew's silhouette, stiffens with a sudden intensity. A surge of ferocious energy erupts from him, radiating outward. He swiftly conjures a tangible psychic energy in his hands and aims it at Mew. Whoosh! Mew's petite form effortlessly twists away, gazing curiously at Mutuo, her delicate face adorned with confusion. Realizing that his attack has missed, Mutuo relentlessly continues his assault. Boom! 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 After several attempts, the castle is punctured by Mutuo, yet he fails to land a hit on the agile Mew. In fact, Mew seems to navigate these onslaughts with ease, covering her mouth in laughter before gracefully positioning herself opposite Mutuo. At this moment, Mutuo speaks with a hint of disdain. Mew, revered as the most precious Pokemon in the world, I indeed owe my existence to you. He swiftly pivots his tone, seething with rage. However, I am the strongest. I am the true original. Only I shall survive. Without allowing Mew a moment to react, Mutuo charges toward her, infused with an aura of lethal intent. The two Pokemon soar through the air in a relentless chase, with Mutuo unleashing powerful wave projectiles. Hey, Mutuo, have you forgotten about me? Yishio's expression darkens as he speaks slowly. Mutuo turns to regard him, his demeanor indifferent, ready to use his psychic abilities to swiftly eliminate this bothersome human. He cannot comprehend why a mere human, devoid of any combat prowess, dares to challenge him. Is it merely the confidence instilled by the shadowy Pokemon beside him? As Mutuo ponders, Yishio suddenly shouts, Rayquaza! Illuminate the moment. Buzzing sounds of the atmosphere being torn apart resonate. Everyone looks up into the sky. A colossal green figure hurtles down towards Mutuo with alarming speed. To all observers, it seemed as if the very heavens were collapsing. The green figure, accompanied by a dragon's ethereal silhouette, heralds the explosive emergence of Mega Evolution. Under the influence of Rayquaza's Delta Stream, a tempest brews within a 10-mile radius, with winds howling, dark clouds gathering, and thunder rumbling. The divine aura emanating from the legendary Pokemon pierces the clouds, stirring up a whirlwind that sweeps across the land. Mutuo, caught off guard by the presence of another Pokemon above him, displays a rare look of fear on his typically stoic face. In the face of Rayquaza's ambush, he has no time to muster his full strength for defense, hastily launching a wave projectile upward. However, when his attack collides with the green light, it dissipates like a droplet merging into the ocean, creating not a single ripple. In the next moment, the dragon descends with overwhelming force. Boom! As the destructive force threatens to expand, Mew swiftly employs her abilities to shield everyone and the Pokemon present. An invisible barrier envelopes them all, even including Darkrai. Despite Darkrai's formidable strength, it realizes that it cannot intervene in the battle between two level 1 deities. A sense of helplessness washes over Darkrai. Not only can it not assist its master in this moment, but it also feels powerless against Cresselia in the Pokemon's miniature realm. Darkrai. It vows to become stronger. Just then, Yishio's system barrier activates. A transparent shield materializes before him. The dual-layered protection from Mew and the system feels warm and reassuring. Yishio is now urgently eager to discern the state of battle between Rayquaza and Mewtwo. In a clash of legendary Pokemon, he finds himself unable to direct the conflict, as the chaos obscures his view, leaving him reliant on Rayquaza's prowess alone. System, activate the tenfold experience card, Yishio silently commands. Though he is currently powerless, he recalls witnessing Rayquaza's mega evolution during the earlier moment of brilliance. In this state, Mewtwo is undoubtedly no match for Rayquaza. Thus, Yishio hastily utilizes the experience card. In doing so, should Rayquaza triumph over Mewtwo, his own strength will ascend to new heights. Amidst the vast pit, dust clouds swirl in the air as Mewtwo lies defeated on the ground, covered in wounds, gazing weakly at the green figure before him. Sensing Rayquaza's overwhelming presence, he is filled with bewilderment. Why does such a powerful existence overshadow me? Mewtwo struggles to inquire. Do you wish to know? If you desire knowledge, become my Pokemon, and you shall uncover everything, Rayquaza replies coolly. That human? How could he possess the power to compel a being as mighty as you to submit? Mewtwo exclaims, incredulous. Humph. I owe you no explanations, Rayquaza retorts with a dismissive snort. With that, he unleashes another Dragon Pulse towards Mewtwo. The powerful draconic energy wave crashes upon Mewtwo, who finds himself unable to rise. He surrenders, contemplating. Perhaps this is the fate of cloned Pokemon, as a solitary tear escapes his eye. Boom. Ding. Rayquaza has leveled up by 2 levels, current level, 112. On the other side, Yishio hears the system's announcement, a faint smile gracing his lips. Whoosh. A gale sweeps forth. The green dragon's silhouette bursts from the smoke, carrying Yishio upon its back. They swiftly dive into the massive pit. Yishio comprehends Rayquaza's intent. He retrieves a Master Ball from the system space and hurls it forcefully toward Mewtwo. With a resounding thud, the unconscious Mewtwo is drawn into the Master Ball. The ball shakes once before stabilizing. Done. Yishio exclaims, welcoming a new powerhouse into his ranks. Surveying his surroundings, he notes that the entire new island is gradually reduced to dust beneath Rayquaza's might. What an incredible force, Yishio muses, standing atop Rayquaza, gazing over the island. Rayquaza remains silent, observing quietly. Though he did not exert his full power, only utilizing 80%, he still obliterated the island with a single strike. Peering downward, he sees Ash and his companions, safeguarded by Mew, entirely unharmed. As for Mew herself, she had long since fled. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the true quest Mewtwo's counterattack. Rewards, Master Balls X3. 3 Master Balls. The system truly intends for me to unleash my potential. Yishio raises an eyebrow. Chapter 61, Kanto Alliance Quest. After capturing Mewtwo, Yishio initially hoped to locate Mew. If feasible, he would certainly wish to capture her as well, especially given the system's reward of 3 Master Balls. However, Mew had already departed, leaving him no choice but to return to the real world. At this moment, within Yishio's miniature realm, Mewtwo has regained consciousness. His injuries mostly healed, yet he remains exceedingly weak. He observes unfamiliar Pokemon gazing at him with curiosity. I'm not dead. Who are you? Mewtwo queries. Mewtwo, this is my personal realm. You can reside here safely. I will not exploit you as Sakaki did. Yishio steps forward, extending his left hand and speaking gently. It's you, human. Upon the arrival of Yishio, a flicker of animosity surfaced in Mewtwo's eyes, yet it promptly diminished under the indifferent gaze of the sky god, Rayquaza. Hovering above, observing the lingering hostility towards humanity in Mewtwo's eyes, Yishio remained unperturbed. He resolved to allow Mewtwo to exist in this miniature world of Pokemon for a while longer. Furthermore, the 3 Pokemon that Mewtwo had created were also gathered into Yishio's possession. This expedition into the dungeon had indeed proven to be immensely profitable. It is noteworthy that these 3 cloned Pokemon possess the prowess of elite 4-level strength, and with Mewtwo, a first-tier deity, it was a veritable windfall. Moreover, Rayquaza had ascended 2 levels, a significant feat considering the arduous nature of leveling up for Pokemon of such caliber. Thus, The utilization of the tenfold experience card was undoubtedly justified. Meanwhile, Mutwo observed the cloned Pokémon frolicking joyously with their unfamiliar companions, a fleeting glimmer of joy illuminating his expression, only to be swiftly concealed. He was reluctant to reveal his vulnerable side. Subsequently, Mutwo gazed skyward, silently contemplating the tranquil expanse above. Could it be that the Pokémon he had cloned could also live such a blissful existence? Perhaps this human was indeed a being of a different ilk, Mutwo mused. Oh, this human claims dominion over this world. Could it be that he is a true deity, capable of crafting realms? Thus, Mutwo's mind began to weave elaborate fantasies. Yishio, oblivious to Mutwo's musings, could indeed be regarded as a deity within the Pokémon world. Within this realm, Yishio wielded the ability to create and alter all things, albeit with a modicum of limitations. Nevertheless, his powers were scarcely distinguishable from those of a god. The following day, with merely 1 week remaining until the National High School Pokémon Championship, Yishio decisively opted to continue his endeavors in the dungeon. Summoning the system, he entered the Kanto League dungeon. Ding! Would you like to enter the dungeon Kanto League? Recommended strength, Elite 4 to champion. Enter. As the words left his lips, a radiant beam enveloped Yishio. In an instant, he found himself within the confines of the Kanto League. Gasp! The moment Yishio materialized, he was greeted by an icy chill that pierced through his very core. Before him lay a chamber constructed entirely of ice, emanating a frigid aura that was decidedly bone-chilling. System task: defeat each Elite 4 member to receive rewards. Rewards can be claimed upon exiting the dungeon. Understood. This is akin to the court's conference. Defeating all 4 Elite 4 members will yield the best rewards. Peering deeper into the chamber, he spotted a striking red-haired woman standing poised. She possessed long, elegant legs and a curvaceous figure, exuding a mature allure that was undeniably captivating. Yishio maintained a serious demeanor as he stole a glance before stepping inside. Upon her arrival, Kanna, with a voice imbued with seduction, inquired, "Little brother, are you the champion of this year's court's conference?" At her words, Yishio's expression darkened. He was particularly averse to being addressed as little brother. Never mind, he thought. I shall deal with her after I secure victory. Indeed, I am Yishio. Ice-type Elite 4 Kanna. Let us commence our battle post-haste. Yishio replied, regaining his composure. Kanna, adopting a serious demeanor in response, declared, "Then let us begin our duel. You may use up to 5 Pokemon, and I shall send forth my first, White Sea Lion." She released a Pokeball, pressing the button. The Pokeball emitted a beam of white light, coalescing upon the icy floor into a Pokemon. Rawr. This was a Pokemon of pure snow-white fur, adorned with a small horn atop its head, reminiscent of a sea lion. Name: White Sea Lion type, Water Ice ability, Thick Fat Strength, 66, Mid Elite 4, Potential, Elite 4 skills, Surf, Ice Beam, Hail, Misty Terrain. Rest, Evaluation, a White Sea Lion with Elite 4 potential, exhibiting remarkable promise and formidable strength after professional training. Elite 4 Strength, Yishio murmured, contemplating the data of his opponent's Pokemon. The Elite 4 Strength indicated that Yishio had many Pokemon that could not compete. The only viable contenders he could call upon were Darkrai, Cresselia, and Garchomp. Not to mention the 3 clone Pokemon, all at the beginner Elite 4 level, which could barely hold their own. As for Rayquaza and Mutwo, the first-tier deities, Yishio deemed it unnecessary to unleash such formidable Pokemon. After all, their power was overwhelmingly destructive. He vividly recalled the last time Rayquaza obliterated an entire island in a single strike. Mutwo, too, was not to be underestimated. He had merely been caught off guard by Rayquaza's surprise attack last time. Contemplating the scenario, where a Rayquaza at a height of 10,000 meters unleashed a mega evolution while plummeting directly towards him, who could withstand such might? Ultimately, Yishio resolved to send forth Cresselia, the dream goddess, into battle, as he had yet to allow this Pokemon to engage in any combat. Indeed, he felt somewhat remiss for neglecting her. Come forth, Cresselia. Yishio summoned her from her Pokeball. Cresselia emerged, casting a wistful glance at Yishio, as if to say she was finally being released for battle. That mournful gaze was better suited for Darkrai. Yishio chuckled softly. Upon hearing her master mention Darkrai, Cresselia huffed softly. The appearance of the dream goddess prompted Kanna to adopt a serious demeanor. She had not anticipated that the champion of the court's conference would be so young, let alone possess a legendary Pokemon. Furthermore, upon hearing Yishio's words, could it be that he had also captured Darkrai, the god of nightmares? Kanna's face was painted with curiosity as she pondered aloud. Initially, she had not regarded Yishio with due seriousness, considering him merely the champion of the Baby Cup. Historically, champions of the Quartz Conference had rarely bested her. Yet now, with the emergence of the Dream Goddess, Kana reassessed her perception of Yishio. This young man was indeed extraordinary, she mused, her gaze fixed upon him with keen interest. Chapter 62. The Duel Against Ice-Type Elite Four Kana. The Elite Four Challenge officially commenced. White Sea Lion, use Ice Beam, Kana commanded, her expression grave. Fully aware of the power of the attack she was unleashing. Roar! The White Sea Lion emitted a soft cry, opening its mouth to coalesce an ice energy sphere, subsequently launching a slender beam of ice crystals towards Cresselia. Whoosh! The ice beam soared swiftly, poised to strike Cresselia. Yishio remained calm as he directed, Cresselia, use Protect. Cresselia uttered a soft hum, conjuring a translucent green shield before her, effortlessly deflecting the ice beam from the White Sea Lion. Counterattack with Psychic Blade, Yishio commanded. Cresselia's pink eyes shone brightly as a wave of psychic energy began to gather before her. In an instant, a tangible spiritual blade materialized out of thin air, swiftly darting towards the White Sea Lion. Dodge, White Sea Lion. Kana was too apprehensive to command the White Sea Lion to engage in a collision with the approaching threat, fully aware that its techniques stood no chance against that of Cresselia. Whoosh! Bang! The White Sea Lion glided effortlessly across the icy surface, narrowly evading Cresselia's attack. However, the ice behind it was left with a gaping hole, crystals scattering in every direction. It was important to note that this was solid ice, not merely a thin layer, underscoring the formidable power of the attack. Moreover, Cresselia's strength did not lie solely in offense. Its true prowess was in defense and healing. Witnessing this, Kana's rosy lips tightened, her expression turning grave. If the White Sea Lion were struck by such a blow, it would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Caution was of the utmost importance to avoid being caught by the Dream God's abilities. White Sea Lion, stay alert. Oh whoa. On the opposite side of the arena, Yishio noticed Kana's seriousness and felt his own focus sharpen. It was crucial to recognize that Kana was no feeble opponent among all the champions. The Ice-type champion Kana ranked among the top tier. Cresselia, use Future Sight. Cresselia began to gather an immense amount of psychic energy, its pink eyes shimmering brilliantly. Future Sight. Once successfully activated, an unseen energy attack would strike the opponent at a location several seconds in the future, with tremendous force. Seeing Cresselia preparing such a move, Kana could not simply stand by idly. White Sea Lion, use Absolute Zero, she commanded decisively. Upon hearing her directive, the horns atop the White Sea Lion's head became encrusted with frigid ice. A massive ice crystal formed, emanating visible waves of white coldness. Absolute Zero. In the game, this move could guarantee a one-hit knockout if it struck the enemy. However, in reality, it would not be as simplistic. Otherwise, those Pokemon of significantly higher levels could easily be defeated in one blow. While it may not guarantee a one-hit kill, if Absolute Zero were to hit Cresselia, it would undoubtedly feel the impact. The colossal ice crystal in front of the White Sea Lion completed its formation and shot forth a powerful beam of icy energy towards Cresselia. Yishio couldn't help but chuckle quietly. Did she really think she could eliminate Cresselia with Absolute Zero? If you manage to take down the Dream God today, I shall be astounded. As Absolute Zero surged forth, Yishio swiftly commanded, Cresselia, defend. Almost simultaneously, a translucent, pale green square barrier materialized before Cresselia. Bang! The beam of Absolute Zero collided with the barrier, but it failed to penetrate, being completely absorbed by the shield. Meanwhile, Cresselia's Future Sight activated, and the White Sea Lion was struck by an unseen energy from the left, sent flying like a cannonball for several meters. Crash! It slammed into the ground, the ice fracturing beneath it, unable to emit even a cry before succumbing to unconsciousness. Seeing her first Pokemon rendered unable to fight, Kana fell into a contemplative silence. She cast a bewildered glance at Yishio. How could such a young boy command the legendary Dream God? She yearned to inquire how he had earned the Dream God's recognition and tamed it, particularly as she had been seeking the Articuno, aspiring for its approval. Just then, Yishio's voice, laced with mockery, reached her ears. What's wrong? Has the esteemed Ice-type champion been silenced? Kana looked up to find the boy, arms crossed, gazing at her with an air of confidence. His demeanor was so composed and charismatic that a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. She had never encountered such a handsome boy before. Yet within moments, she regained her composure. Of course not. My ace has yet to make an appearance. Kana produced her second Pokeball and tossed it forward. Go, Lapras. A flash of white light heralded Lapras's arrival onto the battlefield. Lapras, the creature, adorned in blue with a gray, rugged shell, appeared remarkably sturdy. Name, Lapras. Type, water, ice. Ability, water absorb. Level, 72, late champion. Potential, champion moves, heavy slam, surf, ice beam, hydro pump, blizzard. Evaluation, a Lapras of rare champion potential, gentle in nature. Is this truly Kanna's strongest Pokemon? Yishio murmured as he examined her data. Cresselia, return. Darkrai, you're up. He withdrew the Dream God and summoned Darkrai. Although Lapras boasted a tough exterior, its physical defense was actually inferior to its special defense. Yishio had no desire to linger, opting to unleash Darkrai immediately. As for Garchomp, only a fool would choose Garchomp, given that dragon and ground types were 4 times weak against ice. Darkrai let out a long howl on the icy terrain, exuding a sense of overwhelming authority. Indeed, Kanna narrowed her eyes, her suspicions confirmed upon seeing Darkrai. This boy, not yet 18, had tamed both the Dream God and the Nightmare God. Darkrai, use Dark Void. Yishio cut to the chase, initiating the battle. Darkrai's expression hardened as it swiftly conjured a dark vortex in its right hand, launching it towards Lapras. Whoosh! Kanna was momentarily caught off guard, watching helplessly as Lapras was enveloped by the attack. Gradually, the black hole dissipated, leaving Lapras lying motionless on the ground, soundly asleep. As Yishio noted Lapras's incapacitation, he internally commanded the system, use 5x experience card. Beep. 5x experience card successfully activated. Chapter 63, The Fighting Champion, Shiba. Although Darkrai's level was lower than Lapras's, it did not imply that Darkrai was any less formidable. Observing Kanna's stunned reaction, Yishio seized the opportunity to command Darkrai to employ Dark Void. Once asleep, victory would be assured, and under the influence of the 5x experience bonus, it was uncertain how much stronger Darkrai would become. Wake up, Lapras! Kanna called desperately, but the only response was Lapras's mournful cries. Darkrai's ability, Nightmare, was fully manifested in this moment. Darkrai, use Thunder, Yishio commanded, and Darkrai rapidly gathered potent electrical energy in its hands. The overwhelming lightning coalesced atop Darkrai's right hand, before racing towards Lapras with ferocity. Boom! The thunder roared, producing a deafening sound. Lapras! Zzz. The ferocious lightning struck mercilessly upon it, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Lapras emitted a wretched cry, its entire body charred by the relentless bolts. Rendered incapable of battle, Yishio was momentarily taken aback, for it was the first time Darkrai had employed thunder, and he was astonished by its tremendous power. Yet, it was only to be expected. The move Thunder inherently possessed great might, its sole drawback being a low accuracy rate. However, with Lapras already asleep, it was akin to a sitting duck, making it an easy target. Ding! Darkrai's level has risen by 9 levels. Current level, 73. Is this the power of a mythical Pokemon's potential combined with 5-fold experience? Truly formidable, Yishio remarked with mild astonishment. Darkrai, too, felt a surge of tremendous strength, letting out a triumphant howl, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. What say you, Kona? Yishio's lips curled into a slight smile as he cast a glance at her. What can I say? It's all because of your sneak attack. But Kona would not voice her thoughts. She remained silent, recognizing that with inferior skills, there was little to say. The two then embarked on their subsequent battle. With the defeat of Kona's other 3 Pokemon, Darkrai naturally ascended to champion-level strength. Now at level 77. Overjoyed by its newfound power, Darkrai relished the fact that it no longer had to endure bullying from Cresselia. At that moment, Yishio gazed at Kona, his eyes gleaming with admiration, finding her increasingly appealing. She was indeed a treasure trove of experience. All right, let us hasten to the next room. Kona felt a bit flustered under Yishio's intense gaze. Could it be that boys are drawn to that particular aspect? After Yishio departed, Kona stood in place, murmuring softly, what a child he is. To her, being 25 years old contrasted sharply with Yishio, who seemed barely of age, highlighting their significant age difference. Meanwhile, Yishio's initial impression of Kona remained quite favorable. Contrary to the icy demeanor typical of her ice-type prowess, she exuded warmth akin to a caring older sister. Soon, Yishio traversed the corridor and entered the arena of the second Elite Four member. His eyes were met with a room dominated by yellow hues, adorned with various exercise equipment and punching bags. At the far end of the room sat a man, his upper body bare, with a tall and robust physique, showcasing impressive chest and bicep muscles, exuding an aura of strength. Behold the might, was Yishio's immediate thought upon seeing him. Indeed, this was one of the Elite Four of the Kanto League, Shiba? Challenger, you have defeated Kona? Shiba's face bore a hint of surprise. He had been waiting for far too long. The Ice-type Master Kona stood like an insurmountable wall before him. In past years, few challengers had passed her test. Consequently, out of sheer boredom, he had ventured out to explore, training alongside his Pokemon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shiba, one of the Elite Four. I consistently strive for the ultimate limits, hence my Pokemon and I are exceptionally powerful. Even so, do you still wish to battle me? Upon hearing this, Yishio casually replied, of course. Then, Challenger, please tell me your name. Our battle is about to commence. As Shiba spoke, he rose and moved to one side of the battlefield. My name is Yishio, he stated matter-of-factly. Then let me witness how you managed to defeat Kona. Go, Hitmonlee. Shiba abruptly hurled a Pokeball. Bang! The ball struck the ground, automatically opening. A burst of white light revealed a humanoid fighting Pokemon. Huh! Hitmonlee roared, its feet beginning to bounce lightly while its hands rhythmically struck the air, assuming a boxing stance, exuding fierce determination. Name, Hitmonlee. Type, fighting. Ability, Limber. Level, 66, Mid-Elite. Potential, Elite. Skills, High Jump Kick, Mach Punch, Reversal, Focus Punch, Blaze Kick. Evaluation, a Hitmonlee with elite potential, possessing formidable strength and immense perseverance forged through rigorous training. In Yishio's aesthetic view, Hitmonlee was undeniably handsome, far more so than its counterpart, Hitmonchan. Cresselia, I leave it to you, Yishio declared, releasing the dream Pokemon. The rationale behind summoning Cresselia was straightforward. Its psychic typing countered fighting types. Upon witnessing the emergence of the dream Pokemon, Shiba's imposing figure quivered momentarily, though he quickly regained his composure. Rather than feeling fear, Cresselia's presence ignited his desire to battle. Then let my partner and I experience the legendary Pokemon. Hitmonlee, use Mach Punch, Shiba commanded, opting for the first strike. Huh! Hitmonlee shouted, its right fist glowing with fighting-type energy as it dashed toward Cresselia with incredible speed, appearing almost as an afterimage, swiftly reaching the dream Pokemon. How swift! Cresselia, disregard its attack and unleash Psychic Blade. Yishio remained unfazed by the impending assault, opting to allow Cresselia to withstand it and retaliate instead. Upon hearing Yishio's command, Cresselia stood firm, rapidly forming a Psychic Blade before it. Bang! The sound of Hitmonlee's Mach Punch collided with Cresselia, yet she merely let out a soft hum, as though the attack was inconsequential. Moreover, Cresselia was remarkably resilient. Fighting-type moves posed little threat to her psychic composition. At that moment, Cresselia had fully conjured her Psychic Blade. Whoosh! Huh! The Psychic Blade struck Hitmonlee effortlessly, sending it hurtling through the air. Hitmonlee, let us witness the fruits of our training. Use Reversal. Shiba bellowed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Hitmonlee, previously uncontrollably flying backwards, forcefully twisted in midair, unleashing a surge of fighting-type energy from its right fist. It charged ferociously toward Cresselia. Seeing this attack, Yishio raised an eyebrow. If Newton were to witness this, his coffin lid would surely be unable to close. Yet, this merely elicited a mild surprise from Yishio. Use Protect, he commanded calmly. In response, a square, pale green translucent barrier materialized before Cresselia. Boom! The ultimate fighting-type assault, Reversal, was effortlessly thwarted by Cresselia. A faint smile graced Yishio's lips as he waved his hand, opting to press the advantage. Use Lunar Beam. Oh no! Shiba exclaimed in alarm, but it was already too late. Cresselia swiftly unleashed a peculiar beam of light, striking Hitmonlee directly and sending it flying once more. This time, Hitmonlee displayed an expression of agony, lacking the strength to continue the fight. Thud! Huh! With a resounding thud, it was forcefully slammed to the ground. Emitting a pained cry, its eyes transforming into spirals as it succumbed to its incapacitation. Chapter 64, Defeating Shiba. Truly, the legendary Dream God lives up to its reputation. Remarkably formidable, Shiba exclaimed with a flourish. In response, Yishio offered a slight smile, opting for silence as he patiently awaited Shiba's second Pokemon to take the stage. Then, my second Pokemon. Hitmonlee, go, Shiba declared, tossing forth another Pokeball. A flash of white light illuminated the arena, revealing a humanoid Pokemon. Hitmonlee, it announced, striking a fighting pose, its legs bouncing slightly, exuding an air of arrogance. Its body was entirely brown, with limbs resembling springs, capable of extending and contracting freely. Name, Hitmonlee type, fighting ability, Limber, strength, 66, mid-elite, potential, elite skills, high jump kick, flying knee, brick break, endure, double kick. Blaze Kick, evaluation, a fast and powerful Hitmonlee with elite potential, boasting tremendous leg strength honed through rigorous training. After scrutinizing the data of the opposing Pokemon, Yishio opted not to switch. Cresselia continued the battle. He believed Shiba to be more manageable than Kanaka, especially since the Dream God effectively countered his fighting-type Pokemon. Now, we shall initiate our attack. Hitmonlee utilized Blaze Kick. Shiba commanded with fervor. Hitmonlee. It responded, dashing toward Cresselia as its right leg gathered fiery energy. Upon reaching Cresselia, it unleashed a fierce kick engulfed in flames. Block it, Yishio ordered, and a transparent barrier materialized before Cresselia. Now, Shiba instantly altered his strategy. Hitmonlee. Shift to the right and execute high jump kick. Hitmonlee bellowed, retracting its already extended leg and forcefully propelling itself off the ground. It swiftly maneuvered to Cresselia's right, delivering an explosive kick once more. This time, Hitmonlee's right leg unleashed an unparalleled force. With a resounding impact, it tore through the air, producing a sonic boom. Use Reflect, Yishio commanded, his brow furrowing. As his words echoed, a glass-like barrier appeared to the right of Cresselia. Bang! Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated. Hitmonlee's powerful kick shattered the Reflect and struck Cresselia directly. Cresselia grimaced in pain, crying out as it was propelled backward several meters, skidding along the ground amidst a cloud of dust. Puffing heavily, Hitmonlee began to pant, clutching its chest after exerting itself. Witnessing that its full-force kick failed to incapacitate Cresselia while draining its own stamina, its expression visibly soured. At that moment, a barrage of psychic blades coalesced and surged toward it from Cresselia. Hitmonlee, stay alert, Shiba shouted, sensing the impending danger. However, Hitmonlee, drained of energy, could not evade or defend itself, merely gazing helplessly at the approaching psychic blades. Bang! Hitmonlee cried out in agony, launched from the arena and collapsing with a thud, losing its ability to fight. Ding! Cresselia has leveled up by 1, now at level 71. This Pokemon's defensive capabilities are astonishing. Even Shiba, the fighting elite, had to concede the strength of Yishio's Dream God. On any other day, had any Pokemon withstood Hitmonlee's kick, they would be left severely injured if not entirely incapacitated. Yet the Dream God merely appeared fatigued. However, it must be acknowledged that this kick was indeed overwhelming. Had it not been for Yishio's quick reflexes, promptly commanding Reflect to mitigate half the damage, Cresselia would not have fared so well. Let us continue, Elite Shiba, Yishio remarked with a subtle smile, maintaining his composure. Very well. What an exhilarating battle. I shall send forth my third Pokemon, Machamp. Shiba bellowed with delight, clearly reveling in the contest. He then produced a third Pokeball and hurled it forward. Bang! A flash of light erupted, revealing a robust humanoid Pokemon. Machamp. Machamp stood at over 2 meters tall, its gray form closely resembling that of a human, yet possessing 4 muscular arms and adorned with a championship belt around its waist. Name, Machamp. Type, fighting ability, guts strength, 70, late elite. Potential, champion skills, brick break, cross chop, dynamic punch, close combat, bulk up, low kick, evaluation. A Machamp of champion caliber, a rarity among its kind, exhibiting superior physical attributes. If Hitmonlee emphasized punching techniques and Hitmonchan focused on kicking, then Machamp embodies the synthesis of all fighting styles. However, to Yishio, this Pokemon seemed more suited for manual labor. With its sluggish speed and mediocre defenses, Machamp was rarely a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Shiba's Machamp was still relatively strong. Yet before Yishio, it would not suffice. Machamp, use bulk up, Shiba commanded first. Upon hearing Shiba's instruction, Machamp raised its 4 arms, showcasing its massive muscles. As it flexed, orange particles began to swirl around it, signifying its rising power. Attempting to stack buffs? I shall not grant you that opportunity. Cresselia, unleash Psychic, Yishio declared, unwilling to remain passive in the face of Machamp's escalating aura. Cresselia intoned softly, channeling psychic energy, its pink eyes gradually brightening. An invisible force surged toward Machamp. Machamp. The Pokemon was forcibly interrupted from its bulk up, clutching its head in agony. Do not relent. Cresselia, employ Psychic Blade, Yishio commanded, gesturing swiftly for a follow-up attack. Cresselia concentrated, materializing a solid Psychic Blade before it, launching it toward Machamp. At this moment, Machamp, still ensnared by the psychic influence, was unable to evade the impending assault. Bang! Machamp. The Psychic Blade struck with ease, resulting in a violent explosion that enveloped the arena in dust. Machamp let out a pained roar before toppling backward, rendered unable to continue the fight. The previous encounters with Hitmonlee and Hitmonchan showcased their rapid approach to Cresselia, allowing them to engage in close combat, where Cresselia struggled to utilize its techniques. In contrast, Machamp's sluggish speed and lack of swift tactics rendered it a mere target, easily vanquished. Chapter 65. The Ghost King, Kikuko. Bang. The Gyarados has lost its battle capability. Ding. Cresselia has leveled up by 1, now at level 72. I have lost my Pokemon, and I still require further training. Shiba lamented. He felt somewhat dissatisfied with this battle. After all, Yishio's Dream Eater had effortlessly taken down his 5 Pokemon. As one of the Elite 4 of the Johto region, being so easily defeated was a significant humiliation. Your command skills are formidable. It's just that you happened to encounter my Cresselia. Yishio reassured him slightly upon noticing Shiba's disappointment. There's no shame in losing to a psychic type. Perhaps you could still defeat the remaining 2 elite members and become the champion of the Johto region. Shiba looked at Yishio earnestly. In response, Yishio replied nonchalantly. Of course. His words exuded boundless confidence. Very well, now proceed to the next room. Yishio swiftly traversed the corridor and arrived at the 3rd chamber. If memory serves, the 3rd elite should be the Ghost-type champion. Let my Darkrai take the stage. Yishio vaguely recalled that the Johto Ghost-type champion, Kikuko, seemed to have some connection with Professor Oak. Before him lay a purple chamber, the color representing the Ghost-type. Compared to the previous 2 elite rooms, this one appeared particularly eerie. An elderly man leaning on a cane stood there, his gaze fixed intently on Yishio as he entered. Young man, I am Kikuko, one of the Elite 4 of Johto. Your presence here signifies that both Koga and Shiba have been defeated by you. Now, let me witness your strength. Without waiting for Yishio to react, the Ghost-type champion Kikuko produced a Pokeball, pressed the button, and summoned her Pokemon. My first Pokemon is Jengar. Hee. Jengar floated in the air like a tangible specter. Name, Jengar. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Levitate. Strength, 62, Early Elite. Potential, Elite. Skills, Strange Light, Black Glare, Hypnosis, Dream Eater. Shadow Ball. Evaluation, a Jengar with elite potential, possessing great strength but for reasons unknown, unwilling to evolve. The Ghost type should be easier to handle than Shiba's Pokemon. Come forth. Darkrai, Yishio said calmly. Whoosh. A strange breeze swept by. In the next moment, Darkrai slowly emerged from the shadows of Yishio. Dark. Upon seeing Darkrai's appearance, Kikuko narrowed her eyes, a look of surprise crossing her wrinkled face. However, she said nothing and immediately announced the battle's commencement. Let the battle begin. Jengar, use Hypnosis. Hee. Jengar coalesced psychic energy in its hands and released a wave of hypnotic energy towards Darkrai. The move left Yishio utterly perplexed. Do you even realize who you're trying to hypnotize? When it comes to hypnosis, Darkrai is likely the ancestor of Jengar. Heh, Darkrai, unleash Dark Pulse. Yishio chuckled lightly before issuing his command. Darkrai remained silent, raising its right hand. A wave of pure dark energy rapidly surged towards Jengar. The Dark Pulse easily dispelled Jengar's hypnosis wave and continued its advance. Jengar evade. Use Shadow Ball. Though Kikuko was elderly and leaned on her cane, her desire for battle had not waned. Hee. Jengar swiftly dodged the Dark Pulse and began to gather Ghost-type energy. Darkrai interrupted. Use Dark Void. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept past. In the next moment, Darkrai appeared behind Jengar, raising its arm imbued with dark energy and swung down fiercely. Boom. Hee. After sustaining the blow, Jengar's eyes widened in pain, and it subsequently lost its battle capability. Dark-type moves are doubly effective against Ghost types like Jengar. Moreover, Jengar has not evolved into Jengar, which inherently weakens its strength. It is entirely reasonable for Darkrai, already at the champion level, to dispatch it in a single blow. Such immense power. Now, my next Pokemon is Jengar. Kikuko exclaimed in astonishment, recalling Jengar and releasing her second Pokeball to summon Jengar. Hee. Name, Jengar. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Cursed Body. Strength, 70, Late Elite. Potential, Champion. Skills, Strange Light, Black Glare, Hypnosis, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball. Evaluation, a Jengar with champion potential, possessing formidable strength. Darkrai, unleash Dark Pulse. Yishio wasted no time and decisively commanded. Dark. Darkrai roared, gathering dark energy all over its body, and dense black energy radiated outward. Immediately after, several blade-like dark energies erupted from Darkrai and surged towards Jengar. Jengar, use Shadow Ball. Kikuko commanded. Darkrai is the nemesis of all Ghost-type Pokemon. Faced with such a fierce and rapid Dark Pulse, Jengar had no chance to evade. It could only brace itself, swiftly gathering ghost energy to form a shadow ball, which it hurled forward with all its might. Bang! The collision between Shadow Ball and Dark Pulse unleashed a shockwave that rippled outward. Yishio's tousled hair was gently blown by the gust, yet his expression remained unchanged. A single Shadow Ball could not withstand the onslaught of Darkrai's Dark Pulse. Jengar, use Shadow Ball again. Kikuko, with a troubled expression, continued to issue orders. Hee. Jengar grinned wickedly, once again gathering ghost energy in its hands. Still attempting to resist? Darkrai, use Dark Void. Yishio commanded, showing no intention of holding back. Just as the words left his mouth, Darkrai vanished from sight. Jengar, watch out behind you, Kikuko shouted. But it was too late. Jengar turned around only to find Darkrai had already appeared behind it, striking with its arm imbued with intense dark energy. Boom. At that moment, another dark pulse struck Jengar from behind. Boom. Jengar had no opportunity to defend itself, and the relentless assault from both fronts rendered it incapable of continuing the battle. Seeing this, Kikuko frowned slightly, seemingly wanting to say something, but fell silent. As the oldest champion in history, she possessed vast experience and had encountered many things, yet with the passage of time, her combat command skills had declined year by year, and retirement loomed ahead. No one wishes to grow old. Yet time is a force beyond human control. Chapter 66, The Dragon-type Champion, Adu. After effortlessly defeating the Ghost-type champion, Kikuko, only the fourth champion remained for Yishio to conquer. Indeed, the final champion represented the Dragon-type, Adu. Although Adu is known as the Dodo Bird, his strength is not to be underestimated. Had it not been for the Ice-type king, Kona, who thoroughly countered him, he would have likely ascended to the champion's throne long ago. Ultimately, upon returning to his hometown, Frozen Island, after Kona's victory to thwart Team Rocket's invasion, Yulong-Du finally realized his long-cherished dream of claiming the champion title. Now, Yishio was on the verge of entering Yulong-Du's chamber for their final showdown. Swiftly traversing the passage, he stepped into the room. The chamber was predominantly adorned in deep blue, embellished with numerous dragon tooth decorations, and at its heart lay a vast battlefield. A red-haired man stood confidently at the opposite end of the arena, eyes firmly shut, as if awaiting Yishio's arrival. Upon Yishio's entrance, the man opened his eyes, dramatically tossing his cloak aside as he proclaimed, "Challenger, congratulations on reaching my domain. I am the Dragon Envoy, Adu." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "Dragons are mythical, sacred beings. Though they are challenging to tame, with proper nurturing, their power is unparalleled. Thus, our battle is about to commence." In response, Yishio could not help but mutter under his breath, "Aren't you merely a collection of flying-type Pokemon?" Adu, oblivious to this remark, would surely have been incensed had he heard it. He produced a Pokeball and gently tossed it, declaring, "Go, Gyarados." In a flash of white light, a massive blue dragon appeared on the battlefield. This creature, primarily blue in hue, bore a dragon-like form with a fearsome visage. Roar. Upon its entry, Gyarados unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Yishio. However, Yishio remained unfazed, silently analyzing Gyarados' data. Name, Gyarados type, water flying ability, intimidate level, 66, mid-tier king. Potential, king moves, bite, surf, hyper beam, twister, dragon dance, ice fong evaluation, a Gyarados with king potential. Rigorously trained, boasts astonishing biting power. Darkrai, Yishio murmured after perusing Gyarados' data. With a peculiar gust of wind, Darkrai materialized from Yishio's shadow. Dark. Yishio surmised that a single thunder attack from Darkrai would easily dispatch Gyarados, given its quadruple weakness to electric-type moves. Is that truly the nightmare deity, Darkrai? Adu's pupils contracted, revealing his astonishment. That explains your ability to defeat the previous 3 kings at such a young age. However, my dragons are not so easily vanquished. Adu's eyes glinted with determination, brimming with battle spirit. Indeed, Yishio murmured while observing Adu's resolute expression. In the real world, there exists another Adu in Dragon Country. In every aspect, appearance, voice, and even the Pokemon he wields, they are identical. Such phenomena can only be explained through the lens of our world. Let the battle commence. Darkrai, use Dark Void. Yishio commanded, initiating the offensive. Dark. With a resounding shout, Darkrai swiftly conjured a pitch-black void in its right hand, hurling it towards Gyarados. Faced with Darkrai's assault, Adu did not dare to underestimate the situation and quickly commanded, "Gyarados, leap to evade." Roar. Gyarados let out a cry, clumsily leaping into the air, narrowly avoiding the dark void. Yishio raised an eyebrow, pondering how a move often deemed useless could save Gyarados in such a critical moment. "Gyarados, show this legendary nightmare deity your power. Use Hyper Beam." Adu shouted emphatically. Roar! Gyarados roared, opening its massive jaws to gather a potent sphere of light that continued to swell in size. With each passing second, Yishio could feel the energy within the sphere rapidly increasing. Darkrai, strike with a surprise attack on its mouth. Yishio urgently commanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than Darkrai vanished from sight. Gyarados' charge was nearing completion. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past. Darkrai reappeared beneath Gyarados, its right hand glowing with malevolent energy as it launched a powerful uppercut aimed at Gyarados' chin. Bam! Roar! The devastating blow forced Gyarados' mouth shut. Thunderbolt! Yishio pressed the advantage. Zap! A surge of electricity coalesced in Darkrai's right hand. Adu, sensing the imminent danger, shouted, "Not good. Gyarados, use Ice Fang." Heeding Adu's command, Gyarados gritted its teeth against the pain, reopening its gaping maw as icy energy coalesced around its fangs, glimmering with frost as it aimed for Darkrai below. In that instant, Darkrai unleashed a torrent of electricity, accompanied by blinding arcs of golden lightning, racing towards Gyarados. Zap! Gyarados' quadruple weakness to electric type moves became painfully evident. A powerful current enveloped Gyarados, causing it to convulse in agony as Thunderbolt coursed through its body. 2 seconds later, Gyarados succumbed to the overwhelming electrical assault, collapsing and charred, rendered incapable of battle. Zap! Its body continued to emit crackling currents. Impressive. Adu gritted his teeth, visibly pained. Now, I shall send forth my second Pokemon, Aerodactyl. Adu tossed another Pokeball forward with determination. This time, victory was imperative. In a flash of white light, a grayish Aerodactyl materialized on the battlefield. Roar! Aerodactyl bellowed, spreading its wings and soaring into the air, awaiting Adu's command. Name, Aerodactyl type, rock flying ability. Pressure, level, 70, late tier king. Potential. Champion moves. Wing attack, ancient power, rock slide, sky attack. Hyper beam, evaluation. A 1 in a million Aerodactyl with champion potential. Yishio, maintaining an outward calm, regarded Aerodactyl with a smile, while internally reflecting. On the battlefield, Aerodactyl emanated an aura of pressure befitting its king-tier strength. Yet, Darkrai had not once deigned to acknowledge it. This was not a digitized game world. It was the realm of reality. Just as Gyarados' intimidate ability had no effect earlier, Aerodactyl's pressure was equally futile against Darkrai's current champion-level prowess. Chapter 67. The Pain of Dragonite. Aerodactyl, use agility. Adu commanded first. Roar! Aerodactyl let out a thunderous roar as a surge of psychic energy flowed through its body, significantly enhancing its speed. Darkrai, maintain a continuous black fog. Yishio, refusing to remain passive while the opponent buffed their Pokemon, prepared for a tactical counter. In response, Darkrai raised its right hand skyward, unleashing a vast expanse of chilling black mist from its palm. Whoosh! The frigid black fog gradually enveloped the entire room, advancing towards Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl, prevent it from using wing attack by blowing the black mist away. Adu ordered urgently as Aerodactyl neared the encroaching fog. Roar! The fossilized Pteranodon began to flap its wings vigorously, striving to disperse the surrounding dark mist. To dispel the dark fog, Darkrai, dark void. With a commanding voice, Yishio instructed, and Darkrai swiftly coalesced a massive black hole, launching it towards the fossilized Pteranodon. Whoosh! The black hole surged forth from the mist, hurtling directly toward the Pteranodon. Pteranodon, evade! Adu urgently shouted. Upon hearing Adu's command, the Pteranodon halted its vigorous wing beats and, propelled by its high-speed movement, deftly darted to the right, narrowly escaping the dark void. However, it soon found itself enveloped by the encroaching black mist. The chilling darkness enveloped the Pteranodon, nullifying its speed-enhancing buff. This is dire. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Adu's forehead. He had never encountered such a tactic before, with both Pokemon shrouded in darkness. Did that not render the opponent's Pokemon invisible as well? Or did they possess an unshakable confidence in their victory? While Adu was lost in thought, Yishio calmly commanded from within the mist. Darkrai, unleash Dark Pulse for an indiscriminate assault. No sooner had he spoken than a formidable aura surged within the fog. Whoosh! A powerful force erupted from Darkrai, sending waves of tangible dark energy radiating outward. Roar! Uncertain of what was transpiring, all that could be heard was the anguished cries of the Pteranodon. Darkrai, target the source of the sound and execute a critical hit. Yishio immediately issued the order upon hearing the Pteranodon's distress. In response, Darkrai hastened toward the sound's origin. This is bad. Adu's strategies had been completely thrown into disarray. He was at a loss for what to do. Bang! Roar! Thud! Ding! Darkrai has leveled up by 1 level, now at level 78. Hearing the system's announcement, A slight smile crept upon Yishio's lips. What does it mean to be a specter amidst the smoke? This is what it truly signifies. All right. Darkrai, utilize ominous wind to disperse this black mist, Yishio stated with a calm demeanor. As soon as he finished speaking, Darkrai raised its right hand, gathering ghostly energy. Subsequently, a torrent of eerie gales erupted from Darkrai's hand, sweeping away the black mist that had engulfed the entire room. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Once the mist dissipated, Darkrai remained as it was in the battlefield, appearing to have expended not a shred of energy. In stark contrast, Adu's Pteranodon lay powerless on the ground, devoid of any combat capability. Cursed be this fate. Adu gritted his teeth. He despised the feeling of being utterly overwhelmed in battle. Was it possible that all 5 of his Pokemon would be vanquished by a single Darkrai? Suppressing the pressure within, he withdrew the Pteranodon into its Pokeball and promptly retrieved his 3rd Pokeball. Go, Dragonite! Adu shouted. In this moment, only his ace could alleviate his mounting anxiety. Indeed, as long as Dragonite was present, all adversities could be overturned. A flash of white light. A rotund dragon materialized upon the battlefield. Roar. Despite Dragonite's appearance and Roar's seeming rather comical, it was undeniably an exceptionally powerful Pokemon, one of the few true Dragon-type Pokemon in Adu's arsenal. Name, Dragonite. Type, Dragon Flying. Ability, Inner Focus. Level, 75, Early Champion. Potential, Level 3 Divine. Moves, Wing Attack, Hurricane, Dragon Tail, Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance, Outrage. Evaluation, a Dragonite with Level 3 Divine Potential. Rare in the world, possessing extraordinary talent and immense potential. Adu's portly Dragonite actually possesses Level 3 Divine Potential? Glancing at Dragonite's stats, Yishio expressed mild astonishment. So, Challenger, does my ace Pokemon not exude a remarkable presence? Adu exclaimed with prideful laughter. In response, Yishio once again recited his classic phrase, indeed, quite spirited. Now, let us commence battle. Both my Dragonite and I are positively eager to engage. With a flourish of his right hand, Adu assumed a battle stance. Thus began the true showdown between Yishio and the Dragon-type champion's authentic Dragon-type Pokemon. Dragonite, ascend into the sky and employ Dragon Dance. Adu, now serious, initiated the command. Roar. Dragonite let out a cry, soaring into the air, its body enveloped in a faint blue glow as it danced amidst the skies, channeling Dragon-type energy. Darkrai used Trick. Yishio commanded as well. No sooner had the words left his lips than Darkrai became shrouded in darkness, which gradually dissipated to reveal an abundance of orange particles surrounding it, significantly enhancing its special attack. At this moment, Dragonite in the sky also glimmered with orange particles, augmenting its own attack and speed. Dragonite, employ Dragon Dive. Adu signaled aggressively with his right hand. Roar. Dragonite bellowed, its body coalescing with formidable Dragon-type energy. Subsequently, a wave of pale blue, tangible Dragon-type energy enveloped Dragonite entirely, propelling it headlong toward Darkrai. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As Dragonite dove, the air was explosively compressed by its overwhelming Dragon-type power. Did he truly believe this would pose a threat to Darkrai? Yishio remarked nonchalantly. He then swiftly commanded, Darkrai, unleash Ice Beam. Dark. Darkrai roared, clasping its hands before its chest and channeling Ice-type energy. In no time, visible white frost emanated from its hands. Following this, a chilling pure white energy swiftly coalesced, transforming into a beam that shot forth towards the oncoming Dragonite. Whoosh. Oh no, how could it be Ice Beam? Adu was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that a pure dark Pokemon, as the embodiment of nightmares, would wield such a formidable Ice-type move. As a dragon-flying type, Dragonite was 4 times weak to ice, which explained why Adu had been unable to overcome Kinna. Even though Adu's ace Dragonite was at a higher level than Kinna's Lapras, it ultimately remained no match for an Ice-type Pokemon. However, it was too late now. Dragonite's Dragon Dive was already halfway executed, leaving it no chance to halt. Dragonite gazed at the oncoming Ice Beam with terror in its eyes. Yet again, that loathsome icy aura. As fellow Elite Four members, Adu and Kinna undoubtedly frequently engaged in practice battles. Adu had challenged Kinna on multiple occasions, and each time, it was the hapless Dragonite that bore the brunt of the torment. At times, Dragonite pondered how much easier it would be if it were not a dragon type, sparing it from being relentlessly beaten by Kinna's Pokemon. This was 4 times weak to ice. Arceus, do you comprehend Dragonite's suffering? At this moment, in the battleground, Dragonite was utterly unable to control itself, nor could it evade in any manner. It hurtled straight toward the Ice Beam. Bang! An explosion resounded. Ice shard shattered. The frigid air transformed into a chilling wave that spread outward, causing the surrounding atmosphere to plummet in temperature. Meanwhile, Dragonite was encased in ice, plummeting uncontrollably toward the ground. Thud! The immense ice sculpture crashed down from the sky. The ice shards shattered instantaneously, leaving the Dragonite unconscious on the ground, its body severely frostbitten and devoid of combat capability. Ding! Darkrai has leveled up by 1 level, currently at level 79. Chapter 68, Victory. The Kanto region. It was truly unexpected that your Darkrai could wield Ice Beam. At this moment, Adu felt a pang of discomfort. He could hardly fathom how a pure Dark-type Pokemon could possess such a diverse array of moves from other attributes. The previous Thunderbolt had already astounded him. Now, his ace Dragonite had been obliterated by a single Ice Beam. To whom could he voice his grievances? Presently, Adu still had 2 Pokemon available for battle. Yet, he had already conceded defeat. Anyone could see that the situation was hopeless. Let this be a training exercise for my other 2 Dratini, he declared. Go, Dratini. Adu tossed the Pokeball forward. Dratini, you couldn't even defeat the fat one, and now you want me to suffer? Ice Beam. Boom. All of Adu's Pokemon lost their ability to fight. Yishio emerged victorious. With that, Yishio retrieved his Pokédex to document the achievement, successfully becoming the champion of the Kanto League. Eventually, he returned to the real world, and with it, he received rewards from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, for clearing Kanto League. Calculating rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Ice-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Fighting-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Ghost-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Congratulations, host, for obtaining Flying-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a 100 clear of Kanto region. Reward, Kanto Elite 4 Selection Summoning Card X1. As Yishio gazed at the rewards displayed on the system panel, he felt increasingly perplexed. Defeating Kona granted him an Ice-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Defeating Shiba earned him a Fighting-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. Defeating Kikuko secured a Ghost-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket. And defeating Adu yielded. A Flying-type Pokemon Lottery Ticket? Goodness, the illustrious Dragon-type champion Adu was reduced to a mere Flying-type Lottery Ticket? This system lacks integrity. Playing tricks on me, is it? After a moment's pause, Yishio set aside the lottery ticket matter and examined the final reward. Kanto Elite 4 Selection Summoning Card. Allows the summoning of any one member from the Kanto Elite 4. Guaranteed 100 loyalty and will never betray the host. Note: after summoning this character, the system will automatically transmit information regarding the worldview of Blue Star, along with identification proof for this character within Blue Star. Upon reading the prompt, Yishio felt a sense of relief. With identification proof, he wouldn't need to worry about the character being a mere phantom. Ultimately, Yishio made a resolute choice, selecting the Ice-type champion Kona. As for the reason, was there even a need for an explanation? System, I choose Ice-type champion Kona. Ding! Selection successful, summoning in progress. No sooner had the system's voice faded than a radiant beam of light materialized before Yishio. As time passed, the light became increasingly brilliant. Finally, a tall, voluptuous woman with red hair emerged from the beam. She glanced around with curiosity before settling her gaze on Yishio, her eyes reflecting a hint of respect and admiration. Yishio naturally noticed this look and said lightly, Kona, you should already be aware of all matters concerning Blue Star. After a brief pause, he continued, from now on, you shall reside here as my secretary. Yes, Kona replied earnestly. No need to be so serious in the future. By the way, Yishio surveyed the small room, realizing it was insufficient for 2 occupants. While he, as a male, could afford to be a bit untidy, he would not subject Kona to such cramped quarters. Kona, as my secretary, your first task is to procure a mobile phone and rent a larger apartment. Yishio handed her his bank card. Once you've rented the apartment, you can use your phone's map to locate a trainer-level assessment point and elevate your trainer level to gym trainer. Then contact me. By having Kona undergo the assessment, it would ensure an additional 100,000 Alliance coins each month. How delightful. Yishio harbored no concerns over Kona failing the assessment. She could likely defeat the gym level test with just a single Pokemon. After Kona departed, Yishio summoned the system. Following the completion of the Kanto League instance, a selection panel appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completely clearing Kanto region. Please select your next region. The ability to choose a region as an instance? Yishio was undoubtedly thrilled by the system's notification. The Pokemon series features numerous regions: Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola, and Galar. If Yishio were to choose one region he wished to explore, it would undoubtedly be Sinnoh. Considering that he had just cleared the entire Kanto region and received a random Elite Four summoning card, summoning Kona, it stood to reason that clearing the entire Sinnoh region might also yield a character summoning card. Could he summon Cynthia? With this thought, Yishio decisively selected Sinnoh as his next instance. As for the other regions, they could patiently await his exploration. One day, Yishio would traverse every last region. He wondered how much he would have grown by that time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for selecting Sinnoh region, unlocking the first instance battle with Shinji. Battle with Shinji? Yishio murmured as he regarded the first instance. Shinji, compared to Ash, seemed more akin to a player immersed in a game. He would release weaker Pokemon and solely rely on relatively powerful ones. Ash's Infernape had once been Shinji's Pokemon, but after being discarded by Shinji, it was taken in by Ash. Yishio had always believed that for a virtual data game player, releasing weaker Pokemon posed no ethical dilemma. However, applying game logic to the real world could lead to complications. Yishio recalled how Ash ultimately defeated Shinji at the Lily of the Valley conference, proving that Pokemon must be nurtured through emotional bonds. If Ash were to conquer the Lily of the Valley conference after defeating Shinji, it would have been a perfect conclusion. Alas, an unexpected legendary Pokemon intervened, resulting in Ash's defeat in the semifinals, halting his journey in the top 4. This time, Yishio vowed to personally vanquish this so-called legendary Pokemon. Only he could defeat Ash. Chapter 69, The Pokemon Microcosm. The next day, Kona had largely completed the tasks Yishio had assigned her. She had purchased a mobile phone and rented a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. The rent for the apartment amounted to 120,000 Alliance coins per month, conveniently located with ample dining options nearby. Kona had also effortlessly secured the title of gym trainer, ensuring a monthly income of 100,000 Alliance coins. Yishio had minimal belongings to move, so he stored the necessary furniture and items in the system space in one go. After a quick phone call to inform the landlord of his new accommodation, he swiftly settled into his new home. From furniture to decoration, everything is predominantly white, imparting a sense of cleanliness and freshness. The simplicity exudes a relaxed atmosphere. Subsequently, Yishio ventured into the realm of the fairies, summoning the system with the intent of utilizing the 4 lottery tickets he had acquired. System, activate the Ice-type lottery ticket. As soon as the words left his lips, a blue capsule machine materialized before him, drawing the attention of the nearby fairies, who seemed to sense that a new companion was about to join their ranks, their gazes fixated in anticipation. The capsule machine began to whirl, and ultimately, a Pokeball emerged from its opening. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Pokemon Ice Bear. Ice Bear? Yishio had no particular thoughts regarding the acquisition of Ice Bear. How should one put it? Ice Bear is not weak, yet it certainly does not qualify as strong. Its primary flaw lies in its speed. However, having drawn this Pokemon, Yishio resolved to take it seriously. Come forth, Ice Bear. He pressed the button, releasing Ice Bear into the open. Roar! Standing at an impressive height of 2 meters and 60 centimeters, this bear, cloaked in white fur, exuded an intimidating presence. Little did anyone know that, prior to its evolution, this creature appeared as a pitiful little bear, complete with runny nose bubbles. Name, Ice Bear. Type, Ice. Ability, Snow Cloak. Level, 49, Gym Peak. Potential, Champion. Skills, Ice Pillar Drop, Split, Frenzy, Strength, Ruckus, Blizzard, Absolute 0. Affection, 100. Evaluation, an Ice Bear with champion potential, brimming with promise. Not bad, Yishio remarked with a hint of indifference. With a wave of his right hand, he conjured a patch of snow beside the plain, providing a habitat for Ice-type Pokemon. As the population of Pokemon in the fairy realm grew, a vibrant ecosystem began to take shape, imbued with life and energy. Observing the friendly fairies around him, Ice Bear's fierce countenance gradually softened into a friendly grin. Yishio then proceeded to utilize the remaining 3 lottery tickets. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Pokemon Lucario. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Pokemon Gengar. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Pokemon Noivern. Name, Lucario. Type, Fighting Steel. Ability, Justified. Level, 75, Early Champion. Potential, Level 3 God. Skills, Aura Sphere, Rock Smash, Revive, Metal Claw, Double Hit, Swords Dance, Meteor Mash, Quick Attack. Close Combat, Heavy Slam. Affection, 100. Evaluation, a Lucario with Level 3 God potential, a rarity, endowed with extraordinary talent and immense potential. Name, Gengar. Type, Ghost Poison. Ability, Cursed Body. Level, 49, Gym Peak. Potential, Champion. Skills: Hypnosis, Nightshade, Dark Pulse, Shadow Ball, Dream Eater, Strange Light, Destiny Bond. Affection: 100. Evaluation: a Jengar with champion potential, rich with promise. Name: Noivern. Type: Flying Dragon. Ability: Frisk. Level: 49 Gym Peak. Potential: Champion. Skills: Dragon Pulse, Shadow Clone, Wing Attack, Air Cutter, Air Slash, Hurricane, Boom Burst. Affection: 100. Evaluation: a Noivern with champion potential, full of promise. Yishio was taken aback to discover that by using the fighting type lottery ticket, he had drawn a Lucario with level 3 God potential, boasting champion level strength. With the assistance of Poison Baby, they quickly integrated into the Fairy Brigade, filling the air with laughter and joy. If one were to mention the Pokemon with the most amiable relations among them, it would undoubtedly be Poison Baby. Bah. At that moment, Mareep approached Yishio, seeking affection. What is it, Mareep? Yishio knelt down, gently stroking its fluffy wool. Has Tyranitar been bullying you? Tyranitar? Bah. Mareep shook its head, continuing to nuzzle against Yishio's hand. Witnessing this scene, Yishio felt his heart melt. It seemed he ought to visit the fairy realm more often to check on these little creatures, he mused. In the past half-month, Yishio had indeed been busy, tirelessly grinding through dungeons. While the number of Pokemon had steadily increased, he had seldom spent time with them. Reflecting on this, he waved his right hand, conjuring a vast picnic blanket before him. With another thought, a plethora of delicious foods and berries appeared upon the blanket. Everyone gather round. It's time to eat. Boom, 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 boom. The Pokemon rushed towards Yishio. Even the typically reclusive Milotic emerged from the water's edge. In an unexpected turn of events, the small blue Pokemon, Wooper, emerged from its egg early, likely due to the enchanting environment of the fairy realm. Upon hatching, Wooper's first sight was that of the Teddiursa, leading to an attachment where it now considered itself a baby bear living among them. The baby bears, in turn, welcomed the little blue Pokemon, treating it as their own little brother. Name: Wooper. Type: Waterground. Ability: Damp. Level: 2 Beginner. Potential: Gym. Skills: Water Gun, Tail Whip. Affection: 20. Evaluation: an unremarkable Wooper. Meanwhile, Mutwo gazed at Yishio with a newfound sense of tranquility, savoring a berry with great care. The day spent in this liberating environment had solidified Mutwo's conviction that Yishio was indeed a divine being come to save all. Even Rayquaza descended to the ground, silently observing the gathering. Tyranitar voraciously devoured food, greedily munching on berries as if it hadn't eaten in centuries. Tyranitar, slow down. Look at how round your belly has become, Yishio remarked with a gentle smile. Hearing Yishio's words, Tyranitar sheepishly scratched the back of its head, feeling a tad embarrassed. Yishio surveyed the scene, counting a total of 37 Pokemon. Were it not for this picnic gathering, he might have been oblivious to the fact that his fairy realm had welcomed such a multitude of Pokemon. In the following days, Yishio chose not to challenge any dungeons, but instead periodically entered the fairy realm to spend time with his Pokemon. He also took Kona out for strolls and explored various secret realms, allowing her to swiftly acclimate to the rhythms of life on Blue Star. The rhythm of life in the Pokemon world inevitably differs from that of reality. Meanwhile, Yishio has been nurturing Kina's affection over the past few days, allowing her to relax and dispelling the anxiety and confusion that had plagued her upon her arrival. Chapter 70, National High School Pokemon Tournament. Time swiftly passes, and before one knows it, September has arrived. In the early morning, Yishio rises early, urging Kina to prepare her belongings for school. Just last night, his homeroom teacher had taken the time to call him, reminding him to report to school before September 1st. Naturally, Yishio did not decline, having previously committed to participating in the National High School Tournament. This year's National High School Pokemon Tournament is set to take place at the Bird's Nest in the capital. The 3 spots allotted to the prestigious Magic City No. 1 high school include Yishio and 2 third-year students. Remarkably, Yishio is the first freshman in a century to compete at this level, thus making history. Upon arriving at school, Yishio, as usual, cannot escape the curious gazes of his fellow students. Moreover, with Kina trailing closely behind him, he becomes even more of a focal point. Her alluring figure captures the attention of many boys, who engage in hushed discussions about the nature of Kina's relationship with Yishio. Hey, what do you think? Is she his sister? Not likely. Could she be his girlfriend? Impossible. She seems much older than him. Regardless of the speculations surrounding him, Yishio remains unfazed, choosing to ignore the whispers. Kina, on the other hand, exhibits no outward reaction, merely following closely behind him, secretly reveling in the attention. As they reach the playground, they encounter a male and female student, along with several school administrators and teachers. Upon spotting Yishio's arrival, The principal hastily approaches him. "My dear ancestor, you have finally graced us with your presence." He then gestures toward the grade supervisor, who immediately comprehends the cue and announces loudly, "Students, the National High School Pokemon Tournament will be held at the Bird's Nest in the capital. Fear not, for all your travel expenses will be covered by the school. Lastly, I hope our 3 representatives achieve outstanding results and bring honor to Magic City No. 1 High School. Should you secure a commendable ranking, the rewards will be quite generous. This journey will be led by Teacher Chin, and you must heed her instructions throughout." After the grade supervisor finishes, Teacher Chin promptly adds, "All right, students, let us proceed. By the way, Yishio, may I ask who this is accompanying you?" To which Yishio replies nonchalantly, "Oh, she's my secretary." "Why do you ask?" Teacher Chin appears somewhat taken aback, uncertain of how to respond, before glancing at the principal. The principal, having noticed the exchange, quickly nods in acknowledgement. Yishio is their school's hope for victory. Thus, any requests he makes will certainly be accommodated. After all, having a secretary poses no significant issue, and it is not the school's prerogative to judge her professionalism. During the journey, Teacher Chin elaborates on various matters. Although the National High School Pokemon Tournament is termed national, only around 150 high schools possess participation slots, all of which are distinguished institutions. While students from these elite schools are generally more accomplished than their peers, who can truly ascertain which hidden geniuses might have been overlooked in other schools. The world is indeed a harsh place, especially in Longwa, where the vast population guarantees an abundance of talent. The absence of a few truly does not matter. Naturally, if a prodigy emerges from an ordinary school, these prestigious institutions will eagerly seek them out, but whether those students choose to leave is a matter for them to decide. After a considerable duration, Yishio and his companions arrive at the Magic City Airport. The chartered plane is ready, and over 20 students from other schools are already aboard. Upon seeing Yishio's group arrive last, some students begin to whisper among themselves. "What's up with Magic City No. 1 High School? Why are they so late?" "Hold your tongue. There's a genius among this year's freshmen, and he's basking in the limelight now." "Uft. What does it matter if there's a genius among the freshmen? Can he compete with me?" "Stop it. They say this new kid, Yishio, has a Pokemon with quasi-champion strength right from the start, or so Champion Adu claims." "Quasi-champion? How can that be?" The third-year students are left dumbfounded. After 2 years of training, their Pokemon have only reached gym-level strength, which is commendable. Yet it pales in comparison to someone starting with such prowess. Contemplating this, the third-year students feel a sense of despondency. "Are you sure it was Champion Adu who said that?" 1000%. There's even a video online. You can look it up. Is this still human? Regarding the chatter among the third-year students, Yishio remains silent, as he cannot hear them. At that moment, he is comfortably resting on Kina's lap, listening to music through his Bluetooth headphones. However, even if he were to overhear their discussions, he would only wish to dismiss them with the thought, they are nothing, merely little brothers. 2 hours pass, and the plane lands in the capital. The school has already arranged accommodations for the students near the tournament venue, allowing them to check in effortlessly. Teacher Chin also hands over various documents pertaining to the participating students to Yishio, who dismissively glances at them without a second thought. Once one reaches a certain level of ability, there is no need to concern oneself with opponents. No matter how formidable they may seem, they are but fleeting clouds. After placing their luggage in their luxurious room, Kina suggests, "Shio, it's still early. How about we go explore?" Having only recently arrived on Blue Star, Kina is filled with curiosity and eager to assimilate into her new surroundings. Seeing the anticipation on her face, Yishio cannot refuse. He too wishes to discover the differences between the capital and Magic City, especially since he has never been there himself. Now that he enjoys financial freedom with a small fortune at his disposal, coupled with a monthly income of 200,000 for both himself and Kina, he feels unburdened by the fear of expenses that once constrained his travels. Reflecting on his past when he lacked funds, a hint of nostalgia washes over his face. The two wander around the vicinity of the tournament venue, which is bustling with activity, teeming with people and vehicles. The National High School Pokemon Tournament is on the verge of commencing, creating an atmosphere of excitement. In Ishio's view, there is a stark contrast between Magic City and the capital. Magic City embodies a more international flair, with a rapid pace of life and a vibrant commercial atmosphere. Conversely, the capital exudes a more leisurely vibe, with a laid-back attitude that places less emphasis on details. If Yishio were to choose a long-term place of residence between the two, he would unhesitatingly opt for the capital, for its pace aligns more harmoniously with his lifestyle. Chapter 71. The tournament begins, Lucario. The following day, Yishio rose from his bed and casually picked up his phone to glance at the screen. where several text messages awaited him. And Ku Xian, Brother Xiao, good luck in the competition. The principal, go for it, Yi Xiao. The honor of Modu no. One high school relies on you. The homeroom teacher, good luck, Yi Xiao. Dodo Bird, do your best, Yi Xiao. I look forward to the day when your strength can match mine. Upon reading these encouraging messages, Yi Xiao smiled faintly. He felt a genuine sense of happiness from their support. Little Xiao, what are you looking at? At that moment, a voice as tempting as a siren's reached his ears, and he looked up into the shadow, only to find a tumultuous sea before him. Wait, Yi Xiao was still quite young, and, in terms of combat prowess, he was not particularly formidable. He was easily grasped by the imposing figure of Kana. However, he vowed that when he reached the pinnacle of his abilities, that would be the time for his vengeance. The Bird's Nest, located in the imperial capital of Long Country, is a world-class sports venue that took 7 years to construct. It stands as a stylish and magnificent spectacle before all. Today, the National High School Pokemon Tournament is being held at this very venue. In terms of the significance of national-level competitions within the country, this tournament holds less weight, as the participants are still students whose skills cannot possibly compare to those of seasoned champions. Nevertheless, the importance of this event is only slightly overshadowed by national competitions. It represents the fresh blood of Long Country and is an essential event that must take place. Now, the National High School Pokemon Tournament officially commences. Nearly 100,000 attendees have gathered to witness the competition, filling the venue to capacity. The atmosphere is electric. This tournament will be broadcast live throughout the duration, with nearly every school and class watching collectively. Given that the competitors are the elite from each institution, it naturally provides a tremendous learning opportunity for ordinary students, whether in terms of tactical maneuvers, commanding techniques, or competitive experience. At this moment, the big screen displayed over 150 participating schools. This tournament represents not just individual talent, but also the honor of the schools. Suddenly, a platform rose at the center of the venue, where the host, with an enthusiastic voice, exclaimed, "Welcome everyone to the Bird's Nest in the imperial capital. The atmosphere here is incredibly vibrant. Let us welcome all the contestants participating in this competition, shall we? Oh, oh, oh." The host's passionate tone invigorated the crowd. Now, I shall announce the first match of the competition. The team battles. 3 representatives from each school will form automatic teams. Each contestant may use one Pokemon, and they will engage in 3-on-3 battles determined by a draw. Upon hearing the host's words, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had no prior knowledge of the team battles. More importantly, he was reluctant to carry 2 dead weights. Additionally, Yi Xiao was unfamiliar with the 2 other participants from his own school. "Hello, Yi Xiao. My name is Qiao Yu, and this is Chu He. We must give our all in the team battles." Yes, Yi Xiao. The 2 students encouraged him enthusiastically. In response, Yi Xiao nodded with a calm demeanor. It mattered little. With his strength, it was inconsequential to bring along 2 companions. 2 hours passed, and finally, it was Modu No. 1 High School's turn to compete. The draw revealed Modu No. 1 High School versus Tianhai No. 3 High School. Fantastic. Upon seeing the draw results, Xiao Yu's previously anxious expression transformed into a smile. He had feared they would be matched against a top-tier school, like D Capital No. 1 High School. Now, it seemed they had been spared. At the competition venue, all right. The match between D Capital No. 2 High School and Yadu No. 1 High School has concluded, with D Capital No. 2 emerging victorious. Next up, we have Modu No. 1 High School facing Tianhai No. 3 High School. We invite the 6 contestants to take the stage. As the words fell, 6 individuals emerged from either side of the arena. On the left were 3 students from Tianhai No. 3 High School. On the right stood Yi Xiao, flanked by 2 mascots. Is this the prodigy everyone in Modu is talking about? He looks so young. Of course he is young. He is a freshman. Only 16 years old. Goodness, is there really no one else at Modu No. 1 High School? They're sending a first-year student to compete? TSK, Modu No. 1 High School is not foolish. If this freshman were weak, they wouldn't have sent him out. You all should check your phones. News has spread online that this freshman's initial Pokemon has achieved near-king level strength. A monster. Regardless of how formidable he is merely a freshman. Our elite students from D Capital are not to be underestimated. After all, the champions of the past few years were all from our D Capital schools. Indeed, while Pokemon strength is crucial, the trainer must also possess a certain level of strategy. The audience at the Bird's Nest engaged in fervent discussions. It was clear from their words that the majority held unwavering confidence in the competitors from D Capital. However, this was to be expected, given that it was the home ground of D Capital and their previous accomplishments had all been championships. On the competition field, the 3 contestants from Tianhai No. 3 High School appeared somewhat flustered. Even though Modu No. 1 High School had not performed well in previous years, it did not imply that they were incapable now. Facing a school like theirs should be more than manageable. Don't be afraid. They have a freshman. If we cooperate, we have a chance. Yes. Let us go. Big Contest Bird. Name: Big Contest Bird. Type: Normal Flying. Ability: Keen Eye. Strength: 46, mid-gym level. Rocky. Name: Rocky. Type: Rock Ground. Ability: Sturdy Head. Strength: 49, peak gym level. My Pokemon is Mischievous Thunderball. Name: Mischievous Thunderball. Type: Electric. Ability: Static. Strength: 48, late gym level. The students from Tianhai No. 3 High School released all their Pokemon. Naturally, Xiaoyu and Chuhi followed suit. Go Mighty Croc. Name: Mighty Croc. Type: Water. Ability: Torrent. Strength: 54, mid-near king level. Frog Prince. Name: Frog Prince. Type: Water. Ability: Water Storage. Strength: 49, peak gym level. Observing all the Pokemon, Yi Xiu fell silent. They were far too weak, utterly lacking in strength. Prior to the competition, he had estimated how formidable the Pokemon of these seniors could be. To his dismay, he found that even the most elite of these schools barely reached gym level, with only a few attaining near king status. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xiu retrieved a Pokeball. Go Lucario. Chapter 72, resolving in 10 seconds. Go Lucario. The Pokeball opened, and Lucario was unleashed. Lucario, with a resonant howl. Lucario exuded a determined and sharp gaze, brimming with readiness for battle, radiating an overwhelming aura. In the previous rookie competition, why did Yi Xiu hesitate to utilize other spirits? It was merely a reflection of his insufficient strength, unable to elucidate the origins of these spirits. However, what of the present? He remains incapable of clarifying the origins of other spirits, yet he finds himself under no obligation to offer any explanation. Throughout his life, Yi Xiu has acted without the need to justify himself to others. A direct warning from his powerful spirit, Rayquaza, suffices. This is the advantage that comes with possessing formidable strength. As for those nefarious organizations that dare to cast their ambitions upon him, Yi Xiu would uproot their entire existence, eradicating them completely. A mere spit from Rayquaza would scatter their ashes to the wind. Lucario? How could it possibly be Lucario? It is said that this individual named Yi Xiu commands a spirit known as Darkrai, does it not? Indeed, why does he not summon his own Darkrai? The aura of this Lucario is overwhelming. Such presence is only witnessed in a national spirit competition. What a prodigy! The spectators present, along with those watching the live broadcast, were utterly astonished by the might of this Lucario. In Blue Star, Lucario is an exceedingly rare spirit, possessed by very few. Furthermore, Yi Xiu did not awaken this spirit himself. Capturing a Lucario is a daunting challenge. To think it is Lucario, this spirit is not to be trifled with. Its aura is so powerful that it is beyond our means to contend with. Upon Lucario's emergence, the competitors from Tianhai No. 3 wore expressions of deep concern. Observing their faces, Yi Xiu was acutely aware of their thoughts. Nonetheless, even in light of this, he would not show mercy. If one were to assign blame, let it be their misfortune for drawing him as an opponent. Lucario, use quick attack, commanded Yi Xiu decisively. Lucario, with a fierce cry. Lucario's legs shimmered with a brilliant light. It forcefully propelled itself off the ground. With a resounding crash, it shot forth like a meteor. Whoosh! In the gaze of all present, Lucario left behind a flurry of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before Golem. Not good. Golem, the trainer, sensing the impending danger, attempted to issue a command, only to witness an unforgettable moment in his life. Lucario lifted its right foot, aglow with white light, and delivered a powerful kick towards Golem. Bang! Golem was sent flying like a soccer ball, soaring several meters through the air. Thud! The 600-pound Golem crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust, rendered incapable of battle. Witnessing their teammates' spirit dispatched so swiftly, the other 2 competitors hurriedly issued commands. Swallow. Use wing attack. Electrode. Employ Thunderbolt. Responding to their trainer's orders, the 2 spirits sprang into action. Lucario, unleash Meteor Mash upon Electrode. Then follow up with Aura Sphere against Swallow. Yi Xiu commanded with a calm demeanor. Lucario. Lucario's left fist gathered Steel-type energy, enveloping the entirety of its fist, while its right hand coalesced Fighting-type energy, swiftly forming a pale blue energy sphere. With a sudden motion, the left fist struck down upon Electrode, while the right hand launched the Aura Sphere toward Swallow. Bang! A violent impact resonated as Electrode was smashed into the ground, immobilized. its spherical body indented into the earth, rendered incapable of battle. Meanwhile, the aura sphere hurtled towards Swallow. Boom! Swallow was struck by the aura sphere, resulting in a fierce explosion. Ultimately, it plummeted to the ground, charred and powerless. This spectacle of swiftly vanquishing opponents was witnessed by all the spectators present, as well as those watching the live stream. Silence. No one uttered a word. Yishio's two teammates were left utterly astonished. Hiss. Both the audience and the competing students collectively gasped in astonishment. Moments later, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What the hell? He defeated 3 spirits in under 10 seconds. Absolutely terrifying. It's over. I feel like this year's championship won't belong to us in the capital. With such a powerful spirit, why partake in a high school competition? He should directly compete for the national championship. This spirit undoubtedly possesses the strength of a champion. How are we to contend with that? At this moment, at Moto 1 High School, wow, our Yishio is incredible. Truly a point of pride for Moto 1. If he secures the championship this year. As a student of Moto 1, I'll be walking on air. By the way, does anyone want to know how Yishio captured this Lucario? Where did it come from? Our Yishio's initial spirit has to be of quasi-champion caliber, undoubtedly captured within a hidden realm. Who cares where it came from? Winning is what matters. Returning to the bird's nest in the capital, Yishio found it rather dull. Come back, Lucario, he said, retrieving the spirit into its pokeball. With his hands in his pockets, he strolled away with an air of indifference. All eyes were on Yishio, yet they could only catch a glimpse of the handsome youth's retreating figure. His 2 teammates followed suit, recalling their spirits and hurriedly exiting the venue. The host, sensing the lull in the atmosphere, quickly announced, "Congratulations to Moto 1 High School for their victory in the first round of the team competition. Up next, we will proceed with." Having effortlessly secured victory, Yishio chose not to remain for further observation, instead returning to the hotel. Kana. Xiaoxiao. Did you win the match? Quite easily. These opponents were rather weak. Of course, no matter who it is, they all seem weak before Xiaoxiao. Kana said, approaching Yishio and playfully rubbing his cheek. All right, I have no matches left today. Shall we go out for a bite? Yishio gently removed her hand and asked nonchalantly, let's eat in the room. What do you mean? Yishio was taken aback. As the formidable ice-type champion Kana exhibited such a demeanor, especially after having been so aloof just days prior. Yishio slumped onto the bed, exhaling wearily. It was evident he had succumbed once again to Kana. Leaning against him, Kana wrapped her arms around his, whispering, only in front of you do I behave this way. Understood. It's currently 9 p.m. Let's head out for something to eat. I'm quite hungry. Yishio picked up his phone from the nearby cabinet to check the time. All right, let's go. The two tidied themselves up and exited the hotel. Perhaps due to the ongoing spirit competition, the vicinity was particularly bustling. Yishio led Kana to a nearby barbecue stall, ordering over 100 alliance coins worth of grilled delights. They settled onto small stools, savoring their skewers. Xiaoxiao. Eat more of this, Kana said, handing Yishio 5 skewers of kidney. Yishio. Chapter 73, The Might of Yishio. The next day, the bird's nest was still teeming with people, vibrant and lively. The host stood on the platform, fervently announcing, welcome, esteemed viewers. Today marks the second day of the National High School Spirit Competition. Following yesterday's intense rounds, half of the competitors have been eliminated. Today, we shall commence the second round. Individual matches. The matchups will be determined by drawing lots. Each participant may utilize up to 3 spirits. Attention, even among competitors from the same school. It is entirely possible to be drawn together. Therefore, let us wish all participants the best of luck during the lottery. The matches are unfolding in a series of fierce contests. The National High School Pokemon Tournament is a battleground for the elite and the prodigious. However, even among geniuses, there exists a disparity of strength. Some emerge victorious through sheer power, while others face the bitter taste of defeat. Yet, none of this concerns Yishio, who is comfortably dozing off in the standby area. It seems that in such a significant setting, only Yishio could manage to catch some sleep. Before long, half of the tournament had elapsed, and it was finally time for Yishio to take the stage. The fortunate soul drawn to compete alongside him nearly crumbled under pressure. All right, now we await the staff to clear the arena. The next battle features, from Magic City No. 1, contestant Yishio, and from Imperial City No. 2, contestant Jean-Pong. Time flew swiftly. Both competitors entered the arena. Go, Empoleon, Jean-Pong proclaimed, tossing his Pokeball forward. A flash of white light revealed a penguin standing at a height of 1.7 meters. Empoleon, predominantly black with blue patterns on its chest and arms, bore a striking resemblance to a regal figure, with 3 crown-like spikes extending from its beak and an air of authority in its gaze. Name, Empoleon. Type, Water Steel. Ability, Defiant. Level, 55, mid-level champion. Potential, champion. Moves, Hydro Pump, Metal Claw, Steel Wing, Water Pulse. Evaluation, Empoleon, with its champion potential, is a rare gem, possessing notable talent in close combat. How intriguing! An Empoleon, one of the starter Pokemon from the Sinnoh region, Yishio mused, observing his opponent's Pokemon. This one possesses champion potential and has even mastered its dream ability, achieving quasi-champion status. Zhanpeng certainly qualifies as a true genius. Well then, I shall not hold back. Darkrai, take the stage, Yishio stated with an air of nonchalance. A strange breeze swept through as Darkrai slowly materialized from Yishio's shadow. This Pokemon can conceal itself within other shadows. How remarkable. Indeed, this is Darkrai, a newly discovered Pokemon this year, with only one existing specimen on the entire blue planet. It was this very Pokemon that secured the championship from Magic City No. 1 in the freshman tournament. It certainly looks impressive. Of course, after awakening. This Pokemon has already attained quasi-champion strength. Let's hope our contestant from Imperial City puts forth a commendable effort. A 3v3 battle still offers a chance. Darkrai, use Thunderbolt. Yishio commanded calmly. Darkrai remained silent, seemingly treating its opponent as though they were merely air. It raised its right hand gently, gathering electric energy, with sparks dancing at its fingertips. In an instant, Darkrai unleashed a barrage of lightning, accompanied by blinding golden arcs, surging toward Empoleon. Recognizing the imminent threat, Zhanpeng knew evasion was futile and swiftly ordered, Empoleon, use Steel Wing to defend. Empoleon emitted a low growl, raising its powerful wings, which soon shimmered with a metallic sheen as it prepared to withstand the assault. The violent thunderbolt struck Empoleon's Steel Wing with a crackling sound. Initially, it seemed to absorb the impact effectively, but soon the electricity engulfed Empoleon, and it contorted in pain, letting out a pained cry. Empoleon. Zhanpeng gritted his teeth, powerless to intervene, watching helplessly as his Pokemon suffered. Moments later, Empoleon's eyes glazed over as it collapsed forward with a thud. Gone. The Empoleon has lost its fighting capacity. The announcer exclaimed with fervor. It is evident that Empoleon was at a disadvantage against the electric-type move. A single blow has taken it down. Unbelievable. Is this truly Yishio's awakened starter Pokemon? There have been rumors online that this Pokemon reached quasi-champion strength immediately upon awakening. I was skeptical, but now I am convinced. Zhanpeng, our top talent from Imperial City No. 2, saw his Empoleon, already at quasi-champion level, taken out in one hit. This is terrifying. Darkrai's power may very well rival that of Lucario, reaching champion status. Is this even a newly awakened Pokemon? How can its growth rate be so astonishing? Not just the audience present, but virtually all viewers watching the live broadcast were left dumbfounded. For a Pokemon to ascend from quasi-champion to champion status within half a month is unprecedented on the blue planet. Beyond the Pokemon's innate talent, this speaks volumes about its trainer's influence. Many sought to uncover Yishio's training methods at his school, yet upon inquiry, they learned that he scarcely attended. Meanwhile, various organizations began to move in the shadows, eager to recruit Yishio, exploit his talents, or even resort to nefarious acts to seize his Pokemon. Members of the Pokémon League themselves began to entertain similar thoughts. Society welcomes geniuses, believing they should be celebrated. However, when a prodigy becomes too extraordinary, it poses a threat to others. They cannot simply stand by and watch a genius flourish. If they can control them, that is ideal. If not, they become a ticking time bomb. Should Yishio become aware of these intentions, he would likely scoff in disdain. His principles have always been, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. However, if one dares to provoke me, I shall retaliate. Should any foolish individuals dare to challenge him, they must not blame him for showing no mercy. Back in the arena, this cannot be. Zhanpeng stood frozen in shock, witnessing his strongest Pokemon, Empoleon, fall in a single blow. He could not comprehend how a mere first-year student could wield such power. He would never truly know. Taking a deep breath, he expelled his frustration and summoned his second Pokeball. Go. Electric. A flash of white light revealed a peculiar little dog on the field. How weak. Yishio remarked upon seeing his opponent's Pokemon. Come back, Darkrai. Recognizing the insignificance of the opposing Pokemon, Yishio chose to summon another. After all, why employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As Darkrai returned to Yishio's side and gradually slipped into the shadow, he declared, Go, Tyranitar, unleashing his formidable Pokemon. Roar. After the emergence of Tyranitar, it let out a thunderous roar, followed by a subtle stir of wind and sand across the arena. Moments later, under Tyranidar's influence. A fierce sandstorm erupted, sending debris flying in all directions. What? It is the legendary sandstorm tyrant, Tyranidar. Upon witnessing Tyranidar's appearance, the host's expression shifted dramatically, exclaiming in exaggerated disbelief. In Blue Star, as no true divine beasts had ever appeared, many creatures that were not divine beasts were mistakenly revered as such by the populace, signifying the strongest of Pokemon. Semi-divine beings are exceedingly rare in Blue Star, their numbers exceedingly scarce. Possessing one signifies boundless potential. As such, Pokemon often wield immense power. Previously, the people of Blue Star had no frame of reference to grasp how rare Darkrai truly was. Yet, with Tyranidar's emergence, everyone was left in awe. In the annals of Blue Star's history, nearly all champions of the Elite Four possessed semi-divine Pokemon. In other words, possessing a semi-divine Pokemon could exponentially elevate one's achievements, even to the status of champion. For instance, this year's champion from the Dragon Kingdom, Edu, has a Dragonite. Is he even human? He even possesses a Tyranitar. Could this be the fabled Chosen One? We in the Imperial Capital have truly met our match. We have hit a wall. Let's disperse. We might as well wait for next year. This year is hopeless. Sigh. The local audience and competitors from the Imperial Capital lamented. Heads hung low. In the competition arena, Jampeng was once again taken aback, his face a mask of panic. Observing his expression, Yishio's lips curled into a slight smile. He immediately commanded, Tyranitar, unleash Earthquake with all your might. Roar. Tyranitar howled to the heavens, channeling potent ground-type energy into its right foot. With its left leg grounded and right leg raised, it slammed down with tremendous force. Boom, 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 boom. The entire arena began to tremble violently. The earth quaked and shook, fissures cracking the ground. Following this, a powerful wave of ground-type energy surged towards the Electivire. Fortunately, the protective measures at the edge of the arena were robust. Otherwise, the aftershocks of the earthquake would have affected the entire bird's nest. Electivire, Jampeng shouted, alarmed by the violent tremors. Yet his cries fell on deaf ears. Electivire struggled to maintain its footing, succumbing to the relentless aftershocks of the earthquake, and was soon rendered unconscious. The sandstorm continued to rage on, obscuring everyone's vision. Return, Tyranitar. Go, Dugtrio. Seeing his opponent's Pokemon incapacitated, Yishio withdrew Tyranitar, producing another Pokeball to release Dugtrio. This represented the most fundamental tactical maneuver of the Sandstorm team. Yishio's gaze fixed on Jampeng, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he awaited the arrival of his opponent's third Pokemon. However, Jampeng was already devastated, trembling uncontrollably. His confidence shattered. My third Pokemon, Arbok. Jampeng despaired as he released Arbok from its Pokeball. Name, Arbok. Type, Poison. Ability, Intimidate. Strength, Level 39, Elite Peak. Hiss. Upon its arrival, Arbok opened its gaping maw, flicking its forked tongue menacingly at Dugtrio. Yet, Dugtrio remained unfazed. The disparity in their strengths was too vast to affect it. Now let us conclude this match. Dugtrio, use Dig. Yishio commanded with a wave of his right hand. No sooner had the words left his lips than Dugtrio raised its claws, spinning like a drill as it charged towards Arbok. Whoosh! The already cracked ground was further ravaged by Dugtrio's whirling claws. Jampeng, having lost all hope, refrained from issuing any commands, quietly awaiting the match's conclusion. Bang! A deafening crash resonated. Arbok was violently hurled several meters by Dugtrio's ferocious assault, landing limply on the ground, marked by numerous gashes. Thud! At that moment, Jampeng's legs felt numb, collapsing to the ground, cradling his head in his hands as tears streamed down. This was not merely defeat, it was utter annihilation. To be so effortlessly overwhelmed by a newcomer. Memories of his grueling training sessions flooded his mind. Had all his efforts over the past 2 years been in vain? Yishio regarded him impassively. With a flick of his wrist, he recalled Dugtrio and exited the arena in silence. Had he fallen into despair? It was understandable. As the strongest of their school, he undoubtedly harbored a sense of pride. Such prodigies often find it more challenging to recover from setbacks than ordinary individuals. The accolades and adulation he had received would now become a barrier following his defeat. Yishio mused that if anyone were to blame, it should be the lottery system of the competition. Anyone who faced him would inevitably be swept aside with ease. This was both normal and reasonable. The true error lay in viewing him as a genuine rival. If only they could see things more clearly. As Yishio departed, the host swiftly announced, "Let us congratulate Yishio from Magic City No. 1 High School for his victory in this match." Turning to see Jampeng weeping inconsolably, the host offered a sympathetic word, Zhamping, take heart. Step away from the arena and take some time to recuperate. Yet Zhamping remained unresponsive, motionless. Ultimately, his fellow students and teachers from Imperial Capital Number 2 stepped forward to assist him off the field. Yishio exited the bird's nest, preparing to return to his hotel. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Kina waiting for him. "Shio, was today's match smooth?" Kina inquired softly. "Of course," Yishio replied nonchalantly. "So, where shall we go for fun today?" "Wherever you like. How about we visit the secret realm today?" "Since arriving in Blue Star, I have yet to explore your secret realms." Without waiting for Yishio's response, Kina took hold of his right arm, feeling the warmth of her soft embrace. Yishio did not push her away. It seemed quite pleasant. Chapter 75, Entering the S-Rank Secret Realm. Utilizing the map function of the Secret Realm Assistant, Yishio and Kina arrived at an S-Rank secret realm located 20 kilometers outside the Imperial capital. This secret realm is one of the 3 major S-Rank secret realms of the Dragon Kingdom, wherein the Pokemon possess strengths ranging from elite to champion. It is said that deeper within the realm reside entities surpassing even the champion level, making it exceedingly perilous. Several champions of the Dragon Kingdom have indeed perished within secret realms. However, for Yishio, who commands 2 level 100 divine beings, these concerns are mere trifles. S-Rank Secret Realm, ID 2. Total area approximately 3 million square kilometers, roughly 1/3 the size of the Dragon Kingdom. Yishio and Kina arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. According to the Secret Realm Assistant, this was merely one of the entrances to the S-Rank Secret Realm, with 4 entrances currently discovered. Before them stood an enormous teleportation gate. The gate shimmered with pure white light, obscuring the view of anything within. At the entrance to the teleportation gate stood 2 individuals clad in white uniforms. They soon noticed Yishio and Kina's arrival. One of them spoke condescendingly. "We are personnel from the Pokemon Alliance. To enter the S-Rank Secret Realm, please present proof of being a champion or elite trainer." In his eyes, this woman, barely in her 20s, and this young child of less than 20, had ventured into the secret realm merely for amusement. How could they possibly possess the credentials of a champion trainer? Yet, he was indeed correct. Although Yishio and Kina possessed the prowess of champion-level trainers, they lacked the official certification to prove it. "What should we do, Xiaoxiao? Should we go back?" Kina inquired gently. Upon hearing this, Yishio's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Do you not know my disposition?" With that, he led Kina a little further away and then remarked nonchalantly, "Darkrai. Let them slumber for a while, but ensure they do not suffer nightmares. After all, they are personnel from the Pokemon League and must adhere to the directives from above. It is not as if they are intentionally barred from entry." Darkrai emerged from the shadow cast by Yishio, only to vanish from sight moments later. Whoosh. Yishio glanced at Kina, realizing she had yet to comprehend the unfolding events. "Let's go." He took her hand and retraced their steps. Upon reaching the entrance of the secret realm, they discovered the 2 white-clad personnel lying on the ground, deeply asleep. Seeing this, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yishio's eyes as he and Kina ventured into the realm. As with previous secret realms, stepping inside felt like entering another world. "How marvelous!" Kina exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is enchanting. I was similarly awestruck when I first entered a secret realm," Yishio replied, his tone calm. He surveyed the boundless surroundings, his voice steady. "This secret realm is truly vast. It stands to reason that it harbors numerous treasures. However, our time for exploration is limited, as we have a competition tomorrow." Subsequently, Yishio summoned his system space and retrieved 2 Master Balls, one in each hand, pressing the buttons. "Arise, Rayquaza and Mewtwo." Bang! The Master Balls opened with a flash of white light, materializing 2 Pokemon in the sky. "Master!" A celestial voice emanated from Rayquaza. Meanwhile, Mewtwo floated silently, arms crossed and eyes closed, attentively listening to Yishio's words. "I have summoned you for a specific task," Yishio stated with gravity. After a brief pause, he continued, "This secret realm is replete with treasures. I require your assistance. Split into 2 groups and bring back anything that appears to be a secret treasure." "Understood, Master." With that, Rayquaza unleashed an overwhelming aura, incapacitating a vast array of wild Pokemon in the vicinity before soaring westward. Mewtwo said nothing, merely nodding before swiftly heading east. Watching the 2 legendary Pokemon depart, Yishio resolved to set off in the northern direction. "All right, we should also be on our way." Yishio turned around only to find Kina standing frozen in place, covering her mouth, utterly stunned by the preceding spectacle. "What is it? Are you surprised?" Yishio inquired with a gentle smile. Kina nodded vacantly. After a considerable moment, she managed to suppress her astonishment and spoke. "Is this real?" Rayquaza is one of the ancient Pokémon from the Hoenn region. How did you manage to capture him? Initially, Kinna believed Yishio possessed only the Dream God and the Nightmare God. The revelation that he had also captured Rayquaza left her in awe. In that moment, Kinna realized how little she truly understood about Yishio. And what of the other Pokémon? What is it? I sense its aura is formidable, rivaling that of Rayquaza. She asked. Yishio, seeing no reason to conceal the truth, decided to be forthcoming. Kinna was already his partner, after all. That is a synthetic Pokémon created by the scientists of Team Rocket in the Kanto region, utilizing Muse eyelashes. Its strength is indeed comparable to that of Rayquaza. Yishio explained slowly. Noticing the lingering questions on Kinna's face, he chose not to elaborate further and continued walking towards the northern part of the secret realm. Let us see if we can uncover anything of value. Kinna stood in a daze, her gaze fixed intently on Yishio's retreating figure. This young man. He was both enigmatic and powerful. It seemed she had truly fallen for him. Time flew by swiftly. Along their journey, they encountered numerous Pokémon groups. Most at the champion level, with only a few reaching the ranks of elite trainers. Yishio and Kinna, both adept, easily defeated these Pokémon clans. The reputation of this secret realm as the most perilous S-class locale was well-deserved. The danger was indeed proportional to the potential rewards. In just an hour, they had amassed a wealth of treasures. They discovered various evolution stones, such as fire stones and water stones. Just a collection of these evolution stones could fetch over 1 million Alliance coins. Yishio also stumbled upon an item that enhanced Pokémon attacks. Name, Mysterious Water Drop. Effect, increases the power of water-type moves by 20 for the Pokémon holding this item. Though such items are commonplace in games and easily obtainable, they remain rare and valuable in the real world. Thankfully, with the system space at his disposal, Yishio was able to carry away such an abundance of treasures. Boom. As Yishio pressed onward, a thunderous explosion erupted from the west, accompanied by the anguished cries of numerous Pokémon. Without a second thought, Yishio understood that Rayquaza had begun its onslaught. When a Pokémon of Rayquaza's caliber engaged in battle, it was bound to be cataclysmic, a veritable clash of titans. Chapter 76, Mega Evolution of Gyarados. Roar. Boom. Just as Yishio and Kinna continued their search for treasures, a colossal roar resonated from afar. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept toward them. Darkrai, block it, Yishio commanded. Darkrai swiftly emerged from his shadow, raising its right hand to rapidly gather ghostly energy. A peculiar wind surged forth from its hand. Whoosh, whoosh. The two currents intertwined, relentlessly battering the surroundings. Kinna, let us move, Yishio urged, aware that this gust was not aimed at them. The source was undoubtedly distant and belonged to an immensely powerful Pokémon. In the face of such circumstances, most would ponder how to evade danger. But who was Yishio? For him, where there was peril, there were treasures to be found. Riding atop their Pokémon, they sped swiftly toward a vast lake. At the lake's center, a ferocious red Pokémon was indiscriminately attacking the surrounding water-type Pokémon. Under its relentless assault, the neighboring Pokémon stood no chance, falling one by one into unconsciousness. What Pokémon is that? Gyarados? No, it seems different, Kinna mused. In response, Yishio clarified. That is indeed Gyarados, albeit in its Mega Evolution form, a Mega Gyarados. Mega Evolution? Kinna was unfamiliar with the concept. Yishio said nothing further. She would come to understand it in due time. At present, the most significant presence in the heart of the lake is the shiny Gyarados. Yishio felt a stirring desire to capture it. Name, Shiny Gyarados Mega Evolution. Type, Water Dark, originally Water Flying. Ability, Unconventional, originally Overconfidence. Level, 92, originally 89. Qualification, Level 3 Divine. Moves, Bite, Hurricane, Waterfall, Dragon Dance, Aqua Tail, Dragon Dance, Hyper Beam, Hydro Pump, Beam of Destruction. Evaluation, a Gyarados boasting Level 3 Divine qualifications. Possessing extraordinary talent, a rarity in this world, with strength reaching the pinnacle of the champion tier, under the enhancement of Mega Evolution. Its power ascends to the early stage of Level 3 Divine. This Gyarados had already attained the peak of the champion tier? Yishio pondered, somewhat astonished. Realizing that under the augmentation of Mega Evolution, it had achieved the power of a Level 3 Divine being. This Gyarados was the strongest wild Pokémon he had ever encountered. Dark, use Ice Beam to freeze the lake surface. Yishio commanded decisively. Darkrai clasped its hands, channeling icy energy. In the next moment, a chilling beam of ice surged from Darkrai's hands toward the lake's surface. Whoosh! The surface began to visibly freeze, extending towards Gyarados. Feeling a hint of cold, Gyarados turned its gaze toward Yishio. Without hesitation, it opened its massive maw, gathering a colossal energy sphere within. Subsequently, a thick beam of energy was violently unleashed. Boom. Beam of destruction. Damn it, Darkrai, use Dark Pulse. Yishio exclaimed, rarely resorting to profanity. Had it just unleashed a beam of destruction upon entering the fray? Darkrai, heeding Yishio's command, swiftly condensed dark energy, releasing several blade-like dark energy blasts from its body. Lapras, assist Darkrai with Hydro Pump. In the face of such a situation, Kona could not merely stand by. Lapras swiftly unleashed a spiraling torrent of water. Boom, boom. Several attacks collided with the beam of destruction, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. The shock waves ravaged the surroundings. Ultimately, the Pokemon's techniques were obliterated in the air. Truly formidable. Yishio murmured. He then produced 3 Pokeballs. Come forth, Cresselia, Sharpedo, Lucario. Join forces with Darkrai to subdue this Gyarados. With a roar, the 3 Pokemon emerged, brimming with fighting spirit, swiftly launching their assault on the Gyarados at the lake's center. Lapras, you join as well, Kona urged. Enough. This level of battle requires at least the strength of a champion, Yishio stated sternly. With Gyarados having reached level 3 divine strength post-mega evolution, engaging in combat with it necessitated at the very least champion tier power. Below champion level, one lacked even the qualification to battle. Hearing Yishio's serious tone, Kona lowered her head momentarily before straightening up. Understood. Although their relationship was quite unique, and, at times, Yishio was not her match, in such circumstances, she would unconditionally obey his commands. At that moment, near the lake's center, explosions erupted. Darkrai's Dark Pulse, Lucario's Aura Sphere, Cresselia's Psycho Cut, and Sharpedo's Dive crashed against Gyarados, causing successive explosions upon its form. Despite Gyarados possessing level 3 divine strength, it struggled under the onslaught of numerous attacks. Roar! This is unsporting. To gang up on one. Gyarados bellowed, radiating its fury. The next moment, it collapsed to the ground, its mega form gradually dissipating, rendering it unable to battle. Ding! Lucario leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 76. Ding! Cresselia leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 73. Ding! Sharpedo leveled up by 1 level. Current level, 76. Ding! Darkrai leveled up by 2 levels. Current level, 81. Strength reaching the late stage of champion. Hearing the series of level-up notifications from the system, Yishio's lips curled into a faint smile. This sensation was utterly delightful. Following this, the Mega Evolution Stone slowly emerged from Gyarados' body, floating in the air. Darkrai reached out and seized the stone effortlessly. At that moment, Yishio and Kona stepped onto the ice towards the center of the lake. Casually taking out an Ultra Ball, he hurled it at the incapacitated Gyarados. The Ultra Ball struck Gyarados accurately, popping open with a resounding thud, emitting a red beam that ensnared it within. The Ultra Ball began to shake incessantly. After about 20 shakes, it stilled. This signified a successful capture. Subsequently, Darkrai handed the Mega Evolution Stone to Yishio. Name: Gyarados Mega Evolution Stone. Effect: allows Gyarados to undergo Mega Evolution. Gazing at the glass-like stone in his hand, Yishio found himself puzzled. In Blue Star, to enable a Pokemon's Mega Evolution, a Mega Ring is required. He had personally verified this information online. Why, then, could this Gyarados Mega evolve autonomously? Or was it that this Gyarados had always existed in its Mega form, only reverting after being defeated? Did the Mega Evolution Stone drop akin to a boss loot in a game? Well, it mattered not. Rayquaza, Mutuo, return. Yishio shouted to the sky. Whoosh. The wind howled as Rayquaza returned to his side, and Mutuo swiftly approached from the east. Rayquaza, Mutuo, did you find anything? Yishio inquired, his expectations rising as he regarded the 2 level 1 divine beings. Just as he finished speaking, Rayquaza and Mutuo opened their hands, revealing a multitude of evolution stones and a batch of evolutionary items, alongside several Mega Evolution Stones. Witnessing the plethora of treasures drifting toward him, Yishio felt as if he were soaring to the heavens. The sheer bliss of acquiring so much without exerting effort was unparalleled. Chapter 77, Lucario Mega Evolution Stone. Yishio marveled at the treasures suspended in the air. What a thrill! With 2 level 1 divine beings, this was indeed a boon. Who in the entirety of Blue Star could rival his prowess, casually traversing S-class secret realms? Even a dodo bird would falter. In the end, Yishio meticulously accounted for the spoils brought by Rayquaza and Mutuo. Firestone X18, Waterstone X32, Leaf Stone X26, Thunderstone X12, Moonstone X20, Sunstone X20, Shiny Stone X8, Dark Stone X9, Awakening Stone X3, Ice Stone X6. The various evolution stones commanded different prices, and based on market value, Yishio estimated that this batch of evolution stones would fetch nearly 10 million. Yishio resolved to retain 3 of each evolution stone for unforeseen circumstances, while the remainder would be entrusted to Kona for online sale. In addition to the evolution stones, there was a plethora of evolution items that Yishio intended to store within the system's spatial realm. Among these was the metallic membrane designated for the evolution of the Scyther, which he planned to use at an opportune moment. Ultimately, he was most eager about the Mega Evolution Stones, 4 in total, including the one he had just acquired for the Gyarados. His collection comprised 3 Mega Evolution Stones. 1. Name: Gengar Mega Evolution Stone. Effect: enables Gengar to undergo Mega Evolution. 2. Name: Gardevoir Mega Evolution Stone. Effect: enables Gardevoir to undergo Mega Evolution. 3. Name: Lucario Mega Evolution Stone. Effect: enables Lucario to undergo Mega Evolution. Yishio possessed a Gengar, obtained through a lottery after defeating the Ghost-type Elite 4-member, Juku. However, he had yet to train it, currently resting at level 49. As for Gardevoir, he had none, so that Evolution Stone could be set aside for the time being. The most delightful surprise for Yishio was the Lucario Mega Evolution Stone, for he owned a champion-level Lucario, making this stone exceptionally timely. In summary, a single word encapsulated his feelings: exhilarating. You all have performed admirably. Mutwo, you may return now. Yishio retrieved Mutwo with a Master Ball. Subsequently, he and Kona swiftly exited the secret realm on the back of the legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. Upon their exit, they found 2 gatekeepers still sprawled on the ground in slumber. Yishio paid them no mind, confident they would awaken in due course. After returning to their hotel, they found it was already 10 p.m. They ordered some food to be sent up. Kona, I will leave the handling of these evolution stones to you. Later, please purchase a Mega Bracelet online. With that, Yishio reclined on the bed, preparing for sleep, as there was a match to compete in the following day. Observing Yishio's fatigue, Kona took the initiative to help alleviate his weariness. Ahem, merely a massage, nothing more. The next day, at 8 a.m., the National High School Pokemon Tournament continued. Welcome to all the spectators present at the venue and in the live broadcast. The tournament had reached its 3rd day. Following the intense competitions of the first 2 days, a total of 128 contestants remained after the knockout and revival rounds. Today, we shall determine the top 32. This means each contestant will engage in 2 matches. Let us anticipate the excitement. As the host spoke, the large screen displayed images of the 128 contestants, shuffling them into 64 groups. Coincidentally, Yishio found himself placed in the final group, indicating that his match would be the last. However, this was not sheer coincidence. The drawing process was rife with manipulation. Yishio's formidable prowess demonstrated over the past days had elevated the tournament's excitement. Naturally, the organizers would clandestinely ensure Yishio served as the grand finale, leaving his opponent destined for defeat. Time flew by, and soon it was Yishio's turn to take the stage. Alright, welcome our final group. From Magic City First High School, contestant Yishio faces off against Wu Feng from Beijing First High School. Come on, Wu Feng, you can do it. Yes. Defeat Yishio and bring glory to our capital. The audience at the Bird's Nest was predominantly from Beijing, fervently supporting their local contestant. Yet, this support placed greater pressure on Wu Feng. He had witnessed Yishio's previous performances, which could only be described as terrifying. He felt utterly uncertain of his chances against Yishio. Thus, the audience's cheers became an intangible burden upon him. With a deep sigh, Wu Feng feigned determination. Releasing his Pokeball, "Go, Donphan!" A burst of white light illuminated the arena, revealing a large elephantine figure. Donphan, with its gray body and relatively short stature, sported a pair of menacingly long tusks extending from its black trunk to its tail. Name: Donphan. Type: Ground. Ability: Sturdy. Strength: 58, Late Champion. Talent: Champion. Moves: Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Horn Attack, Rollout, Takedown. Evaluation: a Donphan with champion-level potential, exceedingly rare, boasting slightly higher defensive capabilities than its kin. Donphan. Yishio mused. This Pokemon is seldom seen. While not entirely rare, it is undeniably weak. As an attacker, it lacks speed, and as a tank, it fails to withstand blows due to its low special defense. He recalled that in the original series, Ash possessed a Donphan, which had primarily served as a disposable asset, contributing little in battles. Turning his attention to his opponent, Yishio noticed Wu Feng's gaze, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Afraid of me? Then let that fear consume you. He smirked, releasing his own Pokemon. Lucario, go! Chapter 78, Geneva, Refund. Boom. Good heavens. Yishio's Lucario remains as formidable as ever. With a swift meteor mash, it sent the defensively robust Donphan soaring. Can Donphan recover from this blow? Remarkably, it has. The host exclaimed exuberantly. Back at the battlefield, Donphan, though launched by Lucario's strike, managed to endure, thanks to its sturdy ability, maintaining its combat capability. However, its condition was dire. Although conscious, it was on the brink of collapse. Finish it, Lucario. With Aura Sphere, Yishio commanded calmly. Lucario. Lucario responded firmly, raising one hand as fighting-type energy coalesced within. A stream of pale blue aura infused the attack, which it then hurled toward Donphan with great force. Donphan! Wu Feng shouted, desperation creeping into his voice. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, enveloped in clouds of dust. Donphan succumbed, losing its ability to battle. Impressive, Wu Feng grimaced, clenching his teeth. Although he had anticipated Yishio's extraordinary prowess, he had not expected him to be invincible. After all, he was still relatively young and likely possessed less battle experience than these third-year students. Yet, facing Yishio in combat revealed the stark reality. He was an overwhelmingly insurmountable opponent. Contestant Wu Feng's Donphan has lost its fighting capability. How will Wu Feng respond to the formidable Yishio next? The host announced. Typically, for these second and third-year participants, their first Pokemon is the strongest, often the one they awakened and trained for 1 to 2 years. The latter two Pokemon, however, exhibited a significant variance in strength, some strong, others weak. The weak may only attain the elite level, while those with slightly greater strength might possess the capabilities of a Quasi-King. After all, aside from their initial Pokemon, one can only acquire additional Pokemon by venturing into perilous secret realms. These secret realms are fraught with danger, where encountering a swarm of Pokemon compels one to flee, leaving only the opportunity to capture solitary, weaker Pokemon for subsequent training. Yishio's previous adversary, Zhang Peng, possessed exceedingly weak second and third Pokemon. My second Pokemon, the Battle Hammer Dragon, Wu Feng declared as he produced a Pokeball and tossed it gently. A flash of white light revealed a dinosaur-like Pokemon upon the arena. Its body was predominantly black, adorned with a blue skull atop its head, while blue stripes marked its tail, knees, and neck. White spikes protruded from the sides of its head and knees. Roar. Name, Battle Hammer Dragon. Type, Rock. Ability, Exceptional. Strength, Level 50, Early Quasi-King. Come back, Lucario. And go forth, Milotic. Yishio called, recalling Lucario and releasing Milotic. The audience was utterly astonished by Yishio's display, for he possessed a Milotic. Their anticipation for Yishio's other Pokemon grew exponentially. Indeed, Milotic is stunningly beautiful. Unfazed by the attention, Yishio merely sought to provide his other Pokemon with opportunities to shine. Yet another new Pokemon, Wu Feng exclaimed, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He could not afford to hesitate and promptly ordered an attack. Battle Hammer Dragon. Use Tackle. Roar. The Battle Hammer Dragon bellowed as it charged towards Milotic. Milotic. Use Hydro Pump. Yishio commanded without hesitation. With a melodious sound, Milotic gathered a substantial amount of water-type energy within its mouth. In the next moment, a spiraling torrent of water erupted forth, directed at the Battle Hammer Dragon. Undeterred by Milotic's Hydro Pump, the Battle Hammer Dragon continued its charge, head held high. Splosh. The spiraling water struck fiercely against the Battle Hammer Dragon. Roar. The Battle Hammer Dragon let out a pained roar as the tremendous impact sent it careening out of the arena, its rock-type vulnerability to the water-type attack proving catastrophic. In a single move, it was rendered incapable of battle. Witnessing his Pokemon's swift defeat, Wu Feng's eyes flickered with panic, his scalp prickling. Nevertheless, his composure surpassed that of Yishio's previous opponent. He had never truly anticipated victory, which was crucial to his mindset. Sighing, Wu Feng retrieved his third Pokeball, tossing it lightly. Alas, my final Pokemon, Dew. A flash of white light revealed a mouse-like Pokemon, resembling a ferret, renowned for its charm and adored by many young girls. However, in terms of strength, it left much to be desired. Milotic, use Surf. Yishio initiated the attack. As his command fell, Milotic exuded a dense wave of water energy. Instantly, tumultuous waves surged forth, crashing towards Dew. Oh no, what should I do? Faced with the impending deluge, Wu Feng was at a loss for how to command his Pokemon. There was no evading this assault. He could only rely on a counterattack. Dew, use Tackle to meet the surf. Wu Feng shouted. Upon hearing his trainer's command, Diyu's panicked expression shifted. As the colossal wave surged forth, its tail gleamed with a white light, striking the wave with all its might. Splosh, splosh, splosh. Yet, reality proved unforgiving. Ultimately, Diyu was effortlessly swept out of the arena by melodic surf, drenched from head to toe, its face contorted in pain, rendered incapable of battle. Sighing resignedly, Wu Feng stood frozen, ultimately shaking his head with a wry smile, releasing Diyu back into its ball. Let us congratulate Yi Xiao on his victory. He advances to the top 64 in this National High School Pokemon Tournament. The first round of today concludes here. Contestants enjoy a 2-hour rest before the next match at 3 p.m., transitioning from the top 64 to the top 32. The host proclaimed enthusiastically from the podium. It seems our capital has no chance of winning this year, a local spectator lamented. Indeed, Shanghai's #1 high school has struck gold with such a prodigy, another echoed. Disappointment permeated the local audience, as their pride, built on consecutive championship victories, faced a harsh reality. Some spectators, overcome with emotion, vocally expressed their discontent. Refund. Do we not deserve better? Chapter 79, Shinji, Dogeo. After the morning matches concluded, Yi Xiao returned to his hotel for a light meal. Soon, at 3 p.m., the transition from the top 64 to the top 32 commenced. For reasons unknown, Yi Xiao found himself competing in the first match of the afternoon against a contender weaker than Wu Feng from the morning. With ease, he unleashed Jengar, effortlessly overcoming his opponent 3 times. Jengar also leveled up from 49 to 50, reaching the early stages of Quasi-King strength. Yi Xiao noted that a girl from his school named Chu He had been eliminated, while the boy Xiao Yu had managed to persist thus far. However, if the trend continued, Xiao Yu would likely only reach the top 16. Yi Xiao finally comprehended why his school had granted him entry into the National High School Pokemon Tournament after the freshman competition, regarding him as their hope for success. Are the other students truly this weak? He pondered. As one of the premier cities in Longhua, it was indeed embarrassing for Shanghai to perform so poorly year after year. After his match concluded, being in the first group left him with ample time for the afternoon. Yi Xiao returned to his hotel, intending to take Kina to challenge the first dungeon. Kina, having been summoned by Yi Xiao, was well aware of his ability to traverse worlds, enter dungeons. Kina, it is time to set forth. Understood. Ding. Does the host wish to enter the Battle Shinji dungeon? Recommended strength, Gym Leader Quasi-King. Enter. Yi Xiao murmured as he grasped Kina's hand. No sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light enveloped them, transporting them to the Pokemon world. Coordinates: the wilderness near Shinzhou town in the Sinnoh region. Before them lay a lush forest. Dungeon task: the host must personally defeat Shinji. As Yi Xiao and Kina pondered their next move, several voices echoed from their right. Electabuzz, use Thunder Punch. Pikachu, utilize Iron Tail. The two figures proceeded in that direction, witnessing a spirited Pokemon battle taking place in the wilderness, with several onlookers gathered nearby. What on earth is Ash doing here? Kina pondered aloud. Do you know Ash? Yes, I encountered him after he reached the top 16 in the Indigo Conference. Do you know him as well? Of course. I was the one who defeated him with my own hands in the Indigo Conference. The two engaged in a quiet conversation. As Yi Xiao chatted, he kept a watchful eye on Shinji. The system's task was to vanquish Shinji, hence he decided to wait until the two concluded their battle before approaching. Having read the original work, Yi Xiao was well aware that the contest between Ash and Shinji ultimately ended in a stalemate, albeit with Shinji deliberately holding back. As a seasoned trainer who had traveled through many regions, Shinji possessed stronger Pokemon, which he chose not to deploy in this duel. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao believed that even if Shinji summoned those formidable Pokemon, the outcome would still be a tie. He understood the nature of Pikachu. It adapted to its opponent's strength, becoming stronger when faced with a formidable foe and weaker against a lesser one. Yi Xiao cast a glance at Shinji's Electabuzz. Name: Electabuzz. Type: Electric. Ability: Static. Level: 29. Advanced Pinnacle. Potential: Champion moves: Quick Attack, Thunder Shock, Thunder Wave, Thunder Punch. Evaluation: a highly promising Electabuzz with champion potential. He then scrutinized Pikachu's data. Name: Pikachu. Type: Electric. Ability: Static. Level: 1. Vibrating at 95. Potential: Moves: Thunderbolt, Volt Tackle, Electro Ball. Iron Tail. Evaluation: a Pikachu imbued with mysterious powers. Indeed, there was little to say. The information was self-evident. Someone was performing, though I shall refrain from naming them. Bang! In the arena, Pikachu's Iron Tail clashed fiercely with Electabuzz's Thunder Punch. Ultimately, both Pokemon succumbed to exhaustion simultaneously. Brock raised his hands and declared, Both sides have lost their fighting capability. Therefore, this match ends in a draw. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinji retrieved a Pokeball and released his Murkrow. Observing this, Ash exclaimed, "Why are you releasing Murkrow again?" Previously, Shinji had already set free 2 Murkrow, and now he released another. As a master of releases, Ash could only refer to Shinji as brother. Unfazed, Shinji replied, "Murkrow of that caliber can be found everywhere. I'll capture stronger ones when I encounter them." Hearing this, Ash grew agitated. "What are you talking about?" The two engaged in a heated argument. Yishio and Kina silently observed from the sidelines. Kina regarded Shinji with a hint of disdain, while Yishio maintained an impassive expression. In his view, while Shinji's careless release of Pokemon was indeed irksome, it was far more acceptable than Gohao's antics. Both shared a common trait, a penchant for capturing powerful Pokemon. Moreover, Shinji possessed a gamer's habit. After capturing a Pokemon, he would inspect its abilities, akin to a player checking a Pokemon's level and individual values. Should a Pokemon prove too weak, Shinji would promptly release it. However, his behavior was not as off-putting as Gohao's. Yishio believed that if Gohao, like Chi-Yi, had pursued an independent narrative and animated series, capturing legendary Pokemon would be inconsequential. It wouldn't matter if he snagged Mutwo or Rayquaza. Yet, he chose to engage with Ash in a dual protagonist setup. Not only did he thoughtlessly capture Pokemon, but he also overshadowed Ash, leaving audiences to wonder if they were watching Pokemon for him. In contrast, Shinji, as Ash's formidable rival, was a character much easier to navigate. Though he resembled Gohao, having Ash as a counterbalance to critique Shinji and reform his behavior effectively propelled the narrative forward. Furthermore, Shinji indeed underwent a transformation thanks to Ash, gradually becoming more emotionally attuned. By the time of their battle in the Lily of the Valley Conference, Shinji fully acknowledged Ash, markedly improving his attitude towards his Pokemon. Shinji's evolution undoubtedly highlighted Ash's charismatic personality and underscored his status as the protagonist. Consequently, Pokemon fans did not berate Shinji's character as they did Gohao's. But what exactly is Gohao? Let us first mention Suicune. Suicune, after all, was a legendary Pokemon that interacted with Ash in the early films. If anyone were to capture it, it should have been Ash. Yet what transpired? Gohao effortlessly captured Suicune. They claim it's a dual protagonist setup. Yet Gohao monopolized Ash's screen time. Are you even human? This anime was created for Ash. It could exist without Gohao, but not without Ash. Without Ash, what even is Pokemon?